avoiding being cannon fodder, commencing the first simulation. In March, the time arrived for various sects to select their disciples. Nobles and young ladies from royal families across the nations gathered in the mysterious Shaoshan to participate in the selection. At this moment, a group of young men and women stood before a precarious cliff, gazing down at the ethereal Tian Shan, snow lotus, shrouded in mist. The snow lotus, glistening like jade, is a rare spiritual herb, clinging to the mountain face, undisturbed by the biting winds, its faint, delicate fragrance lingering in the air. Look, is that not the Tian Shan, snow lotus? If we manage to harvest it, we will surely pass the first trial. The Tian Shan, snow lotus thrives on the sheer cliffs. Such a spiritual herb must be guarded by spirit beasts. Acting recklessly may lead to a surprise attack. Yao Qian retrieved a rope from her storage ring, fastening one insecurely around the waist of her servant, Chu Mei'er. As the daughter of the esteemed Yao family, Yao Qian, the daughter of a high-ranking minister, was dressed in elegant attire, her features exquisite and delicate. In contrast, her servant wore tattered rags, thin and emaciated, resembling someone suffering from prolonged malnutrition. Assist me in collecting that Tian Shan snow lotus. Should anything go awry, beware, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Do you understand? Yao Qian furrowed her delicate brows, forcefully binding the rope around Chu Mei'er's waist. Chu Mei'er lowered her gaze, shivering in the biting cold of early spring, clad only in her worn-out garment, situated beside the snowy mountains. The other young ladies and gentlemen, similarly attired in sheer fabrics, were fortified by their cultivation, possessing innate spiritual roots, all having embarked upon their journey, nay, into the realm of the initiated. Indeed, the maidservants and young attendants like Chu Mei'er were mere commoners, struggling against the bitter cold. Chu Mei'er lost her balance, staggering backward before collapsing onto the ground. Useless, Yao Qian scoffed disdainfully upon witnessing the scene. With her eyes cast downward, stray wisps of hair elegantly obscured her gaze. None noticed the fierce, killing intent gleaming within her dark orbs. Soon, just a little longer, a rope was bound around her waist, and she was lowered from the precipice. As she descended, others gathered around, their curiosity piqued. The chilling wind from the cliff cut through her, an icy sensation enveloping her entire being. Yet, her eyes sparkled with determination as they fixated on the Tian Shan, snow lotus, not far away. With each inch the rope lowered her, the temperature plummeted further. Chu Mei'er's body trembled uncontrollably, but the brilliance in her eyes intensified with fervor. Once she obtained the Tian Shan snow lotus, everything would transform. Above, Yao Qian's impatient voice echoed, "Hurry! Lower the rope further! Keep going! You must retrieve the Tian Shan snow lotus for me." At that moment, Chu Mei'er could no longer heed Yao Qian's reprimands. With a trembling hand, she grasped the stem of the Tian Shan snow lotus tightly and pulled with all her might. The lotus radiated an extreme cold, nearly shattering her bones. In that instant when she seized the Tian Shan snow lotus, a wave of unbridled joy surged within her, prompting a wide smile. System recharge. But just then, an unexpected disturbance occurred as a fierce gust of wind surged towards Chu Mei'er. It was a spirit beast. Before she could react, the rope was severed, and her body plummeted into the abyss. A gasp echoed from the cliff. She has fallen. It's a spirit beast. She is just an ordinary person without any cultivation. She is doomed this time. Yao Qian watched helplessly as the precious Tian Shan snow lotus slipped from her grasp, plummeting into the abyss with Chu Mei'er. She cursed under her breath. Damn it! Chu Mei'er, petite and fragile, continued her descent, her will to survive igniting a fierce determination within her. She desperately reached out, finally grasping a tree branch and landing securely on its crown. Fortunately, a cave lay not far from the tree, and she trembled as she crawled toward it. Sheltering from the biting wind within the cave, she finally caught her breath. Rubbing her arms for warmth, she curled up into a small ball, gently closing her eyes to initiate the first simulation. Chu Mei'er mused that she might be the unluckiest transmigrator. Upon arriving in this world, she became a maidservant to Yao Qian. Yao Qian was notoriously sharp-tongued and cruel, often resorting to violence against her with her lowly status. She could only endure. Fortunately, Her transmigration had also bestowed upon her a life simulation system. However, the activation of the system required the exchange of spiritual items for points. Having endured until now, she could finally activate the system. Life simulation system activated, consuming 10 points. Balance, 30. At the age of 10, Miss Yao Qian took you to participate in the Sect Disciple Selection Competition. While you were gathering Tianshan Snow Lotus, you were attacked by a spirit beast, but you miraculously escaped to the cave beside the cliff. With unwavering determination, you ascended, yet were met with a harsh reprimand for lacking the celestial snow lotus, leaving you with an indelible scar that would never heal. At the tender age of 11, during the grand selection of disciples within the sect, your absence of spiritual roots rendered you ineligible for the realm of cultivation. By the age of 16, drawing upon the memories of your previous life, you opened a modest shop in the mortal realm, yet remained steadfast in your quest for cultivation, tirelessly. Why seeking various methods? At 19, having accumulated a modest sum of money, you fortuitously encountered a dying beggar. You offered him a bowl of rice, and in his final moments, he opened your meridians and bestowed upon you a fragment of a cultivation technique, awakening your ability to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. By 20, you commenced diligent practice, but the absence of guidance hindered your progress significantly. At 28, utilizing the fragment of the technique, you barely attained the 4th stage of initiation, yet thereafter, regardless of your efforts, your cultivation remains stagnant. At 30, your quaint village was besieged by a band of marauders, and you met your demise at the hands of cultivator. Chu Mei'er gasped, realizing that she was devoid of spiritual roots. Had it not been for the system, she would have led an ordinary existence. In the simulator, she had lived an additional 20 years, yet her cultivation remained elusive, akin to traversing a river by feeling for stones. After so many years, she had only advanced to the 4th stage of initiation. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level attained at the age of 20. 2. The cultivation skills acquired at the age of 20. 3. The life memories from the age of 20. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Mei'er decisively chose the 1st level of cultivation. In an instant, she felt a warm sensation surge from her dantian, spreading throughout her entire being. Her previously stiff and frozen limbs quickly regained their normal state. The chill entirely dispelled, a peculiar sense of vitality coursing through her, filling her with uncontai. Navel joy. The skin on her withered, reddened hands appeared to shimmer with a luminescent glow, becoming increasingly smooth and radiant. Is this what it feels like to possess cultivation? Chu Mei'er rose to her feet, stretching her body, invigorated by an abundance of strength. Being at the entry level merely placed her half a step into the realm of cultivation. She could hardly be considered a true practitioner of the mystical arts. At that moment, a stone suddenly tumbled from above. Furrowing her brow, Chu Mei'er stepped outside the cave and looked upward, faintly hearing voices. Surely she won't fall all the way down, there are plenty of trees here. The voices were fragmented, yet she could sense Yao Qian's exasperation. A cold smile crept across Chu Mei'er's lips. Yao Qian had actually pursued her. It seemed she truly valued the Tianshan Snow Lotus. As Yao Qian's voice grew clearer from above, Chu Mei'er took several steps back, pressing her body tightly against the stone wall. Chapter 2. A breakthrough in Qi cultivation. Yao Qian has now reached the 8th level of Qi entry, and it won't be long before she can break through to the next stage. She had just simulated her previous attempt, only to realize that at the 4th stage, her opponent was utterly outmatched. She must urgently seek a path to survival. As her thoughts raced, the voices of those above grew increasingly near. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by a radical idea. What if leaping down could offer a chance at life? The life simulation system has been activated. This time, it will cost 10 points. Balance, 20. At the age of 10, while harvesting the Tianshan Snow Lotus, you were attacked by a spirit beast. You narrowly escaped into a cave, and upon choosing to leap from the cliff, your 4th stage cultivation allowed you to survive. At 11, at the bottom of the cliff, you found no exit and were forced to coexist with wild beasts, diligently cultivating for survival, barely reaching the 5th level of Qi entry. At 13, despite practicing the techniques, your progress was painfully slow. You resolved to join a sect for further study. Yet your poor aptitude relegated you to the status of an outer disciple. At 18, your cultivation advanced, achieving the 8th level of Qi entry. At 19, the technique you practiced clashed with your body, leading to a state of madness in your cultivation, resulting in an untimely demise. Chu Mei'er. After much effort, she had obtained a technique that turned out to be utterly unsuited for her cultivation, leading to her tragic end. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level at 18. 2. The cultivation skill at 18. In her 18th year of life, Chu Mei'er made a resolute decision. Regardless of the circumstances, ensuring her strength was paramount. The aftermath of cultivating that yellow tier technique had been devastating, and she was unwilling to tread the same path as before. A warm current surged once more within her dantian, filling her with an invigorating sense of vitality. With a swift motion, she struck her fist against the adjacent wall. A thunderous sound echoed as the stone wall was indelibly marred by a deep dent. Chu Mei'er was utterly astounded. Her strength at the 8th level of entry was indeed formidable. Her current prowess was nearly on par with that of Yao Qian. Should they face each other now, she would undoubtedly have the opportunity to redeem herself. However, the sounds from above grew increasingly proximate, not only Yao Qian's voice, but also others. Yet, she had yet to catch sight of the elusive Tianshan snow lotus. It could not have fallen, could it? If only they had the Tianshan snow lotus, they would surely surpass the first trial. Alas, it seemed to have slipped away so easily. Miss Yao, please refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. Everyone was in search of the Tianshan snow lotus, yet she possessed none, having already allocated it to the system. Yao Qian's voice reverberated with fury. It's all that wretched girl's fault. Reduced to this state by a mere serpent. Should she appear, a throng would undoubtedly encircle her, demanding the Tianshan snow lotus. Without hesitation, Chu Mei'er stepped to the edge of the cliff, inhaled deeply, and leaped into the abyss. Yao Qian, the system is activated upon our next encounter. I shall seek to redeem myself. Just as she leapt, a rope descended from above. A few elegantly attired men and women entered the cave. Oh, there is a cave here. Yao Qian surveyed her surroundings. The cave was transparent at a glance, utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of Chu Mei'er or the Tianshan snow lotus. Signs of a broken tree crown caught her attention, suggesting that she might have slipped and fallen. Although it was indeed regrettable, they could not simply leap down in search of her, and thus had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. As Yao Qian turned, she noticed the marks on the stone wall where a fist had struck. An involuntary frown creased her brow. She felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Chu Mei'er plummeted into the torrent of a rushing river. She struggled amidst the currents, disoriented by the forceful impact. Fortunately, her cultivation provided her with a degree of resilience, preventing her from losing consciousness entirely. With great effort, she clawed her way to the riverbank, gasping for breath. At last, she was free. Gazing up at the azure sky, she broke into a broad smile. Having just traversed into this world as a mere slave, she had been relegated to a life of servitude within the Yao family. Had it not been for her unwavering desire to activate the system, she might not have endured at all. Indeed, her perseverance proved to be justified. Her stomach growled with hunger. Encircled by dense jungle, though lacking an obvious escape, she found herself surrounded by an abundance of food. Dragging her weary frame, she stumbled upon a cave, cleared it of debris, ignited a campfire, and caught a few rabbits to roast. With her cultivation at the 8th rank, the energy coursing within her effortlessly supported these endeavors. Relishing the warmth of the flames, she gazed into the crackling fire, mentally rehearsing her next steps. Based on her previous simulation, she estimated that she might become lost here for an entire year. Such a fate would be dire. She needed to uncover a way out. Life simulation system activated, this time consuming 10 points. As her points dwindled, Yao Qian remained unperturbed. Her current prowess was sufficient for her to penetrate the inner sanctum of the sect. Once her stamina was restored, she would seek out some spiritual herbs. At the age of 10, she had miraculously survived a fall from a cliff, only to inadvertently stumble into a marshy pit while searching for an exit. There, she encountered marsh spiders and fought valiantly for her life, sustaining severe injuries, forcing her to remain in situ to recuperate. By 11, she had escaped the cliff's base and entered the sect, becoming an ordinary outer disciple. However, at 15, her cultivation stagnated, leading to ridicule from the inner disciples, and she found herself ostracized, consumed by melancholy. At 16, She painstakingly attained the 9th level of entry, yet continued to be bullied by the inner disciples. Enduring a life of hardship. Chu Mei'er, this tumultuous fate, meeting her demise at the tender age of 20. Her talents remained mediocre, lacking in any significant aptitude for cultivation. It was hardly surprising that she ultimately perished at the hands of Yao Qian. One could only wonder what madness had overtaken that woman. Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level attained at 20. 2. The cultivation skills possessed at 20. 3. The life memories accumulated by 20. Chu Mei'er decisively chose option 1. In almost an instant, the position of her dantian transformed, evolving from a faint halo into a swirling vortex, marking a qualitative leap. If one were to liken her dantian to a mere shallow puddle in the past, now it resembles a mountain spring, ceaselessly absorbing spiritual energy for her own use. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, Chu Mei'er sensed the transformations within her body, her joy palpable. Chapter 3. She is an unparalleled genius. Having entered the Qi refinement stage, she had firmly crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation. The levels of cultivators are classified as entry-level, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Beyond these lies the legendary realm of immortals. The participants in this sect's disciple selection were all interlevel youths, all under the age of 15. Each possessed spiritual roots and innate talents, driven by a singular desire to cultivate within the sect. This selection required reaching the 6th level of entry to become an inner disciple. The disparity in resources afforded to inner and outer disciples was vast, prompting many to vie fervently for a place. At merely 10 years of age, she had already attained the 1st level of Qi refinement. It was likely that once she made her presence known, she would become the target of contention among the elders. Yet, she remained unaware of whether such a conspicuous emergence would prove advantageous or detrimental, for she was just a solitary cultivator without any influential background. Moreover, her innate talent was rather lacking. Her current cultivation level was a result of simulation. It remained uncertain whether her innate abilities could be enhanced through future simulations. For now, she rested for the night in this humble cave, consuming some dry, roasted meat. At the break of dawn, Chu Mei'er prepared to seek out more spiritual herbs to recharge her system. Having officially entered the ranks of cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, her physique still appeared frail. Yet within that slender frame lay a tremendous reservoir of energy. She navigated gracefully through the dense jungle, her form agile and light. Having entered the Qi refinement stage, she was now capable of cultivating techniques. Chu Mei'er had only acquired her cultivation level through simulations, lacking any memory of techniques, and was thus compelled to rely solely on her brute strength to combat the ferocious beasts she encountered along the way. Her cultivation had transformed her physique in every aspect, resulting in a significant enhancement in speed, strength, and overall physical prowess. For 2 consecutive days, she devoted herself to searching for rare treasures in the vicinity, replenishing her system. The spiritual beasts here were not particularly formidable. As a Qi refinement practitioner, she found them easy to handle. Brandishing a sharp spear, she plunged it deep into the abdomen of a spiritual cat. The creature let out a piercing cry before succumbing to death. Chu Mei'er approached and plucked the spirit herb that the cat had been guarding, depositing it into the system. Balance, 120. Upon seeing this balance, a smile crept onto Chu Mei'er's lips. She could simulate at least 12 times. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound from beyond the thicket, prompting her to become alert. With the grace of a night owl, she vanished from sight. Emerging from the undergrowth were 2 men and a woman, adorned in exquisite robes with golden threaded pouches at their waists, exuding an air of distinction that suggested noble heritage. The woman was charming, her fingers playfully toying with her inky black hair, her lively eyes sparkling. Chu Mei'er recalled a marsh mentioned during her previous simulations. To be prudent, she contemplated sharing information with these individuals, perhaps enlisting their assistance as muscle. After all, the marsh was a nest for a horde of spiders. Though the spiders were not of high rank, the sheer number made cooperation advantageous, and with her current Qi refinement level, it was best to find allies. Contemplating this, a sly smile crept upon her lips, and a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Brother Luo Hang, it appears that this spirit cat has met its demise at the hands of another. In such a desolate place, it is hard to fathom that someone would come here. The man known as Luo Hang crouched down, examining the spirit cat's wounds, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The assailant must possess a cultivation level exceeding the 8th rank. Suddenly, another man, holding a long sword and exuding an air of indifference, lifted his gaze towards a nearby tree. "Come out." His eyes glinted with cold intensity as he uttered a sharp command. Chu Mei'er stepped forward cautiously. The sight of a frail girl, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, took the others by surprise. Chu Meier's eyes were large and bright, yet her emaciated frame nearly overshadowed her delicate features. Xie Xinghai tightened his grip on the sword, ready to draw it at any moment. "Did you slay the spirit cat?" he inquired. Chu Mei'er nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it was I." It was truly unexpected that such a seemingly delicate girl could single-handedly bring down a spirit cat. To encounter someone so gifted in this secluded area was a rarity. However, given that they were all individuals of some prowess gathered in this place, it seemed their objectives aligned. Luo Hang, embodying a demeanor of gentle sophistication, approached with a smile, albeit with heightened vigilance in his heart. "Little sister, are you here to participate in the selection of disciples for the sect?" Chu Mei'er, disinterested in pleasantries, got straight to the point. "I know of a marsh where powerful spirit beasts, specifically spiders, reside. If we procure their inner course, we could easily pass the trials and perhaps even receive rewards from the sect. There are far too many spiders for me to handle alone. Shall we join forces?" The initial phase of the selection process involves traversing these mystical realms to reach the summit and acquire a certain quantity of rare treasures. This forest is abundant with treasures of the 1st to 3rd grade. Securing even a single 3rd-grade treasure not only guarantees passage, but also bestows generous rewards. Their presence here is undoubtedly motivated by the desire to find such a treasure. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, yet Qiu-Lin regarded her with hostility. Her voice sharp as she remarked, "Cooperate? Are you suggesting we serve as your shields while you discreetly reap the benefits?" Ironically, she indeed harbored such intentions. Although Chu Mei'er was clad in tattered garments, her luminous eyes and exceptional aura set her apart. Her delicate features were striking yet frosty. "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall seek other companions. Finding a 3rd-grade treasure is no simple task, and time is of the essence. I wish you all the best." Upon hearing this, Luo Heng grew anxious. The number of 3rd-grade treasures within the trial grounds was limited, and since their arrival, they had been searching aimlessly. Now that they had finally unearthed a potential lead, it was inconceivable to let this opportunity slip away easily. Furrowing his brow, he quietly admonished, "Do not speak recklessly." He then turned to Chu Mei'er, displaying a radiant smile. "My dear, there is no need for haste. We merely wish to clarify our intentions." Qiu-Lin, chastised by Luo Heng, muttered in discontent, "It was merely a spirit cat that was slain. How can you claim it was mere luck? I fail to see anything remarkable about her." Chu Meier's gaze deepened. "Could it be that your inability to discern my cultivation stems from the fact that my prowess surpasses yours?" "You." The disdainful tone clearly infuriated Qiu-Lin, causing her to erupt with rage. As Chu Mei'er lifted her gaze, her icy stare seemed capable of instantly solidifying Qiu-Lin's very blood. Qiu-Lin felt her heart tremble, as if plunged into an icy abyss, struggling to breathe under the immense pressure emanating from Chu Mei'er. You actually." The formidable aura rendered her scalp tingling. This level of cultivation is evidently. She is at the qi refinement stage. The deep voice of Xie Xinghai resonated. Holding a long sword, he had been observing Chu Mei'er from the outset, and when he realized he could not penetrate the depths of her cultivation, he was profoundly shaken. During their selection process, the disciples they encountered had all been at the 5th or 6th level of initiation. Chu Mei'er was the strongest they had ever seen. Chu Mei'er cast a cold glance at the three of them, saying, "You few, follow me." As her words fell, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her figure gracefully landing on a tree 5 meters away. She twirled elegantly in the air, her toes touching down on a leaf, and in an instant, her figure vanished from their sight. Witnessing this, Luo Heng's eyes suddenly brightened, a light laugh of astonishment escaping him. What remarkable agility! Chapter 4. The spirit spider's inner core. In a marshland on the eastern edge of the forest, sunlight rarely penetrated, the massive tree canopy blocking the sky entirely, and a pungent stench of decay wafted through the air. Chu Mei'er alighted a few meters away from the marsh. The other three pursued her, and Chu Mei'er's agile movements left Luo Heng utterly astounded. Their families wield considerable influence, thanks largely to the abundant resources of rare treasures accumulated over generations, coupled with their exceptional innate talents, which enabled them to enter the qi refinement stage by the tender age of 13. This Chu Mei'er, clad in tattered garments and possessing a remarkably frail physique, hardly resembled a pampered scion of a prominent clan. Rather, she appeared to be a solitary cultivator who had endured the trials of the mountains. Remarkably, through sheer determination, she had achieved the Qi refinement stage at such a tender age. How old are you to have reached the Qi refinement stage at such a young age? Upon regaining his footing, Luo Heng eagerly inquired. Chu Mei'er, her gaze fixated on the marsh, absent-mindedly replied, 10. Luo Heng gasped in astonishment. 10 years old, and already in the Qi refinement stage. What an extraordinary genius. It is likely that even the most prestigious families, devoted to cultivation, could only produce one such talent in a century. Ahead lay the spider's nest, and from this point onward, the number of inner elixirs each could acquire would depend on their individual prowess. Chu Mei'er, oblivious to the astonishment her age invoked for reaching the Qi refinement stage, was already itching for action. In the simulation system, she had entered this marsh with an entry-level strength of level 8, only to be ruthlessly tormented by the spiders within, suffering severe injuries. This time, not only had she reached the Qi refinement stage, but she had also brought along 3 somewhat unreliable allies. Even if they could not defeat the multitude of spiders, surely they could withdraw unscathed. The area was already littered with chaotic spider webs when Xie Xinghai stepped forward to shield Chu Mei'er, drawing his longsword. I am a swordsman, with greater combat prowess. You all stay behind me. Very well, let us proceed, she replied, welcoming the prospect of having someone lead the charge. Chu Mei'er stood quietly to one side, awaiting their initial move. Xie Xinghai's expression stiffened. He was merely being courteous. He turned to signal Luo Heng and Xiao Lin to exercise caution. As they parted the grass thick with spider webs, they uncovered a swamp cloaked in a layer of verdant moss. The scent of humanity wafted through the air, and rustling sounds emanated from the foliage. Soon, one after another, colossal spiders, each measuring nearly a meter, emerged. Confronted by such a swarm of these many-legged creatures, Chu Mei'er felt a shiver run down her spine. She swallowed hard and instinctively clutched the hem of her clothing. Casting a glance at him, she took a few steps back, expressing her trepidation. You go first. Still testing her resolve? She certainly would not show any courtesy. Yet, despite her dark, piercing eyes revealing no signs of fear, it was a jest. Having endured so much, how could she possibly be intimidated by these minuscule spiders? Xie Xinghai perceived her intentions clearly. Chu Mei'er was clearly urging him to take the lead, not seeking assistance, but rather ensnaring a Na'vi soul to expend effort. As intruders encroached upon their territory, the spiders emerged in a frenzy. Xie Xinghai, sword in hand, was the first to charge into battle. Wherever the blade glinted, spiders were cleaved in twain. These creatures were merely the most rudimentary of spirit beasts left by the sect as trials for novice disciples. As they had already attained the Qi refinement stage, dealing with them was exceedingly effortless. After slaying dozens of spiders, they had yet to encounter any spider core. Xiao Lin, having just dispatched a few spiders, grew anxious. Chu Mei'er, are you deceiving us? Where are the cores from these spiders? In this moment, Chu Mei'er transformed from her previously desolate appearance into one brimming with vitality. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she wielded a wooden spear, effortlessly piercing through a spider. She raised her hand to wipe away the viscous substance that had splattered across her face. Xie Xinghai, observing this spectacle, marveled at her prowess. He had underestimated her capabilities. Having just warmed up, Chu Mei'er felt the surge of her internal power, her enthusiasm growing ever stronger. Yet, there remained a larger threat yet to emerge, the formidable mother spider. As they spoke, the myriad of spiders that had been surging towards them suddenly withdrew in an orderly fashion. Xie Xinghai positioned himself beside Chu Mei'er, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. In the next heartbeat, an enormous spider, nearly 10 meters in length, emerged from the underbrush with a slow, deliberate gait. This colossal arachnid, with its razor-sharp legs and 2 rows of crimson eyes lining its body, instilled a sense of dread. Luo Heng's expression turned grave. Its strength was undeniable. Chu Mei'er glanced at the sharp spear in her hand, contemplated for a moment, then resolutely turned and ripped off a branch from a nearby tree, thick enough to match the waist of an adult man. Hoisting the branch above her shoulder, she let out a fierce battle cry and charged directly towards the mother spider. She seeks her own demise. The sight of the delicate young girl, wielding a robust tree branch in attack, was nothing short of striking, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, hidden within the underbrush, another group observed this unfolding scene. The 3 individuals were locked in a fierce battle with the mother spider. Their strength was considerable, Though it required effort for the four of them to collaborate, they were gradually wearing down the spider's power. Victory was merely a matter of time. They fixated on the battlefield, awaiting the opportune moment to reap the rewards of their efforts. After several skirmishes, the mother spider had already expended a significant amount of energy. Chu Mei'er pivoted and forcefully struck the mother spider with a branch she had just broken off. The creature emitted a piercing scream as one of its legs soared into the air. Following closely, Xie Xinghai traced a swift arc with his sword, severing another leg from the monstrous arachnid. Luo Hang snorted disdainfully and leaped directly onto the head of the mother spider, plunging his weapon deep into its flesh. The mother spider let out a shrill cry of agony, its massive body collapsing to the ground in defeat. Once again, Chu Mei'er hoisted the sturdy branch and brought it down upon the creature, rendering it dazed and utterly devoid of combat capability. The four companions prepared to advance when, suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Footsteps emerged from the grass, and several elegantly attired men and women stepped forth, encircling them. How fortuitous! Who would have thought to witness such a spectacular scene in this desolate place? Well done. Luo Hang's expression darkened instantly. Esteemed guests, this spiritual beast is ours to claim, and the inner core rightfully belongs to us. Meanwhile, Xie Xinghai had already retrieved his sword, ready to strike at the slightest sign of treachery. After an exhausting battle, they were weary, yet they dared not reveal any signs of fatigue, instead remaining vigilant against these unwelcome interlopers. The leading youth possessed an effeminate appearance, with eyes as cold and predatory as a serpent lurking in the shadows. Dear friends, the spiritual beasts within this trial ground are traditionally considered ownerless. Are you truly attempting to monopolize this one? That would be rather excessive, wouldn't it? Chapter 5, Black Eats Black? Flee now. The atmosphere grew tense, with both sides poised for confrontation. They were all at the chi refining stage, effortlessly capable of handling 5 or 6 individuals at the entry level. However, as both sides faced off, Chu Mei'er had already stepped forward to directly extract the inner core of the mother spider. The inner core, glistening like jade in a vibrant red hue, was firmly grasped in her hand, still resonating with the pure and dynamic energy within. Observing her actions, the sinister man exchanged glances with his companions, prompting 3 men to encircle Chu Mei'er. Hand over the inner core. They were blatantly attempting to rob her. You are truly courting death. Chu Mei'er's expression darkened, and without further ado, she launched into action. Grabbing a stick at her side, her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she was upon the 3 men, her staff thrusting and sweeping with fierce precision. Though lacking in technique, her movements were filled with ferocity, leaving the trio utterly incapable of defending themselves. Seeing this, Luo Hang and Xie Xinghai exchanged knowing glances, swiftly drawing their blades. Among the 7 or 8 individuals, the highest cultivation level was merely at the 8th stage of entry. Upon realizing the vast disparity in strength, the sinister man's expression shifted dramatically. The situation had clearly surpassed his expectations. They had been worn down by the spiders for such a long time, yet these individuals remained so formidable. They had only appeared when the battle was nearing its conclusion, and yet they still possessed such impressive strength. Luo Hang delivered a powerful kick, sending one man sprawling, and scoffed, "You underestimate the chi refining stage warriors. We are not as weak as you imagine." Meanwhile, Chu Mei'er effortlessly dispatched the remaining foes and approached the 2 men. "What is taking you so long to deal with these ruffians?" She moved her shoulders, preparing to confront the sinister man once more. This man was the strongest among them, possessing an 8th-level entry realm. His complexion was ashen as he watched his companions fall one by one, cursing under his breath. "Do you think I am surrounded by such worthless individuals?" he exclaimed. "Brother Jinquan, I implore you to lend me your strength." His eyes, dark and menacing, resembled those of a venomous serpent. "This 3rd-grade inner Dan, I must possess it." Suddenly, several individuals sensed a formidable force approaching. The oppressive aura was chilling to the bone. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a blade-like chill, as a man clad in white descended onto the scene. His presence radiated an intimidating pressure, leaving Qiu Lin aghast, covering her lips in astonishment. He was a foundational realm cultivator, breaking through the mundane to establish the foundation. This was the true entry into the realm of immortals. Seeing him arrive, the sinister man finally found his courage and addressed him with deference. "Brother Jiwan, this woman has taken the inner Dan. She possesses the strength of the chi refinement stage, and I cannot contend with her. I hope you can assist me." Jin Chuan's cold gaze swept across the scene before settling on Chu Mei'er. This young girl, at such a tender age, had astonishingly reached the chi refinement stage. His brow furrowed. Having practiced since childhood, it took him a decade to reach the chi refinement stage, and an additional 20 years to attain the foundational stage. Such a pace of cultivation was only possible due to serendipitous opportunities and the emphasis placed on him by his family. Yet, this young girl had emerged from the mundane world, and at such a young age, she had already achieved the chi refinement stage. If she were to enter the sect, she would undoubtedly be accepted as a personal disciple of an elder. This child cannot be spared. Bring forth the inner pill, he commanded coldly. At this moment, Xie Xinghai stepped forward with a solemn tone, saying, "Senior, you must have already joined the sect as an inner disciple. It would be wise to cease this pursuit. The Xie family of Jinwu Kingdom will certainly express their gratitude in due time." Oh, the Xie family of Jinwu Kingdom? Xie Xinghai's revelation of his identity momentarily surprised Jin Quan. The Xie family indeed possessed considerable influence. Offending them, though not catastrophic, would still pose a considerable dilemma. The sinister man hastily interjected, "Senior brother, when I receive my rewards, I shall bestow upon you all the treasures. Please assist me this once." The allure of the rewards proved too compelling. Jin Quan finally cast aside all reservations and directed his icy gaze towards Chu Mei'er. "You may leave, but this young lady must surrender the inner pill. I will spare your life." Upon Jin Quan's arrival, Chu Mei'er had clenched the inner pill tightly in her grasp. It was a hard-won treasure, and she would never relinquish it willingly. Quietly, she began to inch backward. Luo Hang was tense, his hands clenched at his sides. After a moment's deliberation, he turned to Chu Mei'er and urged, "Miss Chu, please hand over the inner pill." Engaging a foundational realm cultivator head-on was decidedly unwise. Such cultivators had already mastered various techniques and spells, their combat prowess far surpassing that of mere novices like them who had only just embarked upon the chi refining stage. Indeed, when faced with a formidable foundation-building expert, these three individuals of remarkable lineage would undoubtedly not offer her protection. However, to demand the elixir? That is inconceivable. No. She raised her chin defiantly and declared aloud. Upon hearing this, Jin Quan was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "Do you dare to refuse me?" His fury surged, intensifying the aura around him. Luo Hang and the others emitted muffled groans, retreating repeatedly, as they were violently shaken by this overwhelming force, causing them internal injuries and spitting out blood. He was far too powerful, leaving them utterly incapable of resistance. Without hesitation, Chu Mei'er stuffed the inner elixir into her pocket and turned on her heel to flee. Her movements were agile, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Jin Quan, witnessing this, became even more incensed, scoffing, "You dare attempt to escape right under my nose, utterly delusional." With that, he pursued her. Observing this, Xie Xinghai also drew his sword, intent on following, but was halted by Luo Hang, who firmly grasped his arm and shook his head. "He is a foundation-building expert. Even if you go, you would be of no assistance." At that moment, a commotion arose from the mire behind them, as several colossal spiders emerged from the sludge, snarling ferociously at them. At present, the priority was to acquire the third-grade spider inner elixir. Compared to their fleeting encounter with Chu Mei'er, their contest was of greater significance. Xie Xinghai stared vacantly in the direction Chu Mei'er had departed. After a long pause, he exhaled a heavy sigh, then turned and swiftly rendered the sinister man unconscious before charging towards the gigantic spiders with his sword raised. He hoped earnestly that Chu Mei'er would emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Chu Mei'er had already fled over 100 miles away, her lithe figure darting through the underbrush, cleverly concealing herself. However, in merely a quarter of an hour, the flying swordsman Jin Quan had already pursued her. He stood atop a height, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, gazing down from above. "Come forth. Do not hide. You cannot escape my grasp. How audacious of an ant to think it can stand against me," he declared, his voice resonating clearly in Chu Meier's ears, causing her cochlea to throb painfully. Is this the might of a foundational stage expert? Chu Mei'er felt an unwillingness to relinquish her inner core so easily. Gritting her teeth, she sought refuge in a cave to evade him for the time being. Before Jin Quan could track her down again, she activated the system. Life Simulation Device, activate. Chapter 6, The Forbidden Scroll of Yao Guang, Life Simulation System activated. This will consume 20 points. Balance, 100. The price has unexpectedly increased. Previously, it required only 10 points, but now it has escalated to 20. Yet, at this moment, Chu Mei'er could think of nothing but the imminent approach of Yao Qian. As a novice in the qi refining stage, she had no hope of contending with a formidable opponent who had already ascended to the foundational stage. At the age of 10, you fell from a cliff, narrowly escaping death, and, alongside 3 others, you united to slay a spirit beast spider, acquiring its inner core, only to be ambushed midway, facing perilous circumstances. You were gravely injured, ultimately surrendering your inner core and severing an arm to flee from Yao Qian. At the age of 11, you had finally recuperated, albeit with one arm lost, and managed to find a meager path forward, yet your injuries were too severe, leading you to choose a life of anonymity at the foot of the mountain. At the age of 15, you rescued a young lady who was being robbed by mountain bandits. In gratitude, she bestowed upon you 500 taels of silver, which you used to acquire a yellow-grade cultivation technique. By 16, your progress in cultivation was exceedingly slow, barely allowing you to reach the second stage of qi refinement. At 19, you found yourself in Jingjiang City, where, utilizing your cultivation skills, you became a personal maid to the daughter of the city lord. Upon turning 20, you saved the city lord's daughter, earning the lord's favor, and simultaneously, your cultivation advanced to the third stage of qi refinement. The daughter of the city lord, appreciating your bond, arranged for a martial arts master to mentor you, through which you comprehended the first layer of the martial technique Jade Flute Sword. 6 months later, you grasped the first layer of the technique Endless Palm. 3 months after that, you achieved understanding of the second layer of the Jade Flute Sword. However, at the age of 25, chaos erupted in the city, and while escorting the city lord's daughter out, you were tragically slain along the way. Despite 15 years of effort, your cultivation had only advanced to the second stage of qi refinement, which seemed woefully inadequate. If only you could gain more experience and venture into the world, you might encounter fortuitous opportunities. The simulation concluded, offering you the choice to retain one of the following. 1. Your cultivation level at 25. 2. Your cultivation skills at 25. 3. Your life memories at 25. In this moment of contemplation, you hesitated. The mere advancement of one level in cultivation seemed less appealing, and after a deep breath, you chose the second option. In an instant, a wealth of memories flooded your mind. In the second layer of the Jade Flute Sword, the flowing and graceful swordsmanship imprinted itself upon her mind, as if she had practiced it countless times. Her movements were fluid and precise, embodying a mastery that seemed innate. The palm techniques were exquisitely subtle and cunning, imbued with formidable power and an inexhaustible momentum that seemed to stretch infinitely. A smile played upon her lips with sufficient strength. She could launch a surprise attack on Yao Qian. Outside, Yao Qian stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp and menacing as he fixated on the cave below. "Come out. You cannot hide here for long," he declared, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve, clearly harboring murderous intent. His cold voice echoed ominously. "If you willingly surrender the inner elixir, I shall spare your life." Chu Mei'er scoffed inwardly. What a joke. Once this treasure was in her possession, no one would dare to take it from her. Once more. System. Simulate life. Life simulation system activated. This will consume 25 points. Balance. 75. The price has risen again. At the age of 10, you teamed up with others to obtain the inner elixir of a spirit beast spider, only to be ambushed by Yao Qian, who cornered you in the cave. You resolved to launch a surprise attack. The ambush failed. Both you and Yao Qian sustained severe injuries, and at the critical moment, you fled. At 11, you concealed your identity at the foot of the mountain to recuperate. At 12, having healed from your injuries, you decided to venture into the spirit beast forest. 2 months later, you inadvertently stumbled into a conflict between 2 factions vying for a high-grade spiritual treasure, daring to seize it when they were mutually weakened. Your strength was insufficient, resulting in failure and further injury. At 15, having fully recovered, you saved a young heiress from bandits, who graciously rewarded you with 500 taels of silver. At the age of 16, you employed several peak 9th level cultivators with 500 taels of silver and once again ventured into the spirit beast forest. After 2 months, you acquired 4 extraordinary treasures of the profound rank. You sold these treasures in exchange for a mid-tier profound technique, yet this act drew the attention of others. At 17, while journeying, you were pursued and your technique was sought after. In the chaos, you abandoned the technique and fled. During your escape, you inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm, where you obtained a low-tier profound technique, the Yao Guang Forbidden Scroll, which enhanced your physique. From that moment on, you devoted yourself to cultivation. By 18, you reached the fourth stage of Qi refinement. At 19, your cultivation progressed further, attaining the sixth stage of Qi refinement. At 21, while in secluded cultivation within the spirit beast forest, a disciple from a sect accidentally intruded upon your retreat, disturbing you and causing you to lose control, resulting in your untimely demise. This simulation has concluded, and you may retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level at the age of 21. 2. The cultivation skills at the age of 21. 3. The life memories at the age of 21. This time, Chu Mei'er hesitated. Her innate talent was woefully inadequate. It took her 10 years to elevate her cultivation from the second to the fourth stage. However, after acquiring the Yao Qian Forbidden Scroll, her strength surged by 4 stages in a mere 2 years, a pace that was nothing short of miraculous. She glanced at the system's balance, gritting her teeth in determination. Ultimately, she chose to retain her life skills. Instantly, a torrent of memories flooded her mind. Over the span of a decade, the battles she had fought, the martial skills she had acquired, and the techniques she had mastered flooded her mind in a relentless stream. The first layer of the Yao Qian Forbidden Scroll revealed itself to her. This fragment of a scripture had the power to enhance her physique and expand her meridians. As her strength grew, her spiritual roots would also be further fortified. This was precisely what she desired. Chu Mei'er broke into a silent smile. These memories surged into her consciousness like a cascade of data, and in an instant, she assimilated them, successfully mastering the first layer of the Yao Qian Forbidden Scroll. This accomplishment propelled her cultivation by 2 tiers. Her speed, strength, physical resilience, and every aspect of her body experienced a profound enhancement. She clenched her fists, savoring this unprecedented power, her gaze growing increasingly resolute. Once she had digested all the memories, although her cultivation level remained relatively unchanged, her aura had transformed entirely. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by Jin Quan's impatient and furious voice. "What are you doing? My patience has run out. Come out and face your doom." With the Yao Qian Forbidden Scroll in her possession, she wondered if the next simulation would yield different results, gritting her teeth. She resolved to try again. Life simulation system activated. This will consume 25 points. Now, she remained at the first stage of Qi refinement. This time, armed with the Yao Qian Forbidden Scroll, she was certain that one simulation would elevate her cultivation to a higher realm. At the age of 10, you allied with others to obtain the inner core of a spirit beast spider, but were ambushed by the formidable Jin Quan, who cornered you in the cave. You resolved to launch a surprise attack. Though your abilities were modest, you managed to elude Jin Quan for several thousand miles through your agile prowess and martial techniques, barely escaping. At the age of 11, you discovered a cave and diligently practiced the skill Yao Guang Jin Wan. By the age of 12, you ascended to the second tier of the Qi refinement stage. At 13, you achieved the third tier of the same stage. By the age of 16, you reached the 8th tier of Qi refinement. At 17, you encountered a bottleneck with Yao Guang Jin Wan, finding that no matter how hard you trained, you could not advance even a single step in your cultivation, prompting your decision to leave the cave. At 18, you ventured into the mortal realm, establishing a courier agency and attracting numerous martial artists, earning a modest profit. By 24, you tirelessly sought methods to break through your stagnation, dispatching others to gather intelligence, and eventually learned of an 8th-grade elixir within the Zixiao Pavilion that could enhance one's constitution. At 25, you forsook all ties to the mortal realm and journeyed to the realm of cultivation in search of the elixir. At 28, you bribed disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion, infiltrating as a servant disciple, where you acquired new martial techniques. By 30, you daringly ventured into the inner sanctum of Lingxiao Pavilion, attempting to steal the elixir, only to be detected by an elder, who swiftly dispatched you. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow. This Yao Guang Jin Wan indeed harbors flaws. Her cultivation had reached the 8th tier of Qi refinement. Yet she too had encountered a bottleneck. After decades of effort, she had failed to break through. This simulation has concluded, and you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level at the age of 30. In her 20s and 30s, she possessed remarkable skills. With memories of life at 30, she made her choice without hesitation. Time and again, her spiritual energy shattered the confines of limitation, and in but a breath, her strength surged from the 1st to the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Such rapid ascension would surely infuriate any other cultivator who learned of it. What sheer exhilaration. Outside, Jean Quan continued his raucous taunts. This time, Chu Mei'er felt no fear. A triumphant smirk played on her lips as she clenched her fists and stepped forward into the fray. As she emerged, Jean Quan's sinister smile grew even colder. Standing in the shadows, her expression remained obscured. He had never intended to kill her, but the audacity of this girl, escaping with the inner elixir and hiding, only fueled his rage. Now, all he desired was her demise and the retrieval of the elixir. Sensing his murderous intent, Chu Mei'er's heart raced. Before Jean Quan could strike, she resolved to act first. In a flash, she darted past him like a fleeting light. Jean Quan scoffed, dismissing her as merely a minor chi refinement cultivator daring to show off before him. He reached out casually, seizing her arm with ease. For the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator was overwhelming. Chu Mei'er retaliated instinctively, her movements a fluid blend of strikes and counters, transforming her entire being into a weapon of combat. Jean Quan was taken aback by her unexpected counterattack. He hastily attempted to block, yet she landed several blows, sending him crashing away. Boom, boom. Chu Mei'er once again struck Jean Quan's nose with a punch, causing him to grunt in pain as he staggered backward, blood spilling from his lips. Damn it, when did you acquire such skills? Chapter 7. Counterattack and treasure seizing. He had witnessed Chu Mei'er's battle with that spider firsthand. She appeared to be a reckless youth solely focused on enhancing her cultivation, devoid of any combat techniques, relying solely on brute force. Yet, in the mere span of an hour, she had astonishingly mastered a plethora of fighting techniques. Retreating several steps, he wiped the blood from his face, staring in disbelief at Chu Mei'er before him. Your cultivation. Just an hour ago, she had clearly been at the first stage of chi refinement, yet now, why had her power surged so dramatically? This was entirely illogical. Chu Mei'er narrowed her eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flickering within them. She harbored the intent to eliminate Jean Quan. He had uncovered the secret of her rapid cultivation. Transitioning from the first to the 8th stage of chi refinement within such a short time was nothing short of miraculous. This secret could not be revealed. Indeed, in the next moment, Jean Quan's gaze toward Chu Mei'er shifted. Have you discovered some rare treasure that has allowed you to enhance your cultivation in such a brief period? Or do you possess some magical artifact? Little sister, you seem to harbor an abundance of secrets. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile creeping across his lips as greed enveloped his eyes. This is intriguing. He was determined to obtain the spiritual treasure that could elevate Chu Mei'er's cultivation. Chu Mei'er retreated a few steps, channeling the energy within her body to continuously absorb the spiritual essence, replenishing the energy she had just expended. This golden spring was an opportunity she could not afford to overlook. Without hesitation, she lunged towards the spring like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Given the constraints of close combat, she was determined to break through from this position. Chu Mei'er moved with astonishing speed, so swift that she appeared almost as a fleeting shadow. The golden spring furrowed his brow, finally shedding his earlier contempt. In the confines of this cave, the space was constricted, and with a long sword as his weapon, he found it challenging to unleash his full potential. Chu Mei'er, delicate and seemingly fragile, entwined herself around him, transforming every sinew and bone into a weapon of attack. Bang! Bang! A barrage of strikes landed upon the golden spring. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he spat out a mouthful of blood and, with a stifled groan, knelt on one knee. I can no longer endure this, he thought, as the spiritual energy within him began to converge, akin to a raging river flooding through him, swiftly coursing throughout his entire being. With a thunderous roar, an invisible force radiated from his body. The robust and potent spiritual energy was beyond Chu Mei'er's capacity to resist, sending her hurtling backwards against the stone wall, where she slumped down helplessly. The sound of her tiny bones fracturing echoed in the air. Despite her efforts to rise, she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. The golden spring, flexing his limbs, felt a sharp pain coursing through his nerves, each stab of agony eliciting a grimace. He winced and gingerly touched the wounds on his face, the sharp sting causing him to involuntarily gasp in shock. Damn it, I never intended to kill you, yet you have inflicted such pain upon me, damn it. He once again grasped the longsword, staggering with each step as he approached Chu Mei'er. She lay unconscious on the ground, seemingly devoid of awareness. Jean Quan halted before her, coldly observing him, raising the longsword high. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen. His grip loosened, and the sword clattered to the ground. Jean Quan incredulously looked down to find that Chu Mei'er had buried a dagger in his heart. She was feigning unconsciousness. Jean Quan opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, blood spilled forth. Chu Mei'er wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her pitch-black eyes shimmering brilliantly in the dim cave. At last, victory was hers. Jean Quan had never imagined he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere 10-year-old girl. He had indeed underestimated her. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Chu Mei'er straightened, one hand pressed against her chest, coughing up blood. This dagger, I acquired from you. Thank you. Jean Quan's pupils gradually dulled, yet he continued to glare at Chu Mei'er with unrelenting resentment. He opened his mouth and finally managed to force out a few words. Someone will avenge me. Chu Mei'er withdrew the blade, a spray of blood splattering across her face. With an impassive expression, she wiped away the crimson streaks. Since arriving in this world, she had been a servant, continuously oppressed and humiliated by the Yao family, even facing unwanted advances from the house servants. Had it not been for her cleverness, she would have long succumbed to their desires. Although Yao Qian was cruel, her talent was formidable. Chu Mei'er understood that by remaining close to Yao Qian, there would always be a path forward. After several months had passed, she had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. This world was utterly distinct from the 21st century, governed by the principle of strength. Even a beggar endowed with cultivation could wield power in the realm of ordinary mortals. To establish her foothold in this world, she must relentlessly pursue unparalleled strength. Confronting a lifeless body, Chu Mei'er felt no trepidation. Instead, she approached and began to search the corpse of Jean Quan. As a foundational stage powerhouse, Jean Quan was regarded with esteem within the sect, and it was likely he possessed numerous valuable items. In her exploration, she discovered a spatial pouch. Upon dripping Jean Quan's blood onto it, a flash of brilliance illuminated the pouch, which was originally no larger than a palm. A smile graced Chu Meier's face as she delved within, uncovering a collection of elixirs, several weapons, spiritual stones, medicinal herbs, and even a scroll of yellow-grade cultivation techniques. The contents of the spatial pouch were not abundant, and she chose to keep the elixirs close to her person. Among the rare treasures, she found 2 pieces of vibrant red wood, which she did not recognize and thus opted to directly convert them into credits for the system. System top-up successful, balance, 275. To her astonishment, these 2 pieces of wood yielded such a substantial amount, presenting yet another unexpected delight. Clearly, these spiritual treasures were of considerable worth. Previously, in her search through the forest, she had scoured for over 30 spiritual herbs to amass just 100 credits. Jean Quan had mentioned before his demise that vengeance would be sought on his behalf. Thus, she must liquidate all these items and conceal the truth of her actions until she attained genuine strength. Curiously, within the spatial pouch, she stumbled upon a tattered, dark gray stone, unremarkable in appearance and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Chu Mei'er toyed with it in her palm as she departed from the cave. The stone was no larger than the size of a palm, easily grasped in her hand. This stone was placed within an exquisitely crafted metallic box by Jean Quan, a metal that bore some resemblance to iron yet held a distinct quality, adorned with the unique growth rings of wood. In comparison, this metallic box far surpassed the unremarkable stone in value. Chu Mei'er initially contemplated depositing the stone directly into the system, but for reasons unknown, a sudden inspiration struck her, prompting her to envelop the stone with her spiritual energy. The stone erupted with a brilliant radiance in her palm, compelling the Yao Guang forbidden scroll within her to activate autonomously. Before Chu Mei'er could fully comprehend the situation, the stone vanished from her grasp. A chill ran through her heart, but the ensuing agonizing pain elicited an involuntary cry from her lips. Chapter 8. Repeated simulations, defying fate. A searing pain coursed through her meridians, as if they were being consumed by flames. She felt as though she were engulfed in a sea of fire. Every inch of her skin, and every bone rolling amidst molten lava. The intensity of this torment drove her to the brink of wishing for death. Yet, a turning point soon emerged. The pure energy emanating from the stone flowed like a gentle stream, repeatedly cleansing her nearly collapsing meridians. Following the agony, a momentary solace was quickly followed by the next wave of excruciating pain from the flames. Ultimately, Chu Mei'er could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke once more, the sky had darkened significantly. She felt as if she had been transported to another realm, staring blankly at the myriad stars twinkling above. Had she died? A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, startling her into a shiver. Chu Mei'er rubbed her arms, feeling the goosebumps rise, and widened her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. She found herself still lying outside that cave. Moreover, her body. She stood up and stretched her legs. At present, she remained at the 8th stage of qi refinement, her cultivation level unchanged. Yet the agonizing torment that had once plagued her had completely vanished. She vaguely recalled that the stone seemed to have a special connection with the Yao Qian forbidden scroll, but now, she did not perceive any significant alterations between the two. However, a thought suddenly struck her. She sat cross-legged on the ground, turned her attention inward, and finally discovered something unusual. Her meridians had been significantly widened, and every channel throughout her body appeared to be enveloped in a shimmering green light. Moreover, at the location of her dantian, that swirling vortex seemed larger, its color more substantial, resembling an endless black hole, endlessly devouring spiritual energy. Her sea of consciousness had also been transformed, expanded considerably, enhancing her clarity of perception and significantly improving her memory. This Yu Guang forbidden scroll had altered her innate talent. With her meridians widened, the spiritual energy within her dantian became increasingly refined, and her sea of consciousness, along with her mental strength, had seen comprehensive improvement. More importantly, her speed of cultivation. Overjoyed, Chu Mei'er abruptly rose and laughed heartily. She sat cross-legged once more, and as she activated the Yao Guang forbidden scroll, her dantian transformed into a tempest, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. If her previous cultivation speed had resembled a parched depression beneath the scorching sun, now it flowed like a gushing stream. Filled with delight, Chu Mei'er stood up and let out a gentle sigh. She must contemplate her future. After numerous simulations, she has come to realize the arduous nature of her path to immortality. If only she could have a mentor to guide her along this journey, it might prove significantly less challenging. Furthermore, she needs to study techniques and martial arts to enhance her strength. Joining a sect would indeed be a shortcut. However, at her current level of cultivation, the 8th stage of qi refinement, appearing before the elders of those sects would undoubtedly lead them to label her as a prodigy. Moreover, Yao Qian is well aware of her own capabilities, and should she provoke the elders with a few choice words, they might suspect she possesses some rare treasures that everyone would covet. Contemplating this, Chu Mei'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. System activate. She requires some rare treasures to conceal her cultivation. Life simulation system activated. This will consume 30 points. Balance, 245. At 18. While training in the Dark Beast Forest, you obtained 2 5th-grade Spirit Beast cores, but unfortunately you were discovered by a group of mercenaries who killed you for your treasures. At 20, you were falsely accused of being a murderous fiend in Hingyang City, leading to a citywide manhunt. You fled and sought refuge in the Tanhai Forest, inadvertently trespassing into the tomb of a golden core cultivator. By chance, you triggered a trap and succumbed to poison. An opportunity? Let us try again. At 26, you reached the 9th stage of qi refinement, a mere step away from a breakthrough. You entered the Tanhai Forest and ventured into the tomb of a golden core cultivator, adequately equipped with antidotes to evade the poison traps. Yet you were ultimately slain by a 7th-grade spirit beast guarding the tomb. The system prompts a choice, allowing one to preserve the memories of life. Those 16 years of recollections unfold before her like the turning pages of a book. Among these memories lies the grave of a formidable golden core practitioner within the depths of Tanhalen, a tomb laden with intricate mechanisms. Although it harbors numerous precious materials, they are of no use to her. Once more, at the age of 21, having achieved modest success in business, she employs 10 Foundation establishment experts to venture into Tanhalen, specifically to the tomb of the Golden Core Master. They navigate through various obstacles, ultimately reaching the heart of the secret realm. After enduring countless trials, she acquires a jade pendant, only to discover its utter futility. At that moment, the greed of the Foundation establishment experts ignites, leading to a fierce battle among themselves, resulting in her demise. Choosing the second path, she delves into cultivation and skills. After 11 years of rigorous training, all the martial techniques and business memories she has accumulated flood her mind. Yet, this is insufficient. She must discover a method to conceal her cultivation before heading to the sect system once more. This time, she opts for a different approach. At 21, the Shuei sect finds itself accused of collusion with demonic forces, facing a siege from rival sections. As an inner disciple, she bravely stands against 6 opponents, ultimately falling in battle. At 28, after spending 5 years in the Qinglei sect, she peruses all the cultivation techniques in the technique pavilion, experimenting with various methods. However, due to the chaotic energies within her, she ultimately meets a tragic end. At 35, she spends a decade in the secret transmission sect, mastering every technique available in the pavilion. Yet, despite her efforts, her cultivation remained stagnant. She changed her approach and began to study at various sections. The downside of being in a sect is the painfully slow pace of cultivation. There are hardly any opportunities within. And during the bottleneck period of the Yao Guang Forbidden Scroll, her progress was indeed sluggish. Glancing at her system balance, she noted it had dwindled to 30. This was her last chance. You stealthily infiltrated the upper level of the Technique Tower and discovered a high-grade mystical tome, Yangling Forbidden Text. After comprehending the first layer of Yangling Forbidden Text, you realized that this technique could conceal one's cultivation from prying eyes. However, half a month later, your clandestine venture into the forbidden area was exposed, leading to immediate retribution from the elders, resulting in your demise. Staring at the zero balance in her system, Chu Mei'er slowly revealed a smile. Finally, all her efforts had borne fruit effortlessly. It became evident that her systematic learning within the sect would expedite her cultivation progress. In due time, she could venture out to seek heavenly materials and treasures to recharge her system. The sect was replete with numerous treasures of earth, mystical, and even celestial grades. As she opened her eyes once more, the dawn was subtly illuminating the horizon. She had unwittingly simulated an entire night here. With her cultivation at the 8th stage of Qi refinement, she could traverse this place with confidence. Time was of the essence. She needed to set off quickly to find heavenly materials and treasures to recharge her system, followed by participating in the sect's disciple selection. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chu Mei'er surveyed her surroundings to confirm her direction before departing. Shortly after she hurried away, 2 figures clad in black cloaks arrived at the site of Jin Quan's corpse. They exchanged a solemn glance, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground. How could he have been killed here? Most of the disciples who came to participate in the trials were at the entry level, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals having just reached the Qi refinement stage. Yet, there he lay, a formidable foundation establishment expert, slain here by someone. After searching the corpse, they found no Qinquan bag, leading them to conclude that someone must have coveted the treasures on Jin Quan's person, prompting such a brutal act. Regardless of who the perpetrator is, they shall henceforth be an enemy of our Tianwu Pavilion. Atop the peak of Mount Shao, a magnificent hall constructed of pristine white marble stood proudly. Within its grand interior, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. Today at noon marked the final deadline for the first trial. For this initial assessment, participants were required to present the treasures they had obtained for verification. Only those who met the qualifying standards would be eligible for the subsequent spiritual root examination. Since last night, individuals had been ascending the mountain one after another to validate their treasures. With a participant pool of around 40 to 50,000, only a little over 300 would ultimately qualify for entry into the sect, and merely a handful would become inner disciples. As the conclusion of the first trial drew near, with just 1 hour remaining, an influx of disciples surged in. The once spacious hall, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, began to feel somewhat cramped. The verification platform for the first trial was crafted from a special spirit stone. By placing the treasures upon it, an automatic assessment would take place, yielding results of either disqualification or acceptance. The majority of these disciples were at the 5th stage of entry level or below, with most treasures being of the 1st grade variety. Occasionally, a 2nd grade spiritual herb would be identified, proving it was not a product of the trial grounds. Only those who procured 10 or more 1st grade spiritual herbs would pass the assessment. In this initial trial, nearly half of the participants had already been eliminated. The unsuccessful children wept sorrowfully as they descended the mountain. Time passed, second by second. Luo Hang, Qiu Lin, and Xie Xinghai ascended the mountain. Qiu Lin was brimming with joy, linking her arm with Luo Hang's. Let us hurry. The 3rd grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures should not have appeared yet. Luo Hang also felt a surge of excitement. The trio engaged in a fierce battle in the marshy land, ultimately acquiring a new inner elixir. With these elixirs, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of their sect. The lack of exceptional talents in the first trial left the representatives of the major sects feeling somewhat listless, as they sat in their high seats engaged in idle chatter. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hang urged, "Let us go, it's our turn." Xie Xinghai remained restless. scanning the surroundings for familiar faces. Luo Heng approached and gently patted Xie Xinghai's shoulder. The Golden Spring was a formidable foundation-building expert, and it was certain that he had long since become an inner disciple of the sect. Confronting such an individual would undoubtedly be unwise. At this juncture, they could only silently light a candle for Chu Mei'er in their hearts. The line ahead was gradually shortening. Half of the participants had been eliminated and exited in disappointment. Meanwhile, those who had passed this stage were eagerly waiting nearby. Just as the three were about to proceed, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the mountain. It is young Master Bo. To this point, no third-grade spiritual herbs had yet appeared. Perhaps young Master Bo and his companions might possess some. It was said that young Master Bo had reached the 5th stage of Qi refinement, a prodigy so rare that even the entire sect seldom saw one. By the way, who is that woman accompanying young Master Bo? I have never seen her before. It is said that she is Yao Qian, the daughter of the wealthy Yao family. At such a tender age, she has already achieved the remarkable level of 8 in her training. Her prowess is not to be underestimated. A group of 6 or 7 individuals approached, causing those around them to instinctively shy away from their brilliance. The leader of the group was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of exceptional valor, adorned in garments of considerable value, accompanied by a delicately beautiful woman. Bo Qi, born into a family of cultivators, although raised among mortals, was meticulously nurtured from a young age, leading to an astonishingly rapid advancement in his cultivation, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Chapter 9. What a pity, the third-grade spiritual treasure goes unnoticed. Their group passed directly by Luo Heng and the others, proceeding to the front for the examination. They cut in line, and no one dared to speak up. Qiu Lin, known for her fiery temper, stepped forward in anger and said, "Hey, you all should go to the back of the line." The moment her words fell, the atmosphere around them grew tense. Many eyes turned towards Qiu Lin. Noticing this, Luo Heng stepped forward, shielding Qiu Lin behind him. Xie Xinghai also advanced, sword in hand, his expression grave. "Gentlemen, we have yet to enter the sect. We are all here for the selection, and I assume you do not possess the privilege to cut in line." Xie Xinghai's commanding presence and his cultivation level had already reached the Qi refinement stage, causing Bo Qi to furrow his brow. Among this group of individuals who were also here for the sect selection, it was the first time he encountered someone at the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, there were 2 of them. This instilled within him a sense of urgency. However, he reassured himself that these 2 were likely newly initiated into the Qi refinement stage, while he had already reached the 5th rank, rendering them insignificant. Yao Qian, having been raised in luxury, immediately adopted a haughty demeanor. "What audacity you possess to criticize us. Do you comprehend the stature of Brother Bo?" Luo Heng scoffed, dismissing the significance of his identity. "After all, we arrived first." Yao Qian, accustomed to a life of supremacy since childhood, felt the sting of public humiliation for the very first time, her face flushed with anger. "Brother Bo, please unveil your third-grade Zhan Hai Ji for these blind fools to witness. We obtained it after vanquishing a spirit beast, after all." The moment these words escaped her lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A third-grade heavenly material, the Zhan Hai Ji? This is a premier third-grade spiritual herb, and they managed to procure it. Truly, it is no wonder that young Master Bo has attained such prowess. Now at the 5th stage of the Qi refinement period, only he could wield such a treasure. Indeed, this revelation was hardly unexpected. The items procured by young Master Bo must surely be of the highest caliber. The accolades for securing first place come with a trove of delightful rewards. Relishing the attention of the multitude, Bo Qi retrieved a radiant blue spiritual herb from his Chinkoan bag. The herb shimmered with a blue luminescence. The pure energy coalescing within this diminutive treasure was utterly tantalizing. As he placed the Zhan Hai Ji upon the stone table, it erupted in a dazzling display of light. At last, the commotion drew the attention of the esteemed elders from the sect above. "Oh, this lad is fortunate indeed. He has acquired the Zhan Hai Ji. In this entire trial ground, it is the most accessible treasure, and he has successfully obtained it. His talent is commendable. He could be accepted as an inner sect disciple." With an air of triumph, Yao Qian raised her chin, exclaiming that they had likely never encountered the Zhan Hai mushroom before, and now she would allow them to behold it. Her words undoubtedly bolstered Bo Qi's reputation. Qiu Lin, who was equally spoiled at home, found herself at a sharp impasse with Yao Qian and stepped forward in anger. "But it's merely a third-grade spirit mushroom. What of it? We possess one too." With that, she produced a resplendent, crimson inner core and placed it upon the stone table. In that instant, a blinding light radiated from the table once more. My heavens! What is this? A third grade spirit beast inner core? Luo Hang and Xie Xinghai exchanged glances and each retrieved their own inner cores, placing them on the table as well. In an instant, the intensity of the light surged, surpassing even that of the Zhanhai mushroom. A smile danced on Luo Hang's lips as he gazed at Bo Qi, whose expression had soured. It appeared that the young master was no longer in the lead. They were fortunate that Chu Mei'er had guided them to that marsh. Together, the four of them had vanquished the most formidable spider and subsequently encountered a few weaker ones, yielding several inner cores. This is impossible. Yao Qian was utterly astonished, reaching out in disbelief towards the inner core. Xiaolin rolled her eyes and swatted her hand away. What? Have you never seen a spirit beast inner core? Truly uncultured. As these three inner cores made their appearance, even the elders of the sect could no longer remain seated. They widened their eyes and sprang to their feet. Is this a purple Luju? The elder with a flowing beard chuckled heartily, stroking his mustache. It appears these young ones have ventured into the lair of the purple Luju. The three of them have quite a kill to show for it. These youngsters possess remarkable talent and are worthy of remaining. The purple Luju is merely a low-tier spiritual beast devoid of toxins. With an attacking power equivalent to that of the Qi refinement stage, it was specifically arranged for them. This serves as one of their trials. I wonder if anyone has acquired the other third-grade spiritual herbs. An elder gazed skyward, shaking his head. Time is drawing near. It seems this is where it concludes. There is but a stick of incense left before the trials end. At this moment, Yao Qian and Xiaolin are poised to clash. Yao Qian retorted angrily. You were merely fortunate to stumble upon a ferocious beast's den. What of it? Admission to the sect relies on talent. You are utterly unworthy to be compared to Brother Bo. Xie Xinghai, expressionless, unsheathed his sword. Bo Qi, control your dog. Laughter erupted around them. Dog. This one certainly has a way with words. Indeed, there is some truth to it. This girl seems eager to attach herself to young Master Bo. She is the daughter of the Yao family, yet behaves as if she has never encountered a man before. Before young Master Bo could utter a word, she was already snapping like a rabid dog. Yao Qian's face flushed with anger, and she could only cast a pleading glance toward Bo Qi, whose countenance had darkened considerably. Yao Qian's impulsiveness had left him in a predicament. His brows furrowed deeply. Miss Yao, you should also present your treasures for verification. He cast her a cold glance, nonchalantly placing the items he had acquired on the table. Turning to Luo Hang and the others, he offered a brief apology before departing. His demeanor suggested a desire to completely distance himself from Yao Qian, feigning unfamiliarity. How could he dare to address her as Miss Yao? Tears welled in Yao Qian's eyes. Yet, the mocking gazes surrounding her sent shivers down her spine. She stood rigid, silently rummaging through her belongings, placing the treasures she had brought onto the table. Time ticked by slowly. The conclusion of the test drew ever nearer. At last, the battered man crawled over. The very one who had previously attempted to rob Xie Xinghai and his companions. Upon seeing them, he wiped the blood from his nose and staggered to hastily deposit his treasures on the table. Xie Xinghai's expression darkened as he seized the man's collar. Where is she? Despite his disheveled state, the man managed a grin, likely having been killed by his senior brother. A mere novice in the Qi refinement stage could hardly survive under the hands of a foundation establishment expert. Xie Xinghai's countenance turned ashen as he threw the man to the ground. Sensing that time was running out, an elder stretched and stood, letting out a regretful sigh. It seemed that the other third-grade spiritual treasures had gone unnoticed. However, just as he spoke, a slight figure approached silently. Chapter 10. How did she manage it? Meanwhile, Yao Qian laid out all her spiritual herbs, barely surpassing the minimum threshold. She felt a sense of reluctance, continuing to rummage through the Qianquan bag. Engaging in the laborious task of seeking rare treasures from heaven and earth was not something she relished. After encountering Bo Qi, all her thoughts had been consumed by him, resulting in her failing to gather many spirit herbs. Observing her awkward expression, a companion approached with a teasing smile. Miss Yao Qian, why have you only managed to acquire such a meager amount of rare treasures? You are at the 8th level of entry. Among us, you are considered a prodigy. Surely, you do not merely possess superficial talent? Yao Qian's face shifted through shades of green and purple. Nonsense. How could I possibly? She recalled Chu Mei'er, who had fallen from the cliff, and gritted her teeth in frustration. If it weren't for that useless girl dropping my Tian Shan Snow Lotus, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. At that moment, A diminutive figure pushed through the crowd. Yao Qian's gaze swept over and suddenly froze in place. "It's you." Her eyes widened as she quickly stepped forward to block Chu Mei'er's path. "Chu Mei'er, you are still alive." In an instant, all eyes in the crowd were fixated on the petite girl. Her long hair was disheveled. Her thin garment clung to her skin, exposing her fair, flawless complexion. Chu Mei'er slowly lifted her head, her cat-like eyes filled with an icy glare. For a fleeting moment, Yao Qian felt a sense of disorientation. The once frail, dust-covered servant girl, with her dry, yellow hair and cracked skin, was no longer present. In her place stood Chu Mei'er, with pearly white teeth and captivating eyes. Her graceful brows arched elegantly, enchanting all who beheld her, her complexion resembling exquisite jade, translucent and ethereal. She emanated an aura of mysterious allure, a stark contrast to her previously submissive demeanor. Yet this face, she was indeed Chu Mei'er. "I shall conduct the first verification," Chu Mei'er remarked. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, lacking the crystalline clarity of other young women, yet it possessed a distinct charm. Upon seeing her, Shanghai's taut expression finally eased. He stepped forward with concern. "Miss Chu, you have finally arrived. I knew you would not succumb so easily." She had escaped from the clutches of that golden spring. This young woman was shrouded in an abundance of enigmas. Yao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as her gaze flitted between Chu Mei'er and Shanghai. Truly, it seemed that all the insufferable individuals had congregated together. Time was of the essence. She could hardly ponder why Chu Mei'er had survived such a perilous fall. All she desired was to obtain her precious Tianshan Snow Lotus. "You wretched girl, what is it? After flirting with a few Qi refinement stage cultivators post your fall, have you forgotten your true identity? Return my Tianshan Snow Lotus at once." Yao Qian, in her impatience, reached out to grasp Chu Meier's arm. Securing the lotus would ensure her a commendable ranking, preventing her from enduring the current humiliation. This good-for-nothing, who clearly lacked spiritual roots, dared to aspire to participate in the disciple selection. Chu Mei'er forcefully shook off her grip, meeting her gaze with unwavering intensity. Her obsidian eyes seemed to morph into an endless vortex, capable of consuming one's very soul. Under such a piercing gaze, Yao Qian felt a sudden chill, her legs weakening beneath her. Can you please be quiet?" Chu Mei'er parted her cherry lips, her tone low and delicate, yet imbued with an unmistakable aura of menace. "Do you desire it? Come and seize it." Noticing her momentary distraction, Chu Mei'er let out a soft scoff. Since her arrival in this world, she had been relentlessly oppressed by Yao Qian. Yao Qian, possessing a cultivation level of the 8th stage, had rendered her, an ordinary individual, utterly powerless. Yet now her own cultivation had far surpassed Yao Qian's, and she realized that the seemingly untouchable young lady was merely a paper tiger. At this moment, she could dispatch her with but a mere finger. "Ah, you are afraid." With a cold laugh, Chu Mei'er dismissed her entirely, sauntering towards the testing stone platform with an unhurried grace. "Afraid? How could that be? You are my maidservant. Did you intentionally plummet from the cliff? Seeking to escape, perhaps? Do not forget, I still possess your contract of servitude. Quickly present the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." This woman was insufferably noisy. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow, effortlessly shaking off Yao Qian's grasp. As Yao Qian attempted to advance, Chu Mei'er unleashed her spiritual energy, forcefully repelling her, sending her body careening uncontrollably. "Ah!" she screamed, soaring several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. "How is this possible? Chu Mei'er, the waste, possesses no spiritual roots. How could she? What level of cultivation does she embody?" Chu Mei'er had merely released a flicker of her energy to send her flying, and yet Yao Qian was a practitioner of the 8th stage. This scene astonished many onlookers, who found themselves utterly unable to perceive Chu Meier's true cultivation level. How effortlessly she can send an 8th-tier novice flying. What might her true strength be? Bo Chi furrowed his brow, gazing at Chu Mei'er with a newfound contemplation. Xie Xinghai and Luo Heng exchanged astonished glances. Though they were both at the Qi refinement stage and could easily overpower novices, they could never achieve such a feat, sending an 8th-tier novice flying with such ease. Meanwhile, the elders on the stage smiled and nodded in approval. This young lady possesses commendable strength, at least at the 4th tier of Qi refinement. However, there is an air of mystery surrounding her. Her cultivation level is somewhat obscured, suggesting she has practiced a technique that allows her to conceal her true capabilities. Oh, that technique. It must be of at least the Xian tier. Quite intriguing. Time is of the essence. Ignoring those around her, Chu Mei'er produced a crimson inner core. With a resounding thud, she placed the inner core upon the stone table. And in an instant, a brilliant light erupted from it. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. A third-tier spirit beast inner core. She possesses an inner core as well. Miss Yao, is she truly your maid? To have acquired such an inner core, she must be at least at the Qi refinement stage. Yao Qian quickly rose to her feet, her gaze fixed incredulously upon the inner core on the table. No, this cannot be. Chu Mei'er lacks spiritual roots. She is merely a waste incapable of cultivation. How could this be? She must have found it, merely lucky, perhaps even stolen it. Yes, that must be it. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yao Qian's expression twisted into one of fierce disdain. Where did you obtain that inner core? Did you steal it? Hasten to return it, you wretched, despicable thief. How dare you bring shame upon our Yao family? Given her current cultivation level, acquiring a third-grade celestial treasure is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, that which she has yearned for so desperately has inexplicably fallen into the hands of Chu Mei'er, her own maid. This overwhelming disparity is difficult for her to fathom. Chu Mei'er let out a cold laugh, casting her gaze down upon the bruised wrist she had grasped. She noticed Yao Qian's unwavering eyes fixated on the inner core in her hand, the avarice within them unabashed. This grotesque display was utterly revolting. Yao Qian, I am no longer your maid, Chu Mei'er declared. How can that be? I still possess your contract of servitude. With a triumphant flourish, she revealed the contract, asserting, You remain my maid. All that belongs to you is mine, including this inner core. If she could seize the inner core, she would ascend to the top and claim the ultimate reward. Perhaps, she might even earn the favor of Bo Qi. Yao Qian's ambitions resounded clearly as she forcefully pushed Chu Mei'er aside, intent on snatching the inner core. This Miss Yao truly had no shame. Just moments ago, she vehemently declared that the inner core was stolen, yet now she shamelessly sought to claim it as her own? Luo Heng approached with a mocking smile, stating, Miss Chu, this inner core was obtained through our collective efforts, and it was certainly not pilfered. We stand ready to testify. He hoped that the esteemed elders would exercise discernment, not allowing the words of a few to overshadow the brilliance of a gifted disciple. Luo Heng's intervention left her somewhat astonished. She is merely a servant of our Yao family, and I am most intimately acquainted with the extent of her capabilities, or rather, her utter lack thereof. She possesses no cultivation whatsoever. Her survival of a precipitous fall is nothing short of a marvel. Yao Qian continued her vehement disparagement. Her patience exhausted, retaliated with a swift strike to Yao Qian's shoulder, followed by a nimble repositioning. In a blur, she had relocated behind Yao Qian, delivering a forceful kick to her back. Yao Qian collapsed in a humiliating faceplant, her right arm dislocated, a mouthful of blood staining her garments, a picture of utter disarray. She lay prostrate, devoid of even the strength to lament. This was achieved with such effortless ease. S eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Power. This is the boon bestowed by absolute power. Her simple actions captivated the elders and esteemed figures on the platform. Not only does she possess inherent skills, but she has also mastered martial techniques. Moreover, she exhibits remarkable proficiency, a veritable prodigy. Having effortlessly subdued Yao Qian, she turned her gaze towards the elders of the prominent sects, rummaging momentarily to produce a sprig of spiritual herb. I acquired this. The herb, placed upon the stone dais, emitted an even more intense radiance. The elders beamed with delight. A scorpion sprout, a third-order spiritual herb? Subsequently, delved once more, unearthing a stone. Huh. The shadow jade was concealed so deeply, yet you managed to unearth it. These three celestial treasures, arrayed upon the stone platform, cast a light that soared into the heavens. Heavens! All the spiritual treasures she has produced are of the third order. How did she accomplish this? How did she acquire so many? Around the third-tier spiritual treasures, there are always guardians in the form of spiritual beasts, each possessing the strength of the Qi refinement stage. How did she manage to obtain them? Chapter 11. Such comprehension is truly remarkable. All eyes were fixated on Chu Mei'er as she produced one third-tier natural treasure after another. In an instant, the attention of everyone was drawn to her. The spiritual beasts guarding these treasures are formidable, and it takes their entire group to subdue just one, all while risking severe injury. Yet, Chu Mei'er astonishingly brought forth so many at once. Yao Qian clenched her teeth, her expression darkening to an extreme. Fury surging within her, as she spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, Chu Mei'er was merely her servant, a wretched creature she often trod upon. Why had she suddenly transformed into this? Clearly, during the initial assessment of spiritual roots, Chu Mei'er had none and was incapable of cultivation. But now, she had grown so powerful. This was unbearable. Yao Qian gazed at the 3 third-tier treasures, then glanced at the pile of worthless items she had just presented, feeling as though Chu Mei'er was mocking her incompetence. Her rage boiled over, and she could no longer contain herself, shouting loudly, "Chu Mei'er, you have no spiritual roots and cannot cultivate. Where did you acquire these treasures? Did you steal them? Or did you seize them by force? Everyone, do not be deceived by her. She is a complete fraud." Yao Qian then turned her ire towards the elders above, exclaiming, "Elders, do not be misled by her. This woman must have employed some nefarious means to obtain these items. She is utterly unworthy of entering the sect." Chu Mei'er cast a cold glance at her, letting out a disdainful scoff. "Is this how you begin to spread rumors? Your temperament as a young lady is truly too narrow. With the elders presiding over this matter, what if I have not cheated? Spreading falsehoods should come with consequences, should it not?" Despite having showcased her prowess on 2 separate occasions, Yao Qian remained unwilling to believe. She could not accept that the maid she had once mercilessly tormented could now effortlessly shatter her pride. "You." Chu Mei'er took a step closer, looking down at her with a slight smirk, a mocking glint in her eyes. "If you are deemed to have spread rumors, then leave. Do not join any sect. How does that sound?" Yao Qian was momentarily taken aback. The price was too steep. She feared she could not bear it. "Huh, are you afraid again?" Noticing her hesitation, Chu Mei'er let out another derisive laugh. Indeed, Yao Qian had always been a facade of strength, fundamentally unworthy of instilling fear. "How could I possibly be afraid?" Yao Qian nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. The incessant insults from Chu Mei'er were becoming intolerable. "Very well." Chu Mei'er cast a scornful glance at her once more, producing a spirit herb. With 4 types of third-tier treasures in her possession, her qualifications were already sufficient to catch the attention of the sect elders and be taken as their foremost disciple. "Elders, esteemed seniors, please arbitrate on my behalf. Each of these third-grade spirit herbs is a product of my own efforts." A few sect elders rose with smiles, for a true genius had emerged. At such a tender age, she has managed to acquire all the third-tier heavenly materials and treasures. During the previous selection of disciples, very few had been able to obtain such an impressive collection. An elder, regarding Chu Mei'er with admiration, proclaimed aloud, "All the third-grade heavenly materials and treasures from the trial grounds have been meticulously recorded. If you truly harbor any doubts, why not release the footage for all to see?" Chu Mei'er discreetly placed the several treasures back into her pocket, and upon hearing these words, a subtle smile curled at the corners of her lips. The third-tier heavenly materials and treasures here were all under protection, with hidden recording stones tucked away in the corners. She had encountered them while harvesting the scorpion buds. "Let us play it," she declared. A few disciples clad in white robes approached, carrying trays laden with the recorded stones. Chu Mei'er remained composed, offering a faint smile to the elder, who appeared benevolent. The elder cradled the recording stone in his palm and activated it with his spiritual energy. The stone projected several images, quickly revealing scenes of battle, including footage of their encounters with the spiritual beast, the spider. Time and again, she had engaged in fierce battles with formidable beasts, moving like a small creature, stealthily lurking in the underbrush. My goodness, her combat prowess continuously strengthened with each successive attack. Indeed, observe how her speed escalates and her accuracy sharpens. Such remarkable comprehension. She must have harvested these third-grade spiritual herbs overnight. The night is indeed a haven for spiritual beasts. Her audacity is astonishing. Had it not been for the footage provided by the spirit stone, they would have found it utterly incredulous that the seemingly frail and diminutive Chu Mei'er could repeatedly confront those formidable spirit beasts. Witnessing these scenes, Yao Qian's complexion turned ashen. It was true Chu Mei'er single-handedly faced all the spirit beasts. Her strength was formidable, at least at the chi refinement stage. This time, she had been thoroughly trampled underfoot by Chu Mei'er, with no hope of resurgence. How could this be? Chu Mei'er was merely a dog from her household. She clearly possessed no spiritual roots. Thus, she had remained at the Yao family, concealing her true identity. Yao Qian, pale and trembling, staggered back a few steps, her gaze becoming vacant. Observing her distress, Chu Mei'er felt a surge of satisfaction and turned her attention to the middle-aged man overseeing the stone. Excuse me. For the first test, have I passed? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. You have passed. He accepted the identity token Chu Mei'er extended, examining it with a look of satisfaction. First test concluded, the victor is Chu Mei'er. The spectacle of Chu Mei'er battling those spirit beasts was indeed breathtaking. Several elders exchanged glances, nodding in approval. Impressive talent. A reward is in order. The elder who wielded spiritual power cast a cold gaze around the assembly. No one can cheat under our watchful eyes. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave. If you question the strength of our sect, why remain here? The somber and solemn tone immediately plunged the venue into silence. Under the suppression of the elders, although they were intrigued by Chu Mei'er, this unexpected dark horse, none dared to question her capabilities. As the elder's gaze fell upon Yao Qian, she gritted her teeth, trembling in fear. You shall honor your promise. You will not participate in the upcoming disciple selection. Yao Qian's complexion turned ashen, her body quaking, her heart filled with resentment towards Chu Mei'er. It was because of her that Yao Qian had lost her chance to enter the sect. This wretched girl had now ascended to such heights. Gone was the submissive demeanor of Yor. In her eyes, Yao Qian appeared as nothing more than an insignificant insect. This was her true self. The confident and self-reliant individual who had emerged from the 21st century. Xie Xinghai approached Chu Mei'er to extend his congratulations. Chu Mei'er suppressed all her previous coldness, presenting a radiant smile akin to that of an ordinary girl. Thank you for defending me earlier. Their brief encounter had led them to extend a helping hand, which filled her with delight. Luo Hang chuckled. Had it not been for your guidance, we would never have found that marsh, let alone secured the third-grade inner elixir. We should be the ones expressing gratitude. The sect had prepared the prizes, which were to be awarded only to the top 3. Naturally, the grand prize went to Chu Mei'er. The tray held 2 porcelain vials, containing the coveted elixirs, Foundation Establishment Pill and Marrow Cleansing Pill, rewards reserved for the victors. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Foundation Establishment Pill, when consumed at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, it could propel one to a breakthrough into the Foundation Establishment stage. The Marrow Cleansing Pill could refine tendons and cleanse bones, broadening the meridians and enhancing the speed of cultivation. Both of these elixirs were what they had yearned for in their dreams. Luo Hang ceded his second-place reward to Qiu Lin, and like Xie Xinghai, he also received a Marrow Cleansing Pill, along with several third-order natural treasures. Bo Qi, on the other hand, stood in a corner with a gloomy expression, having gained nothing. He could have directly obtained the first place, acquiring the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Marrow Cleansing Pill, but now he had nothing. Who exactly was this Chu Mei'er, and why had she descended from nowhere? Chu Mei'er generously accepted the 2 elixirs and these natural treasures, sensing the prying eyes around her. By stepping forward this time, she must have offended quite a few people. Therefore, she had to improve her cultivation as soon as possible to avoid being targeted without any means of retaliation. The second trial begins. As the sun grew stronger, a middle-aged man in a white robe came to the front and announced in a loud voice. He poured out spiritual energy from his hand, and the bluestone floor rumbled, with a high platform slowly rising from the ground, and a pillar standing tall within it. By simply touching it with their palms, the disciples could have their talents tested. There were 5 sects present this time: the Star Moon Society, the Sky Martial Pavilion, the Blazing Phoenix Sect, the Clear Rainbow Sect, and the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Among them, the Sky Martial Pavilion was the strongest, focusing on body tempering, with almost 90% of its disciples being male. The Blazing Phoenix Sect consisted of cultivators with fire-based spiritual roots, and the Clear Rainbow Sect consisted of cultivators with water-based spiritual roots. These 2 sects would each seek out disciples with similar attributes. She felt that her spiritual root did not belong to either of these 2. As for the Purple Cloud Pavilion, it was very mysterious, selecting a very small number of disciples each year, so low profile that it was almost negligible. The Star Moon Society possesses formidable strength, with numerous disciples and considerable influence. Chu Mei'er need not be concerned about her innate talents. Previously, through the transformation of the Yaoguang Forbidden Volume, she sensed a notable enhancement in her cultivation speed, which should suffice to barely pass the requirements. With her current prowess, she ought to qualify as an inner sect disciple. But which path to choose? As she pondered this, an irate voice erupted from her side. Chu Mei'er, where has my senior brother gone? Did you kill him? Chu Meier's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly composed herself, her expression remaining unaltered as she turned her head to look. The man appeared bruised and battered, evidently having endured a fair amount of punishment. Now glaring at her with righteous indignation. What are you talking about? She feigned confusion, her innocent, girl-next-door visage serving as the perfect guise. Your senior brother? You mean that formidable elder brother? He initially pursued me relentlessly, but I kept fleeing until I finally found a moment of respite. After which I completely lost sight of him. Chang Sun, in a state of distress, tugged at his hair. My senior brother is still missing. It's all your fault. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow. What does that have to do with me? You can't genuinely believe I harmed him, do you? Do you think someone who has just entered the Qi refinement stage could possibly contend with a foundation establishment expert? Upon reflection, there was indeed some logic in that. Yet, since her senior brother had left with Chu Mei'er, she was likely the last person to have seen him. You truly have no idea? Chu Mei'er shook her head, indicating ignorance. This is a dire situation. Chang Sun's face turned ashen. Could it be that his senior brother was lost inside? His identity was far from ordinary, and there would undoubtedly be inquiries. He shot a fierce glare at Chu Mei'er, silently wishing that she bore no connection to the situation, for otherwise, her demise would be most tragic. Chu Mei'er maintained her smirk. For it was indeed a shameful affair for a formidable foundation establishment cultivator to become lost in the trial forest. Silence. Chang Sun paced anxiously, and soon two young men clad in sect attire approached to escort him away. Before departing, Chang Sun cast a bitter glance at Chu Mei'er, who made an effort to ignore him, focusing instead on the group ahead that was undergoing aptitude testing. She needed to enter a powerful sect to secure protection. The aptitude testing was in progress. Hao Zishuan, water element, yellow grade, lower class spirit root, entry level 4, failed. Song Juanda, wood element, yellow grade, lower class spirit root, entry level 3, failed. Water element, yellow grade, upper class spirit root, entry level 4, failed. Zhao Shui, fire element, mysterious grade, lower class spirit root, entry level 5, outer disciple. Metal element, mysterious grade, middle class spirit root, entry level 7, outer disciple. These spirit root aptitudes were categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each grade further divided into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. Before utilizing the system, she was unable to cultivate, and even after several simulated lives, she was left with merely a lower class yellow grade spirit root. However, with her recent use of the Yaowang Forbidden Scroll, she hoped to elevate her spirit root to lower class earth grade. Chu Mei'er felt a rush of anxiety. If this time the sect does not pay attention, the murder of Jean Quan will become a ticking time bomb lurking around her. Heaven knows what means these powerful cultivators might employ to uncover her as the culprit. Just the thought of it sends shivers down her spine. She is not afraid of killing, but rather the ensuing complications that follow. Meanwhile, Luo Hang and his companions have already approached the pillar. Qiu Lin steps forward first, placing a hand on the pillar to channel her spiritual power. A surge of green light emanates from the pillar, growing ever more intense. Chapter 13. Are you afraid? Qiu Lin, possessing a top-grade wood spirit root of the Xian rank, successfully passes the test at level 7. Turning to glance at the elders of the sect, she notices their calm demeanor. Evidently, her talent has not impressed them. Feeling a twinge of frustration, she nonetheless steels herself and looks towards Luo Hang. Brother Luo Hang, quickly see what your talent is. This is Luo Hang's first time testing his spirit root and talent, and he feels a sense of unease. Luo Hang, possessing a top-grade gold spirit root of the Xian rank, successfully passes at level 1 of the Qi refining stage. At last, a disciple of the Qi refining stage has emerged. The elders nod in satisfaction while stroking their beards. Soon after, Xie Xinghai tests and also passes at level 1 of the Qi refining stage. They are indeed formidable cultivators of the Qi refining stage. No wonder they are able to produce third-grade inner alchemy. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the participants have been eliminated. Those who have completed their tests now turn their gaze towards Chu Mei'er. Throughout the process, she has simply sat in the corner, waiting. Having already secured first place in the initial examination, she still hesitates to test her spirit root talent. Why? At this moment, Chu Mei'er is truly conflicted. She feared that revealing her 8th level of Qi refinement would frighten everyone. At her current age, most individuals were at the initial stage, merely first level in Qi refinement. As for her, she was uncertain whether the Yangling Forbidden Tome could adequately handle this situation. It would suffice to maintain her abilities around the 4th level of Qi refinement. With her gaze slightly lowered, she activated the Yangling Forbidden Tome. forcefully suppressing the dense spiritual energy within her. In a corner, Yao Qian had been closely observing Chu Mei'er. Noticing the troubled expression on Chu Meier's face, Yao Qian felt as if she had seized an advantage. Her eyes gleamed with excitement, her voice taking on a sharp edge. Chu Mei'er, ever since the second trial commenced, you have been hiding like a timid turtle. Have you succumbed to fear? The first trial allowed cheating, with 4 third-grade heavenly materials. I am well aware of your true nature and how utterly useless you are. Now, let us see what you can do. She pointed to the pillar behind her, asserting that her own strength could never be deceived. Yao Qian still held onto a glimmer of hope. The rootless Chu Mei'er must be concealing something. If she could expose her lies, it would grant her a chance to re-enter the sect. Yao Qian had become obsessed, disregarding her own identity, solely intent on dragging Chu Mei'er down from her pedestal. Meanwhile, Chu Mei'er diligently focused on her internal cultivation, striving to suppress her own strength. What's wrong? Are you hesitating? Are you afraid? Yao Qian's growing arrogance intensified as Chu Mei'er remained silent. Her indecision began to sow seeds of doubt among the others. What was she hesitating for? Wasn't it merely a test of spiritual roots? What was there to be so conflicted about? Perhaps she has indeed concealed something. Miss Yao's words may hold truth. Has she resorted to deceit? The murmurs around grew incessant. Even the elders upon the high platform exhibited signs of impatience. Indeed, compared to the first trial, this challenge truly reflects one's capabilities. Chu Meier's performance in the initial test was remarkable. Should her true abilities be found lacking, they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Chu Mei'er, it is your turn to step forward. At last, the elder who had previously shown kindness to Chu Mei'er now spoke with a furrowed brow. This time, there was no escape for her. Yao Qian's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she eagerly gazed at Chu Mei'er. Come forth, let everyone witness your genuine talent. She anticipated the revelation of Chu Meier's true nature, an utter failure. Indeed, it must be so. Chapter 14. This time, I have struck gold. Chu Mei'er advanced step by step. Yao Qian grinned maliciously. She was nothing but a waste. How could someone who was utterly incapable of cultivation, merely a few days ago, suddenly transform into a genius? It is preposterous. She is a complete fraud. Yao Qian, does it bring you comfort to slander me? Does trampling me beneath your feet delight you? This ends now. Her cold gaze resembled that of a lurking beast, firmly locking onto Yao Qian, sending a shiver down her spine. The hand resting by her side clenched tightly at her garment, her voice barely concealing a tremor. Am I defaming you? I am simply revealing your true nature to everyone. Besides, as a distinguished daughter of the Yao family, why would I stoop to contend with a mere servant such as you? In my eyes, you are nothing. A cold smirk flickered across Chu Meier's gaze as she turned and struck the pillar with great force. A storm of fury raged within her, consuming her heart. In her previous life, she was a person of little ambition, diligently working and striving to live. Yet in this world, all the rules have changed. She yearned for stability, only to be betrayed by her father, who sold her off to the Yao family, where she faced oppression from Yao Qian. She craved strength, a means to ascend. The higher she climbed, the better. The radiance emanating from the pillar flickered, illuminating Chu Meier's face. Her determination solidified. The flames within her surged like a wildfire. The red glow from the pillar gradually transitioned to orange, then yellow, until it melded into a cascade of colors. She longed to grow stronger. No longer would she be trampled upon. The supremacy of the strong, that is the very essence of this world's rules. Yao Qian was merely a stumbling block on her path to power, and soon she would leave her in the dust. Her will was unyielding. She had astonishingly reached the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. This girl was undoubtedly a genius. What a treasure she had stumbled upon. Chu Meier's eyes blazed crimson as the spiritual energy within her struck the pillar with unrestrained force. It was as if she had severed her ties with the outside world. And an extraordinary impulse surged within her mind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the light from the pillar enveloped Chu Mei'er. After a prolonged moment, a sharp crack echoed, and the pillar unexpectedly split open. The elders sprang to their feet, their faces alight with expressions of delight. Enough. Chu Mei'er felt as though she had entered an enigmatic realm, one from which it was difficult to extricate herself. This matter was beyond her means to afford. Chu Mei'er, with her multiple spiritual roots of the lowest grade, had managed to suppress her cultivation to the 4th stage of the Qi refinement period. Finally, she had restrained her cultivation to an acceptable level. Were these individuals to discover that she had actually reached the 8th stage of Qi refinement, they would surely be rendered speechless, exclaiming her to be a prodigy. What? Impossible. Upon hearing the final verdict, Yao Qian let out a piercing scream. Was there an error? How could Chu Mei'er possess such elevated cultivation? When she was with me, she was utterly incapable of cultivating. It has only been a few days. She then turned to face Yao Qian, her voice cold and deliberate. That is because I have been concealing my true power. My humble origins compel me to seek merely the opportunity to participate in the sect's assessment. Such is the simplicity of my desire. Chapter 15, again, Life Simulation. In an instant, Chu Mei'er's form flickered, her movements as fluid as a lightning bolt, and the next moment she stood before Yao Qian. She reached out, grasping Yao Qian by the throat, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. I have spared your life time and again, yet you remain ungrateful. Should you provoke me once more, I shall truly take your life. With a tilt of her head, she revealed a radiant smile. Yao Qian felt her blood congeal within her veins. The difficulty in breathing nearly suffocated her, causing her lungs to ache as if they might burst. She was going to die. Yet, in the gaze of the onlookers, Chu Mei'er would not genuinely take her life. Just as Yao Qian hovered on the brink of consciousness, she released her grip. Yao Qian lay abandoned on the ground, resembling discarded refuse, utterly drained of strength, with only the capacity to draw breath remaining. Throughout the ordeal, no one intervened, their disdain for her unappealing visage palpable. At last, the kindly elder rose to speak. Chu Mei'er, how about joining our Xylingsiak? The elder's voice resonated. While the other elders exchanged glances, their silence betraying a shared apprehension, tacitly accepting the theft of Chu Mei'er. Unfamiliar with these sects, Chu Mei'er noted the elder's affable demeanor from the outset. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Though she had visited several medium-sized sects in the simulator, she had yet to affiliate with a prominent sect such as Lingxiog. The Lingxiog was shrouded in mystery and reticence, likely harboring numerous advanced techniques and martial arts. Very well, I shall join. Observing this, a robed disciple appeared somewhat astonished and hastily approached. Elder, we still have the third trial. The elder waved his hand dismissively. No need for her to participate. She is directly accepted as our inner disciple. Continue with the third trial. Understood. The third trial involved disciples battling in pairs. Chu Mei'er was exempt from participation and, guided by 2 disciples, approached the elder's side. You may call me Elder Chun, he stated. Chu Mei'er bowed respectfully. Yes. Luo Hang and Xie Xinghai exchanged glances, realizing they too must strive harder. Chu Mei'er had now become an inner disciple of Lingxiog, and might even ascend to be a direct disciple of the elder. They could not afford to lag behind. Xie Xinghai lowered her gaze to conceal the emotions hidden within her eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Qiu Lin pouted slightly, a tinge of envy in her voice. During their initial encounter with the spider, she appeared to be nothing more than a naive novice, yet in just a few days, she had become capable of independently hunting spirit beasts. Her perceptiveness truly places her on a pedestal far beyond reach. Moreover, she has already ascended to the 4th stage of Qi refinement, suggesting she must have experienced a significant breakthrough during her confrontations with spirit beasts. How enviable. At that moment, Chu Mei'er stood beside Elder Chun, observing the commencement of the 3rd trial below. In the distance, members of the Tianwu Pavilion had brought a man to a corner, seemingly interrogating him. The man hurriedly offered explanations, occasionally glancing up to gesture toward Chu Mei'er. Although her expression remained unchanged, her heart raced with anxiety. The matter of her having killed Jin Quan was likely to draw a considerable amount of trouble her way. She pondered whether her decision to join the Lingxiao Pavilion had indeed been the right one. With a subtle lowering of her eyelids, she murmured, System, activate. Life simulator engaged. This will consume 40 credits. Balance, 310. She had already invested all the 3rd-grade spiritual herbs she had acquired into the system. While a balance of over 300 credits was modest, it was still deemed sufficient. At the age of 10, you joined the Lingxiao Pavilion, choosing to become the personal disciple of Elder Chun. At 11, you discovered that your multi-attribute spiritual roots were incapable of cultivation. At 12, your cultivation remained stagnant. At 16, through diligent study, you finally elevated your strength to the 9th stage of Qi refinement. 17 years old, a great war erupted between the sects, with Lingxiao Pavilion and Tianwu Pavilion forming an alliance to resist the other 3 clans. You, representing Lingxiao Pavilion, went to negotiate but were detained by Tianwu Pavilion. At 18, the people of Tianwu Pavilion severed your spiritual roots, confining you for a whole year. At 19, you finally escaped, only to discover that Lingxiao Pavilion had ceased to exist. You were besieged by the people of Tianwu Pavilion and fought desperately, ultimately leading to your demise. Chapter 16. Is this redemption or a descent into the abyss? Upon witnessing this outcome, Chu Mei'er felt her heart grow cold. It seemed that her choice of Lingxiao Pavilion had been a grave mistake. After simulating countless scenarios, she had long realized that she possessed multiple spiritual roots. In her quest to find a cultivation method suitable for her unique attributes, she had made numerous attempts, yet had failed to succeed. The Yao Guang forbidden volume was deemed to be quite compatible with her cultivation needs, yet it presented a bottleneck period. Moreover, she would be trapped in this stagnation for an extended duration, unable to make any breakthroughs. She needed to seek out a new technique. However, the pressing question remained. Given that her multiple roots had been detected, Elder Qian should be aware that possessing such roots rendered one a cultivation failure. Why then did he take her under his wing as a personal disciple? Furrowing her brow, she surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that the disciples participating in the third trial cast envious glances in her direction. These novices, fresh to the path, were blissfully unaware. As for the elders, she discreetly observed them. The other elders appeared disinterested in her. Realizing this, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Looking towards Elder Qian, she was gripped by a wave of trepidation. Why did Elder Qian choose to accept her, an incapable individual who could not cultivate, as his direct disciple? Was it due to her uniqueness? How could that be possible? This simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of a 19-year-old. 2. The cultivation skills of a 19-year-old. 3. The life memories of a 19-year-old. Chu Mei'er hesitated for a moment before ultimately selecting the cultivation skills. At the moment of her decision, a plethora of memories regarding various cultivation techniques surged through her mind. She now possessed decades worth of skills, granting her a definitive advantage in battle. In the simulation, it took her 9 years to advance merely one level. Clearly, there was an issue with the techniques. Logically, every sect has a designated cultivation sanctuary, where the spiritual energy is significantly denser than the outside world, thus accelerating the cultivation process. However, her multiple spiritual roots were subpar, necessitating the search for suitable techniques. It was said that upon finding a technique perfectly aligned with one's constitution, multiple spiritual roots would not only cease to be a liability, but could also yield remarkably efficient results. As she gathered her thoughts, Elder Qian's voice interrupted her. Our Lingxiao Pavilion has 3 slots. Are those individuals possessing third-grade inner elixirs your friends? Would you like them to accompany you? Chu Mei'er composed herself, following Elder Qian's gaze downwards. At that moment, the ongoing battle on stage was between Xie Xinghai and another 9th-level entry disciple. She began to organize her words, sensing that they must have already chosen their preferred sect, and it was entirely at their discretion. Oh, and what about you? What sect were you planning to choose before? Elder Qian stroked his beard, a gentle smile gracing his face. Chu Mei'er candidly expressed, my status as a disciple is humble, and prior to this, I possessed little knowledge of several celestial sections. I am truly ashamed. Elder Qian chuckled heartily. You may be unaware of the extent of your innate talent. By joining our Lingxiao Pavilion, we shall nurture you with utmost care. Chu Meier's face lit up with a radiant smile. Thank you for your kind words, Elder. Yet, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Why would Elder Qian deceive her? No, wait. Perhaps cultivating multiple spiritual roots isn't as arduous as she presumed. Maybe it is merely her lack of talent? Perhaps she should wait a little longer. At last, the competition concluded, and the hundreds at the bottom were eliminated. Now, only a little over 300 remained, eagerly anticipating the sect selections. The next phase involved the sects choosing their disciples. Chu Mei'er paid close attention, noticing that among the crowd were disciples with multiple spiritual roots. The top 10 positions allowed for mutual selection, enabling disciples to choose their sects as well. Apart from Luo Hang, Xie Xinghai, and Bo Qi, the others were primarily at the pinnacle of the 9th level of entry, merely a step away from the Qi refinement stage. What puzzled her was that she had previously simulated that Yao Qian would join a sect called Qianmen. Yet now, Qianmen had not made an appearance at all. In Chapter 17, the plot within the simulation system continued to unfold. Was it due to her butterfly effect that things had shifted so dramatically? However, after the earlier commotion, Yao Qian was unlikely to join any sect. Chu Mei'er observed the crowd below, noting several disciples who were at the 8th level of entry, possessing superior multiple spiritual roots. Without exception, the elders invariably favored those with lesser talents and abilities, overlooking the potential of those with multiple spiritual roots, like themselves. They were all left behind, with 2 elders even deferring to each other. This Xiao Lu possesses remarkable strength and talent, Elder Tian. Would you care to have him? Elder Tian offered a respectful bow. This disciple has already selected enough, and would not wish to deprive you of your prized choice. You are too kind, too kind. The elder selected him with a smile, though the mirth failed to reach his eyes, which remained icily cold. This chilling demeanor sent a shiver of apprehension through Chu Mei'er. Multiple spiritual roots were evidently not a sign of exceptional talent, but rather a mark of inadequacy. Chu Mei'er lowered her gaze, glancing at Elder Qian before her. Elder Qian had chosen only her, seemingly indifferent to the others, and had yet to speak. Midway through the selection ceremony, another sect barged in. Leading them was a man of distinguished appearance and imposing stature. The man laughed heartily, his voice resonant and carrying the weight of mountains and rivers. Esteemed sirs, how could you commence the selection of disciples without inviting our Crimson Cloud sect to partake? Chu Mei'er narrowed her eyes. So he has arrived. Even Elder Qian's countenance changed upon seeing him. The other elders wore displeased expressions. Zhou Pei, what brings you here? Your Crimson Cloud sect is implicated in dealings with the demonic path. What audacity brings you here? Upon hearing the accusation of collusion with the demonic path, the disciples below retreated in trepidation. In this world, the demonic and righteous paths were irreconcilably opposed. The demonic path employed wicked and unorthodox methods, and demonic cultivators were notorious for their heinous acts of arson, murder, plunder, and all manner of evil. It is rumored that they even utilize human bones to forge magical artifacts and employ human flesh to create intricate formations. They capture cultivators, siphoning their powers for their own nefarious purposes, rendering them the most malevolent beings in existence. Do I conspire with the demonic path? Is this not merely the slanderous words of you old fools? Without any evidence, you hastily ostracize our Qian sect, truly shameless. As these words fell, the disciples behind Zhou Pei scattered, encircling the area to prevent any escape. The disciples below trembled in fear, too intimidated to interject, lest they become collateral damage in this celestial conflict. Chu Mei'er edged closer to Elder Qian, whispering, Senior, what is happening? Elder Qian scoffed. They are merely a bunch of blind fools. Stay behind me and do not act recklessly, understand? Chu Mei'er obediently nodded. Little did she expect that the Qian sect, which Yao Qian wished to join, was allegedly entangled with the demonic path. However, the details remained unclear. Nevertheless, it seemed that Elder Qian held her in high regard. This time, I have come to recruit for our Qian sect. Do any of you have objections? Zhou Pei stepped forward, unleashing his overwhelming aura, which enveloped Chu Mei'er, leaving her breathless as an invisible pressure descended upon them. The weaker disciples below had already succumbed, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. What immense power! What level of cultivation does he possess? The leader of the Qian sect is indeed a consummate master at the nascent soul stage. Chapter 18. Her inability to establish a foundation the moment his cultivation was revealed, an imposing aura silenced the entire assembly. Even the resilient elders of the various sects dared not utter a single word. The sect elders present were mostly around the golden core stage, rendering them utterly defenseless against a nascent soul powerhouse. Zhou Pei, pleased that his strength had quelled the crowd, wore a satisfied smile. Elder Qian, however, let out a cold snort, muttering under his breath, the old codger has advanced again. No wonder he's so arrogant this time. The Red Cloud sect, its end is near. Chu Mei'er felt a surge of trepidation. The strife among these sects ran deep. She stood aside, barely daring to breathe. In contrast to the beads of perspiration on the foreheads of the surrounding elders, Elder Qian appeared composed, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive aura. Chu Mei'er surmised that he, too, must be at the nascent soul stage. The hidden cloud pavilion was indeed unfathomable. An elder casually brought forth was a nascent soul powerhouse. Since none of you object, I shall proceed without reservation. Which among you is willing to become a disciple under my Red Cloud sect? Yao Qian, struggling to breathe under the oppressive aura, bit her lip tightly and glanced up at Chu Mei'er on the high platform. She steeled her resolve, managing to stand up. I am willing. Disregarding her previous wager with Chu Mei'er, she sought only to escape this dreadful place as quickly as possible. Senior, You are the most formidable expert I have ever encountered. I am willing to follow you to the Red Cloud sect. As the first to step forward, Zhou Pei scrutinized her from head to toe, then burst into a hearty laugh of satisfaction. Excellent, you are now an inner disciple of our Qian sect, personally instructed by me, the sect master. Upon hearing this, Yao Qian's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. So it is. Chu Mei'er narrowed her eyes slightly, finding Yao Qian utterly shameless. Following this, Zhou Pei selected over 20 disciples of commendable talent and proceeded to bow to the elders on stage. I beg your pardon, he declared, waving his hand, and a grand vessel materialized in midair. The ship, resembling lustrous white jade, sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, suspended effortlessly through the manipulation of spiritual energy. Zhou Pei called out, board the ship. The disciples accompanying him, along with the newly accepted students, soared onto the vessel on their swords, provoking considerable envy among the other disciples. Her gaze seemed laced with venom, full of suppressed resentment. Chu Mei'er understood that her entangled fate with Yao Qian would not be resolved in the near future. The Qian sect departed with an air of elegance and urgency. Throughout, Elder Chen observed coldly. Other elders from different sects appeared somewhat irate, conferring on how to respond in the future. However, Elder Chen rose, stating, my disciples have been chosen. We shall take our leave first. You follow. Chu Mei'er complied with a bow. It seemed her circumstances were unlikely to change for now, and she could only proceed step by step. Meanwhile, Luo Heng waved at Chu Mei'er, saying, Miss Chu, practice diligently. We shall meet in the Foundation Establishment trials. Chu Mei'er smiled brightly at him and hurriedly followed Elder Chen as they departed. At that moment, Xie Xinghai's voice resonated ominously. She cannot establish her foundation. As these words escaped his lips, Luo Heng appeared momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Xie Xinghai's handsome visage grew increasingly somber, and after a brief pause, he spoke. I have perused relevant texts in the library. Those with multiple spiritual roots are deemed to possess wasteful roots, rendering them incapable of cultivation. If one cannot discover a suitable technique for their constitution, they shall remain stagnant for the entirety of their lives. Xie Xinghai gazed at Chu Mei'er, whose lively ponytail swayed joyfully as she ran, his voice tinged with sorrow. She should be unaware of this. Chapter 19. Her resilience. Elder Chen ambled leisurely along, while Chu Mei'er could only manage a hurried jog to keep pace. Compared to the grandeur of the Qian sect's magnificent airship, their mode of travel appeared somewhat meager. Elder, where is our Lingxiao pavilion? How much farther do we have to go? Elder Chen momentarily slowed his steps, instructing, stay close to me. Yes. Chu Mei'er gritted her teeth, channeling all her spiritual energy, finally liberating her leaden legs from their fatigue, feeling a modicum of relief. For a full 2 days, Elder Chen maintained a distance of 5 meters from her, neither too far nor too close. Chu Mei'er exerted herself to the utmost, drenched in sweat, almost on the verge of losing consciousness. Just as she contemplated surrender, Elder Chen timely interjected, do you wish to step into the realm of immortals? The true gateway to cultivation begins the moment one establishes their foundation and forms their elixir. Should you abandon this endeavor now? You shall be unworthy of entering our Lingxiao pavilion. Chu Mei'er bit her cherry-red lips until they bled, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she continued to drag her weary body forward. When thirsty, she drank from mountain springs. When hungry, she retrieved a hardened bun to stave off her hunger. Under the cover of night, she casually sought a place to rest, and upon awakening, she resumed her journey alongside Elder Chen. Over the past 2 days, she had once again transcended her physical limits. In that moment of breakthrough, she finally experienced a sense of clarity and lightness throughout her being. This marked the first trial bestowed upon her by Elder Chen, who silently nodded in approval of her resilience. Yet, alas, on the 4th day, Elder Chen finally came to a halt. He retrieved a sword from his cosmic pouch and declared, now, follow me to the sect. Chu Mei'er gazed in astonishment at the sword, which, under Elder Chen's spiritual influence, rapidly expanded to a remarkable 1/2 meter in width and 3 meters in length. Elder Chen stood firmly atop it, beckoning her to ascend. Trembling with trepidation and feeling utterly drained, Chu Mei'er managed to clamber aboard. The long sword glided smoothly through the air, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she had been deceived. Surely, they could have flown directly on the sword. However, having finally relaxed, she succumbed to sleep before she could ponder further. Unbeknownst to her, as she slumbered, Elder Chen knelt beside her, grasping her wrist to assess her constitution. Satisfied, He nodded with a smile, acknowledging her intriguing physique. Chu Mei'er was roused by a profound surge of spiritual energy. She bolted upright, her eyes widening in disbelief at the breathtaking scenery before her. It was nothing short of a paradise. Towering mountains loomed, lush forests thrived, and islands floated in mid-air, interconnected by vines, with peaks disappearing into the clouds. Could this truly be Lingxiao Pavilion? Elder Chen's voice emanated from beside her. Atop the main peak lies the grand hall of our Lingxiao Pavilion, a gathering place for all disciples. Chu Mei'er obediently nodded. Satisfied with her demeanor, Elder Chen said, "Come, I shall escort you there." He took to the skies on his sword, bringing her to the grand hall. The architecture here was magnificent and imposing, resembling a colossal beast slumbering amidst the towering mountains, exuding an aura of grandeur, as if time itself had settled in this place. Soon, disciples approached, bowing respectfully. Elder Chen nodded lightly, leading Chu Mei'er further into the hall. What? Elder Chen is accepting a direct disciple? Surely this cannot be. Chapter 20. The predicament of multiple spiritual roots. Elder Chen is the most senior and powerful elder within the sect. For 5 consecutive years, he has participated in the disciple selection tournament, returning each time empty-handed. The news quickly spread throughout the Lingxiao Pavilion. At this moment, Chu Mei'er was following Elder Chen to meet the sect leader. The sect leader, clad in a long robe, exuded an ethereal presence, resembling those immortal cultivators she had seen on television in her past life. Upon seeing Elder Chen enter with a young woman, the sect leader was taken aback. He circled around Chu Mei'er, scrutinizing her as if trying to discern what made her exceptional. Chu Mei'er stood her ground, neither servile nor arrogant, addressing him as senior. Permitting his examination, the sect leader gazed at her for a moment, then suddenly placed his hand upon her shoulder. In an instant, Chu Mei'er felt as though she had been struck by a massive weight, her body sinking suddenly, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. She clenched her teeth, resisting with every fiber of her being. Multiple spiritual roots? He exclaimed with a hint of surprise, followed by a regretful sigh and shake of his head. A shadow of intrigue flickered in Elder Chen's eyes. Let us speak in private for a moment, he suggested, leaving her to wait there. Elder Chen drew the sect leader aside for a confidential discussion, erecting a spiritual barrier around them to ensure privacy. Was left unattended in the main hall. She exhaled softly, glanced in their direction, and silently commanded, "System, activate." Since entering she had perceived Elder Chen's high status within the sect. If she were merely a multi-attribute spiritual root wastrel, why would such an elder choose her as his personal disciple? This raised many questions. Life simulation system activated. Consuming 40 credits. Balance, 270. At the age of 10, you successfully entered and became Elder Chen's personal disciple. Elder Chen, recognizing your resilience, decided to focus on nurturing you. At 11, you acquired the new cultivation technique, Dark Shadow Demon Codex. At 15, you comprehended the first level of the Dark Shadow Demon Codex, but due to your physical constitution and multi-attribute spiritual root, you were unable to fully integrate it, causing a surge of elemental energies within you. At 16, your cultivation remained stagnant. At 17, a major conflict erupted between sections. Due to your weak strength, the sect dispatched you on a mission, during which you encountered, who severely injured you. You barely escaped. At 18, you sought refuge in a small village to recover. At the age of 21, your injuries were grievous, and though you managed to recover, your strength had plummeted to the 6th stage of the Qi refinement period. You sought refuge in the forest, only to discover that the Lingxiao sect had placed a bounty on your head. By the age of 22, numerous individuals were in pursuit of you. After a series of encounters, you ultimately succumbed and leapt to your demise. 7 years passed without any advancement in your cultivation. Moreover, why was the Lingxiao sect targeting her? A plethora of suspicions arose. As this simulation concluded, you were permitted to retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level at the age of 22. 2. The cultivation skills at the age of 22. 3. The memories of your life at the age of 22. Now, Chu Mei'er found herself in a quandary. From the simulation, it was evident that after practicing the Shadow Demon Manual, her cultivation offered no benefits. The 2 simulations indicated that a war among sects would erupt when she was 17. At that time, disciples from all sects would be far from safe. She must strive to enhance her strength before that moment, lest she become mere cannon fodder. Furthermore, she had been grievously injured by Yao Qian. Yao Qian was merely at the 8th level of entry, while she had already reached the 8th stage of Qi refinement. If, after 7 years, Yao Qian could severely injure her, it implied that she had made significant progress, at least reaching the foundation establishment stage. Her sense of crisis intensified. Chapter 21, A Shock. Refusing to become a direct disciple, I choose the second option, the memories of my life. Upon uttering these words, Chu Mei'er felt as if the years of her life were flipping by like the pages of a book. In the span of more than a decade, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow in her eyes. Despite her relentless efforts, her strength remained stagnant, subject to ridicule. After 7 years of cultivation within the sect, her progress was negligible. She toiled diligently, often sacrificing sleep to remain in the training halls. As a wielder of the 4 elemental roots, she was akin to having 4 conduits within her, each requiring equal elevation of energy to harmonize and intertwine. The shadow demon art was an exceedingly tyrannical technique. After practicing it, she had honed her fire elemental root to an exceptionally formidable degree, resulting in a disarray of energies among the other 3 roots. This predicament meant that not only did she endure the psychological strain of her arduous cultivation, yielding no tangible advancement, but she also suffered the torment inflicted by the relentless power of the technique. This agony rendered her sleepless through the night, steeped in distress. Strangely, since her arrival at Lingxiao Pavilion, this unassuming sect had begun to emerge in the public eye. Perhaps it was at this juncture that the tensions between sects began to escalate further. Upon reflecting on her memories, she discovered that 7 years hence, Yao Qian had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, a mere step away from the foundation establishment stage. The rapid pace of Yao Qian's cultivation was indeed alarming, amplifying her own sense of pressure. As Chu Mei'er pondered, Elder Chun and the sect leader concluded their discussions. Whether it was merely her imagination, she sensed a shift in the sect leader's gaze towards her, one that bore not only warmth but also a hint of calculation. In her recollections, she could only recall the arduous struggle of relentless training and had never contemplated why Elder Chun would choose to take her, a seemingly useless apprentice, under his wing. Before the uncertainty of what had transpired settled in, she simply bowed her head, standing obediently in place. Elder Chun let out a hearty laugh. Chu Mei'er, your talent is evident to all. At merely 10 years of age, you have already reached the qi refinement stage and possess combat experience. Truly remarkable. The disciples peering in from outside echoed their astonishment. A 10-year-old at the qi refinement stage. Even they, as inner disciples, had not necessarily attained such cultivation when they first began. With your innate gifts, being an inner disciple would suffice, however. I am particularly impressed by your abilities and wish to take you on as my direct disciple. Would you accept? A fleeting glimmer of uncertainty crossed Chu Mei'er's eyes, revealing her perplexity. A direct disciple? What value does that hold? The disciples outside were taken aback by her words, feeling a throbbing headache from the implications. A direct disciple would receive guidance from a formidable nascent soul expert, something countless individuals yearn for. Quickly, agree. The status of a direct disciple within this sect is immensely elevated. Good heavens. I dream of becoming Elder Chin's direct disciple. He is the only nascent soul expert among the elders with a kind disposition. Elder Chin remained patient, gently elucidating. Both inner disciples and direct disciples enjoy the privilege of unrestricted access to the martial arts pavilion within the sect, where they may seek any level of techniques. They can also enter the alchemy room in the techniques building without limitations. However, should you choose to become my direct disciple, you would have the opportunity to inquire about any challenges you face in your cultivation, and I would personally guide you. What say you? Would you consider becoming my disciple? One-on-one guidance from a nascent soul stage expert is a fatal temptation for any disciple. If it weren't for the existence of the life simulation system, I'm afraid that Chu Mei'er would have unhesitatingly agreed. But now, she is cognizant of what her future holds. I appreciate your esteemed offer, Elder, but I still aspire to become an ordinary inner disciple. Her utterance was immediately followed by a collective gasp. Where did she derive such self-assurance to decline a nascent soul stage expert? How could such a person exist? Did she even comprehend the identity of Elder Chin? He was one of the foremost experts on the continent. How dare she? Even Elder Chin did not anticipate her refusal. The smile on his face momentarily faltered. The sect leader's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted. Young lady, how can you be so arrogant at such a tender age? Do you truly believe that you can go far based solely on your own efforts? Becoming his disciple means more than just receiving guidance. You will also receive the inclination of resources within the sect. I have never seen such an overconfident junior. The disciples craning their necks outside held their breath. It's over. The sect leader is enraged. This young girl is likely to be expelled from the sect directly. How could she possibly reject an elder's invitation to become a disciple? Could it be that she hails from a large family? Facing the sect leader's wrath, Chu Mei'er's face turned pale, but her voice remained calm. This disciple dares not. Merely. This disciple is cognizant of my limited aptitude and wishes to spare the elder from squandering the esteemed position of personal disciple. The sect leader offered a frosty smile, retorting, "Are you aware that you are a multi-attribute spiritual root simpleton? I am uncertain as to how you have managed to cultivate to this degree in such a brief span. But henceforth, attaining the foundation establishment stage will be exceedingly arduous. Devoid of an elder's guidance, it is likely beyond your capabilities." So, she was a multi-attribute spiritual root simpleton. Why would Elder Qian select such a simpleton? At least she possesses a modicum of self-awareness. It is common knowledge that cultivating a single spiritual root is already challenging, and the difficulty of cultivating multiple spiritual roots escalates exponentially. The more attributes involved, the greater the difficulty. Moreover, the difficulty becomes unprecedented as one progresses further in cultivation. Although Chu Mei'er has broken through to the chi refining stage at a young age, her multi-attribute spiritual roots may confine her to the chi refining stage for life, preventing any further advancement in her cultivation. Chu Mei'er slowly curved her lips into a radiant smile, her countenance illuminating the grand hall. Indeed, I am a multi-attribute spiritual root simpleton, and it would be best not to waste the opportunity. To become an inner sect disciple is already a great honor for this disciple. She retreated slightly and offered a bow to the sect leader and Elder Qian, expressing, "I am grateful to the elder for your willingness to bring me here." Upon witnessing this, the sect leader's fury intensified, but Elder Qian intervened, preventing him from erupting. Elder Qian furrowed his brow and shook his head, signaling him not to act rashly. He turned to Chu Mei'er and said, "Alas, since you are resolute in your desire to become an inner disciple, so be it. You may remain within the sect in the capacity of an inner disciple. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek my counsel." Chu Mei'er bowed deeply once again, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Elder." Elder Qian sighed. "You possess a quadruple spirit root, which renders your cultivation significantly more challenging than that of others. Yet, astonishingly, you have already reached the chi refining stage at such a tender age. This truly warrants my admiration. Given your choice to become an inner disciple, I shall not impose further. Here, I have a technique that should be quite suitable for your cultivation. Take it." With a flick of his hand, a dark crimson scroll gracefully descended into Chu Mei'er's grasp. Bold characters emblazoned the scroll, Shadow Demon Classic. Chu Mei'er's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 23, A Grand Deception. A radiant smile illuminated her face as she clutched the scroll tightly. "Elder, are you saying, this is exceptionally suited for my cultivation? If I practice this, will my strength truly increase?" Elder Qian stroked his beard, nodding in approval, seemingly pleased with Chu Mei'er's expression of delight. "Indeed, it is exceedingly suitable. There are scarcely any techniques in this world that align with your cultivation needs. You are remarkably unique. With a multifaceted spirit root, once you discover the appropriate technique, the results can be exponentially rewarding. This Shadow Demon Classic can achieve that. It is a low-grade, earth-level technique, more than adequate for your chi refining stage. Go on, continue to boast." Chu Mei'er excitedly clutched the scroll to her chest. "Thank you so much," she exclaimed. "If it weren't for the system, I might have actually believed your deceit." Internally, she rolled her eyes dramatically. She was now utterly convinced that Elder Qian harbored ulterior motives towards her. In her recollection, she had sought Elder Qian's audience several times, feeling unwell after practicing the Shadow Demon Classic. Each time, he had encouraged her to continue her cultivation. Now, she realized that this man had been misleading her all along. But what could she possibly possess that would pique Elder Qian's interest? "Very well, you may leave now. Someone will escort you to your residence." A few disciples jostled their way in. "Tianhua, take her to her quarters." "Yes," replied the disciple named Tianhua, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, a time marked by youthful exuberance as he curiously observed Chu Mei'er. She smiled at him, and his face instantly flushed crimson. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Qian furrowed his brows slightly and instructed, "Arrange a separate courtyard for her. Although she has declined to become my personal disciple, she was brought in by me, so please treat her well." Chu Mei'er, should you encounter any further issues with your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chu Mei'er bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude once more. Tianhua led her out of the grand hall, and only then did Elder Qian suppress the smile on his face, his murky eyes gleaming with a sudden intensity. As long as we keep her in our Lingxiao pavilion, Master, you must refrain from being so impulsive in the future. The sovereign let out a cold snort, displeased. Unable to comprehend the folly of refusing to become your disciple. Who in this world would dare to turn you down? Such audacity is truly unbecoming. Elder Qian's expression was frigid, his voice sharp and devoid of warmth. As long as she remained here, it was merely a matter of time until she matured and awakened her potential. Her value is immense. Keep a close watch on her and ensure she does not feel compelled to leave. The sovereign waved his hand in annoyance. I understand. Upon exiting the grand hall, a multitude of disciples surrounded her, peering with curiosity. Chu Mei'er remained composed, only inquiring of Tianhua, senior brother. Could you kindly provide me with an introduction to this place? Chu Meier's polite and considerate demeanor put Tianhua at ease. As they traversed the space between several peaks, they were connected by lengthy vine-like ropes. Tianhua drew forth his long sword, channeling spiritual energy into it, causing the sword to expand into a massive blade, 1/2 meter wide and 3 meters long. Chu Mei'er gazed upon it with envy. Tianhua explained, flying with a sword is not particularly difficult. You merely need to reach the Qi refinement stage. In the future, seek out some scrolls on sword flight in the cultivation hall and practice diligently. As they soared through the air, Tianhua meticulously described the various locations. In the Lingxiao Pavilion, at the main peak, lies the primary area for disciple activities. Here, one can find the martial arts pavilion, training rooms, and the scripture building. Disciples may attend lectures, practice martial skills, and study techniques. The other towering peaks, positioned higher, are abundant in spiritual energy, flourishing with various spiritual herbs. These are the residences of the elders and the sovereigns. Tianhua gestured towards the highest peak, the abode of Elder Qian. As he spoke, his voice softened, murmuring that if one were to become Elder Qian's direct disciple, one would reside in that place. Abundant in spiritual energy, incomparable to the outside world. His words were laden with regret and confusion. Chu Mei'er smiled faintly at him, remarking that her talent was far too lacking to be worthy of being Elder Qian's direct disciple. To be his disciple? She feared it would lead to her own undoing. Being an ordinary inner sect disciple seemed far more liberating. She had no desire to be scrutinized by this scheming individual during her cultivation. In her last life simulation, she had chosen to retain the memories of her life. Although she had not practiced the techniques from the Shadow Demon Codex, she had memorized the methods within. It was merely a matter of possessing the knowledge. Chu Mei'er resolved not to pursue this cultivation technique any further and intended to explore the scripture hall within the sect at a later date. Elder Qian had a kind disposition. Had it been any other elder, she might have been expelled in a fit of rage. Thanks to Elder Qian's guidance, Chu Mei'er was granted a modest courtyard for herself. The yard was exceedingly simple, adorned with a chaotic garden, overrun with weeds, as if it had never been tended to. On this mountain, collective dormitories existed for the disciples, and such a solitary courtyard could only be afforded by those of considerable strength within the inner sect. Tianhua appeared somewhat apprehensive about this place, leaving her at the courtyard's entrance before hastily fleeing. Chu Mei'er was taken aback, yet did not dwell on it. As she gazed upon the small courtyard, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Having traversed through time, enslaved and subjugated, beneath the heel of Yao Qian, her fate has finally begun to shift for the better. Not only does she now possess a quaint little courtyard, replete with abundant spiritual energy that significantly enhances her cultivation, but there hangs a sign upon the wooden gate inscribed with the character for Earth. Chu Mei'er gently caresses the ornate calligraphy before stepping inside and preparing to close the door. However, upon meeting her gaze, the individuals present appear startled, hastily shoving one another as they scurry away in fear of her presence. Frowning slightly, Chu Mei'er secures the door behind her. In the days that follow, she meticulously cleans the entire room and courtyard. With but a simple cleansing incantation, the space is rendered immaculate. The garden, though modest in size, looks considerably neater after the weeds are cleared away, and she plans to cultivate some flowers and plants in the future. In her previous life, despite her relentless efforts, she never managed to acquire a home. To find herself so effortlessly endowed with her own little sanctuary in this new existence is truly a delightful surprise. At the entrance stands a charming young maid, her delicate features framed by a traditional hairstyle. Holding a basket, she bashfully speaks in a soft voice, "Miss, I noticed you haven't ventured out these past few days, and the courtyard must be lacking in provisions. I brought some pastries that I made myself. She glances at the immaculately tidied courtyard, akin to a frightened little creature, and quickly lowers her gaze. Chapter 25. You are truly a miracle. Chu Mei'er smiles warmly at her, replying, "Thank you, but there's no need. I do not eat much." Upon entering the Qi refinement stage, her entire being was thoroughly cleansed by spiritual energy. Although it did not achieve the effects of marrow cleansing, it was nearly equivalent, resulting in her seemingly inexhaustible vitality. This body of hers required far less sustenance than before. For several days, she had not taken a single drop of water, diligently practicing for at least 4 hours each day, completely oblivious to hunger or thirst. Upon her refusal, the young maid's eyes brimmed with tears. "Please, continue, otherwise, my young mistress will be upset, and I shall be in dire straits." As she spoke, tears streamed down the maid's cheeks. Seeing this, Chu Mei'er quickly accepted the basket. "Do not cry, I shall take it." Chu Mei'er sensed the probing gaze that lingered nearby. This sensation was indeed unsettling. The young maid's face brightened immediately. "Thank you. Our young mistress resides next door. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." "All right, thank you." The maid engaged in a few more exchanges. But upon noticing that Chu Mei'er had no intention of inviting her inside, she could only take her leave. Once she departed, Chu Mei'er surveyed the surroundings once more. Yet she could not discern the source of those watchful eyes. She had indeed been somewhat negligent. This place was far from the tranquility she had envisioned. Why were these people always fixated on her? However, Chu Mei'er had no time to ponder such matters. The following morning, she made her way to the sect's scripture repository. The repository was a towering structure, with the higher floors housing increasingly advanced martial arts techniques. It comprised a total of 9 levels, categorized by the rank of the techniques: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Above the 5th floor, only high-level profound techniques were stored, currently being in the Qi refining stage. She can only ascend to the 5th level. Further progression necessitates a breakthrough in her capabilities. She proceeded directly to the 5th level, where the number of disciples noticeably dwindled. An extensive array of cultivation techniques adorned the shelves, a dazzling spectacle capable of overwhelming the senses. This level exclusively housed mid-tier profound-grade cultivation methods. To comprehend them, one simply needed to grasp the scroll and infuse it with mana, whereupon its contents would be indelibly imprinted upon the mind. At her level, the cultivation techniques she acquired would lay the groundwork for her future strength. Selecting techniques of inferior quality or incompatible with her attributes would be tantamount to courting disaster. She meticulously surveyed the entire 5th level, yet failed to unearth a suitable cultivation method for multi-attribute spiritual root cultivators, much to her chagrin. "There are no cultivation methods for multi-attribute spiritual roots here. Your search is futile." As she earnestly sought, a man's crystalline voice echoed from her side. His pronouncement seemed almost casual. "How can the Azure Cloud Pavilion, a considerable sect, lack such techniques?" Chu Mei'er inquired. It seemed implausible that a sect of such profound heritage, with centuries of accumulated foundation, would lack a cultivation method for multi-attribute spiritual roots. The man elucidated. "Because no multi-attribute spiritual root has ever cultivated to the Qi refining stage at your age. You are an anomaly. Thank you for the compliment." Chu Mei'er offered a slight smile before turning to descend the stairs. Given her circumstances, she had to discover a fitting cultivation method. Otherwise, her cultivation would stagnate, and she would be vanquished by Yao Qian in short order. "Hold," the man's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Chapter 26. Alchemist or Mad Scientist? A jolt of alarm coursed through her heart. Such formidable strength must surely indicate a foundation establishment stage. A practitioner of this caliber sought her out. She watched as he produced a porcelain vial, which, cradled in his jade-like hands, appeared almost indistinguishable from his skin's pallor. "Would you care to suppress the 3 elemental roots within you, leaving only the fire root for cultivation? This pill will be of assistance," he proposed. His eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity, casting a peculiar shadow upon the white porcelain. Charming yet wary, Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow. "I do not trust you." The man scrutinized her face for a moment before a smirk danced upon his lips. "I am Ruan Feng, a 3rd-tier alchemist." "An alchemist?" Suspicion flickered in Chu Meier's mind. "Why do you wish to help me?" The fervor in Ruan Feng's gaze intensified, akin to twin flames blazing fervently. "I have never encountered someone like you. At merely 10 years old, possessing 4 elemental roots, you are deemed the most ineffectual of the ineffectual. Yet you have managed to reach the Qi cultivation stage through sheer will. It is utterly remarkable. Among dual elemental root practitioners, only 2 have achieved Qi cultivation before the age of 15, and you, with 4 elemental roots, are truly unprecedented. I am eager to discover your methods. Wan Feng resembled a mad scientist, suddenly encountering a rare specimen, eager to bind her to an examination table for dissection. This thought sent waves of trepidation through Chu Mei'er. I simply practice aimlessly, lacking any technique. Chu Mei'er took a few steps back to maintain her distance from the scientific madman. I do not require your medicine, thank you, she declared. Just as she turned away, Wan Feng reappeared before her, blocking her path. How can it be without merit? You assist me in testing the medicine, and I will research a method to treat you. You are already experiencing difficulties in your cultivation, are you not? You have not utilized the technique Elder Chen bestowed upon you. Why is that? Is it because you are aware that technique is only suitable for those with a singular elemental root? Wan Feng's words struck home. A sudden sense of being seen through enveloped Chu Mei'er, leaving her with a feeling of unease. What exactly are you trying to convey? She inquired. I wish to collaborate with you. You may choose not to accept my offer now, but eventually, you will find yourself in need of my assistance. Let us reconvene here in 5 days. I shall grant you time to contemplate. With that, Wan Feng swiftly placed a pill into Chu Mei'er's hand, like a fleeting breeze, leaving her with no chance to comprehend the action before he vanished into the confines of the loft. Chu Mei'er glanced down at the porcelain vial in her grasp, her brow furrowing in concern. She had scoured the building from the 1st to the 5th floor, yet failed to discover a cultivation technique suitable for her. If all else failed, she would have to venture outside and seek her fortune. As the novels often state, a fall from a cliff may lead to unexpected opportunities. Perhaps she could unwittingly stumble into the secret realm of an extraordinary powerhouse and uncover an appropriate technique. Regrettably, the Yao Guang forbidden scroll she had previously simulated was merely a body refinement technique, and she had only grasped the 1st level, reducing her innate talent from rubbish to the lowest tier of earth grade. If only she could simulate a few more times. She hurried back to her residence, her heart racing with anticipation. However, before she arrived at her residence, she caught sight of several individuals forcefully kicking open the wooden door and entering the courtyard. What a waste to allocate such a splendid courtyard to a mere waste. 3 young men, around 16 or 17 years of age, possessed the strength of the 7th stage of Qi refinement. What could they possibly want? Frowning slightly, she suppressed her agitation and sought refuge in a corner. Chapter 27. Dare to covet my courtyard? Seeking death. The group surveyed the immaculate courtyard, nodding in satisfaction. It was truly a squandering of resources for a waste with multiple spiritual roots to possess such a place. As inner disciples, they had earned their separate courtyards through strength. And this newcomer, clearly ignorant of the rules, had managed to maintain such cleanliness. Perhaps she would make a decent servant for Cheng, the eldest. Cheng, who had recently established his foundation just a few days prior, was entitled to his own courtyard. To serve him would indeed be her fortune. Concealed in the corner, Chu Mei'er felt a heavy heart. It appeared that a powerful individual in the foundation establishment stage sought to seize her courtyard. She should have anticipated this. This place was far more ruthless than her previous life as campus. Strength reigned supreme. These men were all more formidable than she. What should she do? With a somber tone, she glanced at the elixir in her hand and took a deep breath. System activate. Life simulation system activated, consuming 40 currency. Balance, 230. At the age of 10, you became an ordinary inner disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion. Due to your multiple spiritual roots, you faced ridicule, mockery, and humiliation. You contended with Cheng Kai for the rights to the small courtyard, but you failed and suffered the breaking of your legs. You dismissed Wan Feng's words, rejecting his collaboration, and continued your pursuit of martial arts techniques. At the age of 11, you were cast out of the small courtyard and forced to reside in the grand dormitory of the sect, where, with your cultivation at the 8th stage of Qi refinement, you swiftly became the dominant figure among your peers. By the age of 12, your cultivation showed no signs of advancement. At 17, you yearned for an opportunity to stealthily enter the highest floor of the Sect-S scripture building, yet your efforts bore no fruit, leaving you on the brink of expulsion from the inner sect. 6 months later, in a bid to evade the sect's impending conflict, you daringly participated in the Foundation establishment trial, where you discovered a heavenly dust pill within a secret realm, resulting in a remarkable surge in your cultivation to the 9th stage of Qi refinement. However, after consuming a Foundation establishment pill 1 during the sect's disciple selection, You faced failure in your attempt to establish your foundation. In a reckless endeavor, you infiltrated the sect's scripture building, only to be detected by a formidable adversary who swiftly ended your life. Despite numerous simulations, you have yet to discover the martial arts technique that resonates most harmoniously with your being, leaving Chu Mei'er in a state of vexation. With this simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following: 1. The cultivation level of 18. 2. The cultivation skills of 18. 3. The life memories of 18. Chu Mei'er, without hesitation, chose the first option. She felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy within her body, akin to a sponge absorbing the ambient qi. With a resounding crash, a barrier was shattered, and she experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation as it crumbled. Her body felt lighter, and her senses sharpened considerably, as if a great weight of impurities had been lifted from her bones and meridians. With a gentle exhalation, Chu Mei'er savored the power that coursed through her, a testament to her attainment of the 9th level of the qi refining stage, a mere step away from the coveted foundation establishment. Yet, mindful of the simulator's cautionary tales, she resolved to abstain from employing the foundation establishment pill. It seemed her multi-attribute spiritual roots rendered such pharmacopoeia less efficacious, their effects invariably diminished within her. She pondered the serendipitous confluence of events that might transmute her constitution. Her gaze descended upon her hands, her eyes gleaming with sudden inspiration. "Behold, she is there," a male voice proclaimed from ahead, prompting Chu Mei'er to raise her eyes with alacrity. She beheld a trio of figures, 2 at the 8th level of qi refining, and a solitary one at the 9th. Chapter 28. Vacate my abode. Her countenance betraying no superfluous emotion, she advanced at a deliberate pace, inquiring, "What is the purpose of your encirclement of my residence?" Her slender willow eyebrows arched above a delicate, jade-like nose and radiant teeth. Her fair, alabaster face bloomed like a nascent flower, and her petite frame was complemented by skin as smooth as jade. Yet, it was her eyes that captivated, enigmatic and profound, shimmering with a cold light, exuding a detached demeanor, yet possessing a fatal allure that beckoned exploration. Clad in the simple raiment of an inner sect disciple, her very presence radiated spiritual grace, causing the interlopers to stare in open admiration. "Such pulchritude is certain to captivate Senior Brother Chung," one of them mused. "I shall fetch Senior Brother Chung forthwith." The lead man advanced, his gaze fixated upon Chu Mei'er. "Senior Brother Chung desires to reside in this abode. You shall relocate to the common courtyard of the inner sect disciples. Your current strength is insufficient to warrant such accommodations." He estimated her age, surmising that she had only recently entered the qi refining stage. Though her cultivation at such a tender age could be deemed prodigious, in this realm, power reigns supreme. Even the most gifted must submit. Chu Mei'er lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, a vision of exquisite beauty. "This is my domain. You shall leave." The man chuckled, a lewd glimmer in his eyes. "Oh, is that so? We, at Lingxiao Pavilion, adhere to an unwritten rule. Such small courtyards can be claimed through strength. Senior Brother Chung intends to challenge you for this courtyard. You are but a fledgling at the nascent stage of qi refinement. Defeating Senior Brother Chung, who has solidified his foundation, is simply impossible. I advise you to relinquish your claims sooner rather than later." Chu Mei'er clenched her delicate fists at her sides. At this moment, she finally lifted her gaze. Within her pitch-black eyes, it seemed as if countless tempests were brewing, captivating the very soul. "What if I refuse? You will vacate my residence." As her words resonated, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her. The 2 men stood astounded, realizing that the aura emanating from Chu Mei'er rivaled their own. How could this be possible? She was merely 10 years old, a 10-year-old at the 9th stage of qi refinement. This was beyond genius. She was a paragon of prodigies. It was known that she possessed a quadruple spiritual root, a veritable waste. Yet, how could she have registered as a 4th-stage qi refiner? When had her cultivation soared to such heights? In their astonishment, they barely had time to react as Chu Meier's dainty fist flew forth like the wind. Her demeanor was delicate, her voice soft and melodious, akin to an innocuous glutinous rice cake. However, the impact of the fist, struck by the fierce gale of the punch, the 2 were sent hurtling backward uncontrollably, crashing into the thicket, stretched her sinews contentedly, and entered the house, making sure to close the courtyard gate behind her. These fellows, upon seeing her age, had grown so arrogant that they neglected to discern her cultivation level. Had they perceived her true strength, they wouldn't have been so easily defeated. The two men outside emerged from the bushes, dusting off the dirt and awkwardly removing the leaves entangled in their hair. Her strength is unexpectedly formidable. It must be a mere illusion. It's rare to see a 10-year-old in the chi refining stage, let alone at the 9th level. We only reached this level at 16 or 17. No wonder Elder Qian desires to take her as a personal disciple. The more timid of the two men hesitated. She's favored by Elder Qian. Perhaps we should. Let it be. If Elder Qian finds out, we'll be punished. Besides, the two of us can't defeat her. If word of this gets out, we'll lose all face. What happened just now, don't breathe a word of it, understand? With senior brother Cheng handling it, let's not make any rash moves. Before Cheng Kai's arrival, seize the time to familiarize herself with her current cultivation level. She calmed her breathing and meditated on the spot, rapidly absorbing the excess spiritual energy within her. Hey, open the door. An impatient pounding resounded from outside. Took a deep breath and rose to her feet. Before she could reach the door, it was kicked open. This time, the one leading was a handsome man with an air of untamed indifference about him. His gaze swept over Chu Mei'er. So you're Chu Mei'er? Chu Meier's brow furrowed slightly. I heard Elder Qian wanted to take you as a disciple, and you actually refused. Heh, you're quite young to be so presumptuous. Speaking of this matter, a glint of ferocity flashed in Cheng Kai's eyes, and his voice carried a hint of menace. Chu Mei'er nodded. I am. Behind Cheng Kai were the two men she had just thoroughly thrashed. Now, with support, they seemed emboldened. Don't be so ungrateful. Just obediently become a maidservant for our senior brother Cheng. I don't know what Elder Qian was thinking. Our senior brother Cheng broke through to the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. How did Elder Qian take a fancy to a multi-spiritual root trash like you? Our senior brother Cheng has taken a liking to this courtyard. Just obediently hand it over to avoid unnecessary suffering. However, Chu Mei'er merely curled the corners of her lips into a smile. With leisurely steps, she bypassed the three men and slowly closed the door. What if I don't want to give up this courtyard? Cheng Kai's face darkened. You're asking for trouble. Cheng Kai's motive for causing her trouble might not be as simple as coveting her courtyard. It could be related to Elder Qian. Elder Qian held a high position in the Lingxiao Pavilion and was highly respected. Many disciples desired to become his apprentice, but without exception, all had been turned away by him. Yet, such an elder insisted on taking her, a multi-spiritual root waste, as a disciple. Naturally, these disciples would feel resentful. However, they have chosen the wrong opponent this time. Chu Mei'er closed the door behind her and turned around, her beautiful eyes sharp as blades, radiating a chilling brilliance. What do you intend to do? Cheng Kai flexed his neck and sneered coldly. You, woman, are asking for trouble. I refrained from taking action initially out of respect for your gender, but now you have truly angered me. Submit and kneel before me, beg for mercy, and become my personal maid. Perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to face my wrath. Offending a foundational stage expert is certainly not a wise choice. This woman possesses considerable beauty, albeit a bit inexperienced. If properly trained, she could undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. At the thought, a smirk crept upon Cheng Kai's lips, his gaze growing more audacious. The two men behind him exchanged nervous glances, stepping back a few paces. Should we warn Brother Cheng not to underestimate her? One suggested. The other shot him a glance. Underestimate her? Brother Cheng is a foundational stage expert. How could a mere 8th-tier chi refining practitioner possibly contend with him? Let us pretend we know nothing and retreat quietly. As Chu Mei'er observed the two men cowering aside, a smile crept across her lips. The moment was perfect. You want me to be your maid? Not a chance. With her chin lifted, her eyes suddenly sparkled as she gazed behind Cheng Kai, her smile radiant. Elder Qian, you have arrived. Chapter 30. This woman must be a prodigy. Elder Qian. She moved with unparalleled agility, her speed reminiscent of a swimming dragon, swiftly arriving at Cheng Kai's side, her fist poised to strike his abdomen. The two onlookers gasped, as if witnessing reflections of their former selves, instinctively retreating once more. Just as it seemed that Chu Mei'er was on the verge of triumph, in the next instant, Cheng Kai raised his hand to deflect her punch. The ambush had failed. A torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth from Cheng Kai, causing Chu Mei'er to let out a muffled grunt as she was propelled backward. Cheng Kai smirked coldly, seizing the opportunity to advance and launch a counterattack, his hand slicing downward with tremendous force. An ambush? You are but a novice in the chi refinement stage. How dare you oppose me? Do you comprehend the chasm that separates the chi refinement stage from the foundation establishment stage? Chung Kai's voice resonated sharply, his hand transforming into a fist, slicing through the air with a crisp sound, displaying immense power. Let me demonstrate the spirit-connecting fist I have just learned. This was, indeed, a martial arts technique. Chu Mei'er scoffed inwardly. She had simulated countless scenarios, amassing decades of martial arts experience. A mere martial arts technique could not possibly defeat her. Her spiritual energy surged as she clashed with Chung Kai's spirit-connecting fist, forcing him to stagger backward under the impact. The spot where he was struck throbbed with excruciating pain. Bones aching. Chung Kai stared at her in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? Chu Mei'er had just entered the sect. Barely at the chi refinement stage, how could she possess such power? The strength she had just displayed was at least that of an 8th-level chi refinement practitioner. She was merely 10 years old. Could a 10-year-old in the chi refinement stage truly exist? This woman must be a prodigy. Chu Mei'er, with an impassive demeanor, gently rubbed her hand that had just been struck, tracing a circle across her chest. With her graceful movements, her hands appeared to transform into countless appendages. While Chung Kai was still in a daze, Chu Mei'er employed her martial arts technique, lightly tapping the ground with her feet, and astonishingly vanished from sight. Chung Kai had only recently entered the foundation establishment stage and lacked substantial combat experience, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. Outside, a few men waiting nearby were suddenly startled by Chung Kai's agonized scream. Ah! The wretched cry sent a shiver down their spines. They exchanged uneasy glances, contemplating whether to investigate. Perhaps not, one suggested hesitantly. They had just endured a brutal beating at the hands of Chu Mei'er and were still haunted by the memory. With a swift kick, Chu Mei'er struck Chung Kai in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing through the door. As she prepared to unleash a cold reprimand, instructing them to leave, she suddenly felt an overwhelming force locking onto her. A chill ran down her spine, and her scalp tingled with a primal warning. Reacting instinctively, she executed her technique, slightly shifting her body to the side. Bang! Bang! 2 stones struck her, one collided with her shoulder, while the other impacted her abdomen. In an instant, she felt her internal organs shift, accompanied by a sharp crack from her shoulder bone. An ambush. In the yard behind the small courtyard, a tree's branches swayed slightly, yet there was no one in sight. Damn it! Who is it? Chung Kai finally managed to rise from the ground, clutching his bleeding face. Unable to open his eyes due to the pain. You insane woman. Madwoman. Chu Mei'er spat out a mouthful of blood, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. The corners of her mouth stained with crimson that she stubbornly swallowed back. Do you wish to strike again? I shall oblige. Chung Kai lowered his hands, his face bruised and battered, with distinct footprints visible upon his chest. Chu Mei'er advanced a step, and once more, blood erupted from her mouth, staining her attire. Casually, she wiped the blood from her lips and commanded, "Get out." Chung Kai was taken aback by her reckless ferocity, retreating several paces. Though he had not harmed her moments prior, how could she be the one to cough up blood? To seize this courtyard, you would have to kill me. I was brought here personally by Elder Chun. You know the consequences of my demise. Do you dare to strike? As she spoke, Chu Mei'er spat another mouthful of blood. Her delicate visage was pale as death, yet her pitch-black eyes seemed to harbor countless whirlpools, capable of devouring one's very soul. Chung Kai dared not retaliate. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Had it been anyone else, a blow to the abdomen from his spirit-piercing fist would render them unable to rise. Yet this madwoman. She approached relentlessly, blood still spilling from her lips, exuding an aura of disregard for her own life. Chung Kai had never witnessed such a spectacle. Retreating further. Stay where you are, he commanded. Forget it, I no longer desire this courtyard. Quickly, let us depart. Chapter 31. In the face of severe injury. A simulation breaks through. Chung Kai and his companions fled in disarray. Once they exited the courtyard, a wave of apprehension washed over him as he patted his chest, inadvertently touching his face, causing him to nearly lose his breath from the pain. A nearby man cautiously offered a handkerchief. Senior Brother Chung, here. Wipe the blood from your face. Chung Kai struck him sharply on the forehead, exclaiming, Do you not know this is a madwoman? Damn it, I cannot kill her. If we were outside the sect, I would certainly put an end to her. Yes, yes, you are indeed the most formidable, they responded, bowing and flattering him. Yet their peripheral vision inadvertently flickered towards Chung Kai's face. Chung Kai, having received a slap from Chu Mei'er, bore a swollen and disheveled visage, a sight unbecoming for a foundational stage cultivator to be bested by a mere 10-year-old girl. Indeed, this Chu Mei'er was quite the talent. She had dared to risk her life to deliver a fierce bite to her adversary. Should she mature, she would undoubtedly become a ruthless individual. Chung Kai's eyes glinted with menace as he warned, "If any of you dare to utter a single word of this, do not blame me for showing no mercy to eliminate you." They quickly bowed, trembling. "We would never dare." Once they had departed, Chu Mei'er collapsed onto the ground. She felt a wrenching pain in her abdomen, as if her very organs had been displaced, and after spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, she felt slightly relieved. Damn it! Who on earth ambushed me? She could easily handle Chung Kai of the foundational stage, yet the assailant was formidable. She had been oblivious to this person's presence, unaware of how long they had lingered in the trees. It was truly perplexing. If this individual harbored intentions to kill her, why had they not acted directly? Lying in the courtyard, she attempted to rise, but the searing pain in her abdomen was unbearable, a clear indication of serious internal injury. Cursed be this fate. Would she truly perish here? Chu Mei'er gritted her teeth and managed to rise, only to crash heavily back to the ground. After sustaining yet another grievous injury, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lying flat on the ground, she gasped for breath. Once her breathing stabilized, her eyes suddenly widened. System activate. Life simulation system activated, consuming 40 currency. Balance, 190. The expenditure of currency was increasingly burdensome. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow. She had to venture out to hone her skills and procure some heavenly materials to recharge. Within the sect, disciples received 30 spirit stones monthly as sustenance, along with a few scattered low-grade pills. As for other resources, acquiring them depended solely on one's own efforts. At the age of 10, you became an inner disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. Chen Kai attempted to seize your courtyard, but you defeated him soundly, only to be ambushed and severely injured. At 11, your injuries were too grave to heal, and your cultivation stagnated, resulting in a mundane year at Lingxiao Pavilion. By 12, your wounds had mended, yet left lingering repercussions. All your meridians were blocked, making cultivation increasingly arduous. At 13, you were demoted to an outer disciple and relegated to menial tasks. At 17, the sect war commenced, and you were crushed to death by falling rocks during a duel between two peak foundation establishment experts. Chu Mei'er. Truly, even the flutter of a butterfly's wings can alter the entire landscape. She was gravely wounded, her cultivation stagnant, and her meridians completely obstructed. What could she do? Who could she turn to for help? Her injuries. What if she were to leave the sect now and venture out for her own experiences? System. Continue the simulation. Life simulator activated. This will consume 40 credits. Balance. 150. At the age of 10, you became an inner disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. But Chen Kai came to seize your small courtyard. You sustained grave injuries. At 11, your wounds have healed somewhat, and you decide to venture outside to seek your fortune. At 13, you encountered a horde of beasts and met your demise under their stampede. Life simulator activated. This will consume 40 credits. Balance, 110. At 10, you sustained grave injuries. At 11, you chose to remain within the sect to cultivate, yet your progress was stagnated, and this injury left your meridians obstructed. In pursuit of healing elixirs, you joined a small team to undertake a sect mission. At 18, while training in the forest, due to your previous injuries, you only possessed the cultivation of the 5th stage of Qi refinement. During your ventures in the woods, you encountered a horde of beasts and took refuge in a small village. At 21, you offended a local gentry, who dispatched over 30 men to slay you at the edge of a cliff. Chapter 32. Pain. She was merely at the Qi refinement stage. With such cultivation, venturing outside was tantamount to courting death. Remaining in the sect for cultivation also bore no promise of advancement. Chu Mei'er gazed up at the sky and let out a long sigh. In the realm of rebirth, individuals often emerge as either wealthy heiresses or prodigies of extraordinary talent. Yet, he finds himself entangled in a formidable narrative from the very outset. Remaining within the confines of Lingxiao Pavilion offers no prospects. Venturing forth alone for training leads only to swift demise. What to do? Suddenly, an idea sparks within Chu Mei'er. Does she not know an alchemist? Wan Feng. He had even left her a pill. With determination, Chu Mei'er retrieves the porcelain vial, summoning every ounce of her willpower to unseal it. A rich aroma of medicinal fragrance envelopes her, momentarily distracting her senses. She swallows hard, feeling an odd sensation that the searing pain within her might be alleviating under the influence of this scent. This could very well be her last lifeline. Without hesitation, she consumes the pill. It dissolves upon contact, transforming into a pure essence that cascades down her throat. The potency of the medicine seems to wrench her already injured meridians anew. A cry of agony escapes her lips as relentless waves of pain assail her, akin to enduring a cruel punishment. Her battered body feels as if salt has been poured into its wounds. Gritting her teeth, she feels blood trickling from her mouth and nose. Ultimately, she can bear it no longer and succumbs to unconsciousness, consumed by regret. She awakens, drenched in water. Her dazed gaze fixates on the sky. To her astonishment, she has been in a state of unconsciousness in the courtyard until nightfall, as heavy rain begins to pour. She is oblivious to how long she has been immersed in the downpour, feeling utterly detached from her body. Soon, however, joy fills her spirit. Having consumed that pill, her injuries have healed significantly, and her meridians have begun to reform, albeit still in a fragile state. Struggling to rise, she dragged her weary body outside. Finding Wanfeng could save her life. She arrived at the scripture pavilion and collapsed in a corner. She repeatedly circulated the Yao Qian forbidden scroll within her body. Fortunately, due to the restorative effects of the elixir, the circulation of the Yao Qian forbidden scroll was beginning to yield results. Her broken body was gradually healing and improving. In the secluded corner of the 5th floor of the scripture pavilion, where few people came and went, she was at peace as she meditated. Time passed, though she was unaware of how long, until she heard a sigh. "Are you injured?" Chu Mei'er suddenly opened her eyes. Before her stood Wanfeng, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her complexion remained as pale as ever, utterly devoid of color. Even her lips lost their luster. "I am willing to be your test subject for the medicine." Wanfeng finally smiled. "Come with me." Chu Mei'er stood, only to feel darkness closing in, nearly fainting. Instinctively, she grasped Wanfeng's arm, rubbing her eyes, only to let go immediately. "I'm sorry, I couldn't steady myself." Wanfeng was unperturbed. "How long have you been waiting for me here?" 5 days. Wanfeng frowned. "So long. This means you were injured 5 days ago?" He grasped her wrist, listened to her pulse, and his expression turned somber. "Your body, you should have died long ago. How have you endured?" Chu Mei'er simply replied, "Just bear with it." Wanfeng rarely displayed such astonishment. "You are truly extraordinary. You should be able to withstand a great deal of medicine." At this point, Wanfeng grew increasingly excited, his voice rising a notch. Sighing inwardly, Chu Mei'er pondered whether her decision was judicious. Chapter 33. A Glimmer of Hope. Wanfeng's abode resided on a separate peak, necessitating a lengthy traverse via cable car, followed by a quarter-hour's walk. Chu Mei'er, still convalescing, found the extended journey taxing. Wanfeng's courtyard mirrored hers in layout, yet its expanse was nearly thrice the size. Upon opening the heaven gate, a potent medicinal aroma permeated the air. Wanfeng gestured towards the mountain behind the house, stating that it was his, cultivated with various herbs. Chu Mei'er, in her astonishment, inquired about his true identity, unable to discern his cultivation level, which she surmised was at least foundation establishment. Wanfeng cryptically demurred, emphasizing that cultivation was secondary to her commitment to daily treatments. He revealed his status as a Tier 3 alchemist researching novel elixirs, requesting her participation as a test subject, and acknowledged the inherent risks, offering her an out if she demurred. Given her limited options, Chu Mei'er wordlessly followed Wanfeng into the alchemy chamber, her acquiescence evident. Having previously experienced dire outcomes in simulations, she hoped Wanfeng's expertise would yield a concoction capable of enhancing her innate talents. Wanfeng nodded in approval, and after examining her pulse, he presented several pills, instructing her to ingest them, which she promptly did without hesitation. Such a posture of complete trust only serves to enhance Wanfeng's intrigue. "Are you not afraid that I might poison you?" Chu Mei'er replied, "You need me." Wanfeng narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly, finding her to be quite an amusing woman. Before long, the effects of the medicine began to take hold within her body. This particular concoction was mild in potency, yet still uncomfortable, akin to countless ants scuttling through her veins. Stepping outside, she let out a muffled groan, gritting her teeth, and sat in silence, awaiting the effects to subside. Wanfeng was acutely aware of the overwhelming nature of her own concoction, yet she observed that Chu Mei'er was managing to endure it. Furrowing her brow, she shook her head in disbelief. How much suffering must this delicate girl have endured to possess such remarkable endurance? Once the effects had fully manifested, Chu Mei'er opened her eyes. "My injuries have yet to heal, but your medicine is quite effective. Ruan Feng nodded, tidying the herbs on the table. I shall return tomorrow. There are additional remedies that require your trial. Very well. Ruan Feng's potions could either save her life or completely obliterate her spiritual roots. In this realm, if one's spiritual roots were destroyed, there would be no path but death. Simulation system activated. This simulation consumed 40 credits. Balance, 70. This is the final simulation. I hope to see an enhancement in strength this time. At the age of 10, you entered Lingxiao Palace, becoming an inner disciple. You were injured by Cheng Kai and accepted Ruan Feng's assistance, agreeing to test her medicine. At the age of 13, Ruan Feng cured your ailment and expanded your meridians, resulting in an increase in your cultivation, elevating you to the 8th stage of Qi refinement. At the age of 14, you decided to heed Ruan Feng's advice and suppress the other 3 types of spiritual roots within you. At the age of 15, you accompanied Ruan Feng in search of medicinal herbs. At 16, you accidentally fell off a cliff and discovered a hidden realm, where you obtained a pill and successfully established your foundation. A month later, all your old injuries had completely healed, and you resolved to continue your cultivation within the secret realm. 6 months later, you realized that your multifaceted spiritual roots made it exceedingly difficult to advance during the foundation building phase. By the age of 25, you had been tirelessly seeking methods to enhance your constitution, yet results were meager. At 28, you encountered Ruan Feng once more. He bestowed upon you a harmonizing pill. However, upon ingestion, the 4 spiritual roots within you spiraled out of control, leading to your self-detonation and demise. Chapter 34. The Foundation Building Genius at merely 10 years of age. Chu Mei'er was overjoyed. The gains from this experience were nothing short of miraculous. Though the fundamental issue remained unresolved, she was at least assured that following Ruan Feng would not pose any immediate risks for the time being. Although later on, Ruan Feng's application of medicine would lead to her tragic end, that was still 7 years away, ample time indeed. This simulation has concluded, and you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level at 17. 2. The cultivation skills at 17. 3. The memories of life at 17. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively selected 1. Sitting cross-legged, the spiritual energy within her surged upward. Boom. It seemed she could hear the barrier within her being breached. 8th stage of Qi refinement. She pressed on. The spiritual energy continued to flow, crashing forth like ocean waves from every meridian, creating a colossal tide that surged toward the threshold of foundation building. Layers of energy surged and rolled, resembling a formidable tide, akin to a bamboo being cleaved. The ethereal waves took on the shape of a hand, crashing against the barrier with great force. A resounding rumble echoed as the barrier began to weaken. With renewed determination, Chu Mei'er felt her heart stir, channeling the spirit energy into a sharp sword, which she raised high and struck down upon the barrier. With the support of the system, her inner spirit energy had reached the foundational level, rendering any deficiency utterly impossible. The barrier emitted a crisp humming sound. With a crackling noise, it shattered completely. In that instant, Chu Mei'er felt a buzzing in her mind, reminiscent of the sound of an eggshell fracturing, as if something was on the verge of breaking free. A small stream had coalesced into an ocean. The spirit power attained at the foundational stage was profoundly rich, exuding an inexhaustible grandeur. The damaged meridians within her body healed in an instant. No, it was more than mere healing. They had doubled in width. This signified that her cultivation speed was twice that of an ordinary foundational stage practitioner. Chu Mei'er gazed in disbelief at her hands. Had she truly reached the foundational stage? So swiftly, from a defenseless ordinary girl, deemed talentless and a mere servant, she had now transformed into a foundational stage practitioner at the tender age of 10. Furthermore, it had taken her less than a month to transition from the Qi refinement stage to the foundational stage. If she were to utilize the simulator a few more times, she might directly ascend to that supreme existence. While others toiled diligently in their cultivation, she was undeniably operating on a higher level. She could feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her entire being, invigorating her with an irresistible urge to let out a long, triumphant shout. Rising to her feet, she moved about. The pain had vanished entirely, leaving only a sense of exhilaration. Regrettably, she has yet to provide a method for cultivation, having reached the foundation establishment stage. The techniques required must at least be of the profound tier. From previous simulations, it appears she has relied predominantly on sheer brute force for her training. supplemented by pills and a fortuitous venture into a secret realm, yet there has been no mention of any cultivation method. It seems she has continually failed to discover a suitable technique for her training. It is imperative that she ventures forth to seek out rare materials and treasures to replenish her system, while also testing her luck to find a technique compatible with her 4 elemental roots. The following day, she set out early to the martial arts pavilion, a place filled with an extensive array of martial techniques, encompassing everything from blades and staves to various forms of hand-to-hand combat. Here, one could find an eclectic mix, including the use of instruments as weapons and spiritual attacks. Chu Mei'er, being a novice in such martial arts, was not discerning and began perusing the yellow-tier techniques, one after another. Chapter 35. Such a tremendous talent. What a shame the benefits of reaching the foundation establishment stage are manifold, including the enhancement of her spiritual power. Her mental capacity has significantly broadened, becoming considerably more formidable than before. The advantage of spiritual power enhancement is that her memory and comprehension have been elevated across the board. She can now memorize low-level yellow-tier technique manuals with just a glance. Although she has entered the foundation establishment stage, her internal spiritual energy has only thickened slightly, resulting in little actual increase in strength. She must become stronger. In recent days, Chu Mei'er has transformed herself into a sponge, immersing in the ocean of technique manuals. She diligently sought out Ruan Feng each day to consume his pills. However, she found excuses to evade his further inquiries. Fortunately, Ruan Feng's excessive confidence in his medical skills led him to believe, after merely diagnosing her pulse once, that Chu Mei'er's recovery would progress as he anticipated. However, Chu Mei'er understood that such deception could not last long. Should Ruan Feng discover the rapidity with which her cultivation had advanced overnight, he would undoubtedly wish to dissect her for research purposes. Thus, she needed to devise a plan swiftly. Her daily routine revolved around a meticulous cycle of training, solely focused on enhancing her own strength. It was not long before others began to take notice of her. Chu Mei'er immersed herself in the study of martial arts scriptures, managing to peruse 7 or 8 tomes in a single afternoon. Such a pace was unachievable for a novice disciple. On this particular day, she was engrossed in her reading when suddenly, a volume was yanked from her grasp. Startled, she looked up to find an unfamiliar face, a young woman of delicate beauty, though a haughty expression marred her elegance, lending her an air of hostility. "Who are you?" the woman asked, looking down at her and gesturing towards a pile of scrolls beside her. Several disciples behind her echoed her disdain. "What are you staring at? Do you even comprehend the status of our Miss Xian? How audacious of you to reject Elder Qin's invitation." Chu Mei'er rose, maintaining a composed demeanor. Without a word, she seized the scroll from Xian's hands and turned to leave. "Hey, stop right there," Xian exclaimed, gripping her arm in anger. "What is your relationship with Chen Kai? Be clear about it. When did you seduce him?" Chu Mei'er's patience reached its limit. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she effortlessly shook off Xian's grasp. "Miss, if you have approached me in pursuit of a man, I must inform you that you have chosen the wrong individual." Xin glared, her eyes wide, questioning why one who spends their days perusing books is merely practicing martial arts without application. Is there a hidden motive? What motive, you ask? To capture his attention. Chu Mei'er could not suppress a dramatic eye roll. She scrutinized Xin, who appeared to be around 16. At the 6th level of Qi refinement, such talent is indeed rare. The most formidable among her peers, Bo Qi, only 14, and at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, was already heralded as a genius. Yet, Xin, with even greater potential, lamentably squanders it on frivolous romantic pursuits. A thought that stirred a sense of melancholy within Chu Mei'er. Chapter 36. Yet again, this madwoman. The commotion in the library soon caught the attention of many onlookers. They peered curiously in this direction, witnessing the petite Chu Mei'er being cornered by Xin and her companions, which elicited expressions of schadenfreude. Chu Mei'er had been personally brought in by Elder Qin and had arrogantly declined his invitation. This was a coveted opportunity that many would yearn for, and her rejection only fueled their ire. A waste, they thought. To have an elder willing to accept one as a direct disciple is an extraordinary fortune. Yet she remained ungrateful. Nevertheless, while they mocked her, none dared to step forward to confront her. Now that Xin had intervened, she was sure to deliver a stern lesson. Xin, a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, found it rather effortless to deal with a mere novice who had just entered the sect. Chu Mei'er, sensing the eager gazes of the onlookers, curled her lips into a sardonic smile. What do you expect of me? Her piercing gaze fixed upon Shi Xianxin. In this confrontation, Shi Xianxin surprisingly felt a twinge of trepidation. Leave the Lingxiao pavilion. Chu Mei'er slowly raised her head, her eyes locking with Shi Xianxin's. Is it you who calls the shots here in the Lingxiao pavilion? You. Shi Xianxin was infuriated, furrowing her brow and taking a step back, signaling her junior sisters to advance. Beat her until she begs for mercy. How dare she look at me with such disdain? Disgusting. You are nothing but a waste with multiple spirit roots. As Chu Mei'er observed the approaching figures, a chilling glint flickered in her eyes. She clenched her fist at her side, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere was charged with impending conflict when Cheng Kai entered, drawn by the commotion. What are you all gathered here for? Shouldn't you be cultivating? The tension eased as Chu Mei'er relaxed her tightly clenched fist. Cheng Kai, manage your admirers. Without hesitation, Chu Mei'er charged forward, landing a blow that left his face swollen. He had never encountered a woman quite like her before. My face hurts a bit. He instinctively touched his now unblemished cheek. Admirers? His gaze shifted to Shi Xianxin. One remark from Chu Mei'er caused Shi Xianxin to blush fiercely, her heart racing as she hoarsely protested, I am not. Chu Mei'er, you are spouting nonsense. Chu Mei'er took a step closer. Upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Kai swiftly pulled Shi Xianxin behind him, raising his chin defiantly to confront Chu Mei'er. Step back, do not approach, remain still, he commanded. This posture of trepidation astonished those around them. Cheng Kai had just recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, a remarkable talent and a disciple highly regarded within the sect. Yet, here he stood, seemingly intimidated by Chu Mei'er's presence. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Chu Mei'er's lips. Her dark eyes resembled an endless abyss, capable of ensnaring one's soul within its depths. Cheng Kai, if you are dissatisfied with me, feel free to challenge me directly. I am always ready, rather than sending someone like her to provoke me. Such behavior is utterly juvenile. Cheng Kai nervously swallowed, grappling with the prospect of confronting her. Wait. He focused intently, incredulity washing over him. The last time they competed, Chu Mei'er had already reached the 8th level of chi refinement. And now, he was unable to discern her cultivation level. Had she employed some secret technique to obscure her power, or was her strength superior to his? Why you? He stammered, anxiety evident in his voice. How is your cultivation level so? Chu Mei'er stepped forward again, tauntingly. What? Would you like to test it? Chapter 37. She fears no one. In her inky gaze, a tempest seemed to brew. Cheng Kai inexplicably recalled the sight of her smiling while spitting blood. Chu Mei'er was truly a reckless daredevil. It was either to confront her and become her adversary, or he turned to Shi Xianxin, his expression darkening. Who permitted you to cause her trouble? How many times have I expressed that Chu Mei'er is under my protection, yet you dare to trouble her? As a senior sister who has been in the sect for 2 years, how can you be so shameless as to bully a junior sister? I must have been blind, mistaking you for an understanding young woman. This plot twist is unexpected for everyone. How could Cheng Kai turn the tables and accuse Shi Xianxin? Their relationship has always been amicable, yet he chooses to sever ties for the sake of Chu Mei'er? Chu Mei'er merely observed him with cold indifference, quietly watching his performance. If Cheng Kai intends to make things difficult for her, she would not hesitate to confront him. In her foundation building stage, she fears no one. Shi Xianxin, taken aback by the sudden accusation, stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Cheng Kai. Senior brother Cheng, I did not. What did you not do? Do not engage in such acts of bullying the weak ever again. Do you understand? Shi Xianxin's eyes brimmed with tears as she listened to the murmurs of those around her, fleeing as if in panic. At the moment she ran away, Cheng Kai let out a long sigh of relief. What are you staring at? What is so fascinating? Get out. The prying disciples hurriedly turned and left. Chu Mei'er, producing a dagger seemingly from nowhere, toyed with it in her palm, the blade gleaming ominously, sending shivers down Cheng Kai's spine. Mind your manners, he said nervously, eyeing the dagger in her hand, his bravado faltering. You madwoman, what are you plotting now? A mere chi refining stage cultivator daring to act arrogantly before me. Chu Mei'er tilted her head, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her lips. Oh, what is the matter? Do you wish to engage in a duel with me? Her eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flickering within them. This time, I shan't merely leave your face bruised. Cheng Kai swallowed hard, retreating several steps until his back met the wall. Do not disturb me, do you hear? All right, all right. Cheng Kai himself was bewildered by how intimidated he felt in the presence of this young girl. Chu Mei'er, In any case, at this moment, whenever he faced her, he could not help but recall the image of her enduring the force of his punches. Never had anyone dared to do so. He spared Chu Mei'er one last glance before turning and fleeing. Chu Mei'er quickly regained her composure, dismissing the incident from her mind, and resumed her perusal of the martial arts texts. She closed the door behind her and practiced in the courtyard, yet lacking practical combat experience. She remained uncertain of her true fighting capabilities. Finally, after half a month of treatment, Ruan Feng observed Chu Mei'er's lively demeanor and felt a sense of satisfaction. Come, let me check your pulse. Chu Mei'er stepped back slightly, smiling at him. My injuries have healed, thank you. Should you require any further medicinal trials, feel free to deliver the remedies to my residence. Ruan Feng frowned. What? You fear gossip? Chu Mei'er adopted a demeanor that clearly distanced herself from him. Ruan Feng was taken aback for a moment, then let out a derisive laugh. Chen Kai? Why do you suddenly mention him? Chu Mei'er was at a loss. Ruan Feng abruptly stood, turning his back to tidy the herbs on the table. You may leave now. Chapter 38. Preparing for external training 2 months later, within the sect, the foundation-building disciples received their first opportunity for external trials. In the announcement board, a list of trial disciples was displayed. Chu Mei'er, clutching a collection of cultivation techniques, passed through the grand hall. With merely a cursory glance at the list, she nonchalantly diverted her gaze and continued on her way. She had successfully breached the foundation establishment stage, a secret known solely to herself. To avoid drawing attention from the sect, particularly from Elder Chun, she deemed it necessary to adopt a low profile for the time being. Unexpectedly, Chen Kai appeared from nowhere and approached her side. No need, thank you, she replied curtly. Among the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion, it was likely only Chen Kai who possessed a clear understanding of her capabilities. Since their last confrontation, he had occasionally shown signs of goodwill, leading Chu Mei'er to surmise that he, too, sought allies within the Lingxiao Pavilion. However, she harbored no interest in his schemes. Her resources were dwindling, and she needed to procure rare materials for her cultivation. Presently, she lacked suitable techniques, causing her progress to stagnate. Utilizing rare materials for cultivation seemed futile. The disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion were currently unable to leave except for outdoor training. She furrowed her brow in contemplation as Chen Kai's incessant chatter reached her ears. At last, unable to endure any longer, she exclaimed in frustration, "Could you please be quiet?" Chen Kai paused, staring blankly in the direction she had departed. In a corner, Shi Xinshin suppressed her fury and turned to leave. 2 days later, the foundation establishment disciples set out, all inner disciples watching them depart. This time, an elder led the group, and 7 or 8 disciples soared through the air on their swords, exuding an air of ease and grace. Chu Mei'er had also practiced in secret. Yet only disciples of at least the 5th level of chi refinement could successfully master sword flight. To conceal her true abilities, she could only feign great difficulty. There are issues within this sect, and Elder Chun is no exception. She must retain her strength for self-preservation. Having been here for 3 months, she remains oblivious to the reason Elder Chun brought her in. Since becoming an inner disciple, she has not encountered Elder Chun again. In her small courtyard, Chu Mei'er pored over the sect regulations, seeking a way to escape. Soon, a knock resounded at the door. A maid stood outside, peeking in. Upon making eye contact with her, a radiant smile graced her face. You're here. My lady visited the mortal realm a few days ago and brought me some candied fruits. Would you like to try some? Unwrapping a bundle revealed 3 pieces of candied fruit, each encased in oiled paper, their modest quantity overshadowed by their rich, sweet aroma. The maid eagerly sampled one, the sweetness amplifying her already delightful smile. Here, have a taste. Chu Mei'er frowned slightly, refraining from reaching for them. I have matters to attend to. Miss Chu, are you feeling bored here? You've been in the courtyard for several months now. Do you know that newly admitted inner disciples can undertake tasks to leave the sect? The maid whispered conspiratorially. I heard it from my lady. I know. Chu Mei'er replied nonchalantly. However, to accept tasks, one must attain a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of chi refinement. Otherwise, one lacks the qualification. Within the sect, Chu Mei'er's registered cultivation level is the 2nd stage of chi refinement. When she entered the sect, Elder Chun and the sect master were overly arrogant and did not ascertain her true capabilities. Upon discovering that she possessed a multi-attribute spiritual root, they had already relegated her to the ranks of the inept. Among the inner disciples, those at the foundation establishment stage and beyond were far beyond the reach of this newly initiated novice. The only individual she had any interaction with was Ruan Feng, a formidable practitioner, at least at the foundation establishment stage. She had deliberately maintained her distance from him, fearing that he might discern her true level of cultivation, but fortunately, Ruan Feng was solely interested in medicinal pills. Now, having stepped into the foundation establishment stage herself, these Qi refinement disciples were utterly incapable of seeing through her, which brought her considerable relief. With access to rare treasures of heaven and earth, she merely needed to simulate her abilities a few more times to become fearless. Miss Chu, with your cultivation level, although you cannot accept tasks, you can join their team. After all, you are at the third stage of Qi refinement, someone suggested. Chu Mei'er felt it was worth a try. Before the discussion hall, the bulletin board displayed various tasks published by the sect, which disciples could complete to acquire cultivation resources. Only those at the fifth stage of Qi refinement and above were eligible to accept these tasks, and they could also organize teams to undertake them. Standing before the bulletin board, Chu Mei'er examined the array of tasks listed in order of difficulty. The foremost task, ranked highest, was an extermination mission. Reports indicated the presence of demonic cultivators in Shanliang village, and the sect sought disciples to eradicate them. The reward for this task was a mysterious grade Qian Kuan bracelet, an undeniably coveted storage spiritual tool among disciples. As she became engrossed in her contemplation, a melodious female voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. You are the renowned Miss Chu, are you not? Not exactly renowned, she replied. The woman smiled. My name is Chong Xian. Consider me your senior disciple. I intend to undertake the inaugural task by assembling a team. Would you care to join? She had prepared an array of persuasive arguments, but observing Chu Mei'er's hesitation, she was about to begin her entreaties when she heard her respond, very well. Chong Xian's smile grew increasingly radiant. Thank you for placing your faith in me. I shall enlist additional members, and we shall convene here on the morrow to embark on our expedition. Is that agreeable? Agreed. Were it not for the maidservant's reminder, she might have forgotten about this matter. However, the scheme to depart from the sect seemed almost too facile. The task allotted 5 days. Could she possibly extricate herself from the encumbrances of the team and abscond unnoticed within this time frame? It was imperative to deliberate meticulously. The following day, Chu Mei'er arrived punctually. Chong Xian had brought 7 individuals, all unfamiliar faces. Chong Xian effusively looped her arm through Chu Mei'er's, presenting her. This is the most vital member of our team. Chu Mei'er, Miss Chu. She is but 10 years of age and has already attained the Qi refining stage, a veritable prodigy at the third level of Qi refining. Let us extend a warm welcome. The applause was desultory and sparse. Chu Mei'er was somewhat taken aback, were it not for the genuine sincerity etched upon Chong Xian's countenance. She might have suspected mockery. Nevertheless, she maintained a vigilant stance towards such fervent individuals. The 7 individuals Chong Xian had brought were all approximately at the 6th level of Qi refining. This perplexed Chu Mei'er. Why would individuals at the 6th level of Qi refining, capable of undertaking independent tasks, choose to assist Chong Xian with her assignment? As these thoughts meandered through her mind, Chu Mei'er betrayed no hint of her contemplation and docilely joined Chong Xian's company. Chapter 40. Her cultivation. Chong Xian expressed genuine concern for her, inquiring before her departure. Are you capable of sword flight? Would you like us to accompany you? Chu Mei'er found this unexpected attention rather disconcerting, but merely smiled and replied. I possess some skill in it, though I am not particularly adept. That's quite all right. I have heard that you achieved first place in the initial trial of the sect's disciple selection. You must possess some practical experience. This time we are contending with demonic cultivators, so we must proceed with utmost caution. Chu Mei'er obediently nodded. Chong Xian, satisfied, patted her shoulder and reassured her, little sister. With us by your side, there is no need to fear. Possessing formidable leadership, Chong Xian promptly led the group in sword flight away from the main hall. The sect leader observed the retreating figures with a furrowed brow, fixating on her. No need, she stated. At that moment, Elder Chen approached, standing beside the sect leader as they watched Chu Mei'er's silhouette gradually fade from view. Is something troubling you? The sect leader asked, her brow knit with concern. What if she attempts to escape? She must remain within the sect. Elder Chen's previously amiable demeanor had vanished, leaving only a cold indifference. She will not leave. With multiple spiritual roots, if she cannot discover the appropriate cultivation method, her progress may stagnate for decades. She needs to cultivate here. A novice who has just begun to encounter the ways of cultivation would not forsake such a rare opportunity within the sect. The sect leader chuckled softly, shaking her head. Yet, she still refuses to become your direct disciple. At least she possesses some self-awareness. Cold light flickered in Elder Chen's eyes. If Chu Mei'er were present, witnessing his indifferent demeanor, she would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that he was the benevolent elder who had once guided her into the sect. After a long day's journey, the group paused to rest in a secluded forest. Among the entire company, aside from Chu Mei'er, no one showed the slightest inclination to engage with her. Chu Mei'er sensed an unmistakable atmosphere of exclusion. However, this did not faze her. She had endured far greater pains, and the petty antics of these sect disciples were inconsequential in comparison. Receiving her share of rations, she chose to sit in a corner to meditate and recuperate. After a day of sword flight, she had convincingly played the part of someone feigning unsteadiness, gradually transitioning to adept control. The others gathered around the campfire, occasionally glancing at Chu Mei'er, only to find her deeply engrossed in her cultivation, which sparked their discussions. Could a waste with 4 elemental roots truly cultivate to the chi refinement stage? In truth, even I cannot discern her cultivation level at this moment. Neither can I. They were all at the 5th or 6th stage of chi refinement, yet utterly unable to penetrate Chu Meier's cultivation, leaving them perplexed. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brows, admitting her inability to see through it. A moment of silence enveloped the group until someone finally spoke. Is her cultivation higher than ours? It is commonly understood that when one cannot perceive another's cultivation, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the other is of a higher level, or possesses a spiritual treasure that obstructs detection. Impossible. Are you jesting? For a waste to reach the chi refinement stage is already miraculous. How could she possibly surpass our cultivation levels? Could it be that she has already reached the advanced stage of chi refinement, with multiple spiritual roots? Even if she possesses exceptional talent, her path in cultivation seems to reach a dead end here. Indeed, I have heard that she has been in the sect for quite some time without undergoing a cultivation assessment. Perhaps it is due to her lack of progress. Fearing the embarrassment it would bring. TSK, she truly has lofty aspirations yet lacks the capabilities to match. If she could become the direct disciple of Elder Qian, surely she would not be as ineffectual as she is now. Chapter 41. The Legendary Demon Cultivator. This is the only possibility. Others chuckled, remarking, how could Chu Mei'er possibly surpass our cultivation? She is but a waste with her spiritual roots. Her training progresses at a glacial pace. To achieve a breakthrough is akin to climbing to the heavens. It must be a gift from Elder Qian. How enviable that is. Their discussions were unrestrained, entirely unconcerned about whether Chu Mei'er might overhear them. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Chu Mei'er finally rose and made her way to a spot illuminated by the moonlight, settling down to absorb spiritual energy in a meditative posture. Her multiple spiritual roots were akin to 4 voracious beasts within her, incessantly devouring the spiritual energy she absorbed. This indicated that her cultivation efforts were akin to pushing a boulder uphill. She needed to exert 4 times the effort to achieve the same results as others. No wonder multiple spiritual roots are often deemed a liability. However, she stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. The spiritual energy stored within her multiple roots was remarkably dense, leading to lesser consumption during battles. Therefore, at the same level, her combat prowess would be somewhat superior. It seems there are both advantages and disadvantages to her condition. Still awake, Chu Mei'er heard the commotion and opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chu Mei'er seeking a place to cultivate, she rubbed her eyes and rose to her feet. Do you not sleep at night? Chu Mei'er stood in the moonlight, her skin as white as jade, seemingly embodying the essence of moonlight itself, which even elicited an odd gaze from Chu Mei'er. Chu Mei'er replied, showing no inclination for further conversation. However, Chu Mei'er was unconcerned and took the opportunity to sit beside her. Cultivating multiple spiritual roots is exceedingly challenging. To this day, I have yet to hear of a formidable practitioner possessing such roots. Have you considered that perhaps your diligent efforts may be in vain? Chu Mei'er frowned slightly. What of it? After wasting an entire day, she yearned for an opportunity to depart from this place. She extended her spiritual sense, only to discover that among the group, some were still awake, secretly observing her movements. Her brow furrowed, sensing something was amiss. Were they watching her? To be cautious, she refrained from any actions and meditated throughout the night. Mountain Spirit Village was a remote hamlet, recently plagued by a series of strange occurrences. Livestock had died inexplicably, their bodies torn apart, while trees and crops withered and perished without reason. Upon entering the village, Chu Mei'er and her companions found it enveloped in a heavy gloom. Every household had tightly shut their doors, and even the sounds of roosters crowing or dogs barking were absent. Being practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, they sensed no hint of demonic cultivators, finding the village to be quite peculiar. However, to Chu Mei'er, the atmosphere was rife with an aura of darkness and death. She raised her hand to lightly touch the black threads suspended in the air, watching as they swayed and danced at her touch. What is this? Chu Mei'er wiped the sweat from her brow, determined to inquire about the situation. Everyone dispersed in pairs to explore their surroundings. As Chu Mei'er's voice faded, Chu Mei'er found herself alone, oblivious to the fact that others had swiftly vanished. She lifted her gaze towards a direction, observing the black threads in the air converging towards a single point. Compelled, she followed their lead until she halted before an inn. Inside, a figure clad in a black robe sat with his back to her, calmly consuming a bowl of noodles. Oh, a foundation establishment stage? The man's hoarse voice gradually resonated. To Chu Mei'er, he resembled an ethereal mass of energy. The floating black threads layered upon him, and his voice was deep and muffled, as if echoing from the heavens above. Are you a demon cultivator lingering here? She inquired. The man finally straightened. His physique, broad shoulders and narrow waist, would undoubtedly elicit gasps from women in the 21st century. I am a demon cultivator. Are you not afraid? Chu Mei'er frowned, surprisingly unafraid, and ventured into the inn. If I cultivate demonic arts, can it mitigate the slow cultivation speed due to my multiple spirit roots? This query had long lingered in her mind. She boldly took a seat across from the demon cultivator. Despite their proximity, she found it impossible to discern his face. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she could only vaguely perceive a pale silhouette, yet upon further scrutiny, her focus slipped away. He is incredibly powerful. The demon cultivator chuckled heartily. What an interesting little girl. I'm afraid not, Chu Mei'er replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. If I were to say yes, would you then desire to succumb to darkness? He inquired. Chu Mei'er raised her chin defiantly. If it means reaching the highest realm, what does it matter if I fall into darkness? This statement piqued the interest of the demon cultivator. Your companions have already fled, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Chu Mei'er's brow furrowed. Is that so? She said, rising to leave. The vast village was deserted, resembling a ghost town. Chu Mei'er surveyed her surroundings and quickened her pace. Her sword in hand, channeling her spiritual energy into her legs, she sprinted, circling the entire village in no time at all. Not a soul was present. The disciples from the sect had vanished. She arrived at the entrance where they had previously gathered, only to find it still empty. The demon cultivator had taken to the rooftop, observing her from above. Your friends, having sensed my presence, have long since fled, leaving you behind, he taunted. Oh dear. Young girl, it seems they have cast you aside. Realization dawned on her, and Chu Mei'er lowered her gaze. Her frail form appeared strikingly vulnerable and solitary in the desolate village. Yet, the demon cultivator remained oblivious. Others had escaped, which suited her intentions perfectly. At that moment, Chu Mei'er and her group had already departed the village. Senior Sister Chong, are you worried about her? Someone inquired, approaching with a grin. She deserves what she gets. After all, the malevolent energy in this village is so dense that Chu Mei'er will surely not survive for long. She may have already fallen victim to the demon cultivators. They had meticulously plotted their scheme before setting out, intending to discard her once they had lured her away. Even if someone were to investigate in the future, she would be deemed to have perished at the hands of the demon cultivators, with no one aware of the true circumstances. But what if she is not dead? At this moment, Chu Mei'er shed her previous gentleness, her countenance icy and her voice devoid of warmth. Chu Mei'er paused, determined to ascertain her death. Indeed, the demon cultivator approached Chu Mei'er, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are quite young and yet burdened with multiple inferior spiritual roots. And yet you have managed to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Little one, you harbor many secrets. If I were to eliminate those who have cast you aside, would you divulge to me how you achieved this level of cultivation? Chapter 43. I bear no grudge against you. It is she who has given too much. Since ancient times, those with multiple spiritual roots have been deemed to possess a wasteful constitution. The effort put into cultivation yields minimal returns. And no matter how diligently one practices, they cannot reach the level of their single-root peers. The demon cultivator found it perplexing. This young girl appeared to be no more than 10 years of age. Even if she had begun cultivating from the womb, it would be impossible for her to attain such prowess at such a tender age. No need, Chu Mei'er replied coolly. She had been pondering how to rid herself of these individuals, and it now seemed unnecessary for her to take any further action. Killing these disciples? That had never crossed her mind. After all, they were merely a few insignificant chi refinement stage practitioners, hardly worthy of her attention. Very well. As the gentle voice faded away, a gust of wind swept through, leaving him utterly vanished without a trace. Chu Mei'er sensed that the surrounding demonic energy had not dissipated. The demonic cultivators lingered nearby, refusing to depart. Without further hesitation, she turned to leave, intent on seeking the nearest forest to gather some precious materials to replenish her system. Little did she expect to emerge unscathed. Chu Mei'er frowned in disbelief. How could she still be alive? Senior sister, should we take action? Shall we eliminate her and leave no survivors? Indeed. Several of them cracked their knuckles, exchanging knowing smiles as they advanced towards Chu Mei'er. She paused momentarily, her gaze icy as she regarded the approaching figures. With a feigned nonchalance, she smiled and inquired, "Oh, so you are all here. Where is senior sister Chu Mei'er? This village seems devoid of life. It has transformed into a desolate ghost town. What shall we do next?" At last, Chu Mei'er emerged from the underbrush, declaring, "I never intended to accept the first task." The disciples of various sects encircled Chu Mei'er, each wearing a sinister grin. Chu Mei'er brandished her sword. The gentle smile of you're replaced by an unsettling coldness. To her surprise, Chu Mei'er did not exhibit the panic she had anticipated. The depths of Chu Meier's inky black eyes were fixated on Chu Mei'er, her pupils resembling endless whirlpools capable of devouring one's very soul. Thus, from the very beginning, you have been waiting to ensnare me. Was Chu Mei'er's initial invitation merely part of your elaborate scheme? Chu Mei'er let out a disdainful laugh. Indeed, it is a calculation. Surely, you do not believe that with your mediocre talent of possessing multiple spiritual roots, you could possibly join my ranks. Just look at them. They are all at the 5th and 6th stages of chi refinement, while you. What advantages do you possess? Why should I extend an invitation to you? Have you never questioned this from the beginning? How could I not question it? Yet, it matters little to me. Chu Mei'er cast a cold glance at the gathering, where hostility and a palpable intent to kill loomed large. I bear no grudge against you. Why then do you expend such effort to scheme against me here? Chu Mei'er smiled nonchalantly, uttering a name, Shinshin. She has offered a handsome price for your life, and I have accepted. What a profound enmity you must hold. Chu Mei'er smirked. This woman truly harbors grudges. Although I hold no animosity towards you, her offer is simply too enticing. Chu Mei'er stepped back. Positioning herself outside the circle of conflict, her icy gaze fixed upon her. Make your move. Chapter 44. Make your move. She is but a waste. Chu Mei'er stood silently, her frosty eyes sweeping across the group. You intend to kill me? As she spoke, they unsheathed their weapons, revealing their grotesque true nature. Huh. You are merely a waste with multiple spiritual roots. Did you really think we would take you along for training? Our senior sister Chu Mei'er lacks the patience to babysit a novice like you. You are truly gullible. With just a beckon of our fingers, you will obediently follow us away from the sect. In this place, devoid of Elder Qian's protection, your trifling 3rd stage of chi refinement is, in our eyes, no more significant than an ant, easily manipulated at will. It is perplexing that someone of your modest talent could enter the inner sect and even catch Elder Qian's attention. One wonders how many schemes you have employed to achieve this. This time, we have deliberately come to seek your guidance. The group encircled her tightly. The leading man stepped forward, drawing his long sword to face her from a distance. Wang Shidi, I leave her to you. Such a beautiful girl, do not hold back. The others retreated slightly, wearing expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. This Wang Shidi is the weakest among them, having just broken through to the 5th stage of chi refinement, and he lacks substantial combat experience. However, they believe that Wang Shidi should have no trouble dealing with Chu Mei'er, who is at the 3rd stage of chi refinement. Are you prepared for a real battle? Chu Mei'er slightly lowered her eyelids, her long lashes veiling the emotions in her gaze. She tightened her grip on the sword, her fingertips turning pale from the exertion. Haha, dealing with you shouldn't even require a real battle. Wang Shidi, do not hold back. Kill her. Their murderous intent was palpable. Chu Meier's crimson lips quirked upward. It seemed she sensed something, raising her gaze toward the rooftop, not far away. There, clad in black, stood a demonic cultivator. Although his features remained obscured, Chu Mei'er could sense that he was indeed watching her. Excellent. It appeared that Wang Shidi had never taken a life before, his demeanor betraying a mix of nervousness and trepidation. I cannot take a life. Rest assured, no one will know it was you who killed her. Chu Mei'er perished at the hands of the demonic cultivators. Thus, opting for the foremost task was a calculated decision. Once they succeed, they will have the perfect pretext to attribute everything to the demonic sect. In that moment, Chu Mei'er found herself unable to discern whether the demonic cultivators were truly evil or if these so-called righteous individuals were even more malevolent. You are indeed cunning, meticulously plotting everything, seemingly eager to bring about my demise. Chu Mei'er observed with cold indifference. Indeed, it was a clever scheme. She had undertaken numerous missions and had slain many spirit beasts, long since desensitized to the act of killing. Wang Shidi drew his longsword, inhaling deeply, aiming it at Chu Mei'er. Junior sister, forgive me. He executed a graceful flourish with the sword and charged towards her. Chu Mei'er stood still, her spiritual energy gradually surging. A gust of wind enveloping her. In an instant, the onlookers perceived a blur, followed by a sharp sound as Wang Shidi's sword shattered, half of it clattering to the ground. When the wind subsided, the others opened their eyes to find the two individuals encircled by them. Chu Mei'er had drawn her sword unbeknownst to them, while Wang Shidi gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes wide with astonishment, staring at Chu Mei'er. His sword now in two fractured pieces. You. His eyes brimmed with fury, bloodshot with disbelief. What level of cultivation are you? Chapter 45. Do you still wish to kill me? What has transpired? Junior brother, hurry and make your move. Why are you hesitating? Just moments ago, that gust of wind. The spiritual energy was astonishing. What cultivation level could possibly exert such pressure? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend the scene they had just witnessed. Chu Mei'er casually flicked her wrist, wielding her sword with grace, disregarding the man who was now paralyzed with fear. Instead, she turned her gaze through the throng towards Chu Mei'er. If you wish to kill me, you must possess the capability to do so. A man at the 6th stage of chi refinement revealed a fierce expression, loosening his neck. Yet, he was merely a worthless individual. What was there to fear? Was that last strike merely a desperate cry before death? Chu Mei'er smiled coldly. Indeed, I am but a worthless being. What is there to fear? Come forth and attempt to slay me. The man, now consumed by rage, charged forward with his sword drawn. Chu Mei'er moved with the grace and agility of a soaring dragon, skillfully evading his attacks. Her sword danced, silver light erupting, enveloping both combatants in a flash. They engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. When did this woman acquire such swordsmanship? Have you ever seen her practice? Others shook their heads. While she often perused martial arts manuals, none had witnessed her training in swordplay. Could it be that she had been secretly honing her skills? This senior brother's swordsmanship had been praised by several elders. If mastering the art of the sword were so effortless, they would have long since become masters themselves. How could Chu Mei'er achieve such prowess through clandestine practice? They found it hard to believe, yet the scene before them was a striking contradiction to their skepticism. The man no longer underestimated her, his expression now grave. How is it that you possess such a multitude of sword techniques? Chu Mei'er twirled the sword hilt, the blade blossoming in her hands, as graceful as a startled swan. Within the sect, there exists a plethora of swordsmanship manuals. Intriguingly, I found myself captivated, leading me to peruse several hundred volumes. As the words lingered in the air, Chu Mei'er ceased her discourse, her figure light and graceful. With the delicate touch of her toes against the ground, she danced like a wild goose. Yet this enchanting scene was accompanied by an undercurrent of lethal intent. Chu Mei'er sensed something amiss and urgently pushed a disciple forward, her voice tinged with urgency. Go quickly. Advance. 3 disciples surged forward, attacking Chu Mei'er from 3 different directions. In an instant, a flurry of sword blossoms enveloped everyone, silver blades swirling, shadows darting. A cry of anguish pierced the air. The proud senior, known for his swordplay, had collapsed into a pool of blood, suffering at least 10 sword wounds. The 2 others were silenced before they could utter a sound, succumbing instantly. Witnessing this scene, the remaining individuals stared in disbelief. How could this be possible? 2 5th-stage chi refinement practitioners and 1 6th-stage practitioner had surrounded her, yet not only did Chu Mei'er survive. She had turned the tables. Chu Mei'er, did you not wish to kill me? Will you make your move? Chu Mei'er uttered with a chilling smile, advancing step by step. With each movement, those surrounding her recoiled as if they had seen a specter, retreating in fear. Her cultivation was no longer concealed, her aura intensifying. The overwhelming pressure she exerted bore down upon those nearby like a heavy shroud. You are One of them gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. Chu Mei'er drove her sword forcefully into the ground, a powerful gust of wind erupting forth. Foundation Establishment. Chapter 46. We submit. Chu Mei'er was all too familiar with this formidable sense of oppression. Once, during a mission beyond the sect, she had encountered a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment stage. This figure, with every gesture, seemed capable of moving mountains and emptying seas. Yet, here stood Chu Mei'er. A sudden gust of wind swept through, unraveling her coiffure and scattering strands of hair around a face of exquisite beauty, yet utterly devoid of warmth. Her eyes, pools of obsidian, still and deep as ancient waters, unfathomable in their depths. This was the aura of a true expert. But Chu Mei'er, known to be a waste with mixed spiritual roots, how could this be? Her eyes widened, disbelief etched upon her face. This is impossible. You only just entered the sect. You're still a waste. How could you possibly? In a swift motion, Chu Mei'er appeared before Chu Mei'er. Never underestimate anyone. She drew her long sword, the cold steel kissing Chu Mei'er's neck. Didn't you seek to end me? Then act. I. Chu Mei'er's gaze fell upon the sword at her throat. I only did this for spirit stones. My strength is insufficient. If you wish to take my life, I accept it. Against a Foundation Establishment cultivator, she was no match. Chu Mei'er's swift dispatch of 3 had sent shivers of terror through the others. Hearing Chu Mei'er's words of surrender, a slightly older man amongst them gritted his teeth. Junior Sister Chu, there are so many of us. Can we truly not overcome her? This enmity is forged now. Even if we yield, she will not spare us. Better to join forces and strike her down. Or perhaps, Chu Mei'er interjected, I shall grant you a moment to confer, if you still intend to challenge me. A crimson glint flashed in Chu Mei'er's eyes, precisely as she desired. She then rummaged through the 3 corpses, discovering their Qian pouches. Murder and plunder appeared to be the most expeditious method of acquiring natural treasures. These 3 were not affluent within the sect. Their Qian pouches contained only a dozen spirit stones and a few yellow-grade spiritual herbs. Upon attempting to deposit them into the system, it disdained them, yielding a mere 5 units. Balance, 75. Meanwhile, the others observed Chu Mei'er scavenging the corpses, causing goosebumps to erupt on their skin. This was no longer mere ruthlessness, it was sheer depravity. She was actually committing murder for treasure. Chu Mei'er's breathing grew rapid as she whispered, I propose we acknowledge her as our leader. What do you think? The remaining 4 nodded in haste. Junior Brother Wang, in particular, was ashen with terror. They had toiled arduously to reach this level of cultivation and were unwilling to perish so easily. Furthermore, recognizing a Foundation Establishment realm expert as their leader was hardly a disgrace. Chu Mei'er's countenance was solemn. You are all my brothers, and I trust that none among us would betray a friend. Otherwise, she flourished her sword, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I will personally hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Absolutely not. We would never betray you. Chu Mei'er, engrossed in plundering the corpses for natural treasures, suddenly heard a unified voice from behind. My lady, we are willing to submit to you. These fellows are indeed pragmatic. To witness those whom I could have exploited become my subordinates inevitably stirs a sense of regret within me. You submit to me? What can you possibly achieve? She lifted her gaze and smiled, and Chu Mei'er immediately grasped the situation, hastily gesturing, quickly, hand over your Qian bags. Chapter 47. All schemes rendered ineffectual in the face of power, the few of them dared not hesitate, swiftly presenting their Qian bags with both hands. Miss Tang, we implore you to accept this. As she rummaged through the contents of the bags, it became apparent that these individuals possessed little in terms of wealth. Their resources pathetically meager, merely a handful of cultivation pills and a few Huangtier spiritual fruits and herbs. While Chu Mei'er sifted through the items, the others were consumed by anxiety. They had scant valuable possessions. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to undertaking sect missions. Those of genuine status and background need only devote themselves to relentless cultivation, while they must scavenge for resources to aid their practice. If Chu Mei'er were to seize their meager belongings, their already impoverished existence would be further exacerbated. Chu Mei'er perused the items with disinterest. Sister Chu, how long can we linger outside? She turned her gaze toward the demonic cultivator watching them from the rooftop. Do you know what has transpired in this mountain village? Following her line of sight, the group was struck with terror, nearly losing their wits. In their eyes, demonic cultivators were nothing short of brutal and bloodthirsty. None who had encountered them had survived unscathed. The audacity of Chu Mei'er to provoke. The demonic cultivator vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before them moments later. A few individuals trembled in fear. Yet Chu Mei'er gritted her teeth and stood resolutely before Chu Mei'er. Everyone, prepare yourselves. However, Chu Mei'er placed a hand gently on Chu Mei'er's arm and stepped forward, drawing closer to the dark cultivator. I am aware that you disdain this humble village. You cannot possibly be the mastermind behind this chaos, can you? A low, sinister chuckle emanated from beneath the cultivator's hat. That entity remains within the village. You must handle it yourself, for I shall offer no assistance. Thank you, Chu Mei'er replied, turning to beckon the others. Let us scour the entire village. Should you detect any anomalies, relay the information promptly, but do not act recklessly. Understood, they answered, cautiously circumventing the dark cultivator as they followed Chu Mei'er. Who exactly is Chu Mei'er? She had attained the foundation establishment stage upon her arrival at the sect, and now she exhibited no fear of the dark cultivator, even managing to interact amicably with him. Chu Mei'er exhaled softly, her tense expression remaining unchanged. Chu Mei'er chuckled lightly. You all harbor such dread of the dark cultivator, yet you chose the first mission. It seems you had already resolved to abandon me here while you made your escape. Am I mistaken? Chu Mei'er felt a pang of guilt and cleared her throat. I am sorry. A sardonic smile deepened on Chu Meier's lips as she gazed at her clenched fists. Indeed, in this world, true strength possesses the power to dismantle all schemes and deceptions. In preparation for the impending sect battle at the age of 17, she must cultivate the ability to protect herself before it begins. Years later, a significant event will transpire within the sect, leading to fierce conflicts among the various factions. Presently, the relationships between each sect are fraught with tension. To survive, one must strive to enhance their cultivation. This statement left Chu Mei'er momentarily stunned. Are you speaking the truth? If in doubt, you may investigate for yourself. Seeking opportunities to acquire resources and fortuitous encounters is imperative. Chu Mei'er fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 48. The decision to seek treasure. The entire mountain village was affected by a beast tainted by demonic energy. A few individuals discovered it within a woodshed. This beast possessed a sharp beak and fearsome fangs, with claws of unparalleled sharpness and skin of a dark crimson hue, exuding an aura of ferocity. Under the leadership of Chu Mei'er, they engaged in a fierce struggle and ultimately subdued the beast, slaying it on the ground. During the recent battle, Chu Mei'er executed nearly 10 distinct sword techniques, her sword chi so dense that it rendered their breathing labored. It was at this moment that they truly comprehended the formidable might of a foundation establishment expert. With a casual flick, Chu Mei'er severed the beast's head, her cold gaze surveying the surroundings. The others swallowed nervously, their eyes scanning the headless carcass of the beast. They were aware that a task originally meant to last 5 days had been effortlessly concluded by Chu Mei'er in a single sword strike, leaving them somewhat dazed. She tossed the beast's head to Chu Mei'er, who placed it into his Qian bag and stepped forward to block her path. Where are you going? I shall accompany you. After a moment of thought, Chu Mei'er replied that she intended to seek rare herbs and hunt spiritual beasts to obtain beast crystals. Remaining within the sect offers little opportunity for substantial enhancement of one's cultivation. Thus, embarking on this journey cannot be in vain. Upon hearing this, Chu Mei'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall join. She had absorbed Chu Meier's earlier words, which resonated deeply with her. Her relentless pursuit of tasks was solely to bolster her own strength, yet the progress was agonizingly slow. A gut feeling urged her that accompanying Chu Mei'er would undoubtedly expedite her growth. The others exchanged glances, all of whom regarded Chu Mei'er as their leader. Now that she had voiced her intent, they were compelled to follow suit. Senior Sister Chu, allow us to accompany you. We can be of assistance too, they implored. We are well acquainted with the terrain here and know where to find precious resources. Historically, they had always formed a team for their missions. This time would be no different. Very well, Chu Mei'er agreed. Chu Mei'er was not familiar with the local geography, while Chu Mei'er and her companions possessed considerable knowledge regarding the locations of rare materials. With palpable enthusiasm, Chu Mei'er unveiled her long-preserved map, which indicated various sites of precious treasures. Many of these locations were guarded by formidable beasts, and although they were all at the chi refinement stage and capable of handling them, the potential consequences were too daunting to risk. However, with assistance, their endeavor would be considerably simplified. The materials they sought, Xionghu branch, Xia Ing orchid, Zen heart nether vine, were all classified as low-grade mystic treasures, each capable of fetching a minimum of 50,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the guardian beasts were not overwhelmingly powerful, being second-tier guardians. They stood a fighting chance against them if they united their efforts. Chu Mei'er fixed her gaze upon the marked points on the map. We have a few days left. Let us proceed. The others displayed palpable excitement, eagerly preparing for the venture ahead. The treasures of heaven and earth they sought were worth a fortune. Acquiring even one could yield 10,000 spirit stones. Such wealth could procure 10 essence-nourishing pills, essential for their cultivation. Throughout their years of perilous missions, they had never amassed such a bounty of pills, and this was their finest opportunity. The group reached a consensus and promptly resolved to head towards the location of the fierce tiger branch. Through the dense jungle, they traveled day and night. Chapter 49. Sudden wealth in the stillness of the night. A fierce blaze erupted in the serene forest. Two figures emerged from the inky darkness, followed by a thunderous roar of a tiger. A 3-meter-long beast, driven by the flames, steadied itself before the fire, glaring at Chu Mei'er with a ferocious growl. With a commanding shout, Chu Mei'er leapt forward, channeling her profound spiritual energy into her sword, striking fiercely at the tiger. The sword's energy sliced through the air, delivering a formidable blow that left a deep gash upon the beast's flank. The tiger let out a pained roar, its cries echoing through the night. Behind her, Chu Mei'er emerged with two companions, faces alight with joy. "Sister Chu, we have secured it." Chu Mei'er nodded. "You all go ahead. I will handle this. I shall join you shortly." "Very well," the other two replied as they stepped away from the fire line. "Be careful, Sister Chu. We will await your return." Once the others had departed, Chu Mei'er twirled her sword, creating a dazzling display of light, and with a swift, decisive motion, she struck the tiger at its vital point, bringing it down to the ground. With a few deft maneuvers, Chu Mei'er hardly exerted herself. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at the long sword in her grasp and murmured to herself. This spirit beast was, in fact, not particularly challenging to subdue. She prodded the fierce tiger's teeth with her blade, hesitating momentarily before daring to extend her hand to touch them. She wondered whether the tiger's fangs fell within the system's recharge parameters. System, recharge. In the next instant, the tiger's teeth vanished beneath her palm, and the monetary value displayed in the system shifted. Amount, 77. It truly worked. Though the sum was modest, it was better than nothing. Elated, Chu Mei'er placed her hand upon the tiger's fur, continuing the recharge process. Amount, 79. The fur of the mighty beast completely dissipated, leaving behind a gruesome pile of flesh. The stench of blood instantly permeated the air, prompting Chu Mei'er to cover her mouth and nose, retreating hastily. Even the smallest morsel counted, and this time she had achieved a modest gain. Upon reaching their agreed-upon location, she overheard a few individuals whispering amongst themselves. Truly, they were formidable cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Chu Jie's swordplay was remarkably precise and vicious, capable of inflicting lethal damage directly upon the spirit tiger's body. Indeed, hadn't they encountered a spirit tiger previously? Their swords had barely scratched its surface, with Chu Jie leading them to various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Their fortunes would soon flourish. Listening to their chatter, Chu Mei'er smirked and strode confidently forward. "Have we gathered everything? Let us tally our spoils. Tomorrow we can exchange them for spirit stones to purchase elixirs." A few individuals cheered, each revealing their recent acquisitions. They acted collectively, sharing all the precious resources without keeping anything for themselves. After counting, they discovered 4 low-grade spirit herbs of the Xian rank, 7 high-grade spirit herbs of the Huang rank, and 6 medium-grade spirit herbs. After much discussion, they resolved to sell 3 of the low-grade Xian rank spirit herbs and give 1 to Chu Mei'er, dividing the rest equally among themselves. Chu Mei'er had contributed the most, and there were no objections from the others. Chu Mei'er, holding the 3 low-grade Xian rank spirit herbs, declared with solemnity, "I will find a way to sell these, striving to secure the highest price, and then distribute the proceeds, provided you trust me." "Haha. Sister Chong, we have known each other for so long, and I still believe in your character." "Exactly." Chu Mei'er looked at Chu Mei'er, awaiting her decision. Chu Mei'er nonchalantly nodded. "That works." Meanwhile, her thoughts lingered on the system. In Chapter 50, once again simulating the snow mist profound art, she acquired 2 high-grade spirit herbs of the Huang rank, 1 low-grade spirit herb of the Huang rank, and 1 low-grade spirit herb of the Xian rank. Her cultivation was challenging to advance, with multiple elemental roots, No amount of elixirs or precious materials could compensate for this inherent flaw. Thus, she decided to deposit all these resources into the system. Chu Mei'er's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited the system's calculations. Amount: 125, overnight wealth. Only precious resources could yield such results. Before parting, Chu Mei'er said to Chu Mei'er, "I am uncertain how to explain this to Xin. I have yet to retrieve her belongings. Should I discreetly take action against her to teach her a lesson?" A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Chu Mei'er's eyes. "No, I shall resolve this personally. If necessary, I can also enlist the help of a few others." "Very well." With Chu Mei'er and the others by her side, Chu Mei'er felt a sense of support within the Lingxiao Palace. Upon returning to her courtyard, she meticulously inspected the spiritual markings she had drawn on the door, relieved to find them undisturbed. The courtyard was covered in a layer of dust, which she swiftly cleared away before settling down to cultivate. The system's balance was substantial, leaving her curious about the life she would simulate this time. She waited until deep into the night, the moonlight thick and serene. She opened the window to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, initiating another simulation. Life simulation system activated, this time costing 50 credits. The price has increased. As her strength grew, so too did the amount required for simulation. It appears she will need to acquire more rare materials to replenish the system. At the age of 10, you entered the Lingxiao Pavilion, becoming an inner sect disciple. You completed your first task alongside Chu Mei'er's group, conquering them with your strength and becoming their leader. Chu Mei'er gifted you the Xian-level Qianquan bracelet. Sure, Xin troubled you, and you killed her. At 11, your act of murder was exposed, leading to punishment from the sect, and you were sent to the Cliff of Reflection. At 15, you comprehended the first layer of the snow mist profound art on the Cliff of Reflection, integrating your ice spiritual root with the other 3 spiritual roots, transforming into a triple root cultivator. At the age of 16, your cultivation has made notable progress, reaching the second tier of the foundation establishment stage. By 17, the sect war erupts. You find Chu Mei'er and others preparing to flee together. However, during your escape, you inadvertently encounter a confrontation between powerful adversaries, resulting in your untimely demise. It seems she cannot evade the pivotal moment of her 17th year, the life and death crossroads of the sect war. Through this simulation, she realizes that her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage is woefully inadequate, as she becomes mere cannon fodder, swiftly eliminated amidst the clash of titans. Yet, it dawns on her that multi-attribute spiritual roots can indeed be merged. As this simulation concludes, you are permitted to retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level attained at 17. 2. The cultivation skills acquired at 17. 3. The memories of life at 17. This time, Chu Mei'er hesitates briefly before selecting the second option, the cultivation skills. The snow mist ethereal technique, tailored for practitioners with ice attribute spiritual roots, is exceptionally gentle. As if it can transform the ice spiritual energy within her into a tender hand, caressing all her meridians. With her brow furrowed, she needs no contemplation. The comprehension of the snow mist ethereal technique seamlessly embeds itself in her mind, as though she has perused this technique countless times before. Chapter 51, Spiritual Roots. Fusion. She distinctly hears the sound of something within her fracturing. The 4 spiritual roots in her body form 4 meridian pathways, channels for storing spiritual energy, one of which gradually fades away. The spiritual energy stored within the spiritual roots does not scatter chaotically. Instead, it is guided by the snow mist ethereal technique, harmoniously merging with the other 3 spiritual roots. The 3 spiritual roots seem to have solidified and thickened somewhat, while the spiritual power within her appeared to be steadily ascending. Soon, she sensed the barrier of her body, a threshold of the second stage of foundation establishment. Once she broke through, her cultivation would reach new heights. Chu Mei'er forcefully suppressed her elation and attempted to cultivate. The speed of her cultivation with 3 spiritual roots had remarkably accelerated. The spiritual energy around her continuously surged into her body. If her previous pace of cultivation resembled a congested expressway, then now, it felt like a newly opened path, allowing for smooth passage. Although there were still some obstacles, it was far more pleasant than being completely blocked. The speed at which her 3 spiritual roots cultivated left her in awe. If she possessed a single spiritual root, she finally began to understand why multiple spiritual roots were often deemed worthless. The following morning, Chu Mei'er paid her a visit, presenting her with the Qianquan bracelet. Although Chu Mei'er intended to refuse, Chu Mei'er firmly held her hand and said earnestly, "This is what you deserve. You should accept it." She continued, "By the way, Shi came to confront me yesterday. I have already declined to continue our collaboration, but she may seek someone to harm you, so be cautious." Chu Mei'er smiled at her and nodded in agreement. During their last simulation, she had impulsively killed Shi. She did not believe herself capable of such actions. Having lived a second life, she was no longer that impulsive person. Shi was regarded as a significant disciple within the sect. If she were to kill her in her courtyard, the repercussions would undoubtedly be troublesome. "Thank you." The two individuals agreed to take a few days to rest, awaiting the moment when Chu Mei'er would sell those spiritual herbs, after which they would continue their quest for celestial treasures under the pretense of undertaking missions. That evening, as Chu Mei'er was practicing in her room, she heard a commotion outside. Furrowing her brow, she stood in the center of the courtyard, scanning her surroundings, absorbing every rustle in the wind. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was kicked open forcefully. Shi, accompanied by several senior brothers, stormed in, seething with anger. They advanced toward her, encircling Chu Mei'er in an instant. Chu Mei'er regarded them with a calm and indifferent gaze. "Why do you harbor such animosity towards me, Chinkai? I find it hard to believe." Upon hearing this, Shi fixed her stare on Chu Meier's face, then covered her mouth, letting out a derisive laugh. "You do possess a modicum of cleverness, indeed. Are you unaware of the true relationship between Yao Qian and myself?" In that fleeting moment, a crimson hue tainted Chu Meier's pupils. Her hands, which had been clenched behind her, loosened. Finally, she understood why she had been compelled to kill Shi in the simulation. "I learned from my cousin that you were once a lowly servant, concealing your cultivation while lurking beside her with ulterior motives." With a sneer, Shi raised her hand, waving it disdainfully before her nose. "You think you deserve to be in Lingshao Pavilion with such a grand residence? How laughable." At this juncture, Shi's expression was one of revulsion. "Kill her." Chu Mei'er lifted her head, her eyes, once as dark as ink, now suffused with a crimson hue. Chapter 52. Grateful for your 1,000-mile delivery of elixirs, a few disciples exchanged glances, their bodies radiating a profound wave of spiritual energy as they sheathed their weapons, preparing to engage. However, Shi had no intention of taking a life. Her sole desire was to humiliate. Chu Meier's blood-red eyes fixated on Shi, a sinister smile playing at the corners of her lips. "What benefits did she promise you?" Shi furrowed her brow, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Chu Mei'er, sending chills down her spine as if her very blood were congealing. "This does not concern you." She retreated repeatedly, pushing the disciples beside her toward Chu Mei'er. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." In an instant, Chu Mei'er transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from the encirclement of the group. The intensity of her spiritual energy was so formidable that they felt an overwhelming sense of threat. When she reappeared, one hand had already grasped Shi's throat. When did she move so swiftly? How astonishing! Her cultivation certainly transcends the mere third stage of qi refinement. Shi stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock as she beheld Chu Mei'er so close. "You, how is this possible?" With a slight pressure from her hand, a chilling voice echoed in Shi's ear. "It is merely a yellow tear movement technique. Had you devoted more time to study, you would have discerned the flaws within. I warned you not to disturb me. Why did you not heed my words?" Like a death knell, Shi's eyes rolled back as her face flushed a deep crimson. The current Chu Mei'er was utterly terrifying. "This is the second time you have attempted to kill me. What must I do for you to remember this lesson?" Upon closer inspection, one can discern a striking resemblance between Shi's visage and that of Yao Qian, which only fueled her murderous intent. Just as Shi seemed on the verge of losing consciousness, Chu Mei'er finally released her grip from around her neck, observing Shi's limp form collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Chu Mei'er felt a slight sense of relief. She could not afford to follow in the footsteps of the past. While her disdain for Shi was profound, the repercussions of taking her life were far too grave. "Help? Are you all dead? Can't you see I'm about to be choked to death? Why won't anyone come to my aid? Bastards! Chu Mei'er, you're finished." With a furrowed brow, Chu Mei'er looked down at her, stepping forward to place her foot upon Shi's hand. "Ah!" Shi cried out in agony. As Chu Mei'er cast her cold gaze upon the others, she inquired, "Do you still wish to remain here? Come on, don't you desire the elixir?" Upon hearing the term elixir, the wavering resolve of several individuals was instantly shattered. They exchanged glances before launching an assault towards Chu Mei'er. with a slight frown. She perceived their movements as if they were in slow motion. Utilizing her agile footwork, she deftly maneuvered, raising her hand to strike, and within moments, had dispatched them all to the ground. The group writhed in pain, clutching their injuries and groaning. Shinshin's eyes widened in disbelief. You are merely a waste of spiritual roots. How could you possess such formidable cultivation? Chu Mei'er, you have been masquerading as a fool all this time. Without uttering another word, Chu Mei'er advanced and began to search Shinshin's body, eventually discovering a Qian pouch, from which she emptied its contents onto the ground. The Shi family is indeed a prominent household, and Shinshin possesses numerous valuable items. She discovered a collection of porcelain vials containing several elixirs, presumably gifts to her disciples. Grateful for the delivery of these potions, Chu Mei'er accepted them all, depositing them into the recently acquired Qian bracelet. This sight infuriated Shinshin, her eyes blazing with rage as she demanded the return of her belongings. In Chapter 53, Winning Hearts, Chu Mei'er swiftly struck Shinshin on the nape of her neck, then rummaged through the Qian bag, unexpectedly uncovering 2 inferior-grade spiritual herbs nestled at the very bottom. Without hesitation, she claimed them as her own. It was evident that Shinshin was not a dedicated cultivator, as the bag also contained an assortment of jewelry and fine silks, which held no interest for Chu Mei'er. After thoroughly sifting through the treasures, she turned her attention to the unconscious figures sprawled across the courtyard. Having exerted considerable force, she had rendered them all insensible. With a resigned sigh, Chu Mei'er awaited the arrival of Chu Mei'er and her companions. Upon their arrival, the group was taken aback by the scene before them, particularly the sight of the unconscious Shinshin. Chu Mei'er frowned, realizing that Shinshin had indeed sought trouble, confirming her suspicion that this woman was anything but docile. How do you plan to handle this? She inquired. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in Chu Meier's mind, and she snapped her fingers. Help me carry them over. She proceeded to administer a sedative to the incapacitated individuals, and together with her companions, they transported them to the designated training grounds within the Sect-Des forest. After the matter was concluded, Chu Mei'er produced the elixirs she had acquired from Shinshin and distributed them amongst several individuals. The Foundation Establishment Pill, upon ingestion by those in the Qi refinement stage, could directly elevate one's cultivation level by 1 rank. As I have already reached the Foundation Establishment stage, this pill holds little value for me. I suggest you all take it. At this point, it was merely a matter of convenience and goodwill. She urged, please consume it swiftly. Let's dispose of the evidence. Chu Mei'er clutched the porcelain vial tightly, her emotions swirling within her. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, suppressing her gratitude. Thank you. She resolved in her heart to remain unwaveringly loyal to Chu Mei'er. Chu Mei'er was undoubtedly a friend worth cultivating. Miss Chu, previously, we wronged you. In the future, should you require anything, please inform us, and we will hasten to assist you. Indeed, the Foundation Establishment Pill is exceedingly precious. Your willingness to share it with us leaves us truly overwhelmed with gratitude. A single Foundation Establishment Pill could be sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yet here it was given away freely. We genuinely feel unworthy of such generosity. Hearing this, Chu Mei'er felt a pang in her heart. Such an unassuming elixir was actually valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones? How many rare materials would one need to purchase to replenish such a system? Without hesitation, they consumed the elixirs. Their cultivation surged, and they broke through their bottlenecks. Chu Mei'er astonishingly ascended to the midnight stage of the Qi refinement realm, drawing ever closer to the Foundation Establishment stage. Her joy was palpable. I shall sell those spirit herbs tomorrow, and we will set off as soon as possible. With the assistance of Chu Mei'er, their earnings from a single venture far exceeded the profits they had accrued over the past 6 months of undertaking tasks. It is believed that it will not be long before they acquire even more rare materials and treasures, which they can exchange for spirit stones and resources, leading to a significant enhancement of their strength. In the early morning, upon awakening, Shinshin and her companions discovered themselves lying in a desolate wilderness. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Shinshin was immediately filled with fury and sought out the senior brothers of the discipline hall to lodge a complaint. The cultivation levels of Shinshin and her companions were all around the 5th stage of Qi refinement, yet they had been so easily subdued by Chu Mei'er. The senior brothers of the discipline hall found this quite astonishing. How could someone at merely the 3rd stage of Qi refinement possibly overpower so many of them? Chapter 54. One's own misdeeds lead to ruin. Shinshin was inconsolable, firmly asserting that it was Chu Mei'er who was to blame. Chu Mei'er has harmed fellow disciples. Brothers, you must seek justice for me. The crime of harming one's peers is indeed grave, and Xin, being a rather talented disciple, meant that this matter would naturally fall under the jurisdiction of the discipline hall. With a wave of his hand, Brother Hong commanded, "Let us go." The group marched resolutely towards Chu Mei'er's modest courtyard. At that moment, Chu Mei'er and Qian Xian were seated at a table, sipping tea. Upon hearing the commotion, they exchanged glances, and a glint of coldness flickered in Chu Mei'er's eyes. Xin was the first to approach, rudely pushing the door open, only to find Chu Mei'er sitting calmly, which ignited her anger further. She then turned to Brother Hong, feigning innocence, and tearfully exclaimed, "Brother, Chu Mei'er has concealed her true cultivation. She is not merely at the third stage of qi refinement. We nearly fell victim to her." The discipline office scrutinized Chu Mei'er from head to toe, yet they found themselves unable to discern her cultivation level. Brother Hong could not help but furrow his brow. Among the group, the highest cultivation was merely at the 9th stage of qi refinement, hardly noteworthy. Chu Mei'er cast a cursory glance and silently shook her head. Even for an inner disciple of such a grand sect, their prowess was unimpressive. Brother Hong stated coldly, "Harming fellow disciples is a taboo within our sect. Junior sister, we kindly ask you to accompany us, as this matter falls under the jurisdiction of our discipline office." However, Chu Mei'er remained composed, sipping her tea before inquiring, "May I ask, brother, what punishment is meted out for harming fellow disciples?" The lighter penalty involves a sect-wide notice and 30 lashes with a disciplinary whip. The heavier punishment entails confinement at the Cliff of Reflection. Xin, wiping away her tears, cast a furtive glance at Chu Mei'er, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth when no one was watching. "Brother, the injuries we bear are evidence in themselves." Chu Mei'er sighed, acknowledging, "You all know that I am a waste with multiple spirit roots. My cultivation progress is exceedingly slow. After all this time in the sect, I am still at the 3rd stage of qi refinement. With so many of you possessing greater strength, how could I possibly contend with you?" At that moment, Qian Xian rose to her feet, declaring, "I was the one who struck them." Upon hearing this, Brother Hong's frown deepened. "What?" Qian Xian produced a recording spirit stone. "Brother Hong, Xin attempted to bribe me to kill junior sister Chu. When I refused, she led others to besiege me, leaving me no choice but to defend myself. This recording spirit stone bears witness. Brothers, you shall hear it. Here is the evidence of Xin plotting to harm Chu Mei'er in secret." Listening to Xin's venomous words, the expressions of the senior brothers from the discipline hall shifted dramatically, their gazes towards her filled with astonishment. It was truly unexpected that this seemingly delicate young lady harbored such a ruthless disposition beneath her gentle facade. Xin's countenance turned pale, and in a state of panic, she rushed forward to seize the recording spirit stone. "This is a fabrication. All of it is a lie. Chu Mei'er is trying to harm me." Chu Mei'er sighed, offering a respectful bow to the senior brothers, expressing her gratitude for their support. Senior Brother Hong furrowed his brows and waved his hand, commanding, "Take her away. To conspire against a fellow disciple and attempt murder is indeed an unforgivable crime." Xin was genuinely taken aback, realizing that she had been outmaneuvered by Chu Mei'er and Qian Xian. When had they colluded together? As she watched the senior brothers approach, fear overwhelmed her, and she wept bitterly. "I understand my mistakes. Please spare me." Qian Xian scoffed, declaring, "One cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds." If Xin could have swallowed her pride, she would not have fallen to such depths. Chapter 55. A bountiful harvest. News of Xin's punishment spread rapidly throughout the sect. Her plot against Chu Mei'er was exposed, resulting in her being subjected to the punishment of flogging and a 6-month confinement for reflection at the Cliff of Contemplation. It is said that those disciples who witnessed the execution were greatly shaken, and they relished recounting the details of Xin's grim fate. When Chu Mei'er first entered the sect, she was personally escorted by Elder Chun, basking in an aura of splendor. Yet she chose to remain an ordinary inner disciple, regarded as a waste due to her multiple spiritual roots. Having entered the sect for quite some time, she had never undergone a re-evaluation of her cultivation, suggesting her strength had seen little improvement. Consequently, she soon faded from the disciples' notice. The news of this development once again thrust Chu Mei'er into the limelight. As Chun Kai emerged from the martial arts pavilion, he overheard the whispers of surrounding disciples, halting momentarily. It seemed that despite her lengthy tenure in the sect, Chu Mei'er had made no discernible progress in her abilities. It It was only a matter of time before she might be expelled from the inner circle, a lamentable fate, considering her reputed talent. Yet what good was talent if one remained a mere waste due to multiple spiritual roots? Why did senior sister Sure harbor such despair? Surely, someone with Chu Mei'er's potential would soon be ousted from the inner sect. How could she, with such purportedly inferior gifts, face expulsion? Impossible. Chen Kai recalled the last encounter where Chu Mei'er had bested him mercilessly, sending shivers down his spine. Her cultivation was far more formidable than they presumed. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Xinshin had sinister intentions to eliminate Chu Mei'er covertly. He shook his head in disbelief, glancing at the basket in his hand before turning to leave. This woman was shrouded in mystery, if only he could forge an alliance with her. Outside, a considerable number of disciples were gathered, peering curiously. Their furtive glances betrayed their ulterior motives. Chen Kai furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the tightly shut door, and strode forward. What are you all doing loitering here? Hurry up and disperse. Go on, go. Upon encountering Chen Kai, the disciples immediately scattered in fear, not daring to linger any longer. Once the area was deserted, Chen Kai placed the basket at the entrance. At this moment, Chu Mei'er had already departed the sect with Chang Xian and the others. Chang Xian sold the 2 spiritual herbs for 80,000 spirit stones, allowing each of the 6 to receive over 10,000, which was quite a fortune. Their enthusiasm for seeking rare treasures intensified. Chang Xian excitedly perused the map in her hand, pointing to a particular mountain. This time, we shall venture here. We have 10 days to endeavor for more rare treasures. Agreed. Chu Mei'er, as the backbone of their team, found that the lower-tier spirit beasts posed no challenge to her. In just 2 days, they collectively acquired 8 yellow-tier spiritual herbs. After 10 days, their harvest was abundant. They evenly distributed all the acquired treasures, and this time, Chu Mei'er chose not to sell the spiritual herbs, instead depositing everything into the system. The system's balance had now reached 360. Upon returning to the sect, she sat cross-legged on her bed, attuning herself to the spiritual energy of the universe. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to activate the system. Life simulation system activated. This time, a cost of 50 credits is incurred. At the age of 10, you enter the Lingxiao Pavilion. Chapter 56, Fusion. Dual spiritual roots. At 11, you frequently undertook missions with Chang Xian and the others, achieving a remarkably high success rate, gradually revealing your brilliance and attracting attention. To maintain a low profile, you re-registered your cultivation level at the sect, but mismanaged your control, resulting in a detection of Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Shocking the entire sect. At the tender age of 12, you were taken as a direct disciple by Elder Chun, who once again bestowed upon you the Shadow Demon Classic and urged you to cultivate it. However, citing your existing martial arts, you declined his offer, which consequently sowed seeds of resentment in Elder Chen's heart. By the age of 13, you dedicated yourself entirely to the practice of Sun Spirit Forbidden Tome, yet achieved naught. At 14, under Elder Chen's guidance, your cultivation showed no signs of advancement. Moving on to 16, Elder Chen arranged for you to participate in the foundational disciple trials. During your time in Spring Joy Gorge, you encountered 2 cultivators battling a demon practitioner, prompting you to conceal yourself and observe from the shadows. Suddenly, an attack came forth. You were unable to evade in time and were struck by the demon, plummeting from the cliff into a cave. At 17, you consumed a spirit fruit and fell into a deep slumber for a year. Upon awakening at 18, you found all your meridians severed. Your body completely overrun by demonic energy. Despite your efforts to operate your martial arts, relief eluded you. By 19, with the demonic energy surging within you, escape was impossible, leading you to choose survival in this dire state. Finally, at 24, you grasped the second layer of Sun Spirit Forbidden Tome, managing to expel most of the demonic energy, resulting in the fusion of your 3 elemental roots into dual roots. It was only then that you discovered the Sun Spirit Forbidden Tome was but a fragment. At 25, you ventured out of the forest, only to find the world in chaos, with demon practitioners rampant and the common folk suffering immensely. You fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat and perished. Chu Mei'er, an upper-tier furnace? What on earth is this? This simulation is indeed unlike any previous one. However, under the guidance of Elder Chen, her cultivation saw no enhancement. This Elder Chen truly embodies the essence of a good teacher. No wonder he has no disciples under his tutelage. Following the completion of this simulation, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of a 26-year-old. 2. The cultivation skills of a 26-year-old. 3. The life memories of a 26-year-old. After some contemplation, Chu Mei'er chose the cultivation skills. As the words left her lips, memories surged forth in rapid succession. Insights into various techniques and martial arts flooded her mind. She gently closed her eyes, allowing herself to relax and embrace these revelations. Her comprehension of the Yang Ling forbidden tome deepened, enabling her to ascend to the second layer of the technique, which would allow her tri-elemental spiritual roots to merge into one. As these insights continued to pour in, the spiritual roots within Chu Mei'er began to transform. The three spiritual roots resembled three conduits. Upon merging, the flow from one conduit infused the other two, enriching the spiritual energy stored within them. Remarkably, this momentum propelled her to breach her bottleneck. With a resounding thud, her second-stage foundation-building barrier shattered effortlessly. Chu Mei'er suddenly opened her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. She had achieved a breakthrough. Moreover, she had now transformed into a dual-elemental spiritual root, significantly enhancing her cultivation speed. A joyful expression graced her features as she gazed down at her hands. Delicate and fair, her hands glistened like premium jade. Though they appeared fragile and easily broken, they harbored immense strength. She pondered softly to herself, wondering if her dual-elemental roots would allow her to discover the appropriate techniques. Although possessing multiple spiritual roots may seem disadvantageous, with the appropriate cultivation techniques, one can transform the seemingly futile into the extraordinary. If methods for cultivating four spiritual roots are elusive, what of those for dual spiritual roots? Might they be more accessible? Chapter 57. The Quest for Dual Spiritual Root Cultivation Techniques. The life simulation system has been activated, consuming 50 credits. Balance, 260. At the age of 11, your foundational cultivation was exposed, drawing the attention of Elder Qian, who took you on as his personal disciple. By the age of 12, you began frequenting the Sect-S scripture pavilion, yet returned empty-handed. At 13, you managed to bribe an 8th-tier foundational senior brother to seek higher-level techniques in the scripture building. Unfortunately, your clandestine actions were uncovered, leading Elder Qian to confine you in the penitence cliff for half a year. At 16, under Elder Qian's guidance, your cultivation showed no improvement. By 17, amidst sect turmoil, you infiltrated the scripture pavilion once more, but were detected by the elders. In a desperate attempt, you seized 2 intermediate-level techniques of the Earth tier and fled, only to have your meridians severed by an elder, leading to your demise during the escape. At 25, you finally elevated your cultivation to the 3rd stage of foundational cultivation and resolved to train in the Spirit Beast Forest. Half a year later, you inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm where you were besieged by spirit beasts and met your end. At 28, after 18 years of toil, you advanced your cultivation to the 5th stage of foundational cultivation. Amidst the chaos within the sect, you employed several foundational cultivators to accompany you in the search for cultivation techniques suited for dual spiritual roots across the major sections. At the age of 29, you became a figure universally reviled across various sects, with some even offering a handsome price for your demise. By 30, weary of a life spent in evasion, you journeyed to a secret realm for cultivation. At 31, you devoted yourself entirely to the pursuit of mastery. However, by the age of 40, the forces of demonic cultivation surged, and your residence was besieged by a horde of demons, leading to your untimely demise at their hands. Chu Mei'er endeavored to simulate 5 times, yet she still failed to discover a cultivation technique suitable for her dual spiritual roots. Nevertheless, she made progress, elevating her cultivation to the 6th stage of foundation establishment. Despite years of training within the simulator without finding an appropriate technique, her advancement was commendable. She resolved to seek rare materials to further enhance her system. The following morning, Chu Mei'er arrived, brimming with excitement. She had achieved another breakthrough. Now at the 8th stage of Qi refinement, others in the group had also experienced growth in their cultivation levels. If we all continue to strive, we can venture further next time and aim to procure Xiantier spiritual herbs. One such herb can be exchanged for tens of thousands of spirit stones, they exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Indeed, a strong leader is essential for the team's success. Miss Chu, we shall follow your lead from now on. In such a short time, our gains have already surpassed those of the entire last year. They laughed, united in their commitment to enhance their cultivation further. As she observed the jovial group, Chu Mei'er recalled how their entire team had drawn attention due to their remarkably high success rate in the simulation system. With her gaze lowered, she chuckled softly, "Dear friends, I hope you will not disclose my cultivation level. I prefer to remain low-key." The others exchanged glances, understanding her sentiment and nodding in agreement. A 10-year-old foundation establishment stage cultivator, such talent, if disseminated, would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. Over the course of a month, they had scavenged numerous treasures and resources from the outside world, exchanging them for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Naturally, Chu Mei'er deposited everything into the system. She had yet to discover a suitable dual-element spiritual root cultivation technique. Even with these precious materials, they would hold little value without the proper method to utilize them. She made her way to the scripture pavilion. With her current foundation establishment stage prowess, she was permitted entry to the 6th floor, where advanced mystic-level techniques were stored. However, drawing from her previous simulated memories, she realized that these techniques would not significantly benefit her. Thus, she proceeded directly to the 7th floor. At the entrance to the 7th floor, a spiritual energy barrier materialized, allowing only those at the 8th stage of foundation establishment and above to pass. Currently at the 6th stage, she was still slightly lacking. As she gently touched the barrier, her hand was abruptly repelled, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Rubbing her stinging hand, her brows furrowed in contemplation. It appeared that it was time to seek out the relics of powerful practitioners from her memories. Chapter 58. New regulations of the Sect-Destroying approached Chu Mei'er with a new map in hand. The group gathered in the courtyard of Chu Mei'er's campus to deliberate on their next destination. The yellowed paper bore a few sparse sketches illustrating the contours of mountains and forests. Within the simulator, her abilities were woefully inadequate. It was not long before she succumbed to the hidden traps that lay in wait, and the true treasures within remained undiscovered. The map etched in her memory diverged from the reality before her. Furrowing her brow, Chu Mei'er recalled a map she had seen, a map of a secret realm. "Senior Sister Chong, allow me to sketch it for you. Perhaps you can discern its location." Upon hearing this, Qian's face brightened with delight. A secret realm? Could it be the resting place of powerful beings? Surely, it must harbor numerous treasures. "Do not rejoice too swiftly," cautioned another voice. "Such places are fraught with peril. Given our current pace of cultivation, merely having access to a secret realm is already a remarkable opportunity. Who knows what wonders we might uncover that could propel us directly into the foundational stage." The group, all hailing from ordinary backgrounds without the support of formidable family lineages, had relied solely on their own tenacity to progress. Discovering a secret realm would undoubtedly serve as a shortcut to augmenting their capabilities. Chu Mei'er proceeded to illustrate the map of the secret realm from her memory for them. Suddenly, Qian's eyes sparkled with recognition. "I know where this is." She produced a tattered map, and after carefully unfolding it, pointed to the mountain ranges depicted, which precisely matched Chu Mei'er's drawing. The group erupted with excitement. "Let us set forth tomorrow." "Very well, but we must first prepare and procure some healing remedies." After reaching a consensus, they eagerly set off to make their preparations. As they pushed open the door, several senior brothers approached. Noticing the crowd gathered in the courtyard, one raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So, you are all here. I heard that Qian was leading a group of junior disciples on a mission. It appears that rumor holds truth." Qian stepped forward, positioning herself in front of everyone, her demeanor alert. "Is there something amiss?" the senior brother inquired. "Indeed, the sect has issued a directive. All disciples in the Qi refinement stage are to undergo a cultivation assessment tomorrow." "Very well, thank you for the reminder." "Certainly. It was merely an assessment of their cultivation." Everyone had recently made breakthroughs and felt no pressure, eagerly preparing their belongings. However, Chu Mei'er gradually furrowed her brow. In a prior simulation, it was during such an assessment that her cultivation was revealed, drawing the attention of Elder Qian, who subsequently accepted her as a disciple, entangling her in the unfortunate fate of becoming his favored direct disciple. She truly did not wish to be Elder Qian's direct disciple. Noticing her disquiet, Qian, with her keen perception, lowered her voice. "I have heard that certain elixirs and spiritual weapons can obscure one's cultivation level. I suspect you have mastered some secret technique. However, such techniques are notoriously challenging to control and could be detected by the sect." A wave of heaviness washed over Chu Mei'er as she nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Senior Sister Chong, for your guidance. Elixirs? Spiritual weapons? Where could I procure such items?" She was only familiar with one person, Wan Feng. Yet, Requesting a cultivation-suppressing elixir from him might raise too many suspicions. Chu Mei'er pondered for a moment, taking a deep breath as if making a difficult decision. Wait for me tonight. I shall find the elixir for you and deliver it in the evening. Without allowing Chu Mei'er a chance to object, she promptly turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Meier's emotions were conflicted. In truth, she had been aware of Chu Mei'er's scheming from the outset and had already harbored intentions of retribution against her. However, upon further interaction, it becomes evident that Chu Mei'er is remarkably loyal and possesses a strong sense of integrity, which explains why so many individuals are inclined to place their trust in her. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingers within her. System activate. Life simulation system initiated. This simulation consumes 80 credits. Balance for 120 as her abilities advance. The cost of each simulation escalates significantly. Currently, she stands at the 6th stage of the Foundation establishment period, already consuming 80 credits. Contemplating the subsequent stages, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Spirit Transformation, fills her with trepidation. Chapter 59. The Fateful Hour of Chu Mei'er. At the age of 10, you entered the Lingxiao sect and became an inner disciple. In an effort to evade the sect's collective cultivation assessment, Chu Mei'er ventured to procure medicinal pills for you, but upon failing to secure them, she resorted to robbery, only to meet her demise at the hands of others. By the time you sought out Chu Mei'er, it was too late. You were met with the sight of her lifeless body. The sect harbored suspicions against you and subjected you to interrogation, during which your 6th stage Foundation establishment cultivation was revealed. The sect deemed your cultivation suspiciously rapid, suspecting you of practicing demonic arts, and without due consideration, they sought to execute you. Helpless and grievously injured, it was only through Elder Qian's intervention that you narrowly escaped death. At 11, you were taken as a closed-door disciple by Elder Qian, for which you are immensely grateful. Your desire for vengeance against Chu Mei'er's fate urges you on. Yet Elder Qian advises you to first preserve your strength and restore your cultivation. Heeding Elder Qian's guidance, you begin a regimen of medicinal baths each day. 6 months later, you inadvertently witness Elder Qian meeting privately with Ruan Feng. It turns out that all the medicinal concoctions were crafted by Ruan Feng, and he has been solely responsible for your treatment. You, filled with curiosity, inquire about Ruan Feng's origins and the reason for his concealment from you. Elder Qian, in a fit of rage, reprimands you sharply. Sensing the gravity of the situation, you observe discreetly and discover Elder Qian's respectful demeanor towards Ruan Feng. At the age of 12, your health has been restored. However, Elder Qian insists that you continue to partake in medicinal baths daily. You soon realize that your meridians are becoming obstructed, a consequence of these baths. By the age of 13, you find yourself imprisoned by Elder Qian. For years later, amidst a chaotic sect battle, you finally seize an opportunity to escape. Yet, not long after your flight begins, you encounter an ambush. Fighting valiantly against 2 adversaries, you manage to evade capture, but not without sustaining severe injuries. Just as you spot a dilapidated temple, you stumble upon a fierce battle between 2 demonic cultivators. Becoming collateral damage and ultimately succumbing to their malevolent energy, you perish. As the simulation concludes, Chu Mei'er abruptly rises. Chu Mei'er has surprisingly gone to procure medicinal pills. Furthermore, she is destined to meet her demise this very night. Chu Mei'er paces anxiously. This simulation has revealed far too many uncontrollable variables. What are Elder Qian's true intentions? From the moment he brought her, a seemingly worthless cultivator with multiple spiritual roots, to the sect, she sensed that the situation was anything but simple. What could she possibly offer that would be of value? More importantly, what is the nature of the relationship between Elder Qian and Ruan Feng? With this simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level at 17 years of age. 2. The cultivation skills at 17 years of age. Life memories at 17 with a furrowed brow. Chu Mei'er pondered for a moment before ultimately selecting 3, her life memories. In this simulation, her cultivation had not improved at all, and surprisingly, several blind spots emerged from these 7 years of memories. She had secretly overheard a conversation between Elder Qian and Ruan Feng, wherein they mentioned something about demonic cultivators, techniques, and physiques. The fragmented remarks were unclear, yet she grasped one crucial fact. Someone desired for Elder Qian to bring her closer. Gazing down at herself, Chu Mei'er realized that apart from the system, she possessed nothing. However, the existence of such a system was a secret unknown to outsiders. It was truly exasperating. Casting a glance at the sky, she recalled that she had discovered Chiang Xian's corpse in the early hours of the morning. There was still time. She must delve deeper. So many mysteries lingered. She needed to uncover the truth. Life simulation system activated. This simulation consumes 80 credits. Balance, 340, at the age of 10. You arrived just in time as Chiang Xian was robbing someone. Together, you successfully obtained the elixir and consumed it, thereby deceiving the cultivation assessment. At 11, you continued to undertake tasks, only to be ambushed on the way to the secret realm by a band of robbers, dozens of individuals, all foundational cultivators. You were outmatched and suffered severe injuries. In that critical moment, a man clad in black appeared and rescued you. He believed you to possess extraordinary talent and felt a profound connection, offering you a cultivation technique. You discover that this cultivation technique appears to be tailor-made for your dual spiritual roots, significantly enhancing your abilities and propelling you to the 8th stage of foundation building. Concurrently, your beauty becomes increasingly ethereal. At the age of 13, after a period of recuperation, you and your companions seek the secret realm once more, only to find that the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion have already located the entrance. After some maneuvering, you all act in unison, and you gain the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool. By the age of 14, your cultivation advances again, allowing you to reach the 8th stage of foundation building. A re-evaluation of your physique and spiritual roots reveals traces of demonic cultivation within you. The elders convene and deliberate on the necessity of your elimination. Yet Elder Chen advocates for you, ultimately taking you under his wing. Thus, you become a disciple of Elder Chen. From that moment forward, you embark upon a life immersed in medicinal baths, which cause your meridians to stagnate. Unwilling to succumb to adversity, you diligently practice the cultivation techniques. Your exemplary demeanor earns you Elder Chen's trust, leading him to lower his guard around you. At 15, you begin to investigate the relationship between Elder Chen and Ruan Feng, enlisting the help of formidable allies, only for them to be assassinated overnight. One evening, an intruder enters your chamber, advising you to refrain from any reckless actions and to remain compliant. By 17, the sect war commences, and Elder Chen instructs Ruan Feng to assist in your escape. You, alongside Chiang Xian and others, unite to confront Ruan Feng, inflicting severe damage upon him. Ruan Feng reveals that your physique is exceptional and that to survive, you must embrace demonic cultivation. You have successfully escaped, and once again, you encounter the person who rescued you during the bandit attack. He intends to guide you to the stronghold of the dark cultivators. You fought valiantly, yet no one survived. After enduring numerous simulations, she faces a dilemma unlike any before. How is it that she managed to flee at the tender age of 17, evading the sect and surviving the sect war, but has failed twice now? Even the dark cultivators have emerged. This time, Chu Mei'er opted for the second choice. Memories surged within her, and the technique instantaneously imprinted itself in her mind. The first layer of the 7 sacred spirits technique was comprehended. Although it is merely a fragment, it aligns perfectly with her constitution. As she circulated the technique within her body, her spiritual energy flowed with increasing ease and accelerated speed. When she opened her eyes again, joy was unmistakable on her face as she gazed at her hands, barely able to contain her excitement. The 7 sacred spirits technique is exceedingly powerful. Her cultivation speed has improved significantly, and she has completely shattered the bottleneck imposed by the radiant light forbidden volume. It is regrettable, however, that it exists only as a fragment. The 7 sacred spirits technique is a mid-tier technique of the mysterious rank. This is merely the first layer. If she were to gather the complete text, it could potentially ascend to the earthly or even celestial rank. With this thought, Chu Mei'er was filled with elation. Rising to her feet, she realized that her brief cultivation had already yielded a small breakthrough. If she were to abandon the path laid out by the simulator and continue her training in this manner, she would surely reach the golden core stage in no time. After reveling in her joy, she glanced at the sky. It was nearly time to rescue her friend. With a swift change of mind, she strode purposefully outward. Regardless of the circumstances, her priority was to save Chiang Xian. West Camp Town. The underground auction house has just concluded a bidding session, and a group of affluent merchants, having emerged from the event, are engaged in discussions about offloading their prized acquisitions. As night deepens, the dark clouds obscure the twinkling stars above. The wealthy men exit in high spirits, each boarding their carriages to depart. As the carriages sway along a narrow path, a shadow flits through the thicket. The docile horses seem startled by something, their hooves striking the ground as they whinny in alarm. In an instant, chaos ensues. The merchants inside sense the disturbance and pull back the curtains to glance outside. What is happening? One inquires. Sir, it appears there is someone ahead. A robber? The merchant rubs his eyes and, upon focusing, sees a figure cloaked in black, causing him to pale in fright. Quick, someone protect me. After a moment's hesitation, he asks, how many are there? It seems to be just one. The wealthy man bursts into laughter. Even the guards have emerged. Just as he finishes speaking, Chu Mei'er can no longer contain herself and swiftly takes action. While merchant, return what belongs to me. She brandishes her sword, summoning a silver arc of energy that surges toward the merchant. However, a sharp weapon suddenly appears, deflecting her blade slightly. The force behind it reveals that the assailant is, astonishingly, a formidable cultivator at the foundation stage. She had inquired beforehand and learned that this coachman was merely an ordinary man. How could this be possible? The merchant watches as Chu Mei'er is thwarted, laughing heartily. Well done, old way. The wealthy man's rotund face, crinkled with mirth, transformed into a mass of flesh as his eyes squinted into mere slits, laughing heartily. My dear girl, it is ill-advised for one so young to engage in the life of a bandit. What is it you seek? Chu Mei'er gritted her teeth in silence, taken aback by the realization that this coachman was indeed a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. As she glared at him, words eluding her, the wealthy man mused. Your voice seems oddly familiar. Are you after the items from this auction? The coachman obstructed Chu Mei'er's path, asserting, little girl, now that you have made your move, you must brace yourself for the consequences. At last, unable to contain her frustration, Chu Mei'er exclaimed, Rogue, do you not recognize me? Had it not been for this man's intervention, she would have already secured that precious elixir. At this revelation, the jovial smile vanished from the wealthy man's face, replaced by an icy demeanor and a palpable aura of menace. Eliminate her, he commanded. I have never encountered someone so brazen as to attempt to rob me. With that, the coachman unsheathed his blade, a cold smirk adorning his lips as he lunged at Chu Mei'er. The intensity of his assault caused her to gasp in alarm, prompting her to retreat several steps and raise her sword in defense. The coachman, undeterred, pressed on with ruthless determination, his weapon advancing with relentless precision. A moment of carelessness on her part resulted in a blade grazing her shoulder, sending searing pain coursing through her nerves, and with a clatter, her sword fell to the ground. A foolhardy endeavor, he taunted. In his final strike, he showed no hesitation, aiming to end her life. Just as the agony seemed to linger, she heard the coachman's anguished cry echo through the air. She opened her eyes in shock, only to find Chu Mei'er standing before her, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. This slender figure now loomed like a formidable wall, shielding her from harm. With a stoic expression, Chu Mei'er strode forward, effortlessly snatching the knife from the hands of the coachman, gazing down upon him with an air of authority. Your murderous intent is palpable. Your hostility is quite pronounced. The coachman, a practitioner at the 4th level of foundation establishment, would typically be regarded as a formidable opponent by outsiders. Yet, alas, he had encountered her. You. The coachman stared in disbelief at Chu Mei'er's countenance, astonished that such a young girl had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, I cannot discern your cultivation at all. In a moment of shock, he sprang to his feet, drawing a dagger and launching an attack at an awkward angle towards Chu Mei'er. Caught off guard, she was grazed on the arm. But as he twisted the blade for a second strike, she swiftly grasped his wrist, applying a slight pressure. Ah! The coachman screamed in agony as the knife fell from his hand. Kill him. Upon witnessing this, Chu Mei'er immediately advanced, her blade swiftly slicing across the coachman's throat. Her movements were clean and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Fearing a misunderstanding from Chu Mei'er, Chu Mei'er covered her wound and stated, This wealthy merchant holds a significant identity. Having seen our faces, it is best not to leave any witnesses alive. This had always been Chu Mei'er's pragmatic approach, and Chu Mei'er paid it no mind. Suddenly, she caught a faint, ethereal fragrance in the air. Chapter 61, A Sudden Assessment of Cultivation. Is it a conspiracy? Looking down, she noticed blood oozing from the wound on her arm, and to her astonishment, the delicate scent wafted from the very blood itself. Her blood. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, a sense of unease enveloped her, as if an imminent event loomed on the horizon. While she was lost in thought, Chu Mei'er had already torn a piece of cloth to bandage her wound. Upon reaching the side of the vehicle, they discovered that the wealthy man had actually begun to flee with his corpulent form. His pace was slow, panting heavily. Chu Mei'er effortlessly caught up to him and delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling onto the ground. Observing his rotund figure, anger surged within her. What a deceitful merchant! The once arrogant businessman was now stripped of his bravado, having witnessed Chu Mei'er's ruthless efficiency in dispatching a foe. Trembling, he knelt before her. "Forgive me, ladies, I was wrong. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, just spare my life." With a fierce determination, Chu Mei'er searched him thoroughly and ultimately unearthed a spatial pouch. Delving inside, she found the coveted elixir. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Chu Mei'er, I'm grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have met my end here." Saying this, she pressed the pill into Chu Mei'er's hands. "Hurry, consume it." Chu Mei'er regarded her intently. It was astonishing that Chu Mei'er would risk her life to procure an elixir for her. This bond would remain etched in her heart. She cast a cold glance at the trembling wealthy man. What to do with him? Should she simply eliminate him? The simulator had left no survivors. Chu Mei'er delivered a kick to the man's solar plexus, causing him to scream in agony before losing consciousness. "Chu Mei'er, wait here for me. I shall handle this." Chu Mei'er, with her resolute demeanor, was dragging the unconscious tycoon away. Chu Mei'er hurried forward to offer assistance, but Chu Mei'er firmly declined, stating, "No, I can manage on my own." With a sense of helplessness, Chu Mei'er could only watch as Chu Mei'er pulled the wealthy man into the thicket. However, from the simulator's perspective, it seemed the situation had been resolved without any subsequent issues. As Chu Mei'er played with the porcelain vial in her hand, an unsettling sensation washed over her, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, sending chills down her spine. She felt a surge of spiritual energy uncontrollably rushing forth. As if ensnared by an ominous gaze that rendered her immobile, the intensity of this mysterious presence was overwhelming, leaving her utterly defenseless. Suddenly, she heard a low, chilling voice of a man expressing doubt. It felt as though she had descended into a nightmare. Despite her desperate attempts to break free, it was in vain. At last, Chu Mei'er emerged, having dealt with the matter at hand. "Chu Mei'er, quickly consume this elixir," she urged. Upon seeing her, Chu Mei'er's pupils constricted in alarm. There were others present? As she stepped forward, Chu Mei'er grasped her arm, warning, "They are formidable. Allow me to confront them." With a graceful leap, she ascended, her spiritual energy radiating an aura that struck fear into Chu Mei'er's heart. It appeared that her strength had indeed grown. Chu Mei'er scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Yet, the prickling sensation and rigidity in her limbs were unmistakable. Concern etched on Chu Mei'er's face, she inquired, "What is it? Is someone here?" Furrowing her brow, Chu Mei'er shook her head, indicating that she had detected nothing. Chu Mei'er stepped forward to examine the injury on her arm, and suddenly leaned in closer to sniff. Filled with surprise, "Why does your blood carry a hint of fragrance? Is it due to your unique constitution? Perhaps multiple spiritual roots?" Chu Mei'er shook her head, equally puzzled. "I don't know. I've been injured before, but my blood never had a scent. What could be the source of this anomaly?" She recalled witnessing in the simulator that someone intended to offer her to the demon lord, an elder Chun's special care, which constantly suppressed her cultivation. Could all of this be linked to her extraordinary constitution? Yet, prior to this moment, her body had shown no signs of peculiarity, and her blood had appeared normal. Only today, she had practiced the 7 sacred spirit technique. Could this be the reason? No, that does not seem right. Elder Qian had harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning. Clenching her fists, Chu Mei'er felt an overwhelming urge to confront Elder Qian. Noticing her troubled expression, Chu Mei'er hesitated to speak, choosing not to disrupt her thoughts. Regaining her composure, Chu Mei'er rubbed her temples and sighed softly. "Sister, do you know anything about Elder Qian?" Chu Mei'er pondered for a moment. Elder Qian was the last to join Lingxiao Pavilion. Hence, he is not someone who has always been part of the sect. His background remains unclear. However, I happen to notice that the relationship between Elder Qian and the sect master seems somewhat off. They appear more like business partners in a transaction than anything else. A pang of unease resonated within Chu Mei'er's heart as she inquired further. "Do you happen to know senior brother Ruanfeng?" Ruanfeng. Within the sect, he maintained a reclusive existence, with few having had any interaction with him, and his background remaining shrouded in mystery. How many secrets does this Lingxiao Pavilion truly conceal? On this occasion, Chu Mei'er's rescue of Chang Xian elicited genuine gratitude from the latter. Before their parting, Chang Xian earnestly implored Chu Mei'er to ingest the medicinal pill as soon as possible. The following morning, all Qi refining stage disciples within the sect congregated in one place. Disciples from both the inner and outer circles were present. Chu Mei'er stood amidst the throng. Chang Xian and the others swiftly located her, their excitement palpable. I've heard that this level assessment offers rewards for substantial strength gains. Hehe. During my last assessment, I was at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, but now I've reached the peak of the 6th level. Heck, you've reached the peak so quickly? When did that happen? Last night. I'm only at the mid-stage of the 6th level of foundation establishment. Your talent surpasses mine. For ordinary disciples, a decade or more of cultivation might not even yield a single level increase. Cultivation is monotonous and tedious, and their talents are generally mediocre. They soon become apathetic, and decades pass without any improvement in their cultivation, which is a common occurrence. Chang Xian, in particular, had already reached the 8th level of Qi refining. With their current cultivation progress, another excursion into the secret realm would likely result in further advancement. The group, elated by their increased cultivation, eagerly awaited the cultivation assessment. However, Chu Mei'er found it impossible to share their joy. As she discreetly surveyed her surroundings, she indeed spotted Elder Chen standing in a concealed location on another hill. The disciples collectively engaged in an activity to assess their cultivation levels, a rather commonplace occurrence. Yet Elder Chen secretly observed. What could be his intent? As the voice of a foundation establishment stage disciple resonated, the testing commenced. Rows of disciples grasped the cultivation assessment spirit stones, channeling their spiritual energy, revealing their cultivation ranks upon the stones. Zhao Yinhai, 4th stage of Qi refinement, showed no progress over the past 5 years. Chen Ku, 5th stage of Qi refinement, demonstrated no advancement over the last decade. Wei Gu, 3rd stage of Qi refinement, exhibited an unexpected growth of 1 level in 6 years, quite commendable. The line gradually progressed, soon approaching Chu Mei'er and her companions. Chu Mei'er glanced at the 2 rows ahead, then raised her gaze to the silently standing Elder Chen. Could it be that he was there to witness her cultivation level? The thought arose and proved indelible. Chang Xian noticed the unusual demeanor of Chu Mei'er, following her line of sight, yet recalled the question posed by Chu Mei'er the previous night, causing her brow to furrow in concern. She lowered her voice. Elder Chen wouldn't be specifically here to observe you, would he? Although unaware of the intricacies between Chu Mei'er and Elder Chen, she instinctively aligned herself with Chu Meier's side. Should I arrange for someone to investigate Elder Chen's background? Upon hearing this, Chu Meier's eyes widened. Seeing your sister, that could be perilous. Fear not, a few spirit stones will suffice. Before long, they reached the front of the line. Chai Lu, 6th stage of Qi refinement, displayed an impressive advancement of 1 level within a year. Indeed, commendable, and he was summoned to receive his reward. Zhou Wang Yuan. Su Dun. It is quite remarkable that you all managed to elevate your ranks within a year. You possess considerable talent. By the way, I recall that you are all part of Sister Chang Xian's team, correct? Chai Lu chuckled. Indeed, for the past few years we have been engaged in various missions, acquiring treasures and selling them for spirit stones. It has been quite rewarding. This time, the bounty includes 3 second-grade elixirs. What extraordinary fortune you have. Next batch. Chu Mei'er inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Chang Xian discreetly tugged at the hem of her garment, signaling her to remain calm. That elixir is remarkably effective, rest assured. Although Chu Mei'er had already experienced it through the simulator, she still felt a tinge of anxiety. Holding the spirit stones, she carefully infused them with her spiritual energy. Chu Mei'er, now at the 4th stage of the Qi refinement period, has also ascended a rank within the year. Excellent. What? Chang Xian has astonishingly risen 2 levels. She has now reached the 8th stage of the Qi refinement period. My heavens. Sister Chang, you are on the brink of foundation establishment. Congratulations. Everyone's attention was captivated by Chang Xian. Chu Mei'er exhaled in relief, maneuvering through the crowd to glance once more at the elder's position, which remained conspicuously vacant. Indeed. Elder Chen was approaching her. A furrow of concern creased Chu Meier's brow. This place exuded an overwhelming sense of peril, and she must hasten to strengthen her abilities. Nothing provides greater reassurance than one's own strength. Yet, the attention drawn to Chang Xian presents a splendid opportunity. Previously, the simulator indicated that their team's high mission success rate had attracted trouble, necessitating the exposure of her cultivation level. This time, Chu Mei'er's reputation would ensure she remained unnoticed. Chu Mei'er discreetly slipped out of the crowd, collected her reward of several elixirs, and headed towards her residence. Elder Chun was a formidable Yuan-ing stage cultivator, and she was confident that with repeated simulations, she would inevitably reach the Yuan-ing stage herself. At that point, she could directly confront Elder Chun and demand answers. All conspiracies and machinations were mere paper tigers in the face of absolute power. Before Chu Mei'er could leave the mountain peak, she was being watched. Noticing the furtive presence following her, Chu Mei'er subtly smirked and turned towards a secluded area. The pursuers, seeing Chu Mei'er's hurried retreat, chuckled, believing she was fleeing in panic. Finally, Chu Mei'er halted, turned around, and smiled. "What do you want?" she asked, taking the initiative. The individuals exchanged glances. One of the senior disciples, seemingly the eldest, stepped forward. "Junior sister," he said, "isn't it a bit extravagant for you to use 3 elixirs alone? Perhaps you could share them with us?" So Chu Mei'er mused. A hint of coldness in her eyes. "You're here for the elixirs." She held up the porcelain bottle, a smile playing on her lips. "Do you desire them? Then come and get them." The individuals exchanged glances again, inexplicably feeling a surge of trepidation from Chu Mei'er's eyes. Despite the fact that the 11-year-old girl before them was only at the 4th level of the Qi refining stage, they are all formidable cultivators, roughly at the 6th stage of Qi refinement. Just at this moment, her mood was irritable, and these individuals conveniently approached her, seeking a confrontation. With a sly grin, they rubbed their hands together, preparing to advance. Chu Mei'er frowned slightly, her eyes glinting with cold light. Chen Kai, startled, hastily waved his hands, urging them to continue, claiming he was merely passing by. The senior brothers, well aware of Chen Kai's disposition, grinned widely and said, "Brother Chang, this junior sister has just received a reward from the sect in the form of a precious elixir. Would you care to join us?" "This has nothing to do with me. I truly am just passing through," Chen Kai retorted before swiftly retreating. In their previous encounter, Chu Mei'er had effortlessly brought him to the ground during the Qi refinement stage. This woman was a notorious maniac, concealing her identity within the sect. Observing Chen Kai's hasty retreat, which unmistakably resembled a flight from danger, the others felt a pang of confusion. Brother Cheng was already a foundation-building expert. Why did it seem that he was so fearful of Chu Mei'er? Impossible. Perhaps Brother Cheng is in urgent need. In urgent need? Is that how one behaves? Listening to the murmurs of the three, Chu Mei'er's ears twitched slightly, her impatience growing. "Weren't you here to rob me? Can you hurry up? I have matters to attend to." Meanwhile, Chen Kai had not wandered far, hiding behind a nearby tree, closely observing the unfolding situation. As he watched them encircle Chu Mei'er, he secretly reveled in their ignorance. He could almost envision these individuals following in his own unfortunate footsteps. "Senior Cheng, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a voice from behind startled Chen Kai. He quickly made a shushing gesture, wrapping his arm around his junior's neck. "Keep your voice down. Let's watch the show." The junior leaned forward to observe, only to find several Qi refinement juniors surrounding Chu Mei'er. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, are they beginning to bully our junior sister? Trying to snatch her elixirs? Poor girl." Such antics were not new to them. Chen Kai shook his head, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Peering closer, they saw Chu Mei'er already in action. Her movements were graceful and light, her toes barely touching the ground, akin to a delicate swallow in flight. With each gesture, she demonstrated remarkable proficiency in her martial skills. Chen Kai's expression grew increasingly grave. In just a few days, Chu Mei'er had become adept at her techniques, as if she had practiced them countless times before. This level of martial talent was typically reserved for the most gifted disciples within the sect. Chapter 63. Never offend a talented cultivator, she is incredibly fast. The familiar scene unfolded. With an innocent smile adorning her face, Chu Mei'er extended her delicate hand. "Could you please hand over your Chinkoan bags, brothers?" What was intended as a robbery turned into an unexpected turn of events. The juniors, reluctant to concede, watched as one of them, seizing the moment when Chu Mei'er turned her back, suddenly drew a dagger and lunged at her. Sensing the imminent danger, Chen Kai was already preparing to flee. However, he heard his junior gasp beside him. "She is definitely not at the 4th stage of Qi refinement. She possesses at least the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage." Chen Kai swallowed nervously, only to see Chu Mei'er had already seized all the Chinkoan bags from the 3 men. He grasped his junior brother's arm and whispered urgently, "What are you waiting for? This woman is utterly inhuman. We must flee quickly. Chu Meier's voice echoed back to them now. It's too late. Chen Kai's movements froze, a chill running down his spine, rendering him rigid. Chu Mei'er had already rendered the 3 robbing senior brothers unconscious and now fixed her gaze on Chen Kai. 2 senior brothers, might I trouble you to come here for a moment? The junior brother sensed the gravity of the situation and managed a dry smile. We didn't see anything, truly. In an instant, Chu Mei'er had reappeared, blocking their escape. This time, she unabashedly displayed her formidable spiritual power. This was undoubtedly a high-level foundation establishment, at least 5th tier or above. A mere 10-year-old at 5th tier of foundation establishment. If her strength were fully revealed, she would surely be regarded as a treasure by the entire sect. Chu Meier's cold gaze slowly swept over the 2 men. It seems you 2 have discovered my secret. Should I eliminate you to silence you, or eliminate you to silence you? Chen Kai trembled, his legs quaking. Junior sister, I have been tight-lipped. After the last time I was beaten, I never revealed anything about your cultivation. Surely, you know this. Witnessing his usually arrogant senior brother display such a humble demeanor left the man dumbfounded. Hurry, Wang Yu, beg for mercy. This woman is a devil. Wang Yu lifted his chin and said, Junior sister, committing murder within the sect will result in a bounty placed upon you by the entire clan. You cannot kill. Can you? Chu Mei'er arched her brows, her ink-black eyes chillingly cold. In a swift motion, she raised her hand, and a sharp blade grazed Wang Yu's neck. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had danced with death, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. The seemingly youthful girl before him possessed strength surpassing his own, and she held the power to render him utterly defenseless. I shall slay you and frame him for it. How ruthless. Chen Kai felt his heart nearly cease from fright, hastily imploring, Junior sister, I truly beg of you, spare my life. Chu Mei'er smiled sweetly, her hands clasped behind her back as she stepped forward. Gentlemen, are you aware of Elder Chen's origins? Both were taken aback by her unexpected query. Wang Yu, still trembling, touched the shallow wound on his neck, a mere scratch that left a trace of blood. It had truly acquainted him with Chu Meier's power. Elder Chen? He is not from Lingshao's sect, Wang Yu replied. Chu Meier's smile abruptly froze, her brows knitting together. What do you mean? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yu continued. In truth, our sect's Grand Elder is another individual, also named Elder Chen, but a different one. This Elder Chen was brought in by the sect leader, along with our senior brother, Ruan Feng, who was also introduced by the leader. Junior sister, I must say, your decision not to become Elder Chen's direct disciple was indeed the wisest choice. Chen Kai was evidently unaware of these matters. He was utterly perplexed, merely following alongside Wang Yu, constantly echoing his words. What was the true identity of Elder Chen? Wang Yu opened his mouth, appearing hesitant to speak. Chu Mei'er, in a fit of frustration, drew her blade and rested it against his neck, demanding an answer. Wang Yu cast a glance at the sharp edge of the knife, took a deep breath, and finally spoke in a grave tone. I have heard that he is involved with demonic cultivators. What? Chen Kai exclaimed in shock. Having been raised in privilege, he had never encountered such dark affairs. Demonic cultivators? The righteous path and the demonic path are irreconcilable. Any association with the latter would surely lead to a hunt by the entire realm of cultivation. The thought struck him, and his expression turned pale with horror. But since Elder Chen was brought in by the sect leader, did this not imply that the sect leader was also entangled with demonic cultivators? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu, disregarding the blade still poised at his neck, hurriedly covered Chen Kai's mouth. This made everything clear. Chu Meier's gaze flickered slightly. In the simulation, demonic cultivators would appear beside her, yet they posed no harm. Did this suggest that her unique constitution held some value for them? Thus, Elder Chen's control over her cultivation and the use of drugs to obstruct her meridians aimed to render her a mere waste. So that was it. At that moment, Wang Yu's eyes blazed as he looked at Chu Mei'er. Junior sister, I truly did not expect that within our sect there would be someone capable of discerning Elder Chen's peculiarities. It is indeed a meeting of like minds among heroes. Chu Mei'er replied softly. But I am not the only one. I hope that today's events remain undisclosed to others. Should Elder Chen learn of this, I fear I may not survive until dawn. It shall not be disclosed. However, Chu Mei'er suddenly shifted her tone, stating, if you two cannot maintain confidentiality regarding my cultivation. Wang Yu hastily assured, rest assured, it shall remain a secret. I have, in fact, been investigating Elder Chen and Ruan Feng. If you harbor any doubts, I can share my findings with you. Should I divulge even a fraction of your affairs, You are entirely justified in presenting these findings to Elder Chun and exposing me." As he spoke, Wang Yu had already handed a volume to Chu Mei'er. She perused its contents, noting the numerous annotations within, including Elder Chin's true name and his place of origin. This demonstrated considerable sincerity, prompting Chu Mei'er to nod in acknowledgement. She then turned her attention to Chen Kai, asking, "And you? If your information is of no use, then it would be best to eliminate you." "No, it is indeed valuable." Chen Kai interjected eagerly. "My family is well regarded in the area, and Xian has recently been seeking various maps. I can procure them for you. Whatever maps you require, I assure you I can obtain them. Truly, trust me." In a swift motion, Chu Mei'er advanced, her fingers curling into a claw-like formation upon Chen Kai's neck, exuding a chilling intent. "Should you reveal even the slightest detail, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Believe me, I am capable of such." How could one not believe? In merely a few days, Chu Mei'er had already transcended the foundation establishment stage. Given time, it was evident she would swiftly advance to the golden core and even the nascent soul stages. Never provoke a prodigy of cultivation. This is an undeniable truth. When she ascends to that supreme realm of cultivation, seeking vengeance would render him utterly helpless. Currently, his sole recourse lies in appeasement, courting favor, and becoming her subordinate. Chapter 64. The hiding place of the fragmented 7 sacred spiritual arts. The dossier contains scant information regarding Elder Chun, merely his ancestral home, true name, former cultivation grounds, and life history. However, a point of contention arises. It is noted that Elder Chin's talent was once unremarkable. After a disappearance of 2 decades, he resurfaced as a formidable golden core cultivator. Subsequently, he attained the nascent soul stage within 50 years. This pace, for a cultivator, is unequivocally prodigious. Yet, his 20-year absence alone is insufficient to definitively link Elder Chun to demonic cultivators. Thus, Chu Mei'er tossed the book into her Qiankuan artifact, entered the room, and sat cross-legged on the floor, activating the system. System, initiate simulation. Life simulator activated. This simulation consumes 80 credits. Balance, 260, at the age of 10. You enter the Lingxiao Pavilion and discover that Elder Chun is highly likely to be associated with demonic cultivators. Consequently, you collaborate with Chen Kai and Wang Yu to investigate the matter. That very night, Elder Chun approaches you while you are asleep, personally verifying your cultivation level and uncovering your true strength. Upon awakening, you engage in combat with him, only to be completely overwhelmed. You interrogate Elder Chun regarding his involvement with demonic cultivators. Elder Chun denies the allegations and directly cripples your cultivation. The following morning, Elder Chun escorts you to the mountain peak. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Chen Kai are found dead overnight, their cause of death remaining uninvestigated. You endured humiliation and hardship, spending 7 years on the mountain, still immersing yourself daily in medicinal baths. Although you continued to practice the 7 sacred spirit technique, its efficacy was limited. At the age of 17, Elder Chun, perceiving your compliant demeanor, lowered his guard around you. One fateful night, you encountered a demonic cultivator who sought to take you away, only to be discovered by Elder Chun, leading to a confrontation. Elder Chun dispatched the demonic cultivator, and you assisted in burying the body. Upon your inquiry, he generously revealed his intention to trade you to a highly esteemed demonic cultivator in exchange for a rare spiritual herb. Half a year later, during the sect's great battle, Elder Chun personally escorted you away. Along the way, you pierced your palm, drawing the attention of numerous demonic cultivators. In the ensuing chaos, Elder Chun was slain, and you, having lost too much blood, fell to your death from a cliff. Chu Mei'er raised her eyebrows and laughed heartily. Indeed, this was Elder Chun's true intention, to bring her to the sect and keep her there, solely to exchange her for a spiritual herb. Furthermore, her constitution seemed to possess a peculiar allure for demonic cultivators. Now that she had finally deciphered Elder Chun's genuine purpose, dealing with the situation became considerably simpler. In the upcoming sect battle 7 years hence, she was determined not to find herself at a disadvantage. She resolved to continue simulating. Elder Chun was now in the nascent soul stage. With the 7 sacred spirit technique in her possession, she wondered if utilizing the simulator several more times might elevate her cultivation to at least the golden core stage. This could potentially enable her to withstand Elder Chun's investigation tonight. She initiated the simulator once more. At the tender age of 10, you entered the Lingxiao Pavilion and soon discovered. That very evening, Elder Chun made a special visit to assess your cultivation. Instead of succumbing to slumber, you devoted the night to rigorous practice, coincidentally encountering Elder Chun. You played your role impeccably, skillfully evading Elder Chin's scrutiny by feigning innocence and swiftly fleeing to the sect for assistance. This incident stirred quite the commotion, with some claiming that Elder Chun had lost his respect due to his age. The following day, the sect leader requested a private audience with you. Aware of the alliance between the sect leader and Elder Chun, you fled under the cover of night, aided by Chu Mei'er, and successfully escaped. At 11, you found yourself in hiding, evading the prying eyes of townsfolk, fearful of venturing into crowded places, as wanted posters bearing your likeness plastered the walls. Consequently, you sought refuge in a secret realm to commence your training. By the age of 12, you had broken through to the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. However, upon reaching a bottleneck, you resolved to seek out the remaining scrolls of the 7 Sacred Spirit technique. At 22, your search yielded no results. Yet, at 25, you stumbled upon remnants of the 7 Sacred Spirit technique hidden within the depths of the Liyuan secret realm, prompting you to embark on a quest for these fragments. During your passage through a small town, you encountered a fellow cultivator who, without a moment's hesitation, struck you down. As this simulation concludes, you may retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level of your 25-year-old self. 2. The cultivation skills of your 25-year-old self. 3. The life memories of your 25-year-old self. Chu Mei'er found herself troubled by this predicament. Ultimately, she chose to retain her life memories. While the 7 Sacred Spirit technique was indeed formidable, she had already reached a plateau in her cultivation. If she could transcend the Golden Core stage, she would be able to thoroughly indulge in the techniques housed within the sect's library. Chu Mei'er glanced at the sky. In just an hour, darkness would envelop the land. There was still time for her to escape. With a resolute thought, she decided to seek out Chu Mei'er directly and head to the promised secret realm that very night. Although Chu Mei'er was not yet fully prepared, upon seeing Chu Meier's urgency, she did not inquire further and promptly sought out others to make a hasty departure. Having regained her memories, she was aware of the location of the 7 Sacred Spirit techniques. Once her cultivation advanced a bit more, she planned to explore that secret realm. Having already found the most suitable technique for herself, she had no compelling reason to remain within this sect. Noticing the determination in her eyes, Chu Mei'er approached with concern. "What troubles you?" The question elicited surprise from the others. Wang Yuan scratched the back of his head, asking, "Is something wrong? Are you uncomfortable in the sect? Why the sudden desire to leave?" Chai Lu interjected, "Leaving now? You would be hunted by the sect. That would be tantamount to betraying it. Indeed, that is exceedingly perilous. Is there something about the sect that discontent you?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Mei'er finally spoke. "Elder Chin is colluding with demons. Soon, there will be upheaval within the sect. You all need to elevate your cultivation swiftly. At this time, only those with formidable strength can survive. I trust you." Chu Mei'er replied without hesitation, positioning herself beside Chu Mei'er. "I will accompany you." Chu Meier's eyes widened in disbelief. "Senior sister, I intend to leave the sect and find a place to enter seclusion. You wish to accompany me?" "Yes," came the resolute reply. Chu Mei'er crossed her arms, wearing an expression of casual certainty. "Our sect is fundamentally rotten to the core. The sect leader and the Grand Elder are far from virtuous. You have all spent considerable time within the sect, have you not sensed this? It is time to depart." Chai Lu managed a bitter smile, "But where could we possibly go?" "To the secret realm that junior sister Chu mentioned, to engage in secluded cultivation." Zhou Hu, with his simple demeanor, grinned widely, asserting that a sect affiliated with demonic cultivators would inevitably lead to disaster. "It would be wise for us to seek refuge elsewhere." Chu Mei'er immediately waved her hand decisively. "Let us go and seek out the secret realm." Chapter 65. Astonishing Dual Cultivation Physique Ling Shao Pavilion. The night was profoundly dark as Elder Chin, light as a swallow, glided through the air, landing gracefully in the small courtyard of Chu Mei'er. Under the shroud of night, his usually warm and amiable countenance bore an unusual chill. He treaded softly, pushing open the door with a creak. Standing at the threshold, he surveyed the empty bed, and a sudden cold glint flashed in his eyes. There was no one here. He swiftly approached, flinging aside the bedding, and scanned the surroundings to confirm the absence of any presence, before letting out a cold chuckle. Truly an astute child. No wonder she possesses such a remarkable physique. He made his way to the sect leader's chamber. At that moment, the sect leader was engrossed in a game of cricket, thoroughly enjoying himself. Upon hearing Elder Chin's footsteps behind him, the sect leader's smile widened. What is this? Did you not say you would investigate Chu Mei'er's cultivation level? How did it go? Did you find what you sought? Elder Chun let out a cold snort. Such a physique, once it begins to awaken, will only become more striking, and her blood holds an undeniable allure for demonic cultivators. Her cultivation will soar. And even with multiple elemental roots, it shall not hinder her progress. I was utterly unaware that it would also influence her level of intelligence. Oh? The sect leader voiced in surprise. Are you implying that she has fled? Elder Chin slammed her palm onto the table in frustration. The smile on the sect leader's face vanished in an instant. Fled? Huh. From the moment she declined to become your personal disciple, I knew she was not one to be easily persuaded. It seems she is indeed a clever girl. Watching the opportunity slip away was infuriating for Elder Chun. She lamented not having broken the girl's legs sooner. At this point, the sect leader's voice faltered. What level of cultivation has she attained now? Elder Chun furrowed her brow in thought. During the last assessment, she was still at the 4th level of chi refinement. If she is intent on concealing her true cultivation, I suspect she may be at the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, the sect leader was taken aback, wide-eyed. What? Foundation establishment? How old is she? Elder Chin replied with a hint of melancholy. Do not underestimate such a physique. Once she engages in dual cultivation with a demonic cultivator, it could even enable the latter to break through a level barrier. Note that a level barrier is distinct from a rank barrier. The concept of level barriers signifies that the transition from the 9th stage of foundational cultivation to the golden core stage, and subsequently from the 9th stage of the golden core to the nascent soul stage, as well as from the 9th stage of the transformation stage to the integration stage, presents formidable challenges. For some individuals, breaking through these barriers may elude them throughout their entire lives. However, with the practice of dual cultivation, one can effortlessly surmount these obstacles. Even Chu Mei'er herself remains unaware of the true extent of her formidable strength. The sect leader's eyes gleamed with understanding. No wonder that individual was willing to offer such a high price. At the break of dawn, the sect announced that Chu Mei'er had defected, and this news swiftly circulated throughout the entire sect. Upon hearing this revelation, Chung Kai was taken aback and approached the notice board, scrutinizing the announcement repeatedly. It stated that Chu Mei'er had colluded with outsiders, betraying the sect and becoming its enemy. Chung Kai's heart sank. Just the day before, they had speculated that Elder Chun and the sect leader might be involved with demonic cultivators, and now, Chu Mei'er was suddenly being hunted down by the sect. Was there a connection between these events? Beside him, Wang Yu's voice resonated with gravity, suggesting that Elder Chun orchestrated this. Brother Chung, we might be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Chung Kai nervously swallowed. What if we inform Elder Chun about our conversation with Chu Mei'er yesterday? Perhaps he might spare us. Wang Yu quickly lowered his voice. Do you truly believe that Elder Chun would let all those privy to the dealings with demonic cultivators go unpunished? Such a thought could lead you to a perilous fate. Chen Kai, frightened, glanced around anxiously. Wang Yu added, I shall enter seclusion tomorrow. Brother, if you wish to preserve your life, it would be wise for you to do the same. Chen Kai took a deep breath and nodded fervently. The notice also stated that capturing Chu Mei'er would yield a low-tier cultivation technique and 2 high-grade mystical herbs. This was an irresistible temptation for the disciples, who erupted in vehement curses. From the moment Chu Mei'er entered the sect, I sensed she was no virtuous character. Indeed, I have heard whispers that she has been seducing her senior brothers. She is nothing but a shameless enchantress. It seems our judgment was not amiss. Has the sect treated her poorly? Elder Chin, undeterred by her multiple spiritual roots, sought to take her as a disciple, displaying such kindness. Only to be rejected by her. What audacity! Listening to these sordid remarks, Chung Kai and Wang Yu exchanged glances, sighing and shaking their heads. They had had no interactions with Chu Mei'er. Their words were merely excuses for their own desires. Let us retreat and enter seclusion today. We must leave this place quickly. Chung Kai insisted, unable to bear any longer, pulling Wang Yu away from this den of gossip. Meanwhile, Chu Mei'er and her companions had already ventured into the dense forest. They walked until dawn, finally nearing the location of the secret realm. Standing on the official road, Chu Mei'er recalled the bandits that had appeared during her earlier simulations. Chang Xian examined the map, pointing to the official road ahead. Following this path, we will reach the other side of the mountain. This mountain, in the simulator. Those robbers had been stationed atop it, descending with ropes to enclose them in an instant. Just as they were about to proceed further, Chu Mei'er grasped Chang Xian's arm. Wait, it's getting late. Let us rest here for the night before continuing. Wang Yuan cast a glance at the sky, contemplating that with their pace, they could reach their destination before dusk. Chu Mei'er pointed towards the towering cliffs nearby, expressing concern about potential ambushes. What if we encounter bandits? She queried. Let us rest for the night. However, Chai Lu interjected, in this desolate wilderness, how could there possibly be bandits? His words were abruptly silenced by Chang Xian's cold retort. We are resting for the night. There is no need for further discussion. With Chang Xian's command, they promptly sought a suitable spot to set up camp for a temporary respite. Accustomed to the rigors of outdoor living, they efficiently erected 4 tents, ignited a bonfire, and caught a few wild rabbits to stave off their hunger. As they completed these tasks, the sun had yet to set. Wang Yuan glanced at the sky once more and decided to gather the 3 by the fire for some conversation, while Chu Mei'er sat serenely beneath a nearby tree. Commencing her cultivation, Chai Lu lowered his voice, observing her diligence. Look at her, seizing every moment to cultivate. It's no wonder she possesses such profound skills. He lamented. Alas, even if I sit still, I cannot swiftly enter a state of focus in such a short span of time. The simulator had not indicated when they would be attacked, but the location was indeed here. One could only wonder if an unforeseen event would transpire this time. Nevertheless, the simulator's resources could still be utilized twice more, and she aimed to elevate her cultivation as much as possible. Life Simulator activated. Chapter 66. Have you broken through again? The simulation of life has commenced with an expenditure of 80. Your current balance stands at 100. At the tender age of 10, in a bid to evade Elder Chun, you resolve to depart from Lingxiao Pavilion and venture into a hidden realm. In the dead of night, you stumbled upon a carriage under siege by bandits. Upon hearing the commotion, you rushed to the scene, only to discover a grievously wounded man on the brink of death. He offered a substantial reward, imploring you to save his life. You acquiesced, administering a medicinal pill that restored him, thereby acquiring a chi-boosting pill and a jade pendant in return. Together, you continued your journey into the secret realm. Within its depths, Chai Lu and Zhou Hu sacrificed themselves to protect you. The remaining companions exerted every ounce of strength to reach the final grand hall, only to confront a ferocious beast. Wang Yuan and Su Dun met their demise, while both Chang Xian and you sustained grievous injuries. At a pivotal moment, the jade pendant fell, startling the beast into a hasty retreat. You devoted 5 years to cultivation within the hidden realm, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Yet were compelled to vacate due to fluctuations in spiritual energy. At the age of 15, you encountered a bottleneck and resolved to leave with Chang Xian, setting your sights on the Liyuan secret realm. En route to Liyuan, you encountered disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion, only to discover that they were actively seeking you. You narrowly escaped, evading capture, yet your journey to Liyuan was significantly delayed. During that year, you faced assassination attempts no fewer than 30 times. By the age of 17, you finally arrived at the Liyuan secret realm, only to be met with your demise at the hands of a savage lion upon entry. This simulation left Chu Mei'er in a state of profound anxiety. She suddenly opened her eyes and gazed towards the 4 individuals, Chai Lu and the others. In the secret realm, they had all perished. This outcome was unacceptable to her, although she did not harbor deep feelings for them. It was she who proposed the venture into the secret realm, inadvertently costing them their lives. It was truly no wonder that the Lu Yuan secret realm harbored such extraordinary techniques as the 7 sacred spirits technique. She remained at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of foundation establishment and had barely entered before meeting her demise. Moreover, it was not surprising that Lingxiao Pavilion had issued a bounty on her. Elder Qin had nefarious intentions when he brought her to the sect, and it was unlikely he would let her escape so easily. This time, Chu Mei'er made a choice. She glanced at the sky. The simulation indicated that her act of saving others occurred in the dead of night, yet it was still early. With another opportunity for simulation at hand, she decided to utilize it now, hoping to break through to the Golden Core stage. If she could ascend to the Golden Core stage, she would be more assured in protecting these individuals. Life simulation system activated, this time consuming 100 units. The price has increased. Balance, 0. At the age of 10, you left Lingxiao Pavilion and waited on the other side of the mountain, where you witnessed a small merchant caravan being attacked by a group of bandits. You intervened to assist. You soon discovered that the individual you saved was the young master of the merchant family. In gratitude for your life-saving deed, he not only bestowed upon you elixirs and a jade pendant, but also offered to take you along. You did not decline. Unexpectedly, The young master meant to escort you into the secret realm for cultivation. Originally, this secret realm served as the final resting place of the merchant's ancestors. In gratitude for their life-saving aid, the young heir of the merchant family willingly allowed you to enter for cultivation. You safely traversed the realm and spent a decade honing your skills, now standing on the precipice of the golden core stage. Upon your emergence, the young heir awaited you outside. At the age of 21, you produced several mystic-grade spiritual herbs. Hoping to engage in commerce with the young heir and secure new identities for yourself and your companions to evade the pursuit of Lingxiao Pavilion. At that moment, you learned that Lingxiao Pavilion had been restored, with Elder Qin now at its helm, who had dispatched Yuanying stage cultivators to capture you. You evaded capture for 4 years. At 25, you finally reached the Liyuan secret realm with great difficulty. Within this realm, you engaged in battle with a spiritual beast and inadvertently consumed a spiritual herb, causing your cultivation to surge dramatically. However, your attempt to break through to the golden core stage ended in failure. Chu Mei'er finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, matters were not as dire as she had imagined. She pondered the true identity of the young heir and felt a sense of joy at the prospect of having rescued him, allowing for an unscathed entry into the secret realm. As this simulation concluded, you had the opportunity to retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level of 17. 2. The cultivation skills of 17. 3. The life memories of 17. Naturally, you decisively chose the first option. Chu Mei'er gently closed her eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy within her. Her cultivation surged steadily, yet her body struggled to contain the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, which threatened to spill uncontrollably. She exerted herself to maintain control. Although she had failed to break through to the golden core stage within the simulator, upon selecting her cultivation level, the spiritual energy necessary for her breakthrough unexpectedly followed suit. Now, her cultivation was caught in a liminal state. The density of her spiritual energy was more than sufficient to surpass the golden core stage, yet the barrier remained unshattered. She still stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. The sudden change in Chu Mei'er drew the attention of several onlookers, who were nearly left agape in astonishment. Wang Yuan was utterly speechless. You have broken through again? This woman, is she a prodigy? They had witnessed her settle into her position and had seen her breakthrough with their own eyes. Previously, they had harbored doubts regarding Chu Meier's cultivation, but now, they were unequivocally convinced. She had genuinely elevated her cultivation through her efforts. Chu Mei'er offered a faint smile. She had not truly broken through but had merely experienced a moment of enlightenment, resulting in a slight enhancement of her abilities. Such insights could only be attained upon reaching an extraordinarily profound realm, something that many might pursue their entire lives without ever encountering. Yet, Chu Mei'er seemed to achieve this with such ease. Chang Xian raised her thumb in admiration. You are truly the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. Chu Mei'er felt a twinge of bashfulness. Her current state was entirely reliant on the system's support. As the time drew near, Chu Mei'er glanced at the sky. I sense a band of mountain bandits preparing to rob nearby in the mountains. Let us investigate. They all possess the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. While Chu Mei'er has already ascended to the foundation establishment stage, her prowess having reached even greater heights. They harbor no doubts regarding her perception. Guided by Chu Mei'er, they finally arrived at the designated peak. On one side lies a mountain, on the other, a sheer cliff, with a narrow, winding path in between. Here, ambushes are easily executed, leaving no chance for retaliation. As they approached, Chu Mei'er indeed sensed numerous individuals lurking on the cliff, at least 30. This aligned perfectly with her previous observations in the simulator. Chu Mei'er led her companions into the thicket. Chang Xian leaned closer to Chu Mei'er, lowering her voice. What significance does this endeavor hold? This question resonated deeply with the others, who perked up their ears to listen. Chu Mei'er replied, You will understand soon enough. Chapter 67. Let us proceed to rescue the extraordinary. The person they are about to save is truly exceptional. Chu Mei'er concealed their auras with her spiritual energy, preventing detection by the bandits above. The individuals on the mountain were predominantly at the 3rd and 4th tiers of foundation establishment, with the highest reaching the 7th tier. Previously, during her time in the simulator, Chu Meier's strength was not particularly formidable, yet now, with her individual power, she could undoubtedly overwhelm the entire bandit team. They lay in silence within the thicket, and before long, the sound of a carriage echoed around the bend of the narrow path. Chu Mei'er focused her gaze. This convoy was indeed grand. The carriage was grand and opulent, adorned with curtains made of the finest silk, while the saddles of the two magnificent horses were embellished with golden spirit stones, radiating splendor. Jehu murmured beside, incredulous at the sight of spirit stones embedded in the horses' saddles. Who would the robbers target if not them? This was the consequence of ostentation. Chu Mei'er narrowed her eyes. Saving this person could yield considerable benefits, so everyone should remain vigilant. Indeed, her act of rescue was motivated by self-interest. The band of robbers was already preparing to strike. They descended gracefully, suspended by ropes, executing their movements with such finesse that not even the insects and serpents concealed in the surrounding grass were startled. The entire caravan was trailed by several carts of goods. As the robbers encircled them, the horses finally became agitated, letting out a piercing neigh. These seasoned bandits offered no chance for the caravan to react, immediately charging towards the cargo. This was dire. Robbers. By the time the caravan's guards grasped the situation, knives were already pressed against their throats. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, accompanied by continuous screams of despair. At last, someone pulled aside the curtain of the most luxurious carriage. A hand, distinctly shaped and exquisite, pale as jade, stood out remarkably in the darkness. Following this, a young man clad in a brocade robe emerged. He was strikingly handsome, embodying the very essence of a refined gentleman. Chu Mei'er's eyes sparkled, not because of the handsome visage, but rather she had spotted an advantage. The man appeared feeble, standing amidst a throng of robbers, resembling a delicate flower, vulnerable to the whims of fate. Chu Mei'er raised her hand and commanded, "Let us proceed. We must rescue him." The hearts of Chai Lu and his companions trembled with trepidation as they exchanged glances. All these robbers possessed foundational cultivation, while they themselves were mere cannon fodder at the chi refinement stage. Rushing in would surely spell their demise. At this moment, Chang Xian's admiration for Chu Mei'er had reached blind devotion, and without a second thought, she charged forward recklessly. Witnessing Chang Xian's fearless advance, they could only grit their teeth and follow suit. Chu Mei'er's presence was akin to a whirlwind of destruction. With every movement, she exuded the charisma of a heroic figure. Her weapon danced through the air with ferocity, each thrust and sweep unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. The robbers were thrown into disarray, realizing there was a peak foundational cultivator among them. Retreat, quickly. The sheer might of Chu Mei'er overwhelmed them completely, even with over 30 men on their side. They were no match for her prowess, rendering them utterly powerless. In an instant, Chu Mei'er single-handedly dispatched nearly half of the robbers, while Chang Xian and the others managed to contend with a couple. Among the robbers stood a man with a bushy beard, his gaze fixated on Chu Mei'er with a sinister intensity, as if he intended to etch her visage into his memory. "You will pay for this." Chu Mei'er's expression was icy as she flicked her wrist, causing a blade to graze the man's cheek. He touched the crimson mark on his face, the malice and resentment in his eyes deepening. "You better scram." Chu Mei'er's cold voice echoed ominously. The robbers dared not linger for long and swiftly descended the rope to escape. Once they had retreated, the scene lay in utter disarray. Chu Mei'er cast a blank glance at the young master of the merchant family, uttering not a word before turning to leave. The others, seeing this, quickly followed suit. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "Please wait." The slightly frantic voice of the young master echoed behind them. A fleeting smile flickered in Chu Mei'er's eyes, vanishing in an instant. Observing her intent to depart, the young master hastily exited his carriage. Just a few brief movements left him breathless, coughing incessantly. "Please wait, my benefactors. You have saved my life, and I must express my gratitude. I am the young master of the merchant family, Shangzhe. To my saviors, I can offer anything you desire." Shangzhe. At this, Chang Xian could not suppress an exclamation. Who among them was unaware of the illustrious merchant family? Their enterprises spanned the continent, their wealth rivaling that of nations, accumulated over generations to an unfathomable extent. Their business interests traversed various sectors, including auctions, trade, medicinal herbs, and elixirs. They were involved in every conceivable industry. And now, they had unwittingly rescued the young master of the merchant family. Shangzhe quickly stepped forward to obstruct their path. "My friends," he said with an embarrassed smile, "the night is dark and perilous. I fear that band of robbers may return. Could you lend me your assistance?" With that, he hurriedly produced a bulging pouch from his person, filled to the brim with spirit stones. "I am willing to offer you additional compensation. I possess whatever you may wish for." Several individuals, with their eyes sparkling, gazed intently at Chu Mei'er. To rescue a wealthy merchant like him was akin to unearthing a mountain of gold and silver. Under their eager gaze, Chu Mei'er reluctantly agreed. Shangzhe, after counting the remaining members of his caravan, gestured for them to temporarily set up camp in the open space ahead. Chu Mei'er and Chang Xian stayed behind to act as protectors. Shangzhe, feeling unwell, coughed incessantly as a chilling wind swept through, prompting him to don a mink coat for warmth, which allowed him to catch his breath. As the campfire was kindled, he beckoned Chu Mei'er and her companions to join him by the fire. "Where are you all headed at this late hour?" Shangzhe inquired. Showing no suspicion regarding their timely arrival, Chang Xian replied, "We are merely passing through." Shangzhe's interest was piqued. "You are all cultivators. Traversing these deep mountains and forests, are you in search of fortuitous encounters?" At this remark, Chang Xian grew wary. "Young Master Shang, perhaps you should rest." Noticing her apprehension, Shangzhe quickly added, "You saved my life. I merely wish to see if I can be of assistance." He turned his gaze toward Chu Mei'er. "If you seek a certain secret realm nearby, then my help would be invaluable." Chu Meier's brows furrowed slightly. "Oh, is that so?" Wang Yuan, ever forthright, exclaimed with delight. "Really? We are indeed headed to a secret realm, and it is quite close by. Young Master Shang, do you know of it?" Chang Xian, sensing potential danger, subtly shifted her stance, ready to draw her weapon if necessary. Chapter 68. I am poor. Shangzhe was aware that among the group, Chu Mei'er appeared to be the youngest, yet she was undeniably the leader. A gentle smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze toward her. "There is but one secret realm nearby, the resting place of our esteemed ancestors from the Shang family. It is fraught with peril. Even those at the Golden Core stage may not return unscathed. I wonder, have you all reached the Golden Core stage?" The others exchanged glances, their expressions growing more solemn. Although they had long known that the secret realm was dangerous, they had not anticipated that even Golden Core practitioners faced the risk of death within. What then of their own fate as mere chi refinement stage cultivators? Would entering not be akin to courting death? Noticing their grim countenances, Shangzhe cleared his throat. "I possess a method that can ensure your safe passage inside." Upon hearing this, Chang Xian, Wang Yuan, and Su Dun instinctively turned their gazes toward Chu Mei'er. Such unsolicited generosity could only signal ulterior motives. After all, this was the burial ground of their ancestors, a place where outsiders should not be allowed entry without cause. However, Chu Mei'er remained composed, raising an eyebrow at his words. "What is this? Are you offering your gratitude for saving your life? Or do you wish for us to serve as your bodyguards?" Her dignified demeanor and calmness truly impressed Shangzhe. "Ha, there is no need for concern. You have saved my life, and I merely wish to repay your kindness, with no ill intentions whatsoever. Once you enter the secret realm, you may focus entirely on your cultivation. As for this matter, I shall feign ignorance. Tomorrow, I will escort you there." At that moment, Shangzhe instructed his attendants to retrieve the luggage and distributed several medicinal pills among them, remarking that it was merely a modest token of greeting. Upon uncorking the porcelain vial, a rich and potent aroma of medicinal essence wafted through the air, invigorating their internal spiritual energies. Chang Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Such a profound potency. This must be a second-tier medicinal pill. Presently, a single second-tier pill could fetch a price of 70 to 80,000 spirit stones. Shangzhe was indeed generous to offer each of them one. This was a remarkable display of largesse, given her current cultivation level. At the pinnacle of the 9th stage of foundation establishment, and having reached a bottleneck in the 7 sacred spirit technique, she considered that continuing to cultivate here for several more years would be a futile endeavor. Perhaps it would be wiser to venture into the Liyuan secret realm at once. Yet, according to the simulator, such an undertaking would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, it would be prudent to first seek some rare heavenly materials to replenish her system and enhance her cultivation before proceeding. As she pondered these thoughts, Shangzhe, wrapped in a heavy fur coat, settled beside her. He rubbed his icy hands together and presented a jade pendant to Chu Mei'er. "Miss Chu, please accept this." Indeed, the unfolding of events mirrored those in the simulator quite closely. Chu Mei'er graciously accepted the jade pendant without hesitation. "Thank you." She did not inquire further, but instead toyed with the lustrous jade. "Young Master Shang, where do you intend to go this time? Why do you have so few guards with you?" Shangzhe tightened his fur coat around himself, sneezed, and rubbed his nose before responding. "I am bound for the Imperial City. This is a covert operation and must remain undisclosed to outsiders." As he spoke, he discreetly observed the jade pendant in Chu Meier's hand. Chu Mei'er possessed slender fingers, as white as jade, and for a moment, one could hardly discern whether her hands or the jade pendant held greater worth. The pendant remained unchanged as he slightly lowered his eyelids to conceal his disappointment. I had intended to hire some formidable warriors in the nearby Jiangdu town, yet unexpectedly encountered bandits here. Fortunately, the young lady came to my aid. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, Chu Mei'er proposed, "How about this? I shall serve as your protector, and in return, you may compensate me with some rare treasures of heaven and earth." This merchant, Shangzhe, was undoubtedly a veritable gold mine. It would be a grave squander not to seize the opportunity. She had no intention of secluding herself within this secret realm to enhance her strength. All she required were sufficient extraordinary resources. The system was indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Shangzhe stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he scrutinized her from head to toe. "Young lady, you are an exceptionally gifted practitioner. Why would you consent to serve as my bodyguard?" At such a tender age, she already possessed the prowess to stand against numerous bandits and could even instill fear within their ranks. Such remarkable talent surely indicated a prestigious family background. How could she willingly? "I am impoverished." Noting his astonishment, Chu Mei'er furrowed her delicate brows, tightening her grip on the jade pendant. Shangzhe seemed to hear the sound of the pendant straining under pressure. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head resolutely. "No, I cannot impede your cultivation. The secret realm teems with spiritual energy. If one were to cultivate here for 8 or 10 years, their abilities would surely flourish. Young lady, you should." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp crack resounded, and the jade pendant shattered. At that moment, even Chu Mei'er was taken aback. She looked down, realizing that the jade pendant in her hand had shattered into several pieces, and her palm had been cut by the jagged edges of the broken jade. Drops of bright red blood fell onto the fragments. "This object, is it so fragile?" Chu Mei'er gazed at Shangzhe in confusion. "Do I owe you compensation for this?" Shangzhe, keenly perceptive, noticed that one drop of blood had been absorbed by the jade, as if struck by a revelation. He abruptly raised his gaze to her, astonished. "You." The words lingered on his lips but remained unspoken. Instead, Shangzhe produced a pristine handkerchief and personally tended to Chu Meier's wound. "No need for compensation, since I have already gifted it to you. It belongs to you entirely." However, his eyes, profound and inscrutable, bore into Chu Mei'er for a moment. "This pendant, I have no second piece to offer you." Chu Mei'er stared at the bloodied fragments on the ground, her brow furrowed. She picked up a piece, wiped the blood clean, and then discarded it. "I wonder if this small amount of blood will attract any demonic cultivators." Observing her actions, Shangzhe felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from inquiring further. Simply rising to his feet, "Miss Chu, I wish to hire you as my bodyguard, offering 50,000 spirit stones. What say you?" Chu Mei'er shook her head. "For this journey, I require 2 Xiantier spirit herbs." Shangzhe's smile faltered. 2 Xiantier spirit herbs are worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. While the price posed no burden to him, it was evident that Chu Mei'er was demanding an exorbitant fee. "If you are unwilling, we shall part ways here. I hope those bandits grant you safe passage into Jiangdu town." Shangzhe, without hesitation, agreed to her terms. As the night deepened, a profound silence enveloped the camp where the group was stationed. Shangzhe, unable to find slumber, lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Rising from his seat, he descended from the carriage and ventured into the depths of the forest. On the road, he retrieved a spirit stone from his spatial ring. The golden stone, warm and luminous in his grasp, exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Shangzhe pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Before long, a luminous screen materialized above the spirit stone, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man, his second uncle. Chapter 69. "She is a rare benefactor. I sense that the jade pendant has shattered." The voice of Shang Ho echoed, tinged with urgency. "This jade pendant is intertwined with your fortune. Encountering one capable of breaking it signifies she is your benefactor." A smile of relief graced Shangzhe's lips. This serendipitous meeting with Chu Mei'er and her companions had stirred within him an uncanny premonition upon first seeing the extraordinary young woman. It was precisely this intuition that prompted him to test the jade pendant with her. Should it emit a faint glimmer in her hands, it would signify a connection between their fortunes. Regardless of the strength of this bond, its mere existence would suffice. Yet, unexpectedly, it shattered. To think it could break in her hands. This was one of the hardest jades in existence, Xianyu jade, impossible to crush by sheer force alone. Thus, only one possibility remained. Zhe, regardless of the circumstances, you must keep her by your side. Shang Zhe's eyes sparkled with determination. Second uncle, I shall. I have already appointed her as my protector. Very well. Just as Shang Ho was about to express more thoughts, an unusual sound emerged from behind him. His expression changed dramatically, and without the opportunity to bid farewell, he hastily gathered his spirit stones and departed. The screen abruptly vanished, and the starlight in Shang Zhe's eyes dimmed once more. Grasping the spirit stones tightly, a profound sense of desolation enveloped him. All of this was for him. However, he had now found a benefactor. Everything would be different. Early the next morning, Chu Mei'er and her companions swiftly rose to gather their belongings. Preparing to journey to the location of the secret realm, Shang Zhe appeared to be in poor spirits, looking somewhat haggard, likely due to insufficient rest. Nevertheless, upon seeing Chu Mei'er, he managed to force a smile. Let us proceed. I will guide you there. The coachman, filled with concern, stepped forward to assist. But Shang Zhe waved him off, assuring him that he was fine. He truly knew the location of the secret realm. As they walked, he discerned the direction through the flora, confirming their path. Yao Qian even produced a map for comparison, only to discover that Shang Zhe's route was flawless. Chu Mei'er remained preoccupied with the incident from the previous night, when she had shattered the jade pendant. In the simulator, that very object had frightened away a formidable spirit beast within the secret realm. She wondered whether it would still hold any efficacy after being broken. In less than half a day's time, Shang Zhe halted before a cave concealed by creeping vines. The stone door of the cave had blended seamlessly with the vines and nearby trees. One would hardly notice it without careful inspection. The coachman stepped forward to clear away the vines, revealing a stone door, which bore a plum blossom-shaped indentation. "Does this door require a key?" exclaimed Chai Lu in astonishment. Shang Zhe smiled softly, biting his finger to draw a drop of blood. To his astonishment, the blood quickly vanished into the groove, followed by a resounding rumble as the grand door creaked open. Peering into the pitch-black abyss, Shang Qian marveled, wondering if this secret realm could truly facilitate bloodline inheritance. Indeed, it could. Every prestigious family's legacy was passed down in this manner. When a formidable cultivator emerged within the clan, it signified that the entire family was on the brink of prosperity. Furthermore, cultivators would meticulously store their lifelong collections of rare treasures, which, when amassed in one place, emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy. This abundance of spiritual essence was a primary reason why the secret realm was far more bountiful than the outside world. Shang Zhe patiently elucidated. However, he was taken aback to see that even Chu Mei'er displayed a hint of confusion. How could someone so young attain such a level of cultivation? Did she lack any familial support? Was it possible that she had relied solely on her innate talent to cultivate to such an impressive degree? He had indeed heard tales of wandering cultivators who spent their days in desolate wilderness, enhancing their practical skills through battles with fierce beasts, scavenging for rare treasures, all on their own. Perhaps Chu Mei'er was one of those solitary practitioners. Such a delicate young lady, truly. Yet, she was his benefactor. And soon she would be part of the Shang family. With this thought, Shang Zhe's gaze towards Chu Mei'er grew increasingly benevolent. What was wrong with this person? Chu Mei'er shot him a sidelong glance, leading the way. What was with that peculiar look? She had merely shattered a jade pendant. Did it warrant such a scrutinizing and enigmatic gaze? Shang Zhe's smile grew increasingly warm, which left Chu Mei'er feeling unnerved under his gaze, prompting her to adopt a more aggressive tone. Hurry up. Yet, Shang Zhe strode in with an air of delight, followed closely by Chu Mei'er. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan scratched the back of his head, stepping closer to Shang Xian and lowering his voice. Senior sister, it's quite a rare sight to see junior sister Chu lose her temper, even when she was besieged. She didn't show anger, but rather excitement at the prospect of retaliating. That Shang Zhe managed to easily provoke her fury is indeed remarkable. Shang Xian furrowed her brow. Once we enter, you all must exercise caution. Junior sister Chu possesses the ability to defend herself, but our skills are inadequate, and I harbor doubts regarding Shang Zhe. Understood. As they traversed the long corridor, their surroundings suddenly expanded into a vast openness. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than outside, invigorating them as their pores opened wide. Each individual felt rejuvenated. If they could cultivate in such an environment, their progress would surely accelerate. However, Chu Mei'er did not share their heightened sensitivity. From her observations within the simulator, she knew that even if she trained here for a decade at her current level, her growth would be minimal. She needed to swiftly acquire the remaining techniques of the 7 sacred spirit arts. Under Shang Zai's guidance, they moved through this enchanting realm, which brimmed with celestial treasures. Transforming into their personal paradise, Shang Zai proclaimed, "I possess the purest bloodline of the Shang family. The spiritual beasts here will avoid me at all costs. With my presence, you can rest assured that we will encounter no troubles." Although the surroundings appeared tranquil, Chu Mei'er keenly discerned an abundance of watchful eyes lurking in the corners. These faint presences were deeply concealed, yet undeniably powerful spirit beasts. Had it not been for Shang Zai's guidance, they would have encountered countless ambushes by now. After traversing areas where spiritual herbs flourished, they finally arrived before a dilapidated grand hall. The structure had long been ravaged, overrun with weeds. A substantial stone door was marred at one corner. Upon entering, they found several stone chambers housing an array of weapons, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and skills. The group was instantly awestruck, scattering to explore and rummage through the treasures. Shang Zai made no attempt to restrain them, observing as they examined various martial techniques, practices, and weapons. Chu Mei'er contemplated retrieving some elixirs, yet was puzzled by Shang Zai's nonchalant demeanor. Given that these belonged to his family, could he truly allow them to take whatever they wished? Shang Zai merely smiled faintly, stating, "The Shang family has but my bloodline remaining, and since I am unable to cultivate, you may take whatever you desire." He then turned to her, "Miss Chu, do you have a fondness for spiritual herbs? Come, I shall guide you in gathering some." Was he truly the last of his lineage? After all, the Shang family was a prominent clan. Chapter 70, A 7-Year Pact. Turmoil at Lingxiao Pavilion. Once their excitement had waned, Chu Mei'er finally revealed her decision. The spiritual energy here was significantly denser than in the outside world. However, given her current cultivation level, it would yield minimal results. "If you wish to remain here to cultivate, you are welcome to do so." Promptly, Shang Zai produced several porcelain vials, distributing them amongst the group. "Within these are dozens of elixirs, infused with my own blood. Should you choose to remain here and cultivate, you are welcome to freely utilize these natural treasures, medicinal pills, and cultivation techniques. Alternatively, you may depart as you wish. But remember to ingest an elixir before you leave to ensure your safety." A hush fell over the area as the individuals contemplated their options. This location was, without a doubt, a natural sanctuary for cultivation. It was abundant with natural treasures, an ample supply of elixirs, and a concentration of spiritual energy that far surpassed anything found outside. As they were only in the Qi refinement stage, their cultivation speed within the sect would be painfully slow, potentially taking decades to advance even a single level. If it were possible, the earnest and straightforward Zhou who stepped forward, stating, "I have no attachments to the outside world, so I will remain here and cultivate." After all, opportunities like this are not easily come by. He had a premonition that upon emerging from seclusion, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. "I also wish to stay here," Zhou added. Wang Yuan and Su Dun exchanged glances, clenched their fists, and nodded in agreement. If they failed to seize this opportunity, they had no idea how many years it would take for them to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chang Xian bit her lip and took a deep breath, turning to Chu Mei'er with concern. "Junior sister Chu, what about you? What are your plans?" Chu Mei'er smiled at her, gently patting her arm. "I must venture to another place to seek out cultivation techniques. Senior sister, if you are interested, let us meet in the sect 7 years from now. Together, we shall turn the Lingxiao Pavilion upside down." The melancholy that lingered in Chang Xian's eyes finally dissipated, and her future cultivation now held promise. 7 years. She had long grown weary of the sect. This time, she could truly venture forth with Chu Mei'er. How splendid! Chu Mei'er bestowed upon Chang Xian the foundation establishment pill she had acquired earlier. Chang Xian received the precious elixir, overwhelmed with excitement. How could such a valuable item be given to me? Chu Mei'er merely smiled and said, "I have already reached the foundation establishment stage, and these are of no use to me. You should be able to establish your foundation in no time while cultivating here. Senior sister, let us meet again in 7 years. By then, do not let your cultivation lag too far behind mine." Chang Xian was deeply moved, wiping away her tears. Chai Lu and the others hurriedly approached, saying, "We too will emerge from our seclusion in 7 years, and we hope to be of assistance to you." Indeed, if not for junior sister Chu, we would still be useless at the 5th stage of Qi refinement. In just a year, our cultivation has improved significantly. We shall meet in 7 years. We will strive to cultivate diligently. Zhe watched as she bid farewell to these companions, feeling a long-lost warmth in his heart. The Shang family was vast, yet he alone bore the true lineage of the merchant clan. Alone in this ever-shifting storm, he felt an undeniable solitude. As these thoughts arose, Zhe found himself uncontrollably coughing, covering his mouth. This time, he coughed violently, struggling to breathe, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this, the coachman quickly approached, gently patting his back while deftly retrieving a pill. After consuming the medicine, Zhe finally managed to catch his breath, though his body seemed even weaker, leaving him to lean feebly against the stone door. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Mei'er noted that the blood, as it fell to the ground, transformed into a dark hue, corroding the earth beneath into a deep pit. "Are you poisoned?" she inquired, crouching down to catch a whiff of the indescribable stench emanating from the blood. "No worries," Zhe replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I shall take you to gather some spiritual herbs." In the vicinity of the secret realm's central area lay a vast gathering of spiritual grasses. Here, a formation continuously generated spiritual energy, nurturing the rare treasures of heaven and earth. This place was nothing short of paradise. As soon as Chu Mei'er stood firm, her foot landed upon a patch of grass, and upon closer inspection, she discovered it to be a high-grade yellow-tier spiritual herb, the Shumi water fairy. Without hesitation, she collected it. Amount: 12. Evidently, the quality of these herbs was exceptional. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly advanced, collecting them in abundance. The amounts in her system surged rapidly, 100, 200. Seeing her joyful demeanor, Zhe couldn't help but smile. This lively version of Chu Mei'er resembled a young girl of 11 or 12. Suddenly, a shout from the coachman interrupted their moment. "Young master, look at this." "What is it?" Zhe asked, his breath catching as he inhaled a strong metallic scent. Could it be the ascending dragon blood flower? The coachman laughed heartily. "I never expected to find it so effortlessly. Young master, this ascending dragon blood flower is the most crucial ingredient in that medicinal formula. After years of searching in vain, to stumble upon it here is indeed fortuitous." Zhe curled his lips into a subtle smile, yet his gaze lingered on Chu Mei'er in the distance. Indeed, fortune favored him. With a noble companion by his side, the luck that had been stolen from him began to restore itself. Chu Mei'er was diligently collecting spiritual herbs when she suddenly sensed Zhe's peculiar stare. A sense of unease crept into her mind. But her hands did not falter in their task. Had she gathered too many? No matter, she would recharge the system first. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had already replenished the system to over 600. This expedition into the secret realm was proving to be immensely profitable. The owner of this secret realm seemed to possess average strength, likely around the nascent soul stage, and the spiritual medicines left behind peaked at the Qian tier. With no earthly or heavenly tiers in sight, over 600 was sufficient for her to simulate 6 times. She had already harvested dozens of spiritual herbs. And as she contemplated continuing her collection, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. In an instant, her scalp tingled, and goosebumps rose on her skin. The overwhelming spiritual power emanating from it threatened to crush her entirely. Such a formidable spiritual beast. "Come quickly." Zhe too sensed the impending danger and swiftly pulled Chu Mei'er closer. The two of them retreated together, only to witness a beast with the body of a serpent and the tail of a scorpion spring forth from the dense underbrush. This beast was at least of the 5th rank. A 5th-rank spiritual beast was equivalent to a human at the nascent soul stage. Zhe bit his finger again, allowing the scent of blood to permeate the air. The serpent's tongue flicked in and out, seemingly recognizing the blood's master, before it turned and darted away. Chu Mei'er was genuinely astonished. Although she was aware of the effects of Zhe's blood, witnessing it firsthand left her momentarily speechless. Zhe's expression darkened. Someone had intruded, and they needed to depart swiftly. "Someone has broken in?" Chu Mei'er was filled with anxiety. "Fear not. Within the central hall, a protective barrier exists. Unless I, a descendant of the pure bloodline of the Shang family, lead you, no one can locate us." Before leaving, Chu Mei'er hastily gathered over 10 spirit herbs and stuffed them into her Qianquan bracelet. Chapter 71. Alas, I accidentally harvested a few heads. Zhe took the lead, exiting through another passage. His frail body, already weakened, succumbed to a fit of violent coughing due to the urgency. Chu Mei'er had no choice but to support him. "Can you hold back your cough until we are outside?" He sensed the presence of several formidable individuals nearby. These individuals were all Foundation establishment cultivators. currently besieged by spirit beasts within the secret realm. Shangzhe attempted to suppress his cough, but ultimately failed. His handsome face flushed crimson as he coughed a few times. Apologizing, I've caused you trouble. The Foundation establishment cultivators were merely a wall away, the sounds of their battle and anguished cries audible. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brows and conferred with the carriage driver to fashion a simple stretcher. Come, lie down, we shall carry you. The carriage driver, seasoned from years of labor, had muscles rippling in his arms, while Chu Mei'er appeared as a delicate young woman, seemingly frail. Shangzhe felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Chu Mei'er firmly pressed him onto the stretcher. She then waved to the driver, "Come, let us lift him together." The driver, a cultivator of mere beginner's level, rolled up his sleeves and obliged. With her spiritual energy circulating, Chu Mei'er no longer felt any muscle soreness. Just as she was about to move, her ears twitched slightly. This is bad. There seems to be a golden core stage expert nearby. To avoid complications, let's depart swiftly. The two quickened their pace, carrying Shangzhe as they hurried away. Shangzhe, on the stretcher, guided them. "Young Master Shang, where are you headed?" As they rounded a corner, suddenly, a man's gloomy voice echoed from above them. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Mei'er felt her scalp tingle. It's that golden core stage expert. How could he appear so silently near us? The two had barely stopped when Shangzhe rolled off the stretcher, brushing the dirt off his body. The man leaped down from above, blocking their path. Following closely behind, the Foundation establishment stage experts who had been battling the spiritual beasts also arrived. They encircled Shangzhe and the others. Consequently, all the besieging beasts retreated. Another man, adorned in luxurious silk robes, stepped forward. "Haha, cousin, long time no see. I never expected to encounter you here." Upon seeing this man, Shangzhe's face instantly turned cold. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. His teeth gritted as if he bore some deep-seated animosity towards the man. Shang Yuanjiang, fanning himself with a silk fan, looked at Shangzhe with a smug expression. His narrow, flirtatious eyes were filled with sinister coldness. TSK, I wondered why you suddenly fled. So, you were seeking out beauties. My dear, what's the point of following this sickly, consumptive wretch? Why not come with me, your brother? Shangzhe, barely suppressing his fury, spat. Shang Yuanjiang, what do you intend to do? Are you in a hurry, cousin? Please do not let your temper get the better of you. We still need you here. He then turned to the formidable cultivator, Mr. Tian, and said, I appreciate your assistance. As long as we have him with us, we can come and go freely. At this point, Shang Yuanjiang narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Mr. Tian, as long as he remains alive, that suffices. Break both his legs to prevent any future escapades. Such cruelty. Chu Mei'er stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Shangzhe. I am his bodyguard. If you wish to deal with him, you must first contend with me. Shang Yuanjiang was immediately amused. You. He scrutinized Chu Mei'er from head to toe. Little girl. You are his bodyguard? How many spirit stones did it cost to hire you? I will pay double if you spend the night with me. A cold glimmer flashed in Chu Meier's dark eyes. I will accompany your grandfather. As her words fell, she darted forward with astonishing speed, almost leaving an afterimage in her wake. Her aura brimmed with formidable energy, radiating an awe-inspiring power. This is the Foundation Establishment Stage. She has actually reached the Foundation Establishment Stage. Shang Yuanjiang felt a fleeting flash of light before him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of murderous intent that sent chills down his spine. Lacking experience in combat, he found himself momentarily frozen in place at such a daunting confrontation. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed sharply, piercing through the air and causing his scalp to tingle. It was Tian Yabing who had intercepted Chu Meier's attack. Little girl. To be so cruel at such a young age is rather excessive, don't you think? Am I cruel? Could you endure such an affront? Then why not accompany him tonight? You. Tian Yangbing's brows furrowed fiercely, his face turning a deep shade of anger. With a swift motion, Chu Mei'er pivoted and launched an attack against Tian Yangbing. In that moment, he found himself struggling to withstand her formidable onslaught. With her sword held horizontally, she emanated an intimidating aura of sword intent, transforming every part of her body into a potent weapon, her elbows, knees, and arms. In mere seconds, she had unleashed nearly 100 different martial techniques. Such a method of assault was unprecedented for Tian Yangbing, leaving him momentarily flustered. After a few exchanges, he surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining numerous wounds from daggers. No one anticipated that this seemingly delicate young girl possessed such remarkable strength. Observing this, Shang Yuanjing's expression darkened as he bellowed, What are you waiting for? Everyone join in. 7 or 8 foundational stage experts encircled Chu Mei'er. Zhang, feeling anxious, implored, Miss Chu, perhaps it's best to reconsider. Before he could finish, Chu Mei'er brandished a long blade. Stop adding to my troubles. Silence yourself. Zhang meekly closed his mouth. These individuals were all at the initial foundational stage, below the 5th tier, and thus posed no challenge for Chu Mei'er. However, the Golden Core expert lurking nearby was a concern. If she exerted herself fully against these foundational stage opponents, she risked being ambushed by the one surnamed Tian. Truly unfortunate. Following the last simulation, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the foundational stage, teetering just below the Golden Core stage. She possesses a wealth of martial combat memories accumulated over many years, and with a little strategizing, it is not difficult to deal with this individual who has only recently entered the Golden Core stage. However, amidst the onslaught of several opponents, Chu Mei'er merely clutched her longsword, hesitating to strike. Hurry, take me away from here. As swiftly as possible. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, the coachman hoisted Zhang onto his shoulder and turned on his heel to flee. His speed and reflexes were such that by the time the others noticed, they had already vanished from sight. Observing this, Tian Yang being prepared to pursue, but Shang Yuanzheng held onto his arm with a firm grip. Sir, there are spirit beasts here. If Shang were to leave, they would be besieged by the spirit beasts. No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling wind swept through the surroundings. An eerie mist began to rise, its pungent odor infiltrating their nostrils. This is bad. It's poisonous. What a splendid opportunity. Seizing the moment, Chu Mei'er struck decisively, swiftly claiming the lives of 4 opponents. The remaining 3 chose to abandon their comrades, yet one of them found himself underfoot as she advanced menacingly towards Tian Yabing. Chapter 72. The divine body Tian Yabing discerned her intentions and turned to confront her, but Shang Yuanzheng clung tenaciously to his arm. In frustration, he flung him aside with a cold snort and engaged Chu Mei'er with fists and feet. A mere foundation establishment cultivator seeking death. This woman was indeed peculiar. Despite not having reached the Golden Core stage, her aura of spiritual power was undeniably far beyond the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Moreover, she was so young, appearing to be merely 11 or 12 years of age, yet she had mastered an astonishing array of martial arts, amounting to dozens of forms, each executed with such finesse that it seemed as though she had practiced them a million times, to balance both cultivation and martial prowess. How could an ordinary person possibly achieve such a feat? However, upon discovering Chu Mei'er's latent potential, his murderous intent intensified. Having offended such a prodigy, if she were granted time, she would undoubtedly surpass him. If that were to happen and she sought vengeance, it would spell disaster for him. With his heart darkened by murderous thoughts, he lunged forward once more. At that moment, Chu Mei'er had transformed into a veritable instrument of death, her every movement exuding ferocity and cold precision. Shang Yuanzheng found himself toppled to the ground, while amidst the haze, a centipede emerged. In a panic, he rolled and crawled for help. Mr. Tian, save me. Unfazed, Chu Mei'er continued to retreat, the mist encroaching upon Shang Yuanzheng. Fortunately, he was rescued by 3 other foundation establishment cultivators. Alas, he had strayed too far. In a moment of daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a sly smile from Chu Mei'er. Trapped. You. In his fury, he attempted to voice his outrage. But Chu Mei'er seized his wrist, her agile form performing a graceful roll, the blade poised at his throat. Channeling all her spiritual energy into the weapon, she delivered a decisive stroke. Thus, a Golden Core cultivator met his demise at the hands of an 11-year-old girl. Afterward, Chu Mei'er effortlessly hoisted his head, and with a powerful push from her feet, she leaped several times, vanishing between the walls of the building. When she finally located Shang, he was weeping inconsolably. Cradling the coachman. After all these years, I have finally found a benefactor. If she were to perish, what would become of me? The coachman, witnessing the young master in such a state of distress for the first time, offered gentle reassurances. Fear not, my lord, she may yet survive. As Shang opened his mouth to speak, he instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. The coachman promptly produced a white handkerchief to assist him. Leaning against the wall, Chu Mei'er observed the scene, feeling an unexpected warmth. Was her presence perhaps ill-timed? The robust and dark-skinned coachman, appearing to be in his late 20s, had shown unwavering concern for Shang throughout their journey. What do you mean by benefactor? She leaped down and tossed the severed head she was holding at Shang feet. This person I have slain, unperturbed by the gruesome sight. He picked up the still dripping head, examining it with a slight tremor, reveling in a sense of vindication. He was a guest of the third uncle, and the individual from earlier was the second son of the third uncle's household. It seemed to pertain to the affairs of the Shang family. Chu Mei'er listened quietly. With Shang Zhe present, there was no concern for any spirit beasts lurking nearby. In our Shang family, I alone possessed the bloodline. My grandfather's first 3 sons were all adopted. Only my father is his true flesh and blood. Ever since my grandfather's passing, those 3 have seized a considerable portion of our family's wealth, intent on exterminating our branch. Chu Mei'er wore a perplexed expression and shook her head. Defying fate to alter one's destiny? It sounds exhilarating. Shang Zhe took a deep breath, mentioning that the eldest son of the elder uncle was to be the future heir of the Shang family, endowed with a divine physique. However, he noticed that Chu Mei'er still wore a blank expression. He suppressed his pain and elucidated. A divine spirit physique is a rare constitution, seldom seen in millennia. It allows one to effortlessly transcend grades, all the way to the transformation god stage. There will be absolutely no bottlenecks in the path of cultivation. Furthermore, once one breaks through to the tribulation transcending stage, it is akin to having 1 foot already in the legendary god realm. Chu Mei'er couldn't help but yearn for such a thing. It truly is a case of people being more infuriating when compared to others. As a cannon fodder character, she simply couldn't compare. Having just transmigrated, she was still a trash physique, unable to even grasp the path of cultivation. A divine spirit physique is definitely the standard equipment for the male protagonist. Seeing her expression of longing, Shang Zhe coughed up another mouthful of blood in anger. Chu Mei'er quickly handed over a clean handkerchief. Try to spit less. What if you die from excessive blood loss? Who will pay me my reward? He cleared his throat, finally managing to say, changing fate against the heavens involves completely reversing the physiques and fortunes of 2 people. That divine spirit physique should have been mine. Shang Zhe spoke through gritted teeth. Chu Mei'er understood now. No wonder Shang Zhe hated that person so deeply. Changing fate against the heavens. Physique, fortune. This fortune? Is it what I think it is? The coachman chimed in, augmenting its luck. Things that one could have found are taken by others due to extreme misfortune. Things that one could have accomplished end in failure due to extreme misfortune. Indeed. Chu Mei'er retreated slightly, distancing herself from him. So, the current Shang Zhe is an unlucky wretch. Shang Zhe was so infuriated that he wanted to vomit blood again. Your resilience is truly remarkable. You have managed to endure this ordeal. This time, I shall escort you to the imperial city, and we shall part ways here. Chu Mei'er harbored no desire to entangle herself in significant troubles. Fortunately, her endeavors during this journey yielded substantial rewards, making the trip worthwhile. Shang Zhe hesitated, caught between words, ultimately exhaling a sigh. With her presence, many of his matters could proceed unimpeded. Chu Mei'er glanced outside, noting that the commotion had subsided. She inquired, as for your younger brother, shall we address him? He is accompanied only by a few mediocre foundational stage practitioners. I could swiftly eliminate him. She added, this will incur an additional fee, however, a further 2 earth-grade spiritual herbs. This statement was made by Shang Zhe. No need, eliminate him, and I shall provide you with 2 earth-grade spiritual herbs. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chu Mei'er vanished from sight, leaving behind a singular remark. Chapter 73. The crisis brought by mountains of gold and silver at last, Shang Yuanzhong survived, escorted by several formidable allies. In dire circumstances, they could only seek refuge atop a colossal pillar, granting them a panoramic view of the chaos below. A centipede fell victim to a toxic toad, and the mist thickened, infused with an overpowering stench. This noxious fog concealed deadly toxins. The foundational stage protector by Shang Yuanzhong's side produced a firecracker and hurled it into the dense mist. A resounding explosion ensued, transforming the fog into a sea of flames. It was only then that Shang Yuanzhong collapsed to the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Young master, it seems there is something within the flames. Before he could catch his breath, he heard the trembling voice of the guard beside him. Shang Yuanzhong cautiously peered over, only to see something seemingly about to emerge from the flames. Several pairs of eyes were intensely fixed on that spot. Suddenly, several sharp beams of light shot out from the fire, hurtling towards them. They hurriedly dodged, but one guard, attempting to pull Shang Yuanzhong away, was struck by a blade. A piercing scream escaped him as he plummeted from the towering column. Shang Yuanzhong was thoroughly alarmed by this unexpected turn of events. Upon looking again, he saw Chu Mei'er, clad in a crimson outfit, merging with the flames, her expression cold as she approached with her sword drawn. It was indeed her. With a flick of her hand, daggers were embedded into the column, and she used her toes to propel herself upwards, leaping gracefully. In a moment, Chu Mei'er stood firmly atop the 3-meter pedestal, sword in hand, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed down at Shang Yuanzheng. At that instant, he acutely felt the looming threat of death. Was it that useless Shangze who sent you to kill me? Whatever spirit stones he offered, I am willing to pay more. Chu Mei'er remained silent, her expression unchanged as she advanced step by step. A nearby Foundation establishment cultivator, gritting his teeth, charged towards her. With a flourish of her long sword, she conjured a mesmerizing display of swordplay. Her speed was astonishing. The Foundation establishment cultivator barely had time to react before meeting his demise. Chu Meier's icy gaze fell upon Shang Yuanzheng, who was now paralyzed with fear, mumbling pleas for mercy. If you spare my life, I shall bestow upon you 100,000 spirit stones. Whatever your heart desires shall be yours. All that resides within this place shall be yours to command. Is this agreeable? Chu Meier's steps remained unwavering. Under such immense psychological duress, Shang Yuanzheng cried out in desperation. Our Shang clan possesses 2 secret realms, domains of formidable cultivators of the transformation god stage. Should you grant me clemency, you may freely take whatever treasures lie within those realms. Chu Mei'er paused momentarily. Shang Yuanzheng, sensing a glimmer of hope, felt a surge of anticipation. Chu Mei'er, with decisive and swift action, severed Shang Yuanzheng's head. How amusing. You are not a true member of the Shang family. What basis do you have to make such a promise? She carried the head before Shangze. Upon beholding Shang Yuanzheng's head, Shangze's face alternated between shades of green and purple. Judging by his expression, he wished to crush the head beneath his feet. Chu Mei'er, with arms crossed, regarded him and inquired, does your Shang clan possess 2 secret realms? I have aided you in eliminating 2 individuals. I have no other requests. Say that you graciously permit me to explore these realms. Upon hearing these words, Shangze was utterly bewildered, even more so than she. 2 secret realms? Why have I never heard of such things? Did you glean this information from Shang Yuanzheng? Millennia ago, the Shang clan was a renowned family in the cultivation world. However, due to various vicissitudes, the clan gradually declined, particularly during his grandfather's generation. Only a single line of descent remained. The old master of the Shang clan, fearing the extinction of his lineage, adopted 3 sons. It was not until he was past his prime that his own father was born. It is precisely for this reason that the 3 adopted sons relentlessly suppressed their 4 factions to the extent that they employed a method to defy fate. Indeed, he claimed he could lead me inside. Shangze's expression shifted slightly as he lowered his gaze to the severed head on the ground. Yet you still killed him. Chu Mei'er discarded the head with a flick of her wrist, questioning, do you doubt my professional integrity? At that moment, Shang resolved firmly, rising to deeply bow before Chu Mei'er. Miss Chu, if you could assist me, in the future, whatever treasures you require, I shall procure them for you. One must admit, this was an utterly irresistible temptation for Chu Mei'er. The system demanded rare treasures for recharging. Previously, she and Shang Xian spent an extensive period acquiring a handful of yellow and mysterious great artifacts. However, now, being alongside Shangze, she could entirely regard this secret realm as her own private garden. Upon recalling what Shang Yuanzheng had mentioned about 2 more secret realms, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Does your Shang family truly possess other secret realms? How could you be unaware? Certainly, we do, Shangze replied, chest out and head held high, brimming with pride. Our Shang family boasts a history of several millennia, and we have even produced beings of the merger stage in the past. Before their fall, they must have had secret realms, and the maps to those realms are housed within our ancestral residence. If you wish to obtain them, then assist me in acquiring the Shang family, and at that time, not only these secret realms, but also all the rare treasures you desire will be provided by us. Such a grand temptation. It was akin to securing a favor from the wealthiest individual in the nation. Reason dictated to her that this matter was undoubtedly complex, yet her tongue moved swifter than her mind. Very well, let us depart at once. As she spoke, she eagerly tugged at Shang Yuanzheng's arm, leading him outside. Observing her urgency, Shangze could not help but smile slightly. Along the way, Chu Mei'er gathered dozens of spiritual herbs, all of which she deposited into the system. Balance, 1,500. Any further deposits would not increase the balance. It seemed this resource was indeed limited. There were many more spiritual herbs within this secret realm, and Chu Mei'er felt a pang of reluctance, wishing to harvest every last one. However, it was Shangzhe who forcibly pulled her away. Once we enter the imperial city, I can contact my associates, and you may acquire as many spiritual herbs as you desire. Reluctantly, Chu Mei'er followed him. The opulent carriage was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 individuals. Shangzhe lit some incense and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chu Mei'er decided to sit cross-legged and check the system. In her last simulation, she had saved a deity of wealth. This time, she was unsure if she could attain the second level of the 7 Sacred Spirit technique. Life Simulator activated. This time costing 100 currency. Balance, 1400. At the age of 10, you became a disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion. To evade Elder Chun, you fled the sect and, alongside Shang Xian and others, saved Shangzhe on your journey. In the secret realm, while others chose to remain and cultivate, you acted as Shangzhe's protector. Upon your departure, you encountered Shang Yuanzheng and his party on the road, and you eliminated them all. 3 days later, on the road to Dujiang town, you once again encountered the fleeing bandits who surrounded your group. You effortlessly dealt with the robbers, yet unexpectedly, a mysterious man in black, a formidable presence at the Golden Core stage, suddenly emerged and annihilated your entire team. Chapter 74, pursued by a Golden Core expert, Chu Mei'er abruptly opened her eyes, filled with dread and astonishment. Where did this Golden Core expert come from? That Tian Yangbing had only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, lacking substantial combat experience, and had merely learned techniques of the lowest tier, making him relatively weak. Moreover, his underestimation of the situation led him to hold back from the very beginning, which allowed her to dispatch him with her considerable martial arts experience accumulated over the years. However, in this simulation, she had encountered an assassin of the Golden Core stage, at least around the 5th level of that realm, who effortlessly dispatched her and obliterated the entire group. This simulation left her drenched in cold sweat. This simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of a 10-year-old. 2. The cultivation skills of a 10-year-old. 3. The life memories of a 10-year-old. This time, she decisively chose to retain her life memories. Everything she had experienced over the past 3 days surged into her mind, particularly the haunting image of her demise in the final battle. The man, clad in black, exuded no aura of demonic cultivation. He must have been a legitimate practitioner. Upon his appearance, he immediately commenced a brutal slaughter, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to her. Before her demise, she seemed to sense a connection between this man and Shangzhe. Once more, she had 14 opportunities remaining. Life Simulator activated. This simulation costs 100 currency. Balance, 1,300. At your suggestion, the entire team took a detour, traversing another mountain path. Half a month later, as they were about to reach Dujiang town, a black-clad man at the Golden Core stage appeared and annihilated the entire team. Is this an endless cycle? So, this man was specifically sent to eliminate them? For what purpose? Again, 3 days later, on the mountain path, they encountered the previous bandits, and you swiftly dealt with them. The Golden Core black-clad man reappeared, and you hastily inquired about his intentions. He uttered a few words and once more struck you down with his sword. Choose your memories. Beneath the darkened sky and howling winds, the man donned a black cloak and hat, obscuring his visage entirely. She asked, "Why must you drive us to our doom? What is your purpose? At least let me die with clarity." The man's voice was low. For the dead, no extensive explanation is necessary. At that moment, Shangzhe's expression changed dramatically. No wonder. He had concealed his face. Shangzhe recognized him. Chu Mei'er's eyes widened as she turned to gaze at the slumbering Shangzhe. They were being pursued by a formidable Golden Core expert, yet he slept so soundly. She approached, shaking his shoulders. "Hey, wake up." Shangzhe, in a state of drowsiness, found comfort in her presence, as this must have been the most restful slumber he had ever experienced. "I inquired about a man with a streak of white hair on his forehead, a practitioner at the Golden Core stage. Have you ever offended this individual?" In an instant, Shangzhe regained his composure. "Are you referring to Uncle Zhao Luan?" Zhao Luan is another guest elder of the Shang family, and the streak of white hair is his distinctive feature. Although he was uncertain as to why Chu Mei'er posed such a question, Shangzhe proceeded to recount Zhao Luan's circumstances in detail. He serves as a guest elder under the second uncle, who is the only one in the family that offers him protection, in a bid to unravel the ominous fate-altering technique afflicting him. The second uncle sought out an extraordinary being at the nascent soul stage and painstakingly acquired a jade pendant. He claimed that by finding someone who resonates with the pendant, the curse upon him could gradually be dispelled. Not only can Chu Mei'er resonate with the pendant, but her fortuitous aura could even shatter it outright. She is undoubtedly a benefactor in his life. How did you come to know of Uncle Xiaolin? Shangzhe asked, perplexed. Chu Mei'er cleared her throat, stating, while scanning the surroundings, I detected that this person has been shadowing us, seemingly intent on harming me. That is impossible. Shangzhe's eyes were bloodshot. Uncle Xiaolin is under the second uncle's protection. He would never strike against me. Absolutely not. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brows tightly and drew back the curtain. They were traversing the narrow, constricted mountain path, basked in bright daylight, surrounded by the melodies of chirping birds and the gentle caress of a breeze, all exuding vitality. Yet, he may already be outside, seeking an opportunity to attack us. Of course, this statement was intended to instill fear in Shangzhe. The simulator indicated that he would not appear until 3 days later, and that he would be capable of delivering a lethal blow. Shangzhe cast a profound gaze upon Chu Mei'er, his breath quickening. If this were indeed the case, it implied that even his second uncle was unworthy of continued trust. His life would descend into utter tragedy. As a 6th-tier golden core cultivator, he stood no chance against such an opponent. Chu Mei'er felt a twinge of frustration. How many enemies have you made? Although assisting Shangzhe in seizing control of the Shang family would eventually yield her an endless stream of wealth, the journey ahead was fraught with challenges. The various factions within the Shang family were affluent and powerful, with guest cultivators who were golden core practitioners, and perhaps even stronger individuals lurking among them. She needed to elevate her strength post-haste. Think of a way to divert them and buy me some time. I shall endeavor to break through, she declared, settling herself into a meditative position. After gazing at her face for a prolonged moment, Shangzhe ultimately chose to trust her words. His years had been marred by misfortune, every decision he made had been erroneous, and every person he encountered had harbored ulterior motives. Even in his quest for medicinal herbs, he had spent a decade searching for the most commonplace mystic-tier material. It seemed he could scarcely catch a break. Now, with Chu Mei'er by his side, everything felt considerably brighter. He had to place his faith in her. At that moment, Chu Mei'er continued her simulation. Life Simulator activated. This simulation costs 100 credits, balance 1,200. Thanks to your reminder, Shangzhe has decided to exit through a hidden passage in the mountains. A month later, you finally arrive at the fairy town. In the town of Duhang, you transformed your appearance and concealed your identity, yet you were still pursued by a group of assailants. You fought desperately and managed to escape with Shangzhe. Each of those pursuers was a formidable peak cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, compelling you both to take refuge in the depths of the mountains and forests. A year later, while battling against spirit beasts, Shangzhe inadvertently fell, striking his head against the ground. This incident triggered a resurgence of some childhood memories, revealing to him a map to a hidden realm, prompting your decision to embark on a journey there. Upon emerging from the mountains, as you continued your journey, you encountered yet another wave of pursuers. This time, they were all disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Once more, you fled in a state of disarray. After 6 arduous months, you finally reached the hidden realm, only to find the Shang family and the Lingxiao sect already waiting for you. You fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and perished. Why did her enemies continue to multiply? Chapter 75, Simulation, Discovering the Method to Defy Fate. The Shang family and the Lingxiao sect. Was this not an affront to the innocent? She had done nothing to provoke either party, yet both were now her adversaries. As this simulation concluded, you were allowed to retain one of the following. 1. Cultivation level at 13 years of age. 2. Cultivation skills at 13 years of age. 3. Life memories at 13 years of age. I choose life memories. The experiences of being hunted were too harrowing. However, Chu Mei'er's primary goal was to remember the specific location of that hidden realm. From this point onward, everything else was of little consequence. She simply wished to diligently enhance her cultivation. Onward. At the tender age of 11, you resolved to embark on a journey to another hidden realm alongside Shangzhe. And after 3 months of diligent effort, you finally arrived. By the age of 12, you immersed yourself in cultivation within this mystical domain, while Shangzhe explored its every nook and cranny. A decade passed, and at long last, you achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, while Shangzhe memorized all the martial arts and techniques contained within. At 22, you both decided it was time to depart from the secret realm. Upon your exit, you learned that the heir of the Shang family had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage and had officially inherited the entire Shang lineage, inviting various cultivators to witness the occasion. Upon hearing this news, Shang Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to bear his distress, you suggested disguising yourselves and causing a commotion at the Shang family estate. However, the members of the Shang family quickly discovered your presence and ordered your immediate execution. At long last, you had broken through to the golden core stage. Chu Mei'er, filled with excitement, swiftly chose the first option, relishing the surge of spiritual energy within her. As she shattered the shackles of her bottleneck, it felt as if a stream had poured into the ocean, and in an instant, a formidable aura radiated from her being. Meanwhile, the guards outside sensed something amiss and turned in shock towards the carriage. Such overwhelming spiritual power. Could she have really broken through? Surely. Achieving the golden core stage could not be so easily attained. How could one possibly break through in less than an hour of cultivation? What on earth was happening? Chu Mei'er felt as if she were a fish in water, reveling in the influx of profound spiritual energy that enveloped her. Even if her cultivation technique had reached its limits, so what? She could devote 10 years, 20 years, or even a century to her practice. Being pursued? She merely needs to endure during the simulations, prolonging her existence for a few more years, which will inevitably enhance her cultivation. Presently, she has reached the first stage of the golden core realm. However, with such a level of cultivation, she remains woefully inadequate to confront the entirety of the merchant faction. After numerous simulations, she has repeatedly fallen victim to the hands of the merchants, leaving her feeling utterly frustrated. Previously, she might have considered abandoning Shang Zhe and seeking refuge elsewhere to find new opportunities. Yet now, she is compelled to stand her ground, embracing a relentless struggle for survival. The life simulation system is activated. This simulation consumes 200 points. Balance, 900. Upon hearing the cost of this simulation, Chu Mei'er nearly fainted. The price has doubled. With a balance of 900, she can only simulate 4 times. This is utterly outrageous. She must strive to enhance her cultivation as much as possible, aiming for the 5th stage of the golden core realm. Since that Chao Luan is intent on eliminating them, let the confrontation commence. You have broken through to the golden core realm. Half a month later, after escorting Shang Zhe to Duzhong town, you rest for a night and do not linger. Proceeding directly north. Just after leaving the city, you notice numerous individuals tailing you. You eliminate them all. After 3 days of heading north, you encounter Chao Luan's ambush once again. You exert every ounce of strength, resulting in mutual destruction with Chao Luan. Shang Zhe takes you by water route. But you are ambushed again, and your vessel capsizes. 3 months later, you awaken to find yourself rescued by a stranger, a fisherman. This place is a hidden paradise, and you decide to cultivate here. For 5 years, your cultivation has made no progress. The first level of the 7 sacred spirits technique has reached a bottleneck. Undeterred, you continued your practice for another 6 months, after which Shang Zhe finally sought you out. He had begun to cultivate after encountering certain fortuitous circumstances following the river incident. Upon learning of your stagnation, he recited all the techniques he had memorized, hoping you would discover a suitable new method among them. From this, you found a dual-element technique similar to the 7 sacred spirits technique. However, upon attempting to cultivate it, your internal spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, leading to your untimely demise. Chu Mei'er felt a throbbing headache. 5 years. 5 years of cultivation had yielded nothing. The 7 sacred spirits technique seemed to possess a repulsive nature, rendering it incompatible with other methods. This time, she opted for memory. Shang Zhe had an extraordinary ability to remember, and as a cultivator of the golden core stage, she possessed it as well. Shang Zhe appeared quite passionate about reciting various techniques. In her recollections, he had practiced a technique called Heavenly Sorrow Divine Numeration. This was acquired after he was swept into a vortex and inadvertently discovered a secret realm at the river's bottom. In just 5 years, Shang Zhe had elevated his cultivation to the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Such a pace of advancement is undoubtedly remarkable. In the simulator, Shang Zhe mentioned that if his cultivation surpassed that of another who could defy fate, he would be able to break the curse. These were also lessons learned in the secret realm. Chu Mei'er narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. It seemed his talent was indeed commendable. As for her, if she wished to enhance her cultivation, there was only one path left to tread, to venture into the Liyuan's secret realm. Before continuing the simulation, Chu Mei'er felt an absence of motion in the vehicle and lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The moment her head appeared, the guards turned their attention towards her in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. Meanwhile, Zhang, still presenting a frail demeanor, approached her with a cough. "Miss Chu, were you just breaking through? I instructed them to halt, fearing I might disturb you." Chu Mei'er shook her head dismissively. "It's nothing. I have completed my cultivation." She then fixed her gaze on Zhang, contemplating. In truth, Zhang's ability to cultivate could prove advantageous for her as a partner. However, she hesitated at the thought of sending him off that ship. No, she had no time for indecision. With a pensive expression, she reached out her hand toward him. "Come, let me take your pulse." In fact, during her time in the sect, she had thoroughly examined all the cultivation manuals available, hoping to find one suitable for him. Given his constitution, she feared that if things continued this way, he might perish before she could even confront the Shang family. Zhang, however, merely smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Miss Chu, you jest. My physique is utterly incapable of cultivation." "Not necessarily," she countered, leaping from the carriage and seizing his wrist, theatrically pretending to check his pulse. "I was once considered a waste with multiple spiritual roots. Yet I reached this level because I found the right cultivation techniques." The revelation that Chu Mei'er was a multi-rooted cultivator astonished the guards even further. Chapter 76. The fierce secret realm of Lian multi-attribute spiritual roots undoubtedly represent a significant threshold on the path of cultivation. Despite exerting several times the effort of others, one might find that the fruits of their labor pale in comparison to those who merely enjoy a restful slumber. Yet, under such harsh conditions, Chu Mei'er astonishingly attained such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. She has reached the golden core stage. Many cultivators spend their entire lives striving for what she has achieved, but never manage to grasp it. Upon hearing this, Zhang felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. His eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, gleaming like a sky full of stars. "I have also made attempts," he confessed, rejecting fate and diligently seeking various cultivation techniques. "Yet I have been unfortunate in finding one that suits me." Chu Mei'er feigned a practiced demeanor as she took his pulse, pondering for a moment before a realization struck her. "I recall a certain technique, though it exists only as a fragment, stored in the most remote corner of the sect. I cannot ascertain its grade. Would you be willing to give it a try?" Tears welled in the corners of Zhang's eyes. "Am I truly allowed? Come now, let us try." "Get in," she urged, pulling him onto the carriage. She began to recite the technique known as heavenly sorrow divine counting, her voice gentle and soothing, each word seemingly transforming into an ethereal energy that gradually calmed his meridians. Zhang settled into a meditative posture, quietly absorbing her words as an unusual energy began to surge within him, flowing gradually through his channels. Initially, this energy was as fine as a strand of hair, but as it circulated through his body repeatedly, it coalesced into the size of a pinky finger. Noticing that he was entering a deeper state of tranquility, Chu Mei'er continued to recite heavenly sorrow divine, counting over and over again. This technique was imparted to her by Zhang within the simulator. He must have endured considerable hardships from a young age, yet he placed an unwavering trust in her, revealing all the techniques he had memorized without a hint of concealment. This trait genuinely endeared him to her. Observing that Zhang could now autonomously channel the spiritual energy within his body, Chu Mei'er ceased her speech and settled down to continue utilizing the simulator. Life simulation system activated. This simulation requires a consumption of 200 credits. Balance, 700. You have successfully entered the golden core stage and imparted the techniques to Zhang, prompting the team to halt their journey, allowing Zhang to focus on his cultivation. 3 days later, Chao Luan located your position and sought to confront you directly, but at that moment, Zhang achieved a breakthrough. Chao Luan was taken aback and paused his actions. The now Qi refinement stage Zhang invited Chao Luan for a private discussion. The two conversed for a day and a night, after which Chao Luan retreated, and you continued your journey. You pressed onward to the imperial city, encountering disciples from Ling Shao Pavilion who sought to pursue you, yet they were effortlessly dealt with by you. 3 months later, you arrived at the imperial city. Zhang re-established contact with his associates and provided you with the promised rare materials. Desiring not to linger, you aimed to venture into the Lu Yuan secret realm to test your luck. Zhang assured you that he would need 2 years to settle matters in the imperial city before arranging a team to accompany you on your adventure. You agreed. For the next 2 years, you remained by Zhang's side, shielding him from numerous assassination attempts. A month later, as promised, He arranged for you 10 formidable foundation establishment warriors, along with 2 golden core experts, to accompany you to the Liyuan secret realm. Half a year later, you arrived at the Liyuan secret realm. Upon entering the realm, you encountered a ferocious beast, resulting in total annihilation of your forces. How could 10 foundation establishment warriors and 2 golden core experts be insufficient? Just how powerful is this Liyuan secret realm? This time, she chose to enhance her cultivation skills. Curiously, ever since Zhang dismissed Chao Lun, the Shang family members have not made any appearances. Could it be that Chao Lun is the pivotal figure? Perhaps it was Chao Lun who obstructed other members of the Shang family, allowing Zhang to thrive in the imperial city for 2 stable years. Quite intriguing. She still has 3 simulation opportunities. Perhaps she should simulate to improve her cultivation. Upon arriving in the imperial city, you requested to explore the other 2 secret realms of the Shang family. A year later, Zhang obtained the maps of the secret realms and led you inside, where you decided to cultivate. After 50 years, you grasped the 2nd level of the floating Xiang 18 swords and comprehended sword intent. 70 years later, you mastered the 3rd level of the absolute Qi sword and attained the 2nd level of sword intent. 96 years later, you achieved the 3rd level of moonlit flower shadow body technique, becoming highly skilled in agility. 380 years later, you broke through to the 2nd stage of the golden core realm. Just as you were on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd stage, you encountered a surge of spiritual beasts within the secret realm and perished in the struggle. It is truly absurd. She took 380 years to reach the 2nd stage of the golden core realm. The simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of 382 years. 2. The cultivation skills of 382 years. 3. The life memories of 382 years. She was utterly astounded by her own comprehension. It took her 50 years to grasp the essence of the sword. Although she was aware that she had traversed into this realm as a mere pawn, the hardship of her existence was overwhelming. Those exceptionally gifted disciples could comprehend the sword's intent before the age of 20. The merchant's extraordinary intervention had usurped the fate of the unfortunate deity, Zhang, the scion of the merchant clan, who was merely 24 years old this year and had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the golden core realm. According to the simulator, he would break through to the nascent soul stage in another decade. Such rapid progression was exceedingly terrifying within the realm of cultivation. This time, she chose to retain her cultivation skills. Instantly, a torrent of memories flooded her mind. Techniques such as the 18 swords of Piaoxiang, the sword of absolute Qi, and moonlit shadows of blossoms were deeply imprinted in her consciousness. Moreover, her understanding of these martial techniques came effortlessly, as if she had practiced them a million times before. Chu Mei'er truly found this unsettling. Over the course of 3 centuries, her cultivation of various martial skills had distracted her, resulting in an extended period before her breakthrough. This time, she was determined to focus intently on her cultivation. You have entered the secret realm, dedicating yourself to rigorous training. You consumed numerous elixirs, as well as various precious materials to enhance your cultivation. After 190 years, you finally broke through to the 2nd stage of the golden core realm. You believed your cultivation speed was excessively slow. Thus you gathered all the precious artifacts within the secluded realm, intensifying the spiritual energy to approximately 5 times the normal level, and continued your practice. 680 years later, as you approached the end of your life, signs of a breakthrough finally emerged. At the most critical moment, however, the spiritual energy within you suddenly surged uncontrollably, leading to your explosive demise. Now, she was on the brink of bloodshed and death. 600 years. In this simulation, she had diligently dedicated herself to her cultivation, focusing solely on advancing her level of mastery. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. How could it be so disappointing? Chapter 77. This character seems to be designed as the male protagonist, does he not? With only 300 units remaining, Chu Mei'er chose to abandon the continuation of the simulation. After investing over 600 years, she had not even managed to reach the 3rd stage of the golden core realm. Her innate talent could be described as extraordinary among mortals. As her simulation concluded and Zhang had yet to awaken, she contemplated briefly before disembarking to instruct them to remain stationary, awaiting Zhang's revival. At present, she had attained the 2nd stage of the golden core realm, and although her attempt to break through to the 3rd stage had failed, the density of her spiritual energy surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Through her recent simulations, she had amassed an impressive array of martial techniques. These were insights she had gleaned over the course of a century, particularly her mastery of sword intent and various cultivation methods, far exceeding the proficiency of an average individual. A sense of anticipation enveloped her. If she were to confront Chao Luan now, would they still inflict mutual destruction upon one another? Her combat capabilities undoubtedly eclipsed those of Chao Luan. With this thought in mind, she felt an irresistible urge to engage in combat. She disembarked and instructed her companions to prepare to set up camp. Previously, Shangzhe had already arranged for them to change direction, traversing through the mountain's hidden path. Now they find themselves halted in the midst of a dark passage, enveloped in an oppressive gloom, pierced only occasionally by a beam of light filtering through a crevice. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they emerge from the cavern, the group systematically preparing to set up camp. The coachman casts a worried glance at the carriage, his anxiety prompting him to inquire of Miss Chu Mei'er, "When will our young master awaken? Is he truly capable of cultivating now?" Miss Chu nods. "I have merely imparted a technique to him, and it seems he is capable of grasping it. As for the extent of his cultivation, that remains uncertain. We must leave it to fate. With a technique now at his disposal, diligent practice will undoubtedly lead to his cultivation flourishing." During the waiting days, Miss Chu has also been honing her skills with the few guards. The martial arts she has recently acquired are indeed exceptional, allowing her to move in such a manner that even foundational cultivators struggle to discern her path. Furthermore, her sword intent possesses the prowess to effortlessly cleave a 100-year-old giant tree in two. On the third day, Chao Luan arrives, cloaked in black, emerging from the shadows like a specter of the night. He stands quietly on a nearby rock, surveying everyone from his elevated position. The guards swiftly assume a defensive stance to protect Shangzhe. Miss Chu gazes at him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Having just achieved a breakthrough, Chao Luan is undoubtedly the ideal sparring partner. "Who are you?" she inquires, stepping forward. Chao Luan remains silent, yet Miss Chu can sense his scrutinizing gaze upon her. "Have you come to kill Shangzhe?" She presses on. "I am his guard. To harm him, one must first pass through me." "You?" Finally, Chao Luan spoke. His voice was deep, laden with an ominous intent that sent shivers down one's spine, as if one were already teetering on the brink of the grave. Yet, Chu Mei'er grew increasingly agitated. In her memories, she recalled facing the immense pressure exerted by Chao Luan, rendered utterly defenseless. The most terrifying aspect of him was the overwhelming aura of bloodshed surrounding him. He must have taken many lives. After simulating this encounter countless times, she finally stood ready to confront him, possessing the capability to engage in battle. "Yes, it is I. Such a young girl." She appears scarcely weaned. If this concerns him, then she must die. Chao Luan wasted no words. In the darkness, his figure moved like a specter, almost leaving an afterimage, and when he reappeared, he was already near Chu Mei'er. She focused intently and realized she could almost perceive the trajectory of Chao Luan's movements. Daring not to slacken her pace, she hastened to unleash her martial arts. Her form became elusive, dazzling the onlookers. The foundation-building cultivators could only widen their eyes, unable to discern the paths of the two combatants. After a few exchanges, Chao Luan halted, astonished as he gazed at Chu Mei'er. "You are so young. Have you truly reached the golden core stage?" Chu Mei'er had already drawn her sword. "Let us fight. No more idle talk." She swung her sword nonchalantly, creating intricate patterns imbued with profound meaning, further astonishing Chao Luan. The essence of the sword. Chu Meier's posture grew increasingly enigmatic, though her movements were slow. The profound intent within them rendered her nearly unreachable. As she raised her hand, a surge of sword energy was unleashed, prompting Chao Luan to swiftly evade. The sword energy struck a massive stone, producing a thunderous explosion, shattering the several hundred-pound boulder into fragments. Witnessing such a confrontation with a formidable opponent was truly exhilarating. The clash of strength imparted a profound sense of exhilaration. After exchanging several blows, the two retreated momentarily. Chu Mei'er's ebony eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, urging for more. Chao Luan's garments bore multiple slashes, stained with crimson, and his entire being was ablaze with a rush of energy, his fists clenched tightly. It was a blend of fury and excitement. Although Chu Mei'er's spiritual power was inferior to his, her comprehension of martial techniques was unparalleled, the finest he had ever encountered in his life. Such martial prowess more than compensated for her lower spiritual level. "Come on." As they engaged in an intense duel, an unusual spiritual fluctuation emanated from the luxurious carriage. Chao Luan furrowed his brow, glancing toward the carriage. This opulent vehicle undoubtedly belonged to Shangzai. Who could be inside? It seems Shangzai has made a breakthrough. Chu Mei'er couldn't help but exclaim in awe. His innate talent was truly remarkable. Before practicing this technique, he had possessed no cultivation at all. Yet, after merely one attempt, he had directly advanced to the 6th level of entry. What kind of person could achieve such a feat? He must be the true prodigy of the heavens. While she had activated a system enhancement, Shangzai himself was the enhancement. Chao Luan's expression shifted subtly as he observed Shangzai, who had just broken through, rising from the carriage. This is impossible. He has always been devoid of any talent for cultivation. Why has this happened? He can actually cultivate. Chu Mei'er observed the expression on Chao Luan's face, and, noticing his astonishment, pressed her cherry lips together. What would the two of them say next? The aura surrounding Shangzai had transformed entirely after his recent breakthrough. If previously he had appeared as a frail individual who would gasp for breath after a few steps, now he exuded vigor and vitality, his dark eyes occasionally glimmering with brilliance. He resembled a fierce wolf poised to strike. Upon exiting the vehicle, he first offered a smile to Chu Mei'er, a gesture that dispelled all traces of malice and gloom in an instant. Yet, this warmth was fleeting. When he turned back to Chao Luan, the smile had vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Chao Bo, may we have a private conversation? Chapter 78. A decade, a temporary measure. The two entered the vehicle, and Chu Mei'er boldly stepped closer, eavesdropping openly. Both men inside possessed cultivation abilities and could easily sense her presence. Chao Luan's expression darkened immediately. His fists clenched as he prepared to rise, but Shangzai merely smiled, raising a hand to gesture dismissively as he chuckled lightly. She is trustworthy. Since he had been forcefully stripped of his constitution and destiny, Shangzai was experiencing the fullness of possessing spiritual energy for the first time. His comprehension had always been commendable. It was merely a matter of discovering a suitable method for himself. In recent days, he had grasped the fundamentals of a cultivation technique, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the entry level. The sensation was utterly delightful, concealing all emotions. Shangzai's face bore only a detached smile. Chao Bo, did the second uncle send you? Chao Luan's brow furrowed slightly. No. It seemed that you have already made your choice. Shangzai chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Chao Bo, do you know? I have admired and respected you since childhood. Your eloquence and the knowledge you imparted regarding martial arts have always made me regard you as a respected elder. Yet, I never anticipated that we would find ourselves in this situation today. Chao Luan continued to lower his gaze in silence. Shangzai inquired further. Are you truly willing to follow the first or the third uncle? Although your strength is formidable now, among the guest cultivators by their sides, there are those who have reached the 8th and 9th levels of the Golden Core stage, and even a few who have 1 foot in the nascent soul realm. Is there a future for you by their side? At that moment, he understood that Chao Luan had received information from the second uncle about his current situation and had come specifically to eliminate him for glory. After a prolonged silence, Chao Luan finally spoke. Shangyu broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage half a month ago. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shangzai's face instantly froze. In just over 20 years, he had actually cultivated to such a level? Shangyu, or Shangyu, is what belongs to me convenient for you to use. One day, in a few more years, he will surely break through to the nascent soul stage and take over the entire Shang family. This is an inevitable trend. Thus, he had acted in such a manner. Although he had watched Shangzai grow up, what mattered more to him now was the ability to assess the situation. As Shangyu breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the merchants will naturally fall under his dominion, and the 4 factions of the merchants will cease to exist. Today, you are destined to perish. Outside, Chu Mei'er could no longer bear to listen. Witnessing the fortune she had almost grasped slip away was unbearable. In a fit of urgency, she strode forward, lifted the curtain, and seated herself beside Shangzai. It was audacious for someone who had defied destiny to utilize another's possessions while attempting to expel them from their own home. If Shangzai's cultivation were to surpass that of Shangyu, the method of defying fate would undoubtedly be nullified. Upon hearing this, Shangzai's hand trembled slightly around the teacup. Could it truly be possible in his lifetime? Chao Luan found this matter utterly perplexing. How could a mere entry-level cultivator hope to surpass the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Core? It was simply inconceivable, ridiculous, even. Chu Mei'er shot him a fierce glare, patting Shang Ho's shoulder. What you see before you is merely the beginning. He has only been cultivating for 3 days and has already broken through to the 6th stage of entry. Isn't that remarkable? Do not underestimate him. Hearing Chu Mei'er defend him so fiercely warmed Shang Zai's heart. He gazed deeply at her before turning to Chao Lun and saying, Uncle Chao, I have persevered all these years. Now that I have found a benefactor and acquired a cultivation method, if you grant me a little more time. Chao Lun appeared visibly moved, his eyes glinting with intrigue. How long? 10 years. Shang Zai's heart skipped a beat. 10 years. Surely. That was insufficient for him to ascend to the pinnacle of the Golden Core's 9th stage. Was this not sheer folly? However, despite his inner doubts, he appeared remarkably confident on the surface. Chao Bo, grant me 10 years, and I shall undoubtedly meet your expectations. When I ascend to that position in the future, you shall be our merchant's eternal chief guest. It must be said, this promise genuinely stirred Chao Luan's heart. After all, his cultivation was not particularly outstanding among the merchant's guests. Yet, if he could support the capable Shang Zai to rise, it would yield unparalleled honor. Observing Shang Zai's extraordinary demeanor and the fortitude cultivated since childhood, it seemed plausible that he might indeed succeed. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you fail to achieve it in 10 years, I shall personally come to claim your life. With those words, Chao Luan departed with an air of nonchalance. Once he was gone, Shang Zai was left with a furrowed brow. What should he do? 10 years was an insurmountable challenge. However, Chu Mei'er extended her hand. Do you possess any rare treasures? I require some. Without hesitation, Shang Zai produced 2 pieces of Xiantier's spiritual herbs. What do you intend to do with these? Are you refining pills? He noted that ever since entering the secret realm, Chu Mei'er had been fixated on various spiritual herbs, showing little interest in elixirs. A sentiment rarely shared even by alchemists. Mind your own business. Focus on urging the others to hasten their journey and concentrate on your cultivation. All right. The 10-year agreement was merely a temporary measure. According to Shang Zai, there were numerous Golden Core stage experts within the merchant clan. With even Shang Yu having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, she needed to elevate her cultivation as swiftly as possible. She meticulously searched through all the spiritual medicines carried by Shang Zai, collecting every last one, and then laid out the spiritual medicines she had brought from the secret realm, depositing them all into the system. Perhaps by taking a different approach, she might find success. From her last simulation, she had spent an entire day solely on cultivation. Yet after more than 600 years, she had aged significantly without breaking through a single layer. This indicated that the 7 sacred spirit technique was fundamentally inadequate. She decided to simulate a different cultivation method. She devoted all her spare time to training, which likely contributed to her remarkable achievement at such a young age. Reflecting on this, Shang Zai felt a sense of embarrassment as he settled down. The carriage continued to sway along the road, and Chu Mei'er activated the system once again. Life simulation system initiated. This simulation costs 300 credits. Balance, 680. The prices have risen again. This time it increased by 100. The system is becoming increasingly burdensome. Chapter 79. Fusion of Techniques. Failure. Seeking monthly votes. At the age of 10, you escaped from Lingxiao Pavilion, rescuing the young master Shang Zai, and advanced to the 2nd stage of the Golden Core period. On your journey to Dujiang Town, you encountered an ambush by the guest elder Chao Luan of the Shang family. Shang Zai has begun to cultivate using the technique you provided. After a private discussion with Chao Luan, they established a 10-year agreement. Half a month later, you arrive at Dujiang Town and decide to rest for the night. In the evening, you sense unusual movements outside, prompting you to investigate, only to be surrounded by a group of disciples from Lingxiao Pavilion. You effortlessly dealt with these Foundation Establishment disciples and boldly declared that Lingxiao Pavilion should behave itself. A month later, you discovered his lifeless body in the woods near Dujiang Town. Consumed by rage, you resolved to avenge him and infiltrated the residence of the town's lord. Disguising yourself as a male guard in search of clues, you remained hidden in the lord's manor for half a year, yet uncovered nothing of significance. Although it appeared that the lord had some entanglement with the bandit. During this period, you faced 3 assaults from disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion. It was amidst this turmoil that a group of demonic cultivators besieged you. While Elder Chen engaged them, you seized the opportunity to slip away. However, along the way, you were captured by a demonic cultivator. Despite your fierce resistance, you ultimately fell to your demise from a cliff. Upon reading this, Chu Mei'er gasped in shock. Since they had already dealt with Chao Luan, it was likely that he would obstruct the merchants on this side. But who was responsible for the murder of Shang Zai? Was it the bandit leader who had fled? It seemed that this simulation had begun to diverge from the moment that bandit leader escaped. In previous simulations, she had not lingered in Dujiang town, allowing Elder Chun and the demonic cultivators to remain oblivious to her presence. Clearly, this place was not suitable for prolonged stays. As this simulation concluded, you were permitted to retain one of the following. 1. The cultivation level of an 11-year-old. 2. The cultivation skills of an 11-year-old. 3. The memories of an 11-year-old life. After some hesitation, she pondered and ultimately chose the memories of her life. Until her death, she had never unraveled the truth behind Shang Zai's demise. However, he seemed to pass away with his eyes wide open, having endured relentless torment, his body grotesquely disfigured. His eyes and ears were ravaged, and his countenance was a horrifying mask of agony. It was upon witnessing such a tragic demise in the simulator that my resolve to avenge him by locating his murderer was solidified. Yet, in my recollections, the lord of Dujiang town appeared to be quite formidable. He had a son who remained in seclusion, rarely making public appearances, and only at night did guards occasionally hear his anguished cries. Moreover, this lord maintained connections with numerous individuals, as evidenced by the frequent arrival of carrier pigeons at his estate. After glancing at the remaining funds, Chu Mei'er took a deep breath and continued the simulation. Life simulation system initiated. This simulation costs 300 credits. Balance, 380. The leader of the bandits boasted, threatening to have you killed under duress. He revealed his connection to the merchant's second young master. It turned out that this bandit was affiliated with the merchant's second young master, specifically tasked with handling unsavory matters. After coercing him, you killed him. A fortnight later, you arrived at Dujiang town, without delay, proceeding directly to the imperial city. Upon reaching the imperial city, Shang Zai made contact with his associates. 5 years later, you devoted yourself to cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the second stage of the Golden Core period, yet found it increasingly difficult to advance. Disguised as a man, you adopted various identities and, after 2 years, managed to seize a dual spiritual root technique from a young man named Tui Han. In a secluded sanctuary, you endeavor to merge the 7 Holy Spirits technique with another method. At the age of 25, your attempt at this fusion ends in failure, resulting in a tragic self-detonation. How arduous this task proves to be. The origins of the 7 Holy Spirits technique remain shrouded in mystery, as it resists amalgamation with any other techniques, leaving you unable to forsake it for alternative practices. Is it truly the only path to seek out the fragmented scrolls of the 7 Holy Spirits technique for cultivation? Suddenly, an epiphany strikes Chu Mei'er. She recalls the enigmatic demon cultivator who originally bestowed the 7 Holy Spirits technique upon her. Regardless of his motives, he might possess a means to procure additional fragments of the technique. With this thought, she resolves to try once more. This will be her final attempt, and she hopes to uncover the second scroll of the 7 Holy Spirits technique. This time, she chooses to focus on her cultivation. Her spiritual energy surges significantly. The vehicle continues to jolt along the road, while Shang Zai immerses himself in diligent practice. As he channels the technique, his pores open wide, absorbing spiritual energy at an astonishing rate, even creating an invisible vortex of power. Chu Mei'er watches in awe, her eyes alight with the energy she channels. She witnesses the remarkable phenomenon surrounding Shang Zai. The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is breathtaking, forming a swirling vortex as the surrounding energy rushes toward him. His cultivation ascends at a pace visible to the naked eye. With a resounding explosion, he breaks through the threshold of the 7th level of entry. Moreover, this rapid progression shows no signs of abating. If those formidable figures from the sects were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly scramble to claim him. Chu Mei'er felt a twinge of envy. As a mere pawn, her own qualifications remained woefully inadequate. The script in the hands of Shang Zai was undeniably that of a protagonist, handsome, affluent, and endowed with exceptional talent for cultivation. With his current aptitude, within a decade, the possibilities are not entirely out of reach. In truth, there exists a more direct method to unravel the curse of fate, which would be to eliminate Shang Yu directly. Alas, Shang Yu is currently ensconced within the formidable protection of the Shang family, making any resolution a Herculean task. Bang! The threshold of the 8th stage has been breached. Chu Mei'er looked up. Shang Zai was still engrossed in his cultivation, his entire being seemingly merging with the cosmos. She gently closed her eyes and continued to activate the system. Life simulation system activated. This simulation will require 300 credits. Chapter 80. Is the path of demon cultivation feasible? At 10 years old, you have already reached the pinnacle of the second stage of the Golden Core realm. Escaping from Lingxiao Pavilion, you save Shang Zhe along the way. Half a month later, you arrive at Dujiang Town, deciding to rest for the night and urging Shang Zhe to depart swiftly. After Shang Zhe leaves, you stealthily infiltrate the city lord's mansion, where you indeed encounter members of Lingxiao Pavilion. In the latter half of the night, you find yourself surrounded by a group of disciples from Lingxiao Pavilion. You injure the most formidable disciple among them, feigning a desperate escape. 2 days later, Elder Chen arrives in Dujiang Town, accompanied by a contingent of demon cultivators. You sought out the demonic cultivators, informing them of your willingness to accompany them on the condition that they assassinate Elder Chen. The demonic cultivators agreed, and Elder Chen was besieged and killed by 4 of them. You were then taken away by the demonic cultivators. En route, you inquired about the whereabouts of the demonic cultivator who had bestowed upon you the 7 sacred spiritual arts, but none of them seemed to know. They stated their intention to take you to Mount Qiyun, and you obediently followed. Along the way, you were relentlessly pursued by righteous factions, whose powerful members denounced you as a witch. Fighting alongside the demonic cultivators, you quickly earned their trust. As you learn more about them, you realized they were all passionate individuals, and you gradually ceased to be repulsed by them. After a year, you arrived at the foot of Mount Qiyun, only to find it completely surrounded by righteous factions. It turned out that there was a traitor among the demonic cultivators. You were discovered by the cultivators, and you were unceremoniously killed by a Golden Core Stage 8th level expert. The simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following: 1. Cultivation level at age 12. 2. Cultivation skills at age 12. 3. Life memories at age 12. This time, Chu Mei'er chose to retain her life memories. She yearned to know the identity of the demonic cultivator who had given her the 7 sacred spiritual arts. The memories of the past year surged into her mind, revealing a truly remarkable and eventful experience of fighting alongside the demonic cultivators and evading relentless pursuit. After the death of Elder Chen at the hands of the demon cultivators, the Lingxiao Pavilion remained eerily silent. It seemed that the sect leader had chosen to bury the incident. Following this, they encountered no pursuit from the Lingxiao Pavilion. All of this was orchestrated by a mysterious organization known as the Demon Hunters Guild. This guild, shrouded in secrecy, was formed by a powerful cultivator at the god transformation stage, and its members were exceptionally skilled individuals. Its nature bore resemblance to that of mercenaries. If members of other sects discovered traces of demon cultivators or suffered at their hands, they could issue assassination orders to the Demon Hunters Guild, vowing to pursue the targets relentlessly. From a young age, the members were brought to the guild for training, growing up to become merciless assassins, full of righteous indignation against evil. However, from the perspective of Chu Mei'er, a person with modern sensibilities, this place resembled a brainwashing organization. The assassins within possessed no discernment of right and wrong. They were indoctrinated from childhood with the belief that demon cultivators were villains, growing up to harbor an unyielding hatred towards them without distinction. In her view, the demon cultivators with whom she had formed friendships each bore their own stories and were fiercely protective of their own. In contrast, the self-proclaimed righteous Lingxiao Pavilion exhibited the behavior of petty individuals. As Chu Mei'er rummaged through her memories, she recalled that Qiyun Mountain was likely the stronghold of the demon cultivators. The man who had provided her with the cultivation technique must hold a significant position among them. The expressions of the demon cultivators changed when he mentioned his name. Nevertheless, in this simulation, she discerned an alternative path. Perhaps, pursuing the path of demon cultivation might yield unexpected possibilities. Chu Mei'er clenched her teeth in determination. Her current strength remains stagnant, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of insecurity, and she is unable to change her cultivation method. Fortunately, she possesses a simulator. As long as she diligently protects Shang Zhe, she will have an inexhaustible source of wealth at her disposal. A splendid life will inevitably arrive. She finds herself at a loss for words during her own simulation. It took her many years to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, in less than 3 short hours, Shang Zhe has ascended through numerous ranks. Such an absurdity is unheard of. Resolutely, she settles into meditation and commences her cultivation. If Shang Zhe's practice resembles a whirlpool, continuously absorbing spiritual energy, then her dual spiritual roots are akin to a mere vacuum cleaner, utterly incomparable to his prowess. The carriage journeyed for 3 days, during which Shang Zhe cultivated steadily to the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Throughout this process, he encountered no hint of a bottleneck. Everything seemed to flow effortlessly. Chu Mei'er glanced at the sky, estimating that the bandits would likely appear come nightfall. However, how could Shangzai, having only reached the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, defeat the bandit leader in the foundation establishment stage? When Shangzai awakened and met Chu Meier's gaze, he stretched lazily, relishing the abundant spiritual power coursing through him, feeling utterly at ease. How long have I been cultivating? He mused. This time, he had reaped significant rewards. Seemingly surpassing the Qi refinement stage, the experience of cultivation was indeed exhilarating. Chu Mei'er held up 3 fingers, 3 days. You spent 3 days to break through to the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. You are truly a genius of cultivation. Had she possessed the cultivation talent akin to that of Shangzai, perhaps a single simulation through the system would enable her to reach the stages of divine transformation, integration, or even ascend to the exalted realms of great ascension and tribulation. Shangzai cleared his throat and chuckled, contemplating that he must have retained some aspects of his previous constitution. Moreover, throughout these years, he had diligently pursued his cultivation, managing to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, albeit unable to absorb it. His commitment to maintaining physical training had resulted in a notably swift advancement in his cultivation. 20 years of being unable to absorb spiritual energy, yet still persevering in his training and maintaining his sensitivity. His tenacity was truly astonishing. To fall from genius to the depths of despair, rendered a mere shell incapable of cultivation, is a blow that few could withstand. It was thanks to the technique he bestowed upon me that I was afforded the opportunity to cultivate anew. Shangzai patted his chest and declared, Once I reach the imperial city, I will be able to contact my associates. What are your plans thereafter? Chu Mei'er raised an eyebrow and extended her hand, stating, I require medicinal herbs, plenty of them, of the highest quality. Shangzai burst into laughter. Of course. I have some savings. My father left me a considerable inheritance. However, Shangzai was somewhat taken aback that Chu Mei'er did not request elixirs or advanced techniques, but rather sought medicinal herbs. Could it be that she truly was an alchemist? This thought further ignited his desire to form an alliance with her. Chapter 81. Decisive actions in the days to come. You shall become my honored guest. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill, but you must exercise caution. Should others within the merchant community discover our connection, they will undoubtedly send individuals to bring you harm. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow in contemplation. I seek a particular individual. Once we reach the imperial city and have settled in, I would appreciate your assistance in locating them. Of course, who is this person? He inquired. A demon cultivator. She replied, fixing her gaze intently upon Shangzai's countenance, eager to discern his reaction. The mention of a demon cultivator was considered a taboo among all righteous cultivators. Yet, it appeared that Shangzai held no reservations regarding her request. After a moment of reflection, he stated, I can reach out to the Demon Hunters Guild. A few spirit stones will suffice. However, Chu Meier's expression turned grave. I require him to be alive. The Demon Hunters Guild does have relevant services. Once we arrive in the Imperial City, I shall take you there, he assured her. Anxiety clouded Chu Meier's thoughts. She harbored a persistent unease regarding the guild. Alas, with no balance remaining, they could only wait until they reached the Imperial City, where she could procure spirit herbs to recharge her resources. As night fell, their carriage traversed a narrow path, flanked by steep cliffs on one side and mountains on the other. The remaining guards remained vigilant, their spirits heightened. Before long, the ominous sound of stones cascading down the mountainside reached their ears. Stand guard. Prepare for an alert. They observed several ropes descending from the cliff face, and soon, a group of individuals began their descent. The voice of the bandit leader emerged, laced with malice. This time, Shangzai felt a surge of excitement. He flexed his wrists. Feeling prepared, now it was time to test his skills. All right, Chu Mei'er smiled, lifting the curtain. You can go ahead, I'm watching. With that, she leaped onto the roof of the car. It was indeed remarkable how the bandit leader had managed to gather a group of followers in such a short span of days. Now, as a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Chu Mei'er perched high above, surveying them from her vantage point. Though Shangzai's abilities were modest, he possessed a robust physique and commendable martial skills. His fighting techniques, executed with remarkable finesse, were truly impressive. It appeared as if he had rehearsed them countless times. But only now did he unleash their true potential, invigorating his resolve with each confrontation. Suddenly, Chu Mei'er narrowed her eyes, spotting the bandit leader poised to strike. The leader, formidable in strength and seasoned in combat, possessed an uncanny ability to seize the opportune moment to take a life. Observing this, Chu Mei'er let out a cold snort, raising her hand to hurl a stone. Clang! The stone clashed against the blade, producing a piercing sound. This distraction caused the man held captive by the bandit leader to tumble and flee in disarray. The bandit leader turned his gaze towards Chu Mei'er, who, with an icy demeanor, stood up and lightly tapped the car's roof, resembling a graceful wild goose as she lunged towards him. The terrifying surge of her spiritual energy instantly left the bandit leader astounded. How could this be? Such formidable spiritual power. She must have already reached the golden core stage. How could she have progressed so swiftly? Just days ago, during their confrontation, she had merely been a foundation establishment cultivator. In the blink of an eye, she had ascended to the golden core stage. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation is nothing short of extraordinary. Chu Mei'er swiftly hurled a dart, which grazed the cheek of the bandit leader, leaving a crimson streak that flowed incessantly. The bandit leader, attempting to evade, was horrified to discover that under Chu Meier's formidable pressure, he had no room for resistance. This is the might of a golden core cultivator. The bandit leader stood frozen, anxiously observing Chu Mei'er. He could hardly fathom that such a rapidly advancing practitioner existed in the world. In merely a few days, she had ascended to the golden core stage. This time, I concede defeat. Meanwhile, the other bandits, having fought valiantly, noticed their leader displaying signs of fear and hurried to gather behind him. Shang Zhe, with an eager glint in his eyes, flexed his wrists, standing spiritedly beside Chu Mei'er. What a thrilling experience. The bandit leader's expression darkened further upon witnessing Shang Zhe's involvement. Have you also cultivated? Shang Zhe's smile vanished in an instant. Do you know me? Just as Chu Mei'er was about to speak, a sudden impulse surged within her, prompting her to pivot sharply towards the dark crevice of the cliff. Exclaiming light as a swallow, she sprang into action, using the ground to propel herself with the grace of lightning, leaping from stone to stone along the cliff face, swiftly reaching the location of the shadow. However, the figure had long since vanished. Returning empty-handed, Chu Mei'er seized the bandit leader by the neck with a firm grip. The sight of this 200-pound man being effortlessly lifted left onlookers in astonishment. With a stern expression, Chu Mei'er commanded, "Speak. Who sent you here? Who was that person just now?" The bandit leader, terrified, quickly begged for mercy. "I will tell you everything. That person just now was also a guest of the merchant. As for who exactly, I am not certain. At this moment." Chu Mei'er began to understand why the simulator depicted that Shang Zhe could repel this foundational bandit leader. It was likely due to this mysterious figure. A guest? Upon hearing this, Shang Zhe's expression grew complex. Is he here to kill me? Chu Mei'er casually tossed the bandit leader to the ground, crushing his legs beneath her foot. The bandit leader let out a pained scream, the sound of his bones snapping causing the onlookers to pale. The guards glanced at Chu Mei'er. She was merely an 11-year-old girl, delicate and exquisitely beautiful, appearing harmless. Yet, she displayed such decisive ruthlessness and ferocity. "No, that's not it." The bandit leader, now fully cooperative, confessed, "This one is here to stop you. I am a subordinate of the second young master, tasked with handling some unsavory matters for him. This time, I arranged for people to pursue you on the second young master's direct orders." Shang Zhe's face grew increasingly grim. How did he know I was here? The path I took was extremely concealed. No one should have known. Really, so concealed? This is already the second wave. I don't know. I truly don't know. I am merely following orders, and I do not inquire into other matters. Shang Zhe grasped his collar and inquired further about the second young master. The bandit leader recounted all that he knew, albeit his knowledge was rather limited as he was merely responsible for handling the aftermath. These individuals were all adversaries of Shang Zhe, and Chu Mei'er had resolutely entrusted him with the authority to deal with them. After concluding his inquiries, Shang Zhe released the collar and took a few steps back. Chapter 82. Every difficulty is your sharpening stone. His gaze was somber, shrouded by the veil of night. And Chu Mei'er only heard him utter a chilling command: eliminate them all. Chu Mei'er felt a surge of satisfaction. He truly was a person of great ambition. Shang Zhe appeared to be the protagonist of a grand tale, endowed with a formidable constitution and an iron will from birth. In an instant, the air thickened with the scent of blood, and the sounds of agony echoed relentlessly. Shang Zhe plunged his sword through the chest of the bandit leader, discarded the weapon, and turned to grasp Chu Meier's wrist, guiding her toward the carriage. Once inside, They were shielded from the gruesome scent outside, under the dim glow of the lights. Chu Mei'er observed his pallid complexion, his lips devoid of luster. "Thank you for today. You have saved me countless times," she remarked. Zhangze dismissed her gratitude with a wave, asserting, "It is of no consequence, as long as you provide me with rare treasures." The hand that rested beside him clenched tightly, his voice trembling with anger as he declared, "I suspect there may be a traitor among us." In the end, his voice paused momentarily before he continued, "My whereabouts are to be kept absolutely confidential. However, I had not anticipated that someone would still leak this information. I am uncertain who it could be, perhaps my most trusted second uncle, or perhaps a confidant who has watched me grow since childhood. I do understand their motivations." With Shang Yu on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, the clan's rules dictate that once a junior member achieves this milestone, regardless of their status, be it a common-born child or an outsider, they are entitled to inherit the entire family legacy. In the past, they held hopes for me, but now, what can this waste of a person do? Zhangze is indeed pitiable. From a young age, he was deprived of his innate talents through methods that defy the heavens. Subsequently, his grandfather, father, and once close companions all fell victim to the hands of treachery. In the imperial city, he must now rely on the last remnants of connections left by his father and grandfather, seeking to turn the tide in his favor. Yet, he now discovers that even among those he trusted most, there are traitors who betray him. I believe you can accomplish this. The challenges you currently face are merely the sharpening stones provided by the heavens, intended to forge you into a stronger individual. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Mei'er suddenly spoke softly. This was her genuine sentiment. With unparalleled cultivation talent, an exceptional physique, and the singular bloodline of the continent's wealthiest family, all these signs indicate that Zhangze is destined to be a protagonist. If given the opportunity to grow, he will undoubtedly become a dragon among men in the future. Her words caused Zhangze to abruptly lift his gaze, his dark eyes fixated on her with an intensity that revealed a tumult of emotions, deep and turbulent. Chu Mei'er once again pondered in her heart. Could it be that Zhangze is truly the child of destiny? "Thank you." He solemnly uttered these 3 words. The guards disposed of the bodies by casting them into the abyss, clearing the path ahead, and the carriage continued its journey. Half a month later, the caravan finally arrived at Dujiang town, which appeared exactly as she remembered. The towering city walls were patrolled by numerous guards, and the grand entrance stood tall at 4 to 5 meters, exuding a majestic aura. Occasionally, merchant caravans would arrive, queuing outside for inspections. This place served as a modest commercial hub, frequented by traders. Chu Mei'er lifted the curtain and gazed at the large sign above, feeling a heaviness in her heart. Many events were about to unfold here. The outcome of her previous simulation had not been particularly favorable, leaving her uncertain whether to replicate the approach of parting ways with Zhangze to seek out those demonic cultivators. As it stood, she had only 2 adversaries, the Shang family and Ling Xiao Pavilion. Should she follow the demonic cultivators, her foes would multiply to encompass all cultivators. Upon entering Dujiang town, Zhangze suggested they first find an inn to rest for the night before setting off the following day. In just half a month, he had reached the peak of the 9th stage of qi refinement, an astonishingly rapid pace of cultivation. Contemplating the events within the simulator, Chu Mei'er finally said, "Let us procure some provisions. We shall depart tonight. It is unwise to linger here, as staying too long may only invite trouble." Zhangze had long since placed unwavering faith in her words and nodded in agreement. Very well. He turned to instruct the guards to acquire food and supplies for their immediate departure. The guards dispersed, while the coachman inquired, "Young master, where shall we go now?" Zhangze glanced at Chu Mei'er, a smile gracing his lips. "To the tailor's shop," he replied cheerfully. "I shall have some garments made for you." It dawned on Chu Mei'er that since her departure from Lingxiao Pavilion, she had been solely preoccupied with her cultivation, still clad in the disciples' attire of that sect. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she tugged at her garments. "I am sorry for the expense," she mumbled. Zhangze's smile widened. "We are in the mortal realm. Silver will suffice. I have not brought along any spiritual stones, but I carry a fair amount of silver," he added, patting his bulging purse. The bustling marketplace outside was alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Chu Mei'er lifted the curtain slightly to peer outside, observing the people in traditional attire. Traversing the streets and calling out their goods, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. It was her first time experiencing the vibrancy of the mortal world without distraction since arriving here. Why not open the curtain and take a good look? However, noticing her hesitation, Shangzhe pondered whether she was seldom in the mortal realm and reached out to lift the curtain. Sensing his intent, Chu Mei'er quickly pressed it down, casting a concerned glance at her own attire. I am being pursued by my sect. This clothing is not suitable. Understanding dawned on Shangzhe, who chose not to press further. When the carriage came to a halt, he said, I shall go by the clothes. You stay here for a moment. The notion of a man assisting in garment procurement was a novel experience for Chu Mei'er, both in this life and the last. She tugged at her Lingshao Pavilion disciple's robe, sighed softly, and resigned herself to the situation. Within the confines of the sect, she had no intention of procuring garments for herself. Her singular focus lay in the pursuit of cultivation. Restlessly seated in the carriage, she engaged in her practice, only to be startled by the sudden sounds of a heated altercation emanating from within. A woman's shrill voice pierced the air, and in an instant, someone was unceremoniously kicked out. As Chu Mei'er peered intently, she realized that the unfortunate individual was none other than Shangzhe. Following closely behind was a woman of exquisite beauty, adorned in luxurious silks. Her brows furrowed in fury as she glared at Shangzhe with her hands defiantly placed on her hips. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, deftly flipping her palm to reveal a supple whip that had materialized in her grasp. The whip, a vivid crimson, were numerous menacing barbs that promised to tear flesh if it were to strike. The woman was undeniably ruthless. Raising the whip high, she prepared to bring it down with considerable force. Shangzhe clutched his chest, blood staining the corner of his mouth, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Passers-by recoiled in terror, hastily avoiding the scene, while the ladies in the tailor's shop dared not intervene. Chapter 83, The Fiancé. So dramatic it hurts as the whip descended ominously. The woman suddenly felt a flicker before her eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that instilled a profound dread within her. The whip had been seized by another. She glared fiercely at Chu Mei'er, who had audaciously taken her weapon. Who are you? Chu Mei'er assisted Shangzhe to his feet, twirling the whip in her hands. My dear lady, I am curious to know what transgression my lord has committed to warrant such cruelty. Your lord? I am his protector. She gazed in disbelief, scrutinizing Chu Mei'er from head to toe. Despite donning the somewhat faded attire of a sect disciple, Chu Mei'er exuded an extraordinary aura that could not be concealed, her composure and unique presence shining through. Particularly striking was the power she had just demonstrated. The woman furrowed her brow, questioning, Your strength must be at least at the high stages of foundation establishment. Yet you are assigned to guard such a worthless individual. How much is he paying you? We, the Qin family, can offer 3 times that amount. The Qin family? Chu Mei'er had never heard of them. Upon hearing the name, Shangzhe's expression grew somewhat peculiar. The Qin family? What is your relation to Qin Yuya? I am she. Qin Yuya declared with disdain, waving her fist at him. I see now. You must have come here on purpose, even donning women's attire, you scoundrel. Truly revolting. Shangzhe opened his mouth to explain, but Qin Yuya shot him a sharp glare before turning back to Chu Mei'er. Little sister, have you considered this? How much compensation can a worthless individual from a small family provide? The Qin family is a premier family on the continent. Surely, we can offer something more substantial. I must rescue this girl from her predicament. Shangzhe sighed softly, shaking his head with a smile, yet his gaze remained fixed on Qin Yuya. Chu Mei'er fell into contemplation and, after a moment, spoke up. He is offering me 2 earth-tier spiritual herbs. What? Qin Yuya exclaimed in astonishment. To hire you as a guard, he is offering such a hefty price. It's highway robbery. Chu Mei'er blinked, raising 3 fingers and shaking them slightly. You mentioned 3 times. Can you afford it? Qin Yuya's gaze flickered between the 2 individuals before she took a deep breath and declared, Why not? After all, they are merely 6 low-tier spiritual herbs. The Qin family is not lacking in such resources. Just as she perceived that one of her own was about to be whisked away, Shangzhe hurriedly stepped forward, introducing himself. I am Shangzhe. Upon hearing his name, Qin Yuya's expression shifted dramatically. She repeated it in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. It's you. Shangzhe wore a warm smile, affirming her realization. Indeed. Qin Yuya recoiled as though confronted by an apparition, retreating several steps with her eyes round and startled. You're actually capable of cultivating now? 9th stage of qi refinement. What brings you here? She appeared thoroughly alarmed and immediately summoned her maid to hastily depart. The carriage sped away, swirling a cloud of dust in its wake. Chu Mei'er stood in a daze, perplexed by the turn of events. What just happened? Why did Qian flee so suddenly? Shangzhe was equally bewildered, tugging at his clothing and glancing down at his neatly arranged attire, muttering, "I am not a monster, am I?" Curiosity piqued, Chu Mei'er inquired, "Do you know her?" Shangzhe straightened his collar, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Not personally, but we are aware of each other's names. For she is my fiancée." The term fiancée conjured vivid images in Chu Mei'er's mind. This young lady from the Chun family had already attained the 5th stage of foundation establishment at such a tender age, creating an undeniable chasm between them. Their next encounter would undoubtedly be fraught with awkwardness. Should you not pay her a visit? Shangzhe sighed softly and shook his head. "Never mind. I have long been occupied with my own troubles, and despite the numerous wolves and tigers surrounding me, I shall refrain from dragging her into the mire." Yet, I noticed that although Shangzhe bore a troubled expression, his eyes shimmered with tenderness, evoking a sense of admiration within Chu Mei'er. This man possesses a sense of responsibility and accountability, where in modern times, he would undoubtedly be considered a distinguished scion of wealth. Shangzhe had no intention of forging any significant connection with Qian. Instead, he instructed his servants to procure garments for Chu Mei'er, and after their purchase, he joined others at the mouth of the alley. Chu Mei'er soon realized that, amidst the bustling marketplace, numerous gazes had converged upon her. Clearly, the attire she donned had attracted the attention of the individuals from Lingxiao Pavilion. After deliberation, they resolved to depart swiftly. However, the carriage had scarcely traveled far when they were again intercepted. The coachman barked an inquiry, demanding to know who approached. A middle-aged man outside, clad in resplendent attire with a rotund face exuding affluence, bowed deeply before the carriage and inquired, "Is young Master Shang within? Our young master wishes for me to ensure your comfort." Upon hearing this, Shangzhe furrowed his brow slightly, responding, "No need, we do not intend to stay here." The smile on the middle-aged man's face remained unwavering. "Our young master desires an audience with you. You should have met our young lady today, perhaps. This could be an opportunity to discuss a matrimonial union." Matrimonial union? Shangzhe felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced, "Very well." The middle-aged man's smile deepened as he promptly directed the coachman on the way. Shangzhe felt a sense of helplessness. "I am betrothed to Qian. Since we have the opportunity to meet this time, let us formally annul the engagement, for I truly do not wish to implicate her." Chu Mei'er nodded in agreement. Following her brief encounter with Qian, she held a favorable impression of her. Qian wished to rescue her from peril, believing that Shangzhe was unworthy of her protection. What an intriguing young woman. The middle-aged man was the steward of the Qin family. Coincidentally, while the young master and miss of the Qin family were conducting business in the area, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Shangzhe. This inn boasts the finest accommodations in the locality, adorned with exquisite decor, and the steward personally arranged for them to stay in a superior guest room. Chu Mei'er surveyed the elegant chamber and casually tossed her bundle onto the table. Shortly thereafter, a knock came at the door. "Miss, the water for your wash and bath has been prepared." Originally, a practitioner of her level harbored no impurities within and had no need for bathing. However, indulging in a hot bath was still quite pleasurable. She called for them to enter, and several attendants carried in a bathtub filled with warm water. Chu Mei'er luxuriated in the soothing bath, changed out of her white robe, and gazed at her radiant reflection in the mirror, feeling utterly satisfied. In her previous life, her appearance was merely ordinary, but after her rebirth, as her powers continually ascended, her skin became increasingly delicate and smooth, devoid of pores. Her face, subtly enhanced by spiritual energy, grew ever more exquisite and beautiful, with a complexion as flawless as jade, luminous and tender to the touch. Chapter 84, Coward. The arrangements for these matters were orchestrated by Qian's brother, Chen Xian. Chen Huan extended an invitation to Shangzhe and others to visit his residence the following day to discuss the matter of the marriage contract. As Chu Mei'er changed into her night attire and prepared to retire for the evening, she suddenly sensed an unusual commotion outside. She abruptly sat upright and turned her gaze towards the window. Despite the enveloping darkness, she could perceive numerous prying eyes lurking in the shadows. Have they arrived so soon? The simulator had warned her that the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion would seek her trouble under the cover of night. Given her ostentatious appearance today, it was likely these individuals had grown impatient in their wait. Rising from her resting place, Chu Mei'er moved towards the window, poised to leap outside, when her actions suddenly halted. A frown crossed her brow as she sent a discreet message to Shang Zhe in the adjoining room, urging him to remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. Should danger arise, he was to leave her a signal. Although they had already dispatched the bandit leader, a sense of unease still lingered within her. Upon receiving Shang Zhe's confirmation, Chu Mei'er gracefully leaped from the window. With a nimble grace, her toes barely grazed the rooftops as she bounded from one house to another. Soon, she had exited the town and found herself at the edge of a forest, where she turned to await the arrival of others in silence. 15 disciples from Lingxiao Pavilion surrounded Chu Mei'er, encircling her completely. Her icy gaze swept across the group, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. So, it is my fellow disciples from Lingxiao Pavilion. What brings you here today? What business do you have? One particularly sinister-looking disciple stepped forward, brandishing his sword and pointing it menacingly at Chu Mei'er. A smirk graced her lips, her dark eyes deep and unfathomable. The grotesque expressions of these individuals filled her with disgust. They are clearly here for the rewards promised by Elder Chun. Yet now they shamelessly proclaim their intentions to serve the sect. Chu Mei'er's words fell upon deaf ears. You are merely a waste with multiple spirit roots. Yet you dare to refuse the offer of becoming the direct disciple of the master. It seems that from that moment on, your intentions toward the sect were never pure. Brothers, advance. Chu Mei'er rolled her neck, her voice light as a feather, yet it carried an ominous weight. Now, the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion are all hunting me down. Hunt you? Do you think you are worthy? We merely stumbled upon your trail while on a mission. Chu Mei'er exhaled a breath of frustration. And when she lifted her gaze again, her eyes, as dark as ink, seemed to transform into swirling tempests, profound and bottomless, capable of devouring one's very soul. I have already granted you an opportunity. It is you who have failed to cherish it. She flipped her palm, and a sharp blade materialized in her grasp. With measured steps, she approached, her obsidian gaze fixed firmly on the leading man. Her presence intensified with each stride, the formidable fluctuations of her spiritual power distorting the air around her. So powerful, such an overwhelming force. The disciples at the foundation and chi refining stages found it difficult to breathe under the pressure. Only the leading man, the strongest among them, had reached the 6th stage of foundation establishment. Even so, he struggled to maintain his composure, his grip on the long sword trembling. You, what level of cultivation are you at? How can this be? Wasn't Chu Mei'er at the chi refining stage when she left the sect? He believed that mobilizing so many people to deal with her was a sheer waste of time. Little did he anticipate that merely a hint of her presence would instill within him a notion of submission. She was at least at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. No, that couldn't be right. She was even stronger. Could it be? The golden core stage? How could that be possible? Given her age, she was merely at the chi refinement stage when she departed from the sect. How could an ordinary person achieve such a breakthrough from chi refinement to golden core in such a short span of time? Perhaps she had encountered a powerful figure who imparted skills to her, or stumbled upon some other fortuitous opportunity. Engrossed in such thoughts, the man had completely forgotten whom he was truly facing. He was blinded by greed, his desire to capture Chu Mei'er and extract from her the nature of that opportunity, intending to appropriate it for himself. Disgusted by the avarice reflected in the man's eyes, Chu Mei'er wore an expression of disdain. With a swift motion, she ended his life. The man had yet to register what was happening when he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Slowly, he lowered his head, only to find himself severed from his own body. Chu Mei'er then turned her gaze towards the others. You, who else dares to lay a hand on me? As she advanced a step forward, the remaining 14 retreated in unison, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Truly, cowards. As she pondered whether to leave none alive, a sudden jolt of her heart brought forth an ominous premonition. Was something amiss with Shang Zhe? Her brow furrowed, and with a swift motion, she seized the collar of a man standing nearby. Today, what you have witnessed here, I implore you, do not disclose to anyone. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is most dreadful. This time, she resolved to transform passivity into initiative. If possible, she intended to seek out the Lingxiao Pavilion personally. Moreover, the demonic cultivators, the disciples were already paralyzed with shock. Their most formidable senior brother had been effortlessly slain by Chu Mei'er with a single sword strike, and shockingly, he had not even had the opportunity to retaliate. Chu Mei'er could easily eliminate them if she wished. They hastily nodded, assuring her, we promise not to speak. Certainly not. Chu Mei'er snorted coldly, her icy gaze sweeping across the group, imprinting their faces indelibly in her memory. Should even one of you divulge this information, you shall all meet your demise. With that ominous statement, a gust of wind swept by, and Chu Mei'er's figure vanished in an instant. Once she departed, the crowd finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Did you notice? Her strength has surged immensely. I had presumed she only possessed the cultivation of the Qi refining stage, yet she was able to dispatch our senior brother with a single blow. She must have reached at least the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. Remarkable. How did she achieve this? Perhaps it is best we refrain from informing the sect. Today, I witnessed her in the streets, clearly aligned with the young master of the merchant family. The group deliberated, and suddenly, one individual had a brilliant idea. What if we don't inform the sect, but instead, share it with the merchant family? That disciple chuckled sinisterly, his expression dark, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Chapter 85. My demands are not high. Just provide the spirit herbs. I am aware that the young master of the merchant family holds a rather insignificant position within his clan. Many would desire his life. We can employ a proxy to eliminate our adversaries. The crowd exchanged glances, a knowing smile spreading across their faces, as if a scheme had taken root. A group of scoundrels. Suddenly, a voice of censure echoed from above. After encountering her numerous times in the simulator, she should have made some progress by now. Help! They fled in terror, scattering in all directions. Without an ounce of mercy, Chu Mei'er swiftly dispatched them all. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Chu Mei'er cast a cold glance at the pile of corpses, utterly unfeeling, before turning to leave. Since they intended to strike decisively, she felt no obligation to show them mercy. She hurried back to her residence, only to find that Zhang was indeed nowhere to be seen. There were no signs of a struggle in the room, save for a shattered teacup on the table, with tea stains sprawled across the floor. Her instincts heightened. She approached the table for a closer inspection. Indeed, there was a single character inscribed in the tea stains, which, had she arrived even a moment later, would have dried completely, erasing the last clue. Just one word: dust. Is it related to the Qin family? Chu Mei'er abruptly rose and strode outside. Could it be that Chun Yuya discovered her fiancé was nothing but a waste, prompting her to send someone to eliminate him? The girl did not seem the type to be so ruthless. Regardless, she resolved to visit the Chun family to ascertain the situation. Yet, why did this entire process feel so familiar? Back then, she believed the issue lay with the robber who had escaped. Upon reflection, it all stemmed from their decision to linger in this Jiangdu town for an additional night. It was indeed because of that single night. The individuals associated with Lingxiao Pavilion are not merely engaging in feigned tactics. Rather, they have stumbled upon this situation by mere chance. She dared not linger, promptly inquiring about the residents of the Chun family as she made her way there. Upon learning that they had taken up lodging in the city lord's mansion shortly after their arrival, she scaled the high walls to gaze down, momentarily entranced. Before her stood an opulent estate, nestled against the mountains and beside the waters, replete with numerous chambers and elegant pavilions, akin to that of a local sovereign. She couldn't help but ponder the origins of this city lord. Not only did he maintain connections with numerous formidable forces, but he also had the capacity to host members of the Qin family. Silently, Chu Mei'er infiltrated the premises and seized a night watchman. Inquiring about the specific quarters of the Qin family, she learned that they were located in the southeastern guest wing. With her golden core stage cultivation, she adeptly concealed her presence. Strangely, she could sense no trace of Zhang in this vicinity. Instead, she discovered the residence of Chen Yuya, who was currently in her chamber, engrossed in her cultivation, focusing on her breathing and energy absorption. Quietly, Chu Mei'er slipped into her room. The decor of Chen Yuya's chamber was exquisite, featuring an expensive pearwood table, and even the tea sets were crafted from fine porcelain. From her conversations with Zhang, she understood that if the Shang family were the wealthiest on the continent, then the Chun family would undoubtedly rank as the second richest. However, the aspirations of these two families diverged. One sought wealth, while the other sought power. She lifted the curtain and watched in silence as Chen Yuya practiced her cultivation. It appeared she possessed an exceptional single spiritual root. Although her cultivation speed may not match that of Zhang, it was still remarkably swift. At merely 18 years of age, she had already reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment, truly a prodigy. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Yuya finally completed a full cycle of breathing and energy absorption. Unexpectedly, upon opening her eyes, she was immediately horrified to discover an unfamiliar figure within her chamber. Who is there? She exclaimed. When did you enter? How could I have been unaware? It is I, Chu Mei'er replied, stepping forward with measured grace. The dim lamplight cast subtle shadows upon her exquisitely refined features, now fully revealed to Chen Yuya. Chen Yuya's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you? Chu Mei'er rested a hand upon the hilt of her sword, her obsidian eyes radiating an infinite coldness. Where is Shangzhe? She inquired. Chen Yuya felt an immediate and precipitous drop in the room's temperature, as if the very air had begun to solidify. She realized that Chu Mei'er possessed formidable strength, capable of entering her private quarters undetected, even while she was in a meditative state. Her power surpassed Chen Yuya's own by a considerable margin. Indeed, it was conceivable that Chu Mei'er, despite her youth, had already attained the golden core stage. The mere thought caused Chen Yuya's heart to constrict sharply. What extraordinary talent she possessed. I do not know, Chen Yuya responded. Are you not together? He has been taken by your Chen family, Chu Mei'er stated icily, her aura intensifying, causing Chen Yuya to experience shortness of breath. Chen Yuya frowned, considering the possibilities. Could it be my elder brother? But that seems unlikely. I will inquire. She turned to draw the curtain, glancing back at Chu Mei'er. I need to change my attire. Chu Mei'er receded a few steps, allowing her to draw the curtain. Be quick about it. As Chen Yuya changed her garments, her voice, somewhat muffled, drifted from behind the curtain. What is the nature of your relationship with him? Why are you so concerned about him? Do you know his true identity? The melodious laughter of Chen Yuya echoed. Have you already learned of our engagement? Although he is currently able to cultivate, I find myself somewhat inclined to marry him. However, I hold you in high regard. If you wish to pursue him, I shall not contest. Chu Mei'er was calculating the passage of time in her mind, urging with a hint of impatience. My only concern is when I will receive my remuneration. If you wish to marry, then do so swiftly. She was fixated on the modest fortune of Shangzhe. Otherwise, she would have long since fled, avoiding this murky affair. Chen Yuya had changed into a sleek black outfit and handed a piece of black cloth to Chu Mei'er. However, what I mentioned previously still stands. I will offer 3 times the price, 6 earth-grade spirit herbs, which I can provide you with immediately. As she spoke, she tapped the Qiankuan bracelet on her wrist, exuding an air of pride in her wealth. Chu Mei'er's eyes brightened suddenly, only to shake her head repeatedly. Shangzhe possesses a map to his secret realm that can grant me access. He claims that the spirit herbs within are free for the taking. She remained focused on sustainable development. However, as she continued, her tone shifted. Miss Chen, should you have someone you wish to eliminate, you may hire me. For 2 earth-grade spirit herbs, I can assist you in eliminating an enemy of the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm or below. The price is fair and honest. Chen Yuya gently caressed the Qiankuan bracelet, deep in thought. There indeed was someone, but that person is not here. They are in the Imperial City. Chu Mei'er, not one to be shy, extended her hand. You may prepay with 1 earth-grade spirit herb. Chapter 86. The Chen siblings. Chen Yuya's eyes widened as she slapped her palm. How naive. Had she ever encountered someone so greedy? Off you go. Chu Mei'er felt a tinge of regret. Chen Yuya instructed her to cover her face with a black cloth, to conceal herself in the shadows and eavesdrop. As they traversed the lengthy pavilion, Chen Yuya halted before a door and knocked softly. A man's voice echoed from within. Enter. Chu Mei'er sought the most advantageous position, where she could both overhear their conversation and observe the unfolding scene inside. The moment Chen Yuya stepped into the room, she promptly shut the door behind her. Brother, where have you just been? Nothing much. Chen Xian turned to pour 2 cups of tea, but upon noticing Chen Yuya clad in a fitted outfit, he raised an eyebrow. What are you up to? Brother. Chen Yuya shot him a reproachful glance, then lowered her voice. Did you capture Shangzhe? Chen Xian calmly sipped his tea. Brother, why would you do such a thing? I met him today. He came here not for me, but merely by chance. As for our engagement, if you disapprove, we could simply annul it without resorting to detaining him. Chen Yuya furrowed her brows, gently persuading him. Chen Xian, however, remained composed, finishing his tea before countering her question. Who informed you of this matter? Chen Yuya's words caught in her throat. She had intended to invite him for a discussion but discovered he was absent from the room. And his guards were in a frenzy, claiming he had vanished. Brother, could you please let him go? Let's consider this matter as if it never occurred, shall we? Chen Xian sighed. It was not I who captured him. You are deceiving me again. Chen Yuya adjusted her collar and turned to leave. Regardless, even without you, I can still find him. Seeing this, Chen Xian quickly stepped forward to obstruct her path. I truly did not capture him. It was those individuals. Lowering his voice, he added, "The Qiao family." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuya's expression shifted slightly. The ensuing conversation between the siblings was conducted in hushed tones. Their whispers intended to evade detection. Chu Mei'er, although a formidable golden core cultivator, refrained from prying, recognizing that the siblings' abilities were around the foundation establishment stage. Thus, it would not be overly challenging for her to eavesdrop. However, she deemed it unnecessary. Before long, Chen Yuya emerged, her face a stormy shade of pale. Just around the corner, Chu Mei'er intercepted her. "What troubles you?" "This matter is rather intricate," Chen Yuya sighed, her tone grave. It was the Qiao family who instigated this. They had a business venture that required maritime transport, passing through a merchant's port. Recently, a band of robbers appeared near that port, and the Qiao family sought assistance from the merchants, only to be turned away. Coincidentally, the control of this port lies with Uncle Shangza. Now, Shangza has arrived here, and someone relayed this information to the Qiao family, leading to the current predicament. However, at this juncture, Chen Yuya genuinely felt a headache coming on. My brother also intended to capture him, but he acted before the Qiao family could. The Qiao family and our Chen family stand as the most formidable rivals. My brother has resolved to depart from this place tomorrow, disregarding the matter at hand. Previously, during the lifetime of the venerable merchant patriarch, a fruitful collaboration existed between the merchants and the Chen family. However, following the multitude of troubles that beset the merchants, the business ties between the two households gradually frayed. Presently, the Qiao family has captured Shangze in an attempt to ingratiate themselves with the merchants. They would be wise to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern them and to concentrate on their own enterprises. Should they take it upon themselves to rescue him, they would inevitably provoke the ire of both families, leading to even greater complications. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow, inquiring whether she knew where he had been taken. Chen Yuya shook her head, lamenting the unforeseen complexity of the situation. The system's balance had also been depleted. Suddenly, Chen Yuya lifted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Miss, could you assist me in eliminating someone? The young master of the Qiao family, Qiao Wei, is here. Help me dispose of him, and I shall offer you 6 spirit herbs of earthly rank." Such an opportunity was indeed serendipitous. Chu Mei'er replied, "Very well. Provide me with the address and a deposit." Chen Yuya, ever efficient, promptly retrieved 3 earthly rank spirit herbs from her spatial bracelet and handed them to her. "I am unaware of his current whereabouts, but I have several suspicions. I can guide you there, but I hope this matter remains unknown to my brother." Agreed. Chu Mei'er accepted the earthly rank spirit herbs and directly credited them to the system. All 3 herbs were of exceptional quality, imbued with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, at least of the peak mid-tier of earthly rank. Balance, 780. To her astonishment, the balance surged to 780. Chu Mei'er was elated, realizing the superior quality of these 3 earthly rank spirit herbs. Uncertain of what the future holds, one wonders how much one could invest should they acquire the celestial grade spirit herb. This herb is at the pinnacle of the intermediate earth grade, on the verge of ascending to the advanced earth grade. The remaining 3 are all advanced earth grade spirit herbs. Should I succeed in eliminating Qiao Wei, I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly. Chen Yuya is astute. Engaging someone to covertly assassinate Qiao Wei is the most straightforward and direct approach. The Qiao family is well aware that he intends to confront Shangze. Once he meets his demise, all suspicion will naturally fall upon Shangze. Shangze, after all, represents the Shang family. Qiao Wei is the eldest son of the Qiao family and the most formidable contender for its future inheritance. Should he perish, even if the Qiao and Shang families do not become outright foes, a rift will undoubtedly emerge. Let us proceed at once. The two donned their night attire and departed silently. Along the way, Chu Mei'er seized the opportunity to initiate the next simulation. Life simulation system activated. This simulation consumes 300 credits. Balance, 480. At the age of 10, you departed from Lingshao Pavilion and, while en route to Dujiang Town, you rescued Shangze. Ultimately, you located Qiao Wei in a brothel, whereupon you wasted no time in killing him and seized a servant to inquire about Shangze's whereabouts. The servant informed you that only Qiao Wei possessed that knowledge. You and Chen Yuya searched throughout the night, yet found nothing. The following day, Chen Yuya prepared to leave and extended an invitation for you to join her, which you declined. A month later, you encountered the corpse of Shangze. You resolved to journey to the imperial city. On the road, You were relentlessly pursued by a formidable adversary at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm. Despite your desperate resistance, you ultimately succumbed and fell into the clutches of this powerful foe. The strong man brought you to a dungeon, where you encountered the servant Yao Qian once more, revealing that he, too, was a person of significance. Enduring severe torment within the confines of the dungeon, Yao Qian informed you that Chu Mei'er was willing to ransom you. Half a month later, you were taken to a secluded villa in the imperial city, where you met Chu Mei'er. She offered her apologies and expressed her willingness to marry Yao Qian in exchange for your release. At that moment, Chu Mei'er forcefully stormed in, rescuing Chu Mei'er. And before fleeing, Yao Qian executed you without hesitation. Chapter 87. A new account of enmity. Who could have anticipated that Chu Mei'er would prove to be so reliable? She is indeed a person worthy of trust. This time, she decisively chose to recall her life memories. In the simulator, the visage of Qiao Wei and Qiao Cheng remained vividly etched in her mind, alongside that formidable adversary at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm. The Qiao family? How splendid! Now her ledger of hatred has expanded to include yet another clan. The Golden Core stage is somewhat lacking in strength. She merely hopes to swiftly locate the remaining scrolls of the 7 sacred spirit arts. Chu Mei'er led her southwest, venturing into increasingly remote territory. Chu Mei'er grasped her arm, halting in her tracks, and glanced around. She pointed towards the northeast and inquired, "Isn't this Qiao Wei at the Foundation Establishment stage?" I sensed the presence of a Foundation Establishment cultivator in that direction. Chen Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can detect that from such a distance? Are Golden Core cultivators truly this formidable?" Chu Mei'er cleared her throat, signaling it was time to proceed. Of course, the distance was beyond the perception of mere Golden Core cultivators. However, she would not openly express such a notion. A quarter of an hour later, the duo arrived at the brothel. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and filled with lewd sounds and vulgarity. They exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of disdain. In the capital, Qiao Wei was a frequent visitor to such establishments. He might indeed be present this time, likely ensconced in the finest private room. Chu Mei'er led her upward, reaching the top floor and standing before the most opulent suite's window. Faintly, they could hear the drunken banter of men and the melodious laughter of women within. As she cracked the window open, an overwhelming scent of liquor mixed with the fragrance of cosmetics assaulted her senses, prompting Chu Mei'er to instinctively cover her nose. Inside, men and women were entangled in a chaotic embrace, drinking and flirting, a sight too indecorous to behold. Chu Mei'er rubbed her nose and lowered her voice, indicating the slimmest man in the room was Qiao Wei. "He knows me. I cannot enter, so I must rely on you." At this moment, a direct strike would provide the optimal opportunity. Chu Mei'er nodded and forcefully kicked the window open, leaping inside. The inebriated revelers were startled by the shattering glass, erupting into screams as they scattered in fright. Qiao Wei, sensing the commotion, clumsily scrambled to his feet, his intoxicated state evident. Chu Mei'er blocked his path. "Are you Qiao Wei?" Qiao Wei was somewhat handsome, yet his prolonged indulgence in carnal pleasures had left his complexion an unhealthy shade of ashen gray, and his eyes were devoid of life, resembling those of a walking corpse. "Who are you?" he inquired, bewildered. "The one who intends to kill you." With a single hand, Chu Mei'er lifted Qiao Wei effortlessly. "Where is Shangzhe?" At this, Qiao Wei's expression changed slightly. "Are you from the Shang family?" Chu Meier's face was obscured by a cloth, and Qiao Wei, still inebriated, could only perceive the woman clad in black before him as a blurred silhouette, rendering her features indistinguishable. He strained to widen his eyes, but it proved futile. You were the first to dare threaten me in such a manner." Qiao Wei scoffed coldly, flipping his palm to reveal a sharp blade that he flung from his sleeve. Chu Mei'er evaded it with ease, delivering a resounding slap across his face. This strike effectively dissipated the majority of the alcohol-induced haze surrounding Qiao Wei. The women he had been previously entangled with had long since screamed and fled, leaving only the two of them in the room thick with tension. It was then that Qiao Wei realized the gravity of the individual he had provoked, and his expression darkened. "Do you know my status? How dare you lay hands on me? The Qin family will never let you off. I shall ask you once more, where's Shangzhe?" Qiao Wei, inherently proud, felt restrained yet remained defiant, raising his hand to strike at Chu Mei'er. She merely scoffed, her spiritual energy surging around her, and a mere exhalation from her caused Qiao Wei to falter. Trembling, he gazed in astonishment at the slender woman before him. She is actually at the Golden Core stage. In his mind, he replayed the events of his life, utterly perplexed about when he had offended a young lady of such remarkable prowess. Suddenly, at that moment, the door swung open, revealing a young man dressed as a bookkeeper, who stood frozen in place, observing the scene. Is this Yao Qian? At last, we meet. Chu Mei'er raised her hand and unleashed a powerful force that struck Yao Qian squarely in the chest. Yao Qian appeared dazed and bewildered. Devoid of any cultivation, his youthful visage suggesting he was merely around 15 years of age, exuding an air of innocence. It was precisely this reason that had spared his life within the simulator. Stop. Upon witnessing Yao Qian's injury, Xiao Wei's eyes widened in fury. The effects of alcohol dissipating entirely, he lunged at Chu Mei'er in a frenzied rage, wishing nothing more than to tear her apart. Naturally, with a mere flick of her wrist, Chu Mei'er effortlessly brought him down to the ground. With her fingers slightly curled into claws, a force emanated from her palm, drawing Xiao Qian closer as she grasped his collar. At this sight, Xiao Wei stood transfixed. Don't harm him. He is just a child and possesses no cultivation. Indeed, he lacked cultivation, yet his intellect was unparalleled. Given time, he could rally a cadre of formidable warriors to seek vengeance against her, posing an endless threat. Brother? At last, the severely injured Xiao Qian groggily opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat vacant. Xiao Wei, filled with urgency, implored, if you spare his life, I will grant you any request. I know where Shangze has been taken. I will lead you to him if you spare him. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow, contemplating before casually tossing Xiao Qian aside. Let us depart. She then produced ropes and bound both Xiao Qian and Xiao Wei tightly. Xiao Qian coughed up blood, leaning against Xiao Wei as he gasped for breath. Concerned, Xiao Wei asked, Xiao Qian, are you all right? How is your injury? After a moment, Xiao Qian weakly replied, I'm fine. Alas, it is my brother who has implicated you. Hearing their mutual concern, Chu Mei'er raised an eyebrow. It was no wonder that in the simulator, Xiao Qian had ordered her capture and torment for so long. It seemed he shared a close bond with Xiao Wei. This time, she refrained from directly killing Xiao Wei, as the situation still held some potential for change. Binding the two with ropes, she leaped from the window and glanced at the concealed Chen Yujia, signaling her with a gesture. Understanding the predicament of Xiao Wei and Xiao Qian, Chen Yujia nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Mei'er likely sought to extract information about Shangze from Xiao Wei. In the dead of night, the three walked along the desolate street. Xiao Qian, gravely injured, could only manage a few steps before panting heavily. He stifled his discomfort and gasped, Clearly, it was your family, the Shangs, who wanted us to take action against Shangze. Why the sudden change of heart? Chu Mei'er remained silent. Miss, you are not truly one of the Shangs, are you? This statement directly revealed Chu Mei'er's origins. With your level of skill, why would you align yourself with Shangze? Chapter 88. Everyone wishes to win her over currently. The young master of the Shang family has reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm. It won't be long before he breaks through to the nascent soul stage and becomes the next head of the Shang family. As for you, being associated with Shangze, your fate will not be a favorable one. Xiao Qian was indeed astute. With a little analysis, he discerned that Chu Mei'er was, in fact, someone close to Shangze. Xiao Qian spoke again. This time, if you are willing to spare us brothers, we shall become friends, and we can collaborate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei promptly echoed, Indeed. What reward has Shangze promised you for choosing to stand by his side? We are prepared to offer you tenfold the price. As a distinguished Golden Core cultivator, your descent into the mortal realm surely cannot be for mere wealth. If you are willing to let us go this time, you may select from spiritual stones, elixirs, martial arts techniques, or rare treasures from the earth. All shall be yours for the taking. I, Xiao Wei, the eldest son of the Qiao family, can grant you whatever you desire. At last, Chu Mei'er paused in her steps. She turned her gaze towards Xiao Qian, inquiring, What are you able to offer? Unexpectedly, it was Xiao Qian who spoke up, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. How astute. The world knows that Xiao Wei is the eldest son of the Qiao family, gifted beyond measure, and the most promising contender for the position of heir. Yet, few realize that Xiao Wei's remarkable cultivation and wisdom stem from the influence of one by his side. In truth, he is the one who wields true power. In their brief interactions, this female assassin has managed to perceive such nuances. How perceptive. To be honest, Chu Mei'er was oblivious. In the simulator, Xiao Qian had summoned a formidable peak Golden Core cultivator to confront her. Commanding such a powerful figure indicates he is no ordinary individual. Witnessing a glimmer of hope, Qiao Wei eagerly nodded. You are indeed a golden core powerhouse. Wherever you go, various factions will vie for your attention. If you truly wish to ally yourself with the Qiao family, we shall ensure you are amply rewarded. Thus, trailing far behind, Chen Yujia felt a twinge of anxiety. She was keen to cultivate a connection with Chu Mei'er, especially given her impressive cultivation level. Although the guest cultivators from their prominent families were formidable, the Chen family had even hosted those at the nascent soul stage. However, the fact that Chu Mei'er, at such a tender age, had already attained the golden core stage hinted at her immense potential for the future. Chen Yujia had a premonition that Chu Mei'er might one day reach the legendary heights of cultivation. The divide between the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation is not as vast as it appears. The latter simply possesses a more abundant supply of spiritual energy. Some practitioners choose to enter the mortal world to refine their hearts and stabilize their resolve. Others, solitary wanderers, embark on arduous journeys, progressing at a glacial pace. Consequently, many opt to join large families as guest cultivators, where they are provided with the necessary resources for their cultivation, including rare herbs, martial techniques, elixirs, and treasures. While they assist these families in resolving various troubles, Chu Mei'er, despite her youth, was already at the golden core stage, and astonishingly, she was willing to stand by Shang Zai's side as his protector. Chen Yujia was convinced that she must also hail from a background devoid of powerful family ties. A gifted and unrestrained wandering cultivator. If only she could win her over. Yet now, she could only watch helplessly as the Qiao family harbored similar intentions. Unable to take rash action. How infuriating. That scoundrel Qiao Wei dared to snatch away her ally. Qiao Qing spoke. What is it that you desire? Spiritual herbs. The higher the grade, the better. Our Qiao family is indeed a prestigious lineage, and as for spiritual herbs, we can provide as many as you wish. 30 stalks of high-grade, earth-level spiritual herbs. Chu Mei'er uttered these words lightly. For a moment, Qiao Wei and Qiao Cheng fell silent. 30 stalks, high-grade, earth-level. This was simply an outrageous demand. Could an ordinary person even conceive of such a condition? Do you realize what this entails? After a long pause, Qiao Wei finally stammered, if you can't afford it, don't boast. Chu Mei'er cast a disdainful glance at them. Behind her, Chen Yujia let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, she still had a chance. 30 stalks of high-grade, earth-level spiritual herbs? She truly could not present such a sum. Along the way, while Qiao Wei guided Chu Mei'er, he discreetly discussed with Xiao Chang whether they should meet this price. Although they were deliberating together, it was evident that Qiao Wei primarily adhered to Xiao Chang's perspective. Xiao Cheng remarked, this girl appears quite young. Reaching the golden core stage at such an age suggests remarkable talent. Perhaps, given some time, she could break through to the nascent soul stage, at which point our Qiao family would gain another powerful guest elder. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Qiao Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, she surpasses those in our family who have been unable to break through for decades. In this era, cultivators are all proud and ambitious. Had it not been for their prolonged stagnation, they would never choose to submit to their family as elite bodyguards. Those who remain within the family either owe a debt of gratitude from their youth or are unable to advance and seek assistance. Yet, Chu Mei'er, so young, could surely find a place to diligently cultivate. With such talent, a breakthrough is inevitable. Opportunities must not be missed. Indeed, Chu Mei'er listened intently to the conversation between the two. However, she now reopened the system. System activate. During the last simulation, Chen Yujia had even been willing to marry Qiao Cheng for her sake. This noble spirit truly moved her. Despite the competitive relationship between the Chun family and the Qiao family, even if the Qiao family were genuinely willing to offer 30 high-grade earth-level herbs, she remained unmoved. Yet, listening to their words, she pondered that perhaps she could leverage these two individuals to extract some benefits from the Qiao family. With a balance in the system, she could act with greater confidence. Life simulation system activated. This simulation costs 300 currency, balance 180. It was astonishing that 3 mid-grade earth-level spirit herbs could only allow her to simulate twice. She truly needed a substantial quantity of spirit herbs. You found Qiao Wei in a brothel, inquiring about the whereabouts of Shang Zai. He offered to take you there, prompting you to bind both Qiao Wei and Xiao Cheng together, bringing them along to search for Shang Zai. Qiao Wei and Xiao Cheng proposed to buy you off with 30 earth-level spirit herbs, which you accepted. After rescuing Shang Zai, you collected 5 earth-level spirit herbs as a deposit. To express your apologies, you returned 3 to Chen Yujia, who was disappointed and refused to accept them, stating they were a gift for you. The following day, the Chen family departed for the imperial city. 5 days later, Shangzhe awakened, and you bid him farewell. Though Shangzhe was severely injured, he accepted it nonetheless. Chapter 89. The True Identity of Yao Qian. The next day, Shangzhe left for the imperial city. You followed closely behind Qiao Wei, serving as his protector. Qiao Wei spent 2 months in Chunlu amidst the blossoms and the moonlight in Duhang town. 2 months later, Elder Chen, accompanied by members of Lingxiao Pavilion, sought you out in Chunlu. Qiao Wei and Xiao Qing intervened on your behalf and engaged in a private conversation with Elder Chen that lasted throughout the night. The following morning, Xiao Qing assured you of his protection and raised a toast in your honor. After partaking in the drink, Xiao Qing succumbed to the effects of a sedative hidden within the wine. Unbeknownst to him, you had anticipated this and had substituted the drink in advance. Realizing that the Qiao family intended to forsake you, in a fit of rage, you took the lives of Xiao Qing and Xiao Wei before fleeing Duhang town. A few days later, you ventured to the imperial city, discreetly eliminating several assassins targeting Shangzhe. By chance, you witnessed Chen Yi clandestinely meeting with Shangzhe and overheard their discussions about certain troubles they faced. You quietly intervened to resolve their predicaments. You then retreated to the spirit beast forest to cultivate your skills. After 2 years, through the hunt of spirit beasts, you grasped a considerable amount of martial techniques. At 16, you entered the Shang family's secret realm, undergoing a year-long trial, yet your cultivation seemed stagnant. After a year of training, at 17, you reunited with Chang Xian and others, witnessing the destruction of Lingxiao Pavilion, and resolved to once again enter the Lu Yuan secret realm. You evaded the attacks of formidable spirit beasts and inadvertently fell into a cave, where you discovered a corpse. From this body, you retrieved a spatial artifact, yet you were unable to unlock its secrets. For 3 years, you navigated the Lu Yuan secret realm, continually failing to traverse the outer limits of the spirit beast forest, gaining little beyond this spatial artifact. At the age of 21, you departed from the secret realm of Lu Yuan and sought other cultivation techniques. Within a dilapidated temple, you encountered 2 factions vying for a treasured ancestral manual. Like a mantis waiting to catch its prey, you seized the opportunity and obtained the manual, only to discover that it contained a method for cultivating mental power. Thus, you resolved to dedicate yourself to the mastery of this newfound skill. By the age of 31, after emerging from the secret realm, you visited the imperial city to see Shangzhe, only to find that he had passed away. The influence within the royal city had dissipated entirely, and the Chen family's power had significantly diminished, leading them to vacate the imperial city. The Qiao family had been utterly annihilated, while the Shang family continued to grow ever more formidable. Upon your departure from the royal city, you were slain by a formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage. What is this method of cultivating mental power? Chu Mei'er pondered, filled with confusion. Could such an ethereal and elusive technique truly be reliable? Until now, she had devoted all her attention to various cultivation methods, entirely neglecting the existence of alternative paths such as body refinement, alchemy, talisman crafting, beast taming, and the art of mental power. This recent simulation had indeed provided her with significant insights. As the simulation concluded, you were allowed to retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of 31 years of age. 2. The cultivation skills of 31 years of age. 3. The life memories of 31 years of age. Chu Mei'er made a decisive choice, opting for the cultivation skills. In an instant, a profound technique materialized within her mind. The method was exceedingly enigmatic. Suspended in her sea of consciousness, radiating a golden hue, its mysterious aura leaving her somewhat dazed. The phrase seemed to linger like a mist, elusive and indistinct. As Chu Mei'er rubbed her eyes, attempting to gain clarity, she found her vision clouded. However, she had no time for cultivation, under Qiao Wei's guidance. She had arrived at a secluded courtyard. Qiao Wei flexed his wrists and flashed her a grin. Can you let me go now? I promise to bring the person out. Very well. Chu Mei'er sensed her surroundings. The guards here were all at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, making the task quite manageable. You have a quarter of an hour. If you fail to bring them out, I will storm in and eliminate everyone, including your brother, without exception. With an impassive expression, Chu Mei'er held Xiao Qing firmly in her grasp. Qiao Wei, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly agreed and hurried inside. Chu Mei'er and Xiao Qing took refuge in a more concealed spot. Xiao Qing proposed, "Our Qiao family is willing to offer 30 spirit herbs in exchange for you becoming our guest elder. Would that be acceptable?" Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow and offered him a chilling smile. I've changed my mind. I now demand 50. In truth, eliminating them now would be the most advantageous choice. You. At her words, Xiao Cheng's anger flared. This is extortion. That price is exorbitant. We can't even afford 50 herbs. What reason is there to entertain such a family? From her previous observations, she had discerned that both Xiao Wei and Xiao Cheng were selfish individuals willing to betray others for their own gain. This conviction only strengthened her resolve to refrain from any collaboration with them. They were of no use to her. It was better to eliminate them. She muttered to herself. Upon hearing this, a jolt of alarm surged through Xiao Cheng's heart. My dear lady, we harbor no enmity towards one another. Why must you resort to such lethal measures? Perhaps it would be more prudent if you were to take Shangzhe with you today, allowing us to part ways without grievance henceforth. If you are unwilling to align with the Qiao family, we shall not impose upon you. Chu Mei'er fixed her enigmatic gaze upon him, a smile gracing her lips. If I were to release you, what would prevent the Qiao family from seeking vengeance? Moreover, I have set my sights on Xiao Wei's life. I must claim it. You possess far greater intelligence than he, and thus, your continued existence poses a perpetual threat. Xiao Cheng fell into a contemplative silence, his head bowed in thought. In the shadows, Chen Yuya felt a wave of relief. Indeed, her instincts had not led her astray. Chu Mei'er was truly a person of merit. Should she choose to join the Chun family in the future, Yao would gladly embrace her as a friend. Having a formidable golden core cultivator as an ally would be exceptional. Chu Mei'er, arms crossed and leaning casually against the wall, awaited Xiao Wei's emergence with serene anticipation. Once he appeared, she could act decisively, rendering Xiao Cheng unnecessary. However, after a prolonged pause, Xiao Cheng unexpectedly spoke. Might we consider a collaboration? Chu Mei'er frowned. I have made it clear. I shall not serve as a guest elder of the Qiao family. It is not with the Qiao family that I wish to engage, but with you. Raising his gaze once more, Xiao Cheng finally shed all pretense. His dark eyes now radiated shrewdness. This pair of eyes. They mirrored those he bore while tormenting her in the dungeon during their previous encounter. You? Chu Mei'er questioned, bewildered, as she observed Xiao Cheng produce a jade token. Offering it to her. This jade token signifies my identity. Should the need arise in the future, you may seek me at the Shengtian Tower in the Imperial City, as a gesture of gratitude for sparing my life this time. Xiao Wei. Eliminate him. I can easily recreate another Xiao Wei, though it may be somewhat troublesome. It merely requires a bit of time. Chu Mei'er felt as though her worldview was being fundamentally reshaped. She gazed at Xiao Cheng in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chapter 90. We shall meet in the Imperial City. When he spoke these words, there was not a trace of emotion, as if Xiao Wei were merely an inconsequential existence. This defies logic. Previously, in the simulator, she had been thoroughly tormented by this Xiao Cheng. Moreover, just moments ago, he and Xiao Wei had appeared as intimately bonded brothers, caring for one another to the extent of offering their lives. But how could this be? No, wait. During my last simulation, did I not spare his life? Why did he not express any gratitude? Instead, he later brought people to capture me, subjecting me to prolonged torment. If I were to retaliate against you, I could reveal this jade token to the public. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow. What would be the consequence of making it public? Her desire to kill Xiao Cheng had not diminished significantly. Furthermore, I could easily eliminate you directly. Why go through such convolutions? Xiao Cheng replied in a haunting tone. Trust me, if you kill me, you shall not survive beyond 10 days. Chu Mei'er hesitated for a moment, then began to search him. Seizing his hand, she demanded, do you possess any spiritual herbs within your spatial device? Produce them, or I shall end your life without hesitation. Xiao Cheng obediently retrieved several spiritual herbs. Their quality was modest, but they were better than nothing. Chu Mei'er deposited all her funds into the system. Finally, she barely managed to accumulate an amount of 300. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Chen Yuya. So, you are the 7th master of the Holy Sky Tower. Chen Yuya leapt down from the wall and landed beside Chu Mei'er. Chu Mei'er felt a slight headache and asked, what brings you here? If the Qiao family discovers that you are the one behind this, you will be implicated. Chen Yuya smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. It matters not. He is not from the Qiao family. Chu Mei'er turned to Xiao Cheng and said, it was she who hired me to kill Xiao Wei. You two discuss it and decide whether to proceed with the murder. The life simulation system has been activated. This simulation consumes 300 funds. Balance, 0. You threaten Xiao Wei, and Xiao Cheng to rescue Shang Zhe. After Qiao Wei brings Shang Zhe out, you directly kill both of them and take the severely injured Shang Zhe to flee Jiangdu town under the cover of night. 2 days later, Shang Zhe barely awakens and, upon learning that you have killed Xiao Cheng, his expression drastically changes, prompting him to order a change of route. Shang Zhe informs you that Xiao Qing is the 7th master of the Holy Sky Tower and possesses formidable backing. His death will surely incite a storm of bloodshed. You alter your course. 3 days later, news arrives that the entire Jiangdu town has been massacred. On the 4th day, a powerful nascent soul cultivator blocks your path and swiftly slaughters you all. Chu Mei'er gasped in shock. It seems that killing Xiao Cheng is indeed unthinkable. Even if he were to lead an assault against her in the future, she could not afford to eliminate him. However, what manner of entity is the Holy Sky Tower? They are truly ruthless, having annihilated Jiangdu town without hesitation. This reminded her of the last simulation, where she ultimately fell to a formidable opponent at the nascent soul stage. Could it be? However, during her previous visit to the Imperial City, she had immediately entered the Spirit Beast Forest to cultivate. Perhaps the people from the Holy Sky Tower had not located her in time. Meanwhile, it seemed that Chun Yuya and Xiao Cheng had reached an agreement. We shall meet in the Imperial City. Xiao Cheng chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Collaborating with Miss Qin was indeed a privilege in his lifetime. After speaking, Chun Yuya directly handed over the 3 spirit herbs she had promised to Chu Mei'er. Xiao Wei still needed to be dealt with. This was troublesome. Chu Mei'er's astonished gaze flitted between the two. What exactly is this Holy Sky Tower? What agreement have you two reached? It's truly bewildering. Chun Yuya untied the ropes binding Xiao Cheng and turned to Chu Mei'er with a radiant smile. Thank you for today. I shall explain the existence of the Holy Sky Tower to you shortly. At that moment, Xiao Wei emerged, carrying the unconscious Shang Zhe. In a swift motion, Chu Mei'er positioned herself before Xiao Wei, her blade descending in a flash. He let out no cry of pain, meeting his end in a single strike. Shang Zhe had been mercilessly tortured, his body marred with bloodstains. Not a single patch of unblemished skin remained. Sensing a familiar aura approaching, Shang Zhe managed to open his eyes to glance at Chu Mei'er, a faint smile gracing his lips before he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chun Yuya stepped forward to support Shang Zhe, while Xiao Cheng greeted them with a smile before effortlessly hoisting Xiao Wei and striding away. His steps were light, devoid of any burden. With a fierce glare, Chu Mei'er questioned how this Xiao Cheng, who appeared to be a mere delicate scholar, could possibly possess such prowess. Chun Yuya, with a slight pout and a soft huff, remarked that it was entirely plausible for someone from the Sacred Sky Tower to possess concealed spiritual artifacts. Nevertheless, Chu Mei'er was certain that he had yet to reach the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, he would not have been so effortlessly vanquished by her in the simulator. The two of them jointly transported Shang Zhe to an inn and summoned a physician to attend to his injuries. Chun Yuya handed Chu Mei'er some healing medicine. The Sacred Sky Tower, Demon Hunter Tower, Crimson Phoenix Tower, and Azure Loquat Tower were collectively known in the Imperial City as the 4 Great Towers, each symbolizing a significant force. These factions permeated both the cultivation world and the mortal realm, encompassing all manner of exceptional talents and individuals, to the extent that even the most prestigious families and sects regarded them with trepidation. Xiao Cheng held the position of 7th leader within the Sacred Sky Tower, making him one of its prominent figures. Thus, it was indeed wise that she had refrained from ending his life just moments ago. At this point, a smile broke across Chun Yuya's face. Although Chu Mei'er felt a stirring of ambition, she could not abandon Shang Zhe to his fate. She shook her head resolutely, declaring her commitment to escort Shang Zhe to the Imperial City, hoping for an opportunity to reunite there. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuya's expression brightened with joy. Excellent. After parting ways, Chun Yuya set off early the next morning alongside Qin Xian. Meanwhile, Chu Mei'er did not delay either. The following day after their departure, she too made her way to the Imperial City with the awakened Shang Zhe in tow. The news of Qiao Wei's demise had stirred not a single ripple within the city. Shang Zhe, bearing injuries, moved at a slower pace along the journey. The carriage swayed gently, and Shang Zhe forced himself to sit upright, casting a glance at Chu Mei'er, who was already preparing to enter a meditative state. You have saved me countless times. I truly do not know how to repay you. Chu Mei'er, with her eyes still closed, replied, just provide me with spirit herbs. The higher the grade, the better. A smile crept upon Shang Zhe's lips. Very well. It is high time to address many matters. I shall commence my cultivation now. Do not disturb me. Understood. Yet, he noticed that Chu Mei'er had already settled into her practice, and he couldn't help but admire her diligence. Since they had embarked on this journey together, she had been continuously cultivating, never once pausing. No wonder she had attained the golden core stage at such a tender age. Chapter 91. The infinite enchantment scroll. With this reflection, Zhang bore the pain in his body and also assumed a cross-legged position, diligently engaging in his cultivation. As the carriage traversed the mountain path, the guards outside, hearing the steady breaths of the two within, finally felt their tense emotions begin to ease. Suddenly, one guard furrowed his brow and looked up at a tree by the roadside. It stood barren, devoid of anything. He scratched the back of his head, pondering whether he had merely imagined it. Had he just seen a shadow pass by? In recent days, he had been preoccupied and had not had the chance to delve deeply into the infinite enchantment scroll. In her previous simulations, she had perused numerous texts related to cultivation from various sections. Among them, there were indeed explanations regarding the cultivation of mental power. It was said that cultivating mental power was exceedingly arduous. An ordinary cultivator might dedicate their entire life solely to enhancing their spiritual energy, leaving no time to attend to other pursuits. There exist a few rare cultivators whose spiritual roots are chaotic, yet they possess an exceptionally strong aptitude for mental power, thus opting for the cultivation of telekinesis. Once successful, telekinesis can kill silently and manipulate even the most delicate objects, rendering its practitioner an unparalleled assassin. Reflecting on this, Chu Mei'er couldn't help but smirk bitterly. After dedicating a decade to her studies, she had yet to grasp even the first layer of the infinite charm scroll. Such a lack of talent left her quite disheartened. Without the system, this body of hers would never have even embarked on the path of immortality. She focused her mind and turned inward, examining her sea of consciousness. Within it lay an expanse of emptiness, save for a few faint wisps of mental energy that she had successfully compressed, hovering in the air. The infinite charm scroll floated silently before her, exuding an ancient aura, with powerful waves of mental energy emanating from it. The moment she entertained the thought of probing deeper, a sharp pain shot through her head. Enduring the discomfort, she took a deep breath and opened the first page. The golden characters gleamed brilliantly, making them impossible to gaze upon directly. In the simulator, after 10 years, she could only discern the first line of text. As she silently recited those words, her dim sea of consciousness underwent a profound transformation. She seemed to sense a peculiar energy permeating the universe, with fine strands of energy intermingling within her spiritual force. The cultivation of telekinesis comprises several levels: mortal, mist condensation, droplet condensation, pill condensation, and crystallization. Presently, she remained at the mortal level, having yet to reach even mist condensation. At the mortal level, one is incapable of sensing any form of mental power. Only when she recited the infinite charm volume could she perceive the existence of spiritual energy in this world. Some exceptionally gifted individuals, upon awakening, had already reached the mist congealing level. She attempted to extract a small portion of the sensed spiritual energy and control and compress it using her own methods. With the memories from her previous simulated life, she found the practice relatively manageable. However, it still took her an entire morning to condense 2 strands as fine as a hair. To advance to the mist congealing level, she needed to compress 1,000,000 strands of identical fineness. Such a pace felt excruciatingly slow. Exhausted, Chu Mei'er gazed at the hundreds of solitary strands floating in her sea of consciousness, a wave of frustration crossing her brow. In the simulator, she had tirelessly compressed strands day and night, only to achieve a few hundred. Surely, a shortcut must exist. Chu Mei'er once again focused intently on the infinite charm volume. Pondering deeply, practicing aimlessly seemed far less effective than seeking guidance from a mentor. If all compression efforts were slow, what was the purpose of the practitioner's toil? With this thought, Chu Mei'er turned her attention back to the system. The spiritual herbs provided to her by Chen Yue during her second visit were all exceptional, possessing high quality. She deposited them all into the system, which quickly responded, balance, 1080. She could only simulate 3 times. It was uncertain when she would be able to recharge again. With a soft sigh, Chu Mei'er acknowledged her pressing need for an abundant supply of spiritual medicines. The life simulation system is activated. This simulation consumes 300 currency units. Balance, 780. Upon observing the expenditure, Chu Mei'er was suddenly struck by a bold thought. If she were to persist in cultivating her telekinetic abilities, would the simulator's cost remain fixed at 300? It is said that some formidable practitioners at the condensation stage can even manipulate a multitude of flying swords to contend with a nascent soul stage expert. At the age of 10, you departed from Lingxiao Pavilion. A month later, you arrived at the imperial city, where Shangzhe fulfilled his promise, providing you with numerous spiritual herbs and taking you to the demon hunting tower to gather information about the demonic cultivator. You confided to him your intention to practice telekinesis, prompting Shangzhe to find a condensation stage expert to serve as your mentor. Chun Yi invited you to her home. At the Chun family's martial arts hall, you confronted the golden core cultivator Tu Yihan, who had come to challenge. Dissatisfied, Tu Yihan summoned his senior brother to engage in combat with you. To protect you, Chun Yi promptly rallied support, and Shangzhe also arrived, resulting in a chaotic melee among the three factions. Consequently, the three families incurred the ire of the Mozhuang sect. A month later, individuals from Lingxiao Pavilion and the demonic cultivators arrived. In order to spare the Chun family and Shangzhe from trouble, you led the adversaries in retreat. 3 days later, having escaped the imperial city, you incited discord between Lingxiao Pavilion and the demonic cultivators, provoking them to fight amongst themselves, allowing you to slip away. However, not long after your escape, you fell victim to an assassination in the woods. The multitude of gazes upon her was indeed disconcerting. Lingxiao Pavilion. Demonic cultivators. She must swiftly enhance her prowess. The simulation has concluded, and you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of an 11-year-old. 2. The cultivation skills of an 11-year-old. 3. The life memories of an 11-year-old. After some contemplation, she chose the second option, the life memories. She discerned the visage of the man named Tu Yihan. He had also appeared during the simulation, from whom she had seized a dual spiritual root technique. Regrettably, she found herself unable to practice that technique. How intriguing that this individual had resurfaced. Indeed, it was evident that Shangzhe and Chun Yi were reliable allies. Shangzhe not only fulfilled his promise, but also assisted her in tracing the whereabouts of the demon cultivator and even arranged for a formidable expert in the mist condensation stage to mentor her. Trustworthy. Life simulation system activated. This session consumed 300 credits. Balance, 480. A month later, you arrived in the imperial city, where Shangzhe fulfilled his promise. Shangzhe secured a mentor for you, a formidable expert in the mist condensation stage. With the guidance of your mentor, your progress was rapid. Within 3 years, you had ascended to the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Chapter 92. Commencing the cultivation of mental power. At 14, Shangzhe's business flourished, and you became a renowned assassin known as Yin by his side. At 15, you eliminated a 4th-tier golden core assassin sent to eliminate Shangzhe. At 16, you triumphed over a 5th-tier golden core challenger at the Chun family's martial arts academy, and the naming echoed throughout the imperial city. Half a month later, Chun Yi presented you with the Tranquility Elixir. After its consumption, you spent 2 years transcending into the mist condensation realm. 6 months later, the Qin family and Shangzhe decided to join forces, while the Qiao family, using Qiao Wei's death as a pretext, completely severed ties with the Shang family. Subsequently, in a single night, the Qiao family was annihilated, leading the Shang family into a prolonged silence. At the age of 19, Shangzhe and the Qin family personally journeyed to the Shang family's main city, the city of Dying Sunday. Within this city, you encountered an ambush by 2 formidable soul transformation stage warriors and 3 8th-stage golden core practitioners. You fought valiantly, eliminating 2 of the 8th-stage golden core adversaries. Yet ultimately, you were overwhelmed, leading to the complete annihilation of your team. Chu Mei'er was elated. This time, her mental prowess had remarkably advanced. Even more astonishing was the sheer magnitude of her mental power. She had only reached the peak of the 2nd stage of the golden core realm and could vanquish 4th-stage golden core warriors when her mental strength was at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, even defeating 5th-stage golden core foes. Subsequently, after breaking through to the mist condensation realm, she astonishingly managed to slay 2 8th-stage golden core warriors. This was truly extraordinary. With this simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following. 1. Your cultivation level at 19. 2. Your cultivation skills at 19. 3. Your life memories at 19. 1. It had been quite some time since you had chosen this option, and it felt exhilarating. In an instant, a surge of formidable psychic energy erupted within your mind. Such an overwhelming presence jolted Shangzhe from his meditative state. He suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Chu Mei'er before him, yet he felt a disorienting blur. rendering her face utterly indistinguishable. An enigmatic force enveloped her, and as he attempted to focus, a sharp pain surged through his head. The agony was excruciating, prompting him to cry out, clutching his head and swiftly closing his eyes. The carriage came to a halt. Outside, the guards were similarly afflicted, each one suffering from a splitting headache, as if a colossal iron beast were stirring within their minds, leaving them to writhe on the ground in anguish. From the shadows, a figure emerged, clad in black. A dark cloak obscured his face completely. Oh, has he broken through so swiftly? Truly a genius, his voice, filled with awe, dissipated slowly in the wind. Simultaneously, Chu Mei'er inside the carriage abruptly opened her eyes. Her inky black orbs, as deep as the night, now possessed an irresistible and profound mystery. When Shangze met her gaze, it felt as though needles were piercing his brain, causing his complexion to turn ashen. He could not help but stifle a groan, hastily averting his eyes, blood inexplicably trickling from his ears and eyes. The benefits of the mist realm were overwhelming. Now, with a mere thought, seated within the carriage, she could perceive any movement within a radius of 500 miles with remarkable clarity. Moreover, her comprehension had remarkably enhanced. Techniques previously incomprehensible could now be analyzed with just a glance and a bit of contemplation. Just moments ago, she sensed an intense feeling of being scrutinized, as if a pair of unseen eyes were fixated upon her. The sensation of being observed was fleeting, dissipating almost instantly, yet she dared not relax her guard. Who, lurking in the shadows, was watching her? What was their purpose? Were they friend or foe? Since when had this begun? Such thoughts instilled in her a profound sense of unease. She attempted to extend her mental energy to probe her surroundings, but within a radius of 500 miles. There was not a whisper of movement. Had this individual concealed themselves, or had they simply departed? If it were the former, it would be utterly terrifying. She exhaled deeply. Have you made a breakthrough? What was that just now? Chu Mei'er offered him a pristine handkerchief. I have been cultivating my mental energy, and indeed, I experienced a minor advancement. Shangze chuckled softly, shaking his head. Mental energy. Not only do you cultivate spiritual energy, but you also hone your mental prowess. Your talent far surpasses mine. Chu Mei'er lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The only sounds were the chirping of insects and the singing of birds. There was no other disturbance. I have my own troubles, no less than yours. I must seize every moment to elevate my cultivation. Shangze's gaze flickered momentarily, a broader smile gracing his face, his eyes revealing an unusual intensity. What do you require? Chu Mei'er turned to him, her voice steady. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Many of them. Very well. Shangze wiped the blood from his face, his tone resolute. I can provide you with all of that, but I need you. What you displayed earlier was nothing short of terrifying. A mental energy master. Surely every faction would vie for you. Regardless of the means, I must secure your allegiance. Let us continue our journey, Chu Mei'er replied, raising an eyebrow. Seeing that she did not refute him, the smile in Shangze's eyes deepened. There were no other figures outside. The person must still be lurking in the shadows. However, it seemed that this individual held no hostility towards her. At least not enough to threaten her life. Chu Mei'er withdrew her mental energy, and the guards outside, previously disheveled, finally regained their composure and continued on their journey. Yet, their gazes towards Chu Mei'er had shifted, now tinged with a hint of fear and trepidation. Over the course of a month, the carriage traveled steadily. During this time, Chu Mei'er practiced manipulating objects with her mental force for offensive purposes. She chose the first exercise, akin to a child suddenly endowed with boundless power, though formidable. She had yet to master it fully and required further practice. Her breakthrough also spurred Shangze, who felt an overwhelming desire to dedicate all his time to cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he found Chu Mei'er absent from the carriage, which caused a flicker of anxiety within him. Hastily, he lifted the curtain to peer outside. To his surprise, Chu Mei'er had already positioned herself outside the carriage, clad in a complete ensemble of black attire with her face concealed by a mask. Not a single inch of skin was visible. Shangze was taken aback. Miss Chu, what are you? Chu Mei'er approached him and made a shushing gesture. From now on, I shall be your protector, in. The idea from the simulator was quite brilliant. She could conceal her identity while openly accompanying Shangze, assisting him in resolving troubles. Chapter 93. The Imperial City, a perilous landscape. Shangze couldn't help but regard her with increased admiration. Clever. She claimed to carry a multitude of troubles. Now she appears beside him in the guise of Een, and no one would suspect a thing. Let us proceed. Chu Mei'er beckoned. Shangzhe chuckled softly and shook his head. Although her current attire exuded an air of enigma, her clear voice betrayed her age and gender. The carriage continued its journey, with Chu Mei'er quietly trailing alongside. Upon nearing the city gate, they were halted by two guards. Halt, routine inspection. The coachman stepped forward, stating, "There is only my young master inside." Shangzhe lifted the curtain to glance outside. His remarkable attire, coupled with his unfamiliar visage, prompted a shared look of intrigue between the guards. "You must disembark. We need to conduct a thorough search. What if a fugitive is concealed within?" The coachman's expression shifted. "There is only my young master inside. Why is it that the carriage ahead is not being inspected, yet you target us? Is this not blatant bullying?" The guard's countenance darkened as he called for his companions to approach for a search. "No, we must inspect." As he spoke, he extended his hand, suggesting that if they wished to avoid the search, compensation was in order. This was clearly an extortion attempt. The coachman, his face ashen, produced a pouch of coins, causing the guard's eyes to gleam with greed. Suddenly, a woman clad in black appeared at his side, seemingly out of nowhere. Before the guard could react, he was horrified to realize his body had become immobilized. He stiffly turned his neck, locking eyes with her. Her gaze was peculiar, so profound that it felt as though it could consume one's very soul, sending shivers through him. "Stand aside." The guard abruptly jolted, as if confronted by something exceedingly terrifying, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground in a state of panic. "Why you?" Chu Mei'er stepped forward, her presence exuding an escalating aura that alarmed the other guards, leaving them trembling with fear. It was the esteemed lady. "Quickly, let her through," they frantically urged, hastily signaling for her passage. With a delicate touch of her toes upon the ground, Chu Mei'er gracefully alighted beside the carriage's driving seat. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she lifted her gaze, her eyes settling on a figure atop the distant high wall. There stood a man clad in a resplendent python robe. Chu Mei'er locked eyes with him from afar. Though she could not discern the depth of his cultivation, she could feel the formidable aura emanating from him, a palpable sense of oppression. This pressure stemmed from mental fortitude. He was at the condensation mist stage, at least at its pinnacle. A chill ran through Chu Meier's heart. She had believed herself formidable, having attained the 8th tier of the Golden Core stage. Yet, upon her arrival in the Imperial City, she encountered someone of superior cultivation. It seemed that the path of cultivation demanded utmost vigilance. One must navigate future endeavors with heightened caution. The carriage swayed as it entered the Imperial City. Shangzhe promptly instructed his men to head to their residence. He possessed some wealth within the Imperial City. Observing Chu Meier's curious gaze upon the bustling marketplace, Shangzhe smiled subtly. The Shang family's ancestral home was situated in the southernmost remnant Sun City, near a mountain rich in spiritual energy. This location, distant from the Imperial City, allowed his grandfather and father to leave their assets behind, ensuring they remained untainted. As they conversed, the carriage traversed the bustling city and entered a secluded alley. Chu Mei'er keenly observed that since their arrival in the city, 4 or 5 pairs of eyes had been fixated on them all the way to this point. She lowered the curtain, effectively shielding them from the prying gazes outside. "So, is there no merchant preventing your passage here? Do you have any other adversaries?" Shangzhe shook his head, suggesting there were none. "How peculiar. Upon entering the Imperial City, why have so many eyes suddenly appeared?" From atop the high walls, a subordinate reported, "Your Highness, it has been confirmed that the individual we encountered earlier is associated with the Shang family." "Oh," Wu Hani raised an eyebrow, a hint of perplexity gracing his handsome, resolute features. "The Shang family? What brings them all the way from Qingyang City to the Imperial City?" He commanded further investigation into the identity of the woman accompanying the merchant and their intentions for coming to the capital. "Understood," replied the subordinate before departing. Recalling the fleeting glimpse he caught earlier, Wu Hani smirked with intrigue. The lady in the carriage had likely just surpassed the foundational stage of cultivation. It was indeed curious that a formidable figure of the mist condensation realm would protect someone at the foundational stage. What could be the reason? If possible, he must strive to win her over. Yet, if she could not be of use to him, as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Wu Hani's eyes. That cannot be allowed. Almost simultaneously, news of his inquiry into the newly arrived merchant reached the ears of other powerful factions. At this critical juncture in the struggle for the throne, even the slightest stir would undoubtedly capture the attention of the other princes. Upon hearing that a formidable practitioner had entered the Imperial City, They could not afford to be negligent. Meanwhile, oblivious to the fact that she had become the epicenter of a whirlwind, Chu Mei'er and Shang Zhe finally arrived at the villa. This residence had presumably been acquired recently, with each room meticulously cleaned and attended to by maids and matrons. Shang Zhe remarked with a smile, "This villa will serve as our temporary abode. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct them to arrange it. It is not yet fully equipped, but in due course, I shall procure additional items to ensure your utmost comfort." As she surveyed the expansive courtyard, a singular thought resonated within Chu Mei'er. She had finally emerged from the shadows. While others who traversed realms often found themselves as princesses or wealthy heiresses, free from worries of sustenance or attire, she found herself cast as a mere pawn. Not only had she been relegated to the status of another servant, but she also possessed little in the way of cultivation talent. Nevertheless, it was a significant improvement. Once Shang Zhe had settled Chu Mei'er, he hastily departed to attend to his own affairs. The maid guided Chu Mei'er to her chamber, advising her to rest there for the night. That evening, Shang Zhe arranged for a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs to be delivered, a Qian bag filled to the brim with 30 to 40 specimens, all of the earthly tier. The matron, with a warm smile, presented the items to her, regarding Chu Mei'er with kind eyes. "These, my dear, constitute all that our young master has left behind." As Chu Mei'er sifted through the spiritual herbs, her spirits lifted, and she expressed her gratitude on his behalf. The matron chuckled softly, suggesting, "Why not thank him in person, dear girl?" The benevolent glimmer in her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a mother eager to arrange a match for her daughter. Chu Mei'er exchanged pleasantries with a light-hearted laugh before turning to close the door behind her. Eagerly, she began to deposit all the spiritual herbs into the system. After her last use of the simulator, she had a remaining balance of 480. This time, she decided to recharge a greater amount. Curious whether her growing strength had increased the balance limit, she directly deposited 3 herbs, their quality significantly inferior to those given by Chen Yuya. Chapter 94, Comprehending Sword Intent. In the essence of slaughter, the 3 herbs cost her 400, leaving her with a balance of 880. She then proceeded to deposit an additional 20 herbs, bringing her balance to 3,200. At last, she had struck it rich. The quality of these herbs varied greatly, yet the 20 she deposited amounted to such a substantial sum. This time, she could simulate 10 times. Fearing another bottleneck that might waste her spiritual herbs, Chu Mei'er decided to pause after her generous recharge. Immersed in the bath, she reopened the system, gazing at her balance. Now, this was what one might call a sense of security. Upon her recent arrival in the imperial city, she felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her. Perhaps she could glean some insights from the simulator. While accompanying Shang Zhe to the imperial city would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions, and could even endanger her life, the benefits were undeniable. Being with Shang Zhe promised ample rewards. Just as she arrived, he had generously bestowed upon her so many spiritual herbs. Though she could have harvested them herself from the spirit beast forest, the effort required was considerable. Who wouldn't he prefer to receive spiritual herbs with ease? The system, begin the simulation. Life simulation system activated. The simulation consumes 300 currency. Balance, 2,900. The advantages of cultivating mental power are immeasurable. Not only can it evade detection by the system, consuming greater resources, but it also enables one to engage in battles beyond their level, even placing them in an invulnerable position. You followed Shang Zhe to the imperial city, existing by his side in the guise of a hidden protector. The following day, Shang Zhe invited you to accompany him to a banquet to familiarize yourself with the various factions within the imperial city. However, you declined his invitation, opting to remain in the shadows as his guardian. Upon Shang Zhe's entrance into the tavern's private chamber, you, along with the other guards, were assigned to a different room. There, a man sought you out privately, attempting to win you over. With a heart full of caution, you refused him, citing your loyalty to Shang Zhe as the reason. 5 days later, while Shang Zhe was inspecting goods, he fell victim to an assassination. Enraged, you vowed to uncover the identity of the murderer. That very night, the man approached you once more, eager to continue his attempts at persuasion. It was then that you realized he was, in fact, the one responsible for Shang Zhe's death, and you immediately engaged him in combat. You inflicted severe injuries upon him, yet he managed to escape. The following evening, a formidable nascent soul practitioner arrived and killed you without hesitation. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow in distress. She had initially believed that these individuals were fixated on Shang Zhe. only to discover that their true target was, astonishingly, herself. Had her cultivation rendered her a thorn in their side? What was the true identity of that man? Why did he repeatedly seek to win her over? Furthermore, the nascent soul practitioner who ultimately ended her life must surely have been affiliated with him. Given that he had a nascent soul practitioner at his disposal, why was he so intent on pursuing her? Could it be that he would rather destroy what he could not possess than allow it to fall into someone else's hands? Such ruthlessness was truly formidable. The simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of a 10-year-old. 2. The skills of a 10-year-old. 3. The life memories of a 10-year-old. This time, I shall choose the third option. Within the simulator, all that she has encountered unfolds before her eyes. She memorizes the visage of this man. Once more, life simulation system initiated. This simulation costs 300 units. Balance, 2,600. The man seeks a private meeting with you, aiming to win you over. Though you remain cautious, you do not outright refuse. Merely stating that if he is willing to offer a higher grade spirit herb, you would be open to negotiating. That evening, the man returns, presenting you with a celestial grade spirit herb, and requests that you become his shadow guard. You acquiesce. After the man departs, you inform Shangzhe of this development and urge him to exercise caution. 10 days later, you receive your first assignment, to assassinate a court official, a task you execute successfully. 2 days later, your second mission involves eliminating another court official. During your third assignment, you are besieged by 2 8-stage golden core cultivators. You vanquish them and manage to escape, albeit gravely injured. In your wounded state, you infiltrate the residence where you had arranged to meet the man. There, he awaits you, and upon noticing your injuries, he strikes you down without hesitation. Indeed, a man driven to madness is not to be trifled with. She must reflect deeply upon her actions. She must never allow herself to barter her soul for a celestial-grade spirit herb. Evidently, this enigmatic man had drawn her in merely to regard her as a weapon, one that could be discarded at any moment. Chu Mei'er clenched her teeth in fury, vowing to make this scoundrel pay dearly. Upon discovering his true identity, you resolutely declined to cooperate. 5 days later, as Shangzhe inspected the goods, you stealthily followed him and eliminated those who sought to assassinate him. You disposed of their lifeless bodies in the man's courtyard, accompanied by an ominous letter warning that this was their final opportunity. That very night, you were besieged by 2 8th-tier golden core cultivators, and in your grievously injured state. The man appeared. You hurled invectives at him and fled to the Holy Sky Tower to seek assistance from Yao Qian. He was willing to aid you, but only if you pledged an eternal contract with the Holy Sky Tower, dedicating your life to their service, to which you acquiesced. When Shangzhe faced another assassination attempt, it was the agents of the Holy Sky Tower who intervened, rendering the man too fearful to strike against you again. With the support of the Holy Sky Tower, Shangzhe's fortunes flourished, and you began to devote yourself to cultivation. At the age of 13, you were compelled to undertake your first mission for the Holy Sky Tower, becoming an assassin under the aliasine. By 14, you had executed 10 missions, gaining insight into swordsmanship and the essence of slaughter. At 15, your cultivation advanced significantly, allowing you to claim countless lives, even capable of dispatching 9th-tier golden core cultivators in an instant. At 16, a mission from the Holy Sky Tower required you to eradicate the entire Qian family. You complied without hesitation, completely disregarding Chun Yuya's desperate pleas. And with a single stroke of your sword, you ended her life. At the tender age of 17, Shangzhe discerned your growing indifference, your ability to take a life without a flicker of remorse, and yearned to whisk you away from this place, only to be met with your refusal. He confided in you his desire for vengeance and sought your assistance, to which you acquiesced, yet, en route, you were rendered unconscious by him. 2 months later, you regained consciousness, discovering yourself aboard a carriage with Shangzhe grievously injured. Stripped of all emotion, you drew your blade with the intent to slay him, but Shangzhe, with a single stroke, chose to embrace death alongside you. Chu Mei'er inhaled sharply, sensing the aura of slaughter, a manifestation of sword intent. It is said that there exists a form of sword intent capable of severing a head from 1,000 miles away, even shattering the very heavens with a single strike. The Wuliang Meiwan she cultivated, combined with this sword intent and her formidable mental prowess, would undoubtedly amplify her combat effectiveness exponentially. Confronting the man who sought to deceive her would be a mere trifle. The simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of 17. 2. The skills acquired at 17. 3. The life memories of 17. Chapter 95. The beast within. She hesitated momentarily. What should she do? This sword intent is a rare opportunity that some may never encounter in their lifetime. Yet, it lies before her now, easily attainable with a mere choice. However, the essence of slaughter is perilous. With the embodiment of this intent, she would become heartless and unyielding, capable of mercilessly annihilating entire families, disregarding Chen Yuya's pleas for mercy, and even personally ending Shangzai's life. It was akin to transforming into a relentless killing machine. No wonder that in the simulator, Shangzai was determined to lead her away from the Holy Sky Tower, even willing to face death alongside her. He could no longer bear to witness her transformation into a merciless killing machine, increasingly indifferent and cold. Yet, this opportunity was indeed rare. She glanced at the system's balance, still 2,300, and she had several low-tier spirit herbs yet to be deposited. Utilizing these for simulation should adequately compensate for the flaw of her murderous intent. She truly did not wish to relinquish this chance. Although opting for cultivation skills would mean losing sight of that man's true identity, it mattered little. Who he was irrelevant. Collaboration was simply not an option. In this place, it seemed that only Shangzai and Chen Yuya harbored genuine intentions toward her, while the others were utterly untrustworthy. Contemplating this, she resolutely rose, donned her attire, and proceeded to the room, cautioning that no one was to enter the courtyard. The maids and servants hastily departed. Chu Mei'er firmly closed the courtyard door and locked the room door behind her, feeling a semblance of reassurance. With everything prepared, she took a deep breath and selected option 2. In an instant, a fierce murderous intent surged into her mind. Bloodthirsty, brutal. It felt as though a ferocious beast had been unleashed within her skull. She harbored but a single thought: to kill, annihilate everything, eliminate all who stood in her way. For they were all adversaries. Kill. The bloodthirsty notion threatened to consume her entirely. Simultaneously, this murderous intent swept through the entire estate in a heartbeat. In an instant, the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking filled the air, as those powerless maids were drenched in cold sweat. Their terrified gazes fell upon the courtyard where Chu Mei'er resided, trembling in fear. This murderous aura was terrifying, as if it could bring about the destruction of heaven and earth. They could even envision their demise amidst a pool of blood. The formidable beings within the imperial city seemed to sense this disturbance, as one by one, they opened their eyes from their meditative states. In the palace, a middle-aged man leaped into the air, standing atop the highest point of the Forbidden City, gazing intently towards the west. He gently smoothed the hair on the back of his hand, a testament to the fierce killing intent that clearly stemmed from having taken the lives of countless individuals. A result of severed ties and unfeeling resolve. His expression was grave. Could it be the Holy Sky Tower had birthed a terrifying slayer? Someone. He descended from the rooftop, waving his hand imperatively. Investigate. Has the Holy Sky Tower given rise to a new formidable assassin? Yes. In the prince's residence, Wu Hani was engaged in a game of chess with a friend when, suddenly, a piece slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the table. The opponent stood abruptly. His countenance darkened. Such intense killing aura. Let us investigate further. Another slayer has emerged. Is it the Holy Sky Tower? If necessary, we must eliminate them without hesitation. For such a killer cannot be allowed to roam the earth and wreak havoc. However, Wu Hani remained composed, contemplating. If they could be of use to me. The man sharply interrupted. Your Highness, assassins are born for slaughter. The wisest course of action is to eradicate them, lest you draw danger upon yourself. Wu Hani merely furrowed his brow, refraining from retort. Moreover, the Demon Hunting Tower, the Holy Sky Tower, the Crimson Phoenix Tower, and the Azure Rattan Tower all sensed the disturbance and promptly dispatched their own powerful warriors. Such a piercing killing intent could only be either subdued or eradicated. Yet, these memories were once again consumed by the overwhelming aura of slaughter. Damn it, a simulation. With the last vestiges of her consciousness, she activated the system. At the tender age of 10, you and Shangzai arrived at the imperial city, where you grasped the essence of slaughter. You persevered through the night. As Shangzai knocked on the door, inquiring about your well-being and proposing to take you to a banquet, you consented to accompany him, adopting the alias of Yin. At the banquet, a man approached you alone, revealing his intentions to recruit you, but you could not contain your murderous instinct and killed him on the spot. The discovery of the man's lifeless body sent shockwaves throughout the imperial city, resulting in a royal manhunt for you and Shangzai. Together, you carved a bloody path, your prowess in the art of killing unmatched. As hundreds fell beneath your blade, the royal family, utterly enraged, dispatched numerous formidable warriors to hunt you down. All of them perished at your hands. Thus, the moniker of Killing Rakshasa reverberated throughout the martial world. You completely disrupted Shangzai's plans. 2 months later, amidst the mountains, a fierce argument erupted between you and Shangzai, leading you to draw your sword against him, leaving him profoundly disappointed. You were provoked, and your desire to kill became increasingly difficult to suppress. Powerful foes pursued you into the mountains, and as Shangzai departed, he stood in front of you at the most critical moment, blocking a lethal strike and admonishing you not to let your murderous intent cloud your vision. You experienced an epiphany, but 2 months later, you fell victim to the hands of a Yuanying stage expert. Chu Mei'er chose to recall her life's memories. A myriad of images surged through her mind. The bloodstained acts of slaughter filled her with an unparalleled exhilaration, alleviating the pent-up sensation in her chest. In that moment when Shangzai's disappointed gaze ultimately shielded her from the blade, a surge of emotions stirred within her, slightly tempering her murderous intent. Chu Mei'er paused, and upon witnessing Shangzai's sacrifice for her sake, she felt a blend of gratitude and solace, a medley of emotions intertwining within her. However, once this emotional tide receded, her mind was once again overtaken by the image of the ferocious beast of slaughter. The beast incessantly whispered in her ear, urging her to kill, to annihilate everyone. Life simulation activated. You have entered the spirit beast forest to indulge in carnage, awakening beasts that have slumbered for 100,000 years, only to be crushed underfoot. You harness your bloodlust, becoming a mercenary, specializing in assassination. Over 5 years, you ascend to the highest rank within the mercenary group Azine, your name echoing throughout the land, commanding the highest fees for your lethal services. Many have sought to challenge you, yet nearly all have met their demise at your hands. At the age of 16, you accepted a contract to slay a monk. The monk, with earnest words, implored you to temper your bloodlust, but you dismissed his counsel and struck him down without hesitation. In doing so, you incurred the wrath of the Shaolin Temple, whereupon you were beset and slain by dozens of formidable warriors. You chose to retreat to a Taoist temple, dedicating yourself to profound cultivation, suppressing your thirst for blood. At the age of 13, you chanced upon your senior sister being harassed by a practitioner. Unable to contain your murderous aura, you acted decisively and ended his life, resulting in your expulsion from the temple. Chapter 96, Simulation, merely to offset the deficiencies of sword intent at the age of 14. You have once again taken on the role of an assassin. However, 2 years later, you receive the task of eliminating the monk. You arrive at the temple, obediently listening to the monk reciting scriptures. You settle in the temple, listening to the monks chant daily, and your heart grows increasingly tranquil. By the age of 15, you infiltrate the Crimson Phoenix Tower to steal the Heart Sutra of Clarity. When confronted, you unleash a massacre, ultimately being slain by a powerful figure from the Crimson Phoenix Tower. After 3 simulations, a glimmer of hope finally emerges. Chu Mei'er continues to select life memories. Next, she simply needs to locate the Heart Sutra of Clarity within the Crimson Phoenix Tower. The simulation continues. At 10 years old, you acquire the essence of slaughter, mastering your murderous intent. The following day, you venture to the Crimson Phoenix Tower to gather intelligence. You learn that to obtain the Heart Sutra of Clarity, one must join the Crimson Phoenix Tower, and thus, you resolutely enlist. By the age of 11, you begin studying the Heart Sutra from the first floor of the Crimson Phoenix Tower. After 2 years of diligent study, you advance to the second floor, where you spend an additional 4 years completing your studies. When you finally reach the 7th floor, you are informed that the Heart Sutra of Clarity has fallen into the hands of the young master of the Crimson Phoenix Tower. After numerous failed attempts to acquire it, you decide to make a bold move, only to be detected by the young master. Your murderous intent erupts, and you slay her. But a powerful figure from the Crimson Phoenix Tower swiftly ends your life. From your memories, you realize that the structure of the Crimson Phoenix Tower is entirely different from that of the Holy Heaven Tower. Chu Mei'er rubs her brow, sifting through her recollections. In these recent simulations, she has inadvertently conflated the Holy Heaven Tower with the Crimson Phoenix Tower. Disciples of the Sacred Tower are required to undertake various tasks to accumulate points, thereby gradually elevating their status within the tower. These disciples are predominantly formidable men, trained to become assassins, living their lives solely for the purpose of killing. It is precisely for this reason that she has been able to comprehend the essence of slaughter through her numerous missions. However, the Crimson Phoenix Tower is distinct in its approach. Comprising 10 levels, each disciple must study the Heart Sutras, progressing upward only upon successful mastery. The higher the level attained, the greater the status conferred upon the disciple. In the simulation, she invested nearly 50 years to ascend to the 7th level, all the while suppressing her murderous instincts. Ascending 7 levels in 50 years is a testament to her extraordinary talent. Within the Crimson Phoenix Tower, disciples of exceptional insight can even ascend 3 levels within a single year. The Heart Sutra of Enlightenment aids her in controlling the murderous aura within her. It is imperative that she acquires it. The simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. A cultivation level of 65 years. 2. A cultivation skill at 65 years. 3. Life memories from 65 years. After careful consideration, she ultimately chose option 2, cultivation skills. The profound teachings she grasped within the Crimson Phoenix Tower have been indelibly etched in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mei'er began to digest the torrent of memories flooding her consciousness. Over the years, she had valiantly restrained herself from taking action, instead focusing on comprehending these Heart Sutras, which significantly aided her in suppressing her murderous inclinations. For the past 60 years, she dedicated herself to nurturing her inner self and immersing herself in the Heart Sutras, which enabled her to maintain such restraint for so long. However, prolonged suppression ultimately leads to an explosive release that cannot be contained. This ultimately led to her ensuing tragedy. Chu Mei'er took a deep breath, silently reciting the Heart Sutra, finally managing to diminish the cacophony of slaughter echoing in her mind. Suddenly, she sensed a multitude of unfamiliar presences nearby. A wave of peril sent shivers down her spine. Accompanying this sense of danger was the relentless clamor of violence. Kill. Annihilate them all. Kill. Silence. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she let out a fierce reprimand, forcefully suppressing the murderous intent surging within her, and hastily initiated the next simulation. At the age of 10, you acquired the essence of killing, drawing the attention of various factions within the imperial city, who soon surrounded you. An intruder breached your chamber, and you promptly dispatched him, discarding his corpse as a display of defiance. These two were royal guards. In a fit of rage, the emperor resolved to eliminate you, resulting in the demise of everyone within your estate at the hands of the royal inner guard. You chose to escape, seeking to avoid the spotlight. The imperial city was heavily fortified. A month later, you disguised yourself and entered the city, becoming a disciple at the Red Phoenix Tower. Endowed with exceptional talent, you ascended 4 levels within a year, earning considerable esteem and becoming a handmaid to the young master. As you followed the young master, your sole desire was to obtain the Ming Heart Sutra. Yet all your endeavors ended in failure. 2 years later, the young master discerned your intentions and agreed to substitute for you in a marriage alliance, promising to bestow the Ming Heart Sutra upon you, to which you consented. A month later, adorned in wedding attire, you took the place of the young master and joined the procession for the alliance, acquiring the Ming Heart Sutra. Along the journey, a young practitioner discovered your true identity. In a swift act of vengeance, you annihilated the entire wedding party and vanished into the shadows, retreating into the depths of the mountains. You devoted 2 years to the study of the Ming Heart Sutra, yet comprehension eluded you. During an outing, you were pursued by a formidable Yuan Ying stage cultivator, resulting in your demise. At last, you had obtained the Ming Heart Sutra, but time was still required for true understanding. Chu Mei'er sensed the encroaching presences around her. In haste, she recited the Ming Heart Sutra silently several times before lying down on her bed, feigning slumber. In this moment, it was imperative to conceal her identity. Detection was not an option. While various factions were focused on her, she had ample opportunities, but for Shangzhe, there was but one life. She depended on him to procure various high-tier celestial materials. System recharge. This time, she invested all her Earth-grade spiritual herbs. The balance surged once more to 3,600. Excellent. She could simulate 12 times. At the tender age of 10, you awakened the intent of slaughter, drawing the attention of numerous factions within the imperial city, who soon conspired to encircle you. An intruder breached your chamber, only to find you in slumber. The essence of slaughter completely vanished. Several individuals scoured your room, finding nothing and ultimately departing in vain. Once they had left, you stealthily made your way toward the Holy Sky Tower, where you unleashed a wave of murderous intent, drawing all attention toward you, allowing you to slip away unnoticed. You left behind a letter, departing without a word, resolved to meditate upon the Heart Sutra. A decade later, having yet to achieve enlightenment, you sought the counsel of monks at a temple. That very night, you were slain by a formidable practitioner of the nascent soul stage who appeared unexpectedly within the temple. Chapter 97. The Heart Sutra, The Advantages of Possessing a System. After dedicating 50 years, you still failed to comprehend the Heart Sutra. In a fit of rage, you unleashed a massacre within the spirit beast forest, only to be killed by a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. You entered the temple and secretly consulted the abbot about the path to understanding the Heart Sutra. The abbot recited the scriptures for you, imparting the wisdom that to eradicate the desire for slaughter, one must forsake the sword. The following day, the abbot passed away, and as you departed, you fell victim to an assassination attempt by a practitioner of the nascent soul stage within the temple, determined to live incognito and experience the sufferings of the mortal realm. You relinquished all your cultivation and opened a small shop to sustain yourself while daily reciting the Heart Sutra. At the age of 18, you caught the attention of a local tyrant who, in collusion with the town mayor, sought to force you into submission. Discovering that your meal had been laced with poison, you were consumed by rage and, unable to endure any longer, seized a kitchen knife and embarked on a rampage. You arrived at the mayor's residence and personally ended his life, consumed by bloodlust. However, upon witnessing the infant in the mayor's cradle, you slowly relinquished the knife from your grasp. The mayor's strategist, desperate to avenge him, hired 2 Foundation establishment practitioners at a high price. Realizing you had broken your vow, despair enveloped you, and without resistance, you met your demise beneath their blades. You disguised yourself as a beggar, seeking to refine your inner state by wandering with a group of beggars, gradually cultivating a sense of tranquility, which significantly diminished your murderous intent. Among the refuse, you discovered a wailing infant, and in a flurry of activity, you began to nurture the child. To provide for him, you donned clean garments, utilized your meager funds to acquire a dwelling, and offered refuge to the beggars who sought your shelter. Over the course of a decade, your bloodlust was meticulously tempered, and you gained new insights into the Heart Sutra, your previous hostility nearly eradicated. However, 6 months later, a group of cultivators mercilessly slaughtered everyone in your abode. In a fit of rage, you retaliated, annihilating your foes before ultimately taking your own life. You became a clandestine hero among the mortals, rescuing those in peril during the cultivators' battles and saving children from being swept away by raging waters. 5 years passed, and although you had yet to comprehend the first layer of the Heart Sutra, you found yourself transformed, more compassionate, benevolent, and patient. Half a year later, while saving a child caught in the crossfire of 2 golden core cultivators, you were ambushed by one, succumbing to a fatal strike while focused on your rescue. With each consecutive simulation, Chu Mei'er's aura grew increasingly serene, as if all her sharp edges had been smoothed away, and the thoughts of slaughter gradually subsided. Through these repeated simulations, she gained profound insights. The host had once remarked that to eliminate her murderous intent, she must forsake the sword. It is precisely for this reason that she has endeavored through various ways of life. Her cultivation at the golden elixir stage sustains her in the mortal realm, liberating her from any concerns regarding survival. As her understanding of this world deepens, her temperament matures correspondingly. The vicissitudes of life have rendered the murderous intent within her entirely concealed. Although she has yet to comprehend the first layer of the Heart Sutra, it suffices for her. The murderous intent within her resembles a ticking time bomb. At this juncture, she is uncertain whether her initial choices were right or wrong. She had opted for the path of slaughter in the simulator, subsequently engaging in numerous simulations to attain stability. Suddenly, she hears the sound of the window being pried open. Moreover, several presences have emerged in the vicinity of the residence. She lies motionless on the bed, her breathing steady. 2 individuals enter the room, inspecting it thoroughly. Yet they only behold the slumbering figure of Chu Mei'er, finding nothing amiss beyond that. How peculiar. They distinctly sense that the formidable killing intent emanates from this very place. Reluctant to concede, they continue their search within the room, yet Chu Mei'er remains peacefully asleep. One of them murmurs, "Could it be this girl?" At that moment, Chu Mei'er turns over, her attire immaculate, revealing a face of exquisite beauty with youthful cheeks still bearing the softness of baby fat. Such an innocent visage truly makes it difficult to associate her with the terrifying killing intent. How could it be? She is merely a young girl, barely weaned. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Chu Mei'er stealthily exits. She quietly approaches the vicinity of the sacred sky tower, unleashing the horrifying killing intent that lies within her. Near the courtyard, Wu Hani stood atop a high vantage point, gazing down at the residents below, his expression darkened with concern. An attendant approached to report, "Your Highness, this is the residence where the merchants who just entered the city are temporarily residing." Wu Hani furrowed his brows, the image of that woman, Yin, suddenly surfacing in his mind. Could it be her? Though she has never shown herself, he could sense that this woman was undeniably youthful. Judging by her silhouette, she could not be older than 15. How could someone so young have already taken countless lives and achieved such a murderous intent? It seemed impossible. A delicate and enchanting woman gently swept aside the wisps of hair from her forehead, offering Wu Hani a captivating smile, bewitching all in her presence. "Prince, you have arrived as well?" Wu Hani cut to the chase. "Is she one of your Red Phoenix Tower?" Lai Shu chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, you worry too much. Our Red Phoenix Tower would never harbor someone with a penchant for slaughter. That must be the Holy Sky Tower." The two quickly approached Wu Hani to report their findings. "Your Highness, we have not discovered anything unusual. That little girl is likely merely a servant in the warm chamber." Yet Lai Shu raised an eyebrow. "It is indeed strange. I distinctly sense the aura of slaughter right here. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Truly, there are no discoveries?" The two exchanged glances before adding, "We did find a young servant girl." "Oh, but that girl is just over 10 years old. She cannot be the person we seek. She is so young." Lai Shu expressed a hint of regret. For a cultivator to comprehend the essence of the sword, it typically requires at least 20 years, and some may even spend their entire lives in pursuit without success. Such a young girl, merely in her early teens, could never be the person they sought. Suddenly, they sensed the reemergence of a murderous aura. Instantly, alarms rang in their minds. The overwhelming presence of this killing intent instilled within them an acute sense of peril. The two turned in unison, only to discover the direction of the Holy Sky Tower. "What are you doing?" came the clear, cold voice of Chu Mei'er, dressed in black and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. She was wholly shrouded in darkness, standing resolutely on a nearby rooftop. Chapter 98. Concealment like a spirit of the night. She stood with her hands clasped behind her, leaning against the moonlight. Under its glow, her slender figure emanated an intense sense of oppression. Remarkable. How had she appeared without his notice? Yet, even more astonished was Lai Shu. In the Red Phoenix Tower, all were young women, and she was particularly attuned to their ages. The girl before her was undoubtedly under 15. What level of cultivation had she attained now? Foundation establishment? Or perhaps Golden Core? A foundation establishment practitioner under the age of 15 would be astounding. If she were at the Golden Core stage, she would indeed be a prodigy. "I merely stepped out to pursue someone, and you all surrounded my home. Do you wish to fight?" Chu Mei'er raised her hand, revealing a dagger that gleamed ominously. Wu Hani lowered his voice. "Elder, do you think the one possessing such a murderous aura could be her? At her age, how many lives could she claim? To comprehend the essence of slaughter, one must have taken the lives of at least 1,000, if not more. Do you truly believe she is capable of that?" "Absolutely not." Lai Shu stepped forward and inquired, "Whom are you pursuing?" Chu Mei'er replied, "A person with murderous intent. It must be the one emanating a killing aura." Wu Hani quickly asked, "Did you catch a glimpse of what he looks like?" "I caught up, but did not see clearly. He fled." "You managed to catch up. Why did you not seize him?" Chu Mei'er surveyed the group, and after a moment, she said, "You pose a greater threat to me." "Wu Hani, Lai Shu." Lai Shu placed a hand on her forehead and said, "Little sister, we harbor no ill will towards you. We too were drawn here by the presence of that individual with a murderous aura." Chu Mei'er pointed towards the direction of the Sacred Heaven Tower. "He headed that way. Are you not pursuing him?" As the two were about to depart, they noticed Chu Mei'er turning back towards the courtyard. Wu Hani promptly asked, "Are you not coming with us?" "It is my duty to guard this place." Wu Hani gazed at her retreating figure, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. By steadfastly protecting her domain and fulfilling her responsibilities, she would undoubtedly make an excellent subordinate. If only he could persuade her to work for him. The Demon Hunters Guild and the Qingluo Tower's people had long since arrived near the Sacred Heaven Tower. They turned every blade of grass and every tree upside down. yet failed to locate the individual with a murderous aura. No one questioned Chu Mei'er's actions. She still had 2 opportunities left. She hoped that during these, she could comprehend the first layer of the Heart Sutra and enhance her cultivation, lest she inadvertently expose herself in the future. The guards in the courtyard, sensing the approach of so many powerful beings, were so terrified that they hardly dared to act. After these formidable individuals departed, it was only then that they promptly informed Shangzhe. To their relief, they found Chu Mei'er clad in a simple white garment, seemingly unscathed, which alleviated their concerns but also puzzled them. It was curious how the Shang family, typically so low profile in the imperial city, would suddenly appear here. Miss Chu, I am to attend a banquet tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Though it might have been a mere illusion, Chu Mei'er maintained her usual aloof expression. Yet he sensed an added air of composure and a transcendent wisdom in her demeanor. Chu Mei'er replied, I shall attend in the guise of Yin. Her succinct words left no room for doubt. Shangzhe touched the tip of his nose and acquiesced. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. You may rest for now. I have matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to escort you. Watching Shangzhe's retreating figure, Chu Mei'er fell into contemplation. She needed to devise a means to dissuade that man from harboring intentions to eliminate Shangzhe. Indeed, today she had clearly seen the man's face. Unfortunately, during her previous simulation, she had not opted for life memories, leaving her unaware of his identity. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. With the banquet looming tomorrow, she had to swiftly rein in her murderous instincts. Today, she had refrained from wielding a sword, fearing she might lose control. Even a hint of her murderous aura could cause her to forfeit her initiative. At 10 years old, you grasped the essence of slaughter, nearly exposing yourself. But in a moment of crisis, you cleverly diverted attention to the Holy Heaven Tower. On the following day at the banquet, Wu Hani specifically sought you out, hoping to recruit you as his subordinate. You appeared troubled, inadvertently revealing that you and Shangzhe were inseparable. Should he perish, so would you. On that day, Wu Hani specifically sought out Shangzhe to discuss a potential collaboration. Although Shangzhe outwardly agreed, he harbored a sense of caution and secret. While engaging in the business of spirit herbs and auctions with Wu Hani, he simultaneously prepared a team to investigate the 2 hidden realms of the merchants. For the past 6 months, you have led a peaceful existence, cultivating a favorable relationship with Chen Yuya. Lai Shu from the Red Phoenix Tower has also shown interest in befriending you. Your sole focus has been on mastering the Ming Heart Sutra, yet you have struggled to grasp its essence. You revealed your golden core cultivation level, befriended Lai Shu, and obtained the privilege to directly access the 7th floor. A young lady in the Red Phoenix Tower encountered some troubles and requested your assistance in eliminating someone. After you complied, she expressed her gratitude and shared with you the relevant techniques for practicing the Ming Heart Sutra. At last, a turning point emerged. With the conclusion of this simulation, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of an 11-year-old. 2. The cultivation skills of an 11-year-old. 3. The life memories of an 11-year-old. This time, there was no need for hesitation. You chose option 3. The memories of the young lady from the Red Phoenix Tower gradually became clearer. The Ming Heart Sutra was crafted by the ancestral figure of the Red Phoenix Tower, originally intended as a means for those who have committed countless atrocities to seek redemption. To fully comprehend the first layer, one must cultivate virtue and engage in good deeds, abandon distracting thoughts and attachments, see through worldly matters, and master one's desires. Most importantly, it is essential to exercise control and restraint. Chu Mei'er sensed the murderous aura within her. She made a deliberate effort to feel it, and the intent to kill began to surge once more, causing her great distress. She quickly suppressed it with fierce determination, cultivating virtue and engaging in good deeds, relinquishing all malevolence, transforming into the Virgin Mary. Chu Mei'er felt a throbbing in her cranium. Fortunately, a system existed. Only with the system could she have so many opportunities for renewal. Otherwise, she would have perished countless times. As a golden core cultivator, she could live for, at most, over 6 centuries. If she diligently performed good deeds within the system, her experience of over 6 centuries should suffice. Onward. Chapter 99. Obligated to be a paragon of virtue? Come, system simulation. At the age of 10, in order to suppress your homicidal aura, you become entangled with the Scarlet Phoenix Pavilion and Wu Hani, and you begin to assist Shangzhe in amassing wealth. The various business strategies you propose, after Shangzhe's modifications and comprehension, allow Shangzhe to accumulate a fortune within a year. At 13, Shangzhe opens branch stores, naming the new alias storefronting Maid, all attributed to your concealed identity. At 14, you conceal your identity and diligently earn money alongside Shangzhe. The monikering gradually fades into obscurity. Chu Mei'er believes you are neglecting your cultivation and repeatedly attempts to dissuade you, but to no avail. Consequently, she joins you, providing you with capital to further expand the business. As a result, the Chen family's business also reaps substantial profits within a year. Wuhan initially coveted your power, but seeing your dedication to commerce and reluctance to act rashly, he gradually relinquished his intentions. Lai Shu even attempts to entice you into the Scarlet Phoenix Pavilion, but you decline, informing them that you have no interest in martial prowess. At 15, the Jiangshan Prefecture experiences a severe drought. You donate 100,000 taels of silver and open granaries to distribute food. At the age of 16, when a cataclysmic earthquake devastated Jiqing, leaving its populace displaced and destitute, you generously donated 200,000 taels of silver and personally led the reconstruction efforts to rebuild their homes. Henceforth, the name Ingmei resounded throughout the land, becoming synonymous with a merchant house deeply revered by the people, and your business flourished exponentially. At 17, as the Great War between the clans and demonic cultivators erupted, you and Ingmei dedicated yourselves to sheltering the displaced civilians. Villages ravaged by the conflict sought refuge under your care. During this year, as you journeyed to a rendezvous in the mystic realm, you were met by throngs of grateful citizens, an encounter that led you to brush past Chang Xian and her companions. Over a decade, you and your partner, hand in hand, rescued over 100,000 souls, providing them with sustenance and shelter. Your reputation spread far and wide across the nation. You finally attained the first stage of enlightenment in the Mingxin Sutra, completely eradicating your inner turmoil. With renewed purpose, you wielded your sword once more, discovering a profound unity with the blade. A year later, your fame had grown immensely, attracting both admirers and adversaries. You welcomed cultivators into your fold, only to find they brought unforeseen troubles. Stepping in to resolve the issues, you vanquished a Golden Core Stage 9th level peak expert with a single strike. In the heat of battle, the veil concealing your face fell away, revealing your true countenance. Your name was made with a single stroke of the sword. 2 days hence, Elder Chen arrived at your doorstep, revealing his cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Despite your valiant resistance, you ultimately perished alongside him. Excellent. At long last, the first stage has been mastered. Her selfless acts of salvation have truly been worthwhile. Moreover, having truly mastered the art of slaughter, she could even slay a peak 9th grade gold core cultivator. It is essential to note that her cultivation level was merely at the 2nd stage of gold core. To transcend so many realms and claim a life is nothing short of miraculous. She could hardly contain her anticipation to experience the tremendous power of the convergence of limitless charm and the path of slaughter. Upon the conclusion of this simulation, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level at 30 years of age. 2. The cultivation skills at 30 years of age. 3. The life memories at 30 years of age. She opted directly for the cultivation skills. Suddenly, a multitude of insights surged into her mind. The characters inscribed in the first volume of Heart of Clarity transformed from obscurity to lucidity. With benevolence towards all, she suppressed the aura of slaughter entirely. Free from the blinding intent of carnage, she could finally discern the true form of the sword techniques concealed beneath the veil of bloodshed. Rising, she made her way to the courtyard and drew a long sword. As the blade grazed her hand, she could almost hear the humming of the sword, clutching the scabbard tightly. The bloodthirsty aura swirled within her chest. In an instant, a surge of white energy coursed through her meridians, traversing her body before settling at her brow. A refreshing sensation rippled through her, completely dispelling her restlessness. When Chu Mei'er opened her eyes once more, her ink-black pupils were devoid of any emotion, as profound as a dark pool. Approaching a tree, she gazed intently at it. In an instant, a glint of the sword's back reflected, and the tree was shattered into splinters, crashing to the ground. Yet, Chu Mei'er remained in her previous stance, as if she had never moved. One stroke of the sword was enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. The path of slaughter is inherently formidable, especially before the battle, where a mere glance can render the enemy weak in the knees. However, its flaws are exceedingly grave, to the extent that she cannot bear them. Now, with the Ming Heart Sutra, nothing poses a problem. Her combat prowess now rivals that of a pinnacle 9th stage golden core cultivator. This transaction proves to be quite advantageous. with further cultivation of the Wuliang charm scroll, elevating it to the condensation level. She could attempt to seek out the remaining fragments of the 7 sacred spirit techniques in the secret realms. Currently, she is unable to contend with Elder Chun and those malevolent cultivators eyeing her with intent. Thus, she must continue to conceal her identity. It must be said, her skill in disguise is commendable, having managed to remain undetected for so many years. Yet, once the veil is lifted, the news swiftly reaches Elder Chen's ears. It seems there are spies in this place. At this moment, Shang Zhe is inquiring with several maidens and matrons about the events of the day. The maids, devoid of any cultivation, exchanged glances, and one who attends to Chu Mei'er quietly remarked, "Nothing much happened. The young mistress has bathed and changed, and is now resting." A matron added, "It's just that tonight, perhaps due to the weather, the temperature feels rather low. It's getting cold, and she should put on an additional garment." "Indeed, I too feel a chill. It's quite peculiar. We have sensed it as well." Shang Zhe furrowed his brow. "Is there nothing amiss with Miss Chu?" "Nothing at all. Miss Chu has tea called for anyone and should have gone to sleep." "Yes." Before she retired, she instructed us to leave and not disturb her, advising us not to linger in the courtyard. Shang Zhe rubbed his temples, one hand supporting his forehead. "Very well, you may leave now. Summon the guards to enter." Once the 2 guards arrived, Shang Zhe, with a grave expression, inquired, "From where does this aura of slaughter emanate?" He spoke directly and to the point. The guards, both possessing cultivation, exchanged glances. One of them quietly remarked, "It seems to have originated from the young lady's courtyard." However, when we arrived there, the ominous presence vanished instantaneously. Thus, we surmised that the individual had already departed and dared not enter. As cultivators, they were more acutely aware of the menacing aura, which could raise the hairs on their bodies and completely extinguish their fighting spirit. Chapter 100. A sword pierces the firmament. "Very well, I understand." After the guards left and the door closed, Shang Zhe rose and approached the window, gazing at the luminous moon on the horizon. The intent to kill, indeed. It emanated from Chu Mei'er's courtyard. Others might never suspect her, but he was well aware that Chu Mei'er possessed such capabilities. Having broken through to the golden core stage at the tender age of 10, what feat was beyond her reach? This matter must remain concealed. It absolutely cannot be known to others. The royal family and the 4 great towers are all watching her. Complacency is not an option. Little did he expect that Chu Mei'er would attract such trouble. Shang Zhe exhaled softly, reassuring himself that it would be entrusted to him. With his vast knowledge, he understood how challenging it was to control the intent to kill. In the future, he must ensure that Chu Mei'er refrains from taking action, lest she be blinded by murderous intent. The following morning, Shang Zhe specifically invited Chu Mei'er to share breakfast with him. Upon seeing her, his heart relaxed somewhat. Her expression remained calm, devoid of any traces of bloodshed, and she bore no weapons. "You all may leave." Shang Zhe dismissed the attendants, getting straight to the point. "Last night, was it you who harbored murderous intent?" Chu Mei'er was taken aback by his direct inquiry, momentarily lost in thought. Shang Zhe spoke earnestly. "We have faced life and death together. Trust me." She had simulated this scenario numerous times, and Shang Zhe had always been devoted to her. After pondering for a moment, she finally nodded. "It was I." Shang Zhe could not help but exhibit an expression of astonishment as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Although he had mentally prepared for this revelation, hearing her admit it still left him reeling. "How is it that you bear no trace of malice?" "The path of slaughter is one that can only be comprehended through the shedding of countless lives." "How many have you killed since their meeting?" They had remained together, and he had never witnessed her take a life. Though she had shown decisiveness in their travels, it had always been directed towards those deserving of death, never indulging in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. The fact that such a person as Chu Mei'er could grasp the path of slaughter was simply inconceivable. "I can now suppress my murderous aura, so you need not worry about my indiscriminate killing. As for the reason, I have nothing to disclose." Since she was unwilling to elaborate, Shang Zhe refrained from pressing further. "May I see your sword?" His eyes sparkled with excitement as a smile spread across his face. Chu Mei'er cast a glance at him and declared, "Once my sword is drawn, it shall taste blood. Do you wish to test that?" Shang Zhe cleared his throat, gesturing dismissively. "Then let it be. However, to what level have you ascended in your cultivation?" "Below the nascent soul stage, no one can rival me," she replied. Shang Zhe was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "No wonder so many are vying for your attention. You truly are a treasure." Before his very eyes, Chu Mei'er broke through to the golden core stage. In just a few days, she had become invincible at this level. Such talent was indeed wasted by remaining at his side. Yet, Shang Zai's laughter faded abruptly, his brow furrowing with concern. What do you require for your cultivation? Techniques? Elixirs? Or? His expression was one of genuine worry for Chu Mei'er. My cultivation method is somewhat unique. I merely need you to provide me with a plethora of rare materials, Chu Mei'er explained. Shang Zai's eyes brightened with understanding. Ah, I see. In this world, there are many extraordinary individuals. The sorcery he practiced was the result of one such remarkable person. The methods of cultivation vary widely. While the majority of cultivators enhance their prowess by absorbing spiritual energy, some, due to the peculiarities of their techniques, can defy the norm. There are those who hunt spiritual beasts to absorb their essence, those who seize power directly from others, those who seek enlightenment from the strong, and even those who cultivate by absorbing male essence. These unorthodox methods may be whispered about in secrecy, yet one cannot deny their remarkable efficiency. Chu Meier's approach, in particular, was astonishingly peculiar, as she sought to enhance her cultivation through the absorption of spiritual herbs. It remains a mystery what technique she employed. However, this does elucidate certain matters. Previously, every breakthrough made by Chu Mei'er was accompanied by the acquisition of spirit herbs. This time, her strength surged dramatically. He had provided her with 40 to 50 spirit herbs. Shang Zai's gaze towards Chu Mei'er shifted multiple times, as he felt he had uncovered her secret. Chu Mei'er was one of his own, and this secret he would undoubtedly keep confidential. How long must you stay by my side? After a moment's hesitation, Shang Zai tentatively inquired. Chu Mei'er continued to eat her meal, seemingly unfazed by the myriad expressions on his face. Until you find yourself impoverished. Shang Zai was akin to a vast treasure trove, and he must be tapped into. Upon hearing this, Shang Zai's eyes brightened, and he responded with a grin. What if I become destitute? Chu Mei'er glanced at him briefly. In this world, there are many affluent individuals. Shang Zai's smile faltered instantly. Thus, do not even think of seeking others. Chu Mei'er replied nonchalantly. Then you ought to strive harder. In the simulation, she had provided Shang Zai with several ideas that led to his immense profits. Since she could achieve such results in the simulation, it was evident she could replicate them in reality. Contemplating this, she realized she had never engaged in commerce. All her knowledge stemmed from her previous life, indicating some efficacy. This time, she could certainly put it to the test. Shang Zai smiled as he pushed his meal towards her. All right, I shall make every effort. This banquet was held at the most renowned tavern in the royal city, hosted by a member of the royal family, and Shang Zai was among the invited guests. Chu Mei'er maintained her enigmatic demeanor, clad in black, concealing her face thoroughly, with only her curvaceous form allowing one to discern her gender. Some merchants expressed confusion regarding Chu Mei'er, who followed closely behind Shang Zai. I remarked to Brother Shang, it suffices to have a beautiful maidservant accompany you. Yet, Shang Zai, feeling displeased, diminished the smile upon his face. She guarantees my identity. Concealment for me encompasses family and friends. I kindly ask young Master Wei to refrain from making unfounded remarks. Young Master Wei, intrigued, exclaimed, You truly regard a bodyguard as family and friend? How peculiar. Chu Mei'er mentally supplemented this description. At that moment, a considerable number of dignitaries and elegantly dressed ladies had gathered. Her dark, shadowy attire was conspicuously striking, prompting her to contemplate an early departure. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar face. She approached Shang Zai and whispered inquiringly about the identity of the individual. Following her gaze, Shang Zai's brows furrowed instantly. Wu Hani, the second prince of the current dynasty. Given the current turmoil within the royal court, do not be deceived by his handsome facade. There are few virtuous individuals within the royal family. Chapter 101. Deviant Paths. Chu Mei'er nodded slightly, her cherry lips parting as she murmured softly, The second prince? No wonder he often dispatched me to assassinate court officials in the simulator. It turns out he is a prince. Indeed, there are few virtuous individuals in the royal family. They merely regard her as an obedient tool for assassination. As if sensing her thoughts, Wu Hani locked eyes with Chu Mei'er. Truly, a practitioner who has cultivated their mental prowess to the mist consolidation stage possesses remarkable acuity. However, he displayed no hostility, instead offering Chu Mei'er an intrigued smile. He was already strikingly handsome, and with such a smile, he was truly captivating, momentarily enchanting numerous unmarried young ladies. However, Chu Mei'er felt a chill in her heart. Charm. She could sense a bewitching allure emanating from that smile. The ability to exude spiritual power at any time and place, enchanting outsiders, was truly unorthodox. Beneath the mask, Chu Mei'er parted her cherry lips, yet her voice resonated steadily in Wu Hani's ears. Wu Hani's smile froze completely on his face. Shangze, appearing somewhat displeased, stepped forward to shield the two. In a lowered voice, he cautioned, "This second prince is certainly not to be underestimated. You must avoid private interactions with him. If he invites you to be his attendant, you must firmly decline. He merely seeks to exploit you." Chu Mei'er nodded earnestly. "I understand." Meanwhile, a charming young woman approached with curiosity, gazing at Shangze. "Young master, is this your first visit to the imperial city?" Chu Mei'er blocked her path, impatiently pushing her aside to draw closer to Shangze. Observing this, Shangze's expression darkened instantly. "What are you doing?" "Apologize to her." The young woman, taken aback by his rapid change in demeanor, faltered. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling wronged. She hadn't done anything wrong. "Why should I apologize to a servant? What have I done to deserve this?" "Servant?" A coldness enveloped Shangze's handsome features. "Who said she is a servant?" "Apologize." The young woman, having been pampered since childhood, naturally refused, covering her face with a handkerchief and turning to flee. "The Shang family, just wait for me." Shangze stepped forward to smooth out the creases in Chu Mei'er's garment, which had been ruffled by the woman's push. "Having arrived here, I shall assuredly ensure that you suffer no further indignities." With a slight furrow of her brow, Chu Mei'er disentangled the hem of her garment from his grasp, her voice retaining its customary crystalline coolness. Indeed, a soft nasal affirmation escaped her lips, and with a fleeting shift of her form, she dematerialized from her position. Meanwhile, the woman had sought solace in her mother's presence, her countenance etched with woe. The lady, with gentle pats upon her back, offered comfort. "Do not distress yourself, my dear. I shall instruct someone to administer a thrashing. She is merely a servant, and yet, emboldened by the master's favor, she has evidently lost all sense of her station." The woman's satisfaction was now somewhat appeased, and she cast a triumphant glance in Chu Mei'er's direction. However, to her astonishment, Chu Mei'er vanished from sight under her very gaze. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? The lady, too, had witnessed this spectacle in its entirety, and she inhaled sharply with a gasp. No wonder she serves as a guard. This woman, though youthful in voice, possesses such uncanny and elusive techniques. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. We are no match for such a formidable cultivator. Be good, and do not stir up trouble. Although earthly power reigns supreme in this world, and they are esteemed dignitaries and nobles, they remain mere mortals, fleshly beings with a lifespan of but a century. Towering above such power are these immortal cultivators, against whom they are powerless, lacking even the temerity to oppose them. The woman nodded vacantly. "Mother, you speak the truth." She dared not persist. The tavern teemed with gathered dignitaries and nobles. Chu Mei'er, deviating from the arrangement, did not partake of her meal in the guard's designated chamber. Instead, she ascended to the rooftop across the way, settling into a nook from which she could observe Shangze's movements, and commenced her cultivation. Her telekinetic abilities had reached the stage of condensation, enabling her to manipulate objects of various sizes as weapons, striking unseen. She rummaged through her cosmic bracelet and finally unearthed some jewelry. These were the pieces that Shangze had gifted her previously. However, wearing jewelry during combat had proven inconvenient, causing them to remain hidden away. As she sifted through the assortment, she discovered a hairpin. One end of the pin was sharp, making it an excellent choice for a weapon. Chu Mei'er recalled the valiant hero from her past life as films, whistling as an arrow shot forth, unstoppable and fierce. A thrill surged through her. Could she replicate such prowess? Rubbing her hands together, she placed the hairpin before her, her fingers cold as she formed a seal, channeling her mental energy to envelop the pin. To her, with her telekinetic prowess at the condensation stage, the pin felt as light as a feather. Under her command, the hairpin floated effortlessly in midair, responding to her thoughts, and suddenly darted forcefully into the wall. With a sharp sound, the entire pin embedded itself into the surface, leaving behind a deep hole. Chu Mei'er's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was feasible. Replacing the hairpin, she drew forth a long sword, playing with its weight in her hands before once again employing her mental energy. She distinctly felt the heft of the sword, causing her fingers to feel slightly burdened. Yet, this weight was trivial to her. Rising to her feet, she commanded the sword to dance through the air, The blade executed a series of intricate maneuvers, while she merely guided it with her 2 fingers. Although these movements appeared deceptively simple to an outsider, they required immense mental strength and extraordinary precision. Otherwise, such seamless control would be impossible. At that moment, outside the tavern below, 2 opulent carriages came to a gradual halt. The elegantly dressed Chen Yuya alighted from the carriage. Her beauty was striking, yet years of rigorous training had imbued her with a certain gallant demeanor reminiscent of the martial world. Her exceptional visage drew the attention of many young gentlemen, who could not help but steal glances. As she descended, a man eagerly approached her, attempting to engage her in conversation. I wonder if the young lady— Before he could finish, Chen Yuya, displaying her impatience, waved her hand dismissively and turned away. Nearby, a servant, incensed, retorted, "How dare you? Do you even comprehend the stature of our young master, that you would display such rudeness?" Chen Yuya's expression darkened as she inquired, "Oh, and what is his status?" "Our young master is none other than the son of the current prime minister." "You dare to act so insolently?" The man feigned anger and commanded, "Silence." He then turned to Chen Yuya, bowing respectfully, "Please do not hold this against us." Furrowing her brows, Chen Yuya replied, "I am curious to see if the prime minister's son possesses a harder head." As she spoke, she reached for her sword. But at that moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind the man, swiftly positioning itself before Chen Yuya. Enraged, she exclaimed, "What? Do you wish to fight? I shall gladly oblige." As she spoke, she attempted to advance with her sword, nearly tripping over her skirt. Frustrated, she tugged at the fabric, almost tearing it apart. Were it not for this dress, she would have already turned the man into a disfigured mess. Just as the man reveled in his moment of triumph, he suddenly heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air from behind him. It was the shadowy figure, quick to react, drawing its sword to confront the threat. With a sharp clang, the blades met, followed by a series of crisp sounds as the shadow guard faltered, clutching his bleeding hand and retreating rapidly. The sword grazed the man's cheek, leaving a crimson streak and a lock of hair drifting to the ground. The blade plunged deeply into the earth. Still quivering from the force of the blow, the man stood frozen for a moment, then raised his trembling hand to touch his face, only to find it stained with blood. Panic surged through him, and he screamed, "Help! Someone has been killed." Chen Yuya looked up, locking eyes with Chu Mei'er across the tea house. Though she was shrouded in layers of clothing, Chen Yuya recognized her instantly, observing Chu Mei'er concealed in the shadows. Chen Yujia's expression turned complex, her hand gripping tightly at her side. Meanwhile, Chun Xian also exited another carriage. The man, having narrowly escaped death, screamed as he fled, no longer able to concern himself with anything else. Chun Xian glanced at the now-closed window of Chu Mei'er's carriage and then at the deep pit in the ground, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "Who is he? Do you know him?" Chen Yuya gritted her teeth, exuding an air of frustration. "I don't know him." She turned sharply and shot an angry glare at Chu Mei'er, who was left bewildered, unsure of how she had provoked such ire. Yet, after her recent attempts, she realized the potency of her mental prowess. Chu Mei'er repositioned herself to better observe the situation concerning Shangzhe. She genuinely feared for his safety against the formidable Wuhani. Losing him would mean losing her fortune. With her mental energy, she manipulated several leaves, practicing as she had seen in shows from her past life, directing the delicate leaves to strike against the trunk. She skillfully controlled her strength, practicing her precision. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated from behind her. "You possess remarkable skills, young lady." Chu Mei'er subtly retrieved a hairpin, playing with it in her palm. Wuhani approached and sat beside her. "You are the third cultivator in the mist condensation stage that I have encountered." "Oh, the second must have been the gentleman whom Shangzhe had introduced to her in the simulator." However, she was not particularly interested. She merely responded with a faint acknowledgement and continued to manipulate the leaves. Wuhani got straight to the point. "I would like you to join my sect." "What are your terms?" "Feel free to ask." 500 Earth-grade spirit herbs, plus 100 Heaven-grade spirit herbs, Chu Mei'er stated without hesitation. Hearing this, Wuhani's eyelids twitched violently. "What do you need such a quantity of spirit herbs for?" "That's none of your concern." 500 Earth-grade spirit herbs, in addition to 100 Heaven-grade spirit herbs. Such a price would be beyond the reach of even ordinary sections. The total value amounts to at least several million spirit stones. How about this? I see you are also a cultivator of mental power. If you are willing to join my sect, I will provide you with a rare Earth-grade technique specifically for cultivating mental power. What do you say? a technique for cultivating mental power. Truly a rare find. During my time mingling among various sects using the simulator, I rarely came across such techniques. Though there were a few, they were merely yellow and profound grade. I have never encountered an earth grade one. If it were anyone else, they would likely succumb to temptation and agree immediately. No, to her, nothing holds more value than the elixir of life. I can offer you pills, techniques, martial skills. No. However, upon witnessing Chu Mei'er's unwavering resolve, Wu Hani felt that she was deliberately being obstinate. What a pity. The young lady truly harbors deep affection for young Master Shang. Even in the face of such a high offer, her loyalty remains steadfast. It is indeed enviable. Chu Mei'er cast a faint glance at him. Upon her arrival in the imperial city, he had directly offered 50 earth-grade spiritual herbs. Do you truly believe your price is high? Perhaps not. Furthermore, Shangzhe had promised to turn those 2 secret realms into her private garden. She would have to be out of her mind to betray Shangzhe. Upon hearing this, Wu Hani's expression stiffened instantly. 50 earth-grade spiritual herbs? He must have drained Shangzhe dry. What a lavish expenditure. However, he had initially thought that Chu Mei'er, like other women, was driven by emotions. Now it appears she too remains by Shangzhe's side for the sake of profit. A greedy woman indeed. You mentioned 500 herbs, which I cannot possibly provide, but I can certainly offer several dozens. If you were to become my disciple, I would grant you 20 earth-grade spiritual herbs each year. What do you think? Oh, how generous. This is akin to a yearly salary. Chu Mei'er scrutinized Wu Hani from head to toe. Although his expression was concealed, he could still sense her palpable disdain. 20 herbs a year? With the sound echoing, dozens of falling leaves plunged into the trunk. A thunderous crash resounded as the entire tree collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. With my current strength, I could venture into the mountains and procure 20 earth-tier spiritual herbs within a month. Now tell me, what benefits can you offer me for remaining by your side? To think you would propose an annual salary. Truly, the presence of capitalists is inescapable. As she spoke, the aura emanating from Chu Mei'er steadily ascended. Sensing her power, Wu Hani's pupils constricted in astonishment. Such oppressive force. She must be at least at the golden core stage. As a practitioner of mental power, he comprehended the immense dedication and sacrifice required for such cultivation. His innate mental prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and his talent for cultivating mental energy was significantly stronger than most. Nonetheless, it was only in his 20s that he barely attained the mist condensation realm. Yet this young woman, despite her tender age, had already reached such heights. Furthermore, she was a spiritual cultivator, having ascended to the golden core stage. Such extraordinary talent was truly astounding. However, this revelation sparked a new consideration in Wu Hani's eyes, which glimmered with intrigue. A genius like her, given time, could undoubtedly evolve into a legendary figure, a peerless powerhouse. If he could indoctrinate her now and bend her to his will, would not such an extraordinary force become his own? Yet, presently, there lay an obstacle in his path. Shangzhe. The shift in his gaze did not escape Chu Mei'er's notice. Wu Hani was contemplating the elimination of Shangzhe at this very moment. A reckless move. In an instant, the murderous intent swelling within Chu Mei'er became nearly uncontrollable. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned the leaves that had deeply embedded themselves in the wood to rise once more. They were neatly arranged in midair, poised for action. I am the prince of the present day. If you assist me in achieving the imperial throne, the entire realm will be mine. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill for you. Even if you wish to become my empress, I can reserve that position for you. Such words. Chu Mei'er wore a look of disdain. Chapter 103. Empress? What purpose does it serve? An empress? What purpose does it serve? Wu Hani's gaze brimmed with ambition. To be above all others, such glory is not granted to just anyone. Ha! A dignified cultivator, particularly one gifted with extraordinary psychic abilities. Obsessively clinging to such mundane power is truly laughable. Chu Mei'er scoffed. Wu Hani's expression instantly froze. What I seek is the elevated realm of martial arts, fusion, ascension, tribulation, and ultimately, the esteemed achievement of attaining a celestial form. Yet you confine yourself within this trivial imperial city. It is utterly absurd. Paths diverging. We cannot strategize together. Chu Mei'er initially contemplated employing a method from the simulator to dissuade him from harboring murderous intent towards Shangzhe. However, she now found herself looking down upon this man. She flipped her palm again, and dozens of leaves hovered before Wu Hani. He was taken aback, disregarding the imminent danger before him, and turned his gaze towards her. Since you pursue that exalted realm, why remain in the mortal world beside Shangzai? Willingly serving as his guard? You too possess a mortal heart, admit it. Beneath her mask, Chu Mei'er rolled her eyes, but Wuhani could not see. He could only hear her icy voice. The cultivation method is peculiar, and I require an abundance of spiritual herbs for my training. At this juncture, her voice faltered slightly, her fingers deftly twirling as dozens of leaves sharply oriented their blades towards Wuhani. Chu Meier's tone deepened, exuding an ominous intent. Should you dare harbor any ill thoughts towards my employer, rest assured, I possess countless methods to bring about your demise. As her words resonated, the leaves sliced through the air, grazing Wuhani's cheek before embedding themselves into the wall behind him. Wuhani's expression darkened, for he detested being threatened. However, Chu Mei'er shifted her tone, suggesting, if you require my assistance, it is not unfeasible. For 50 heavenly-level spiritual herbs, I could aid you in taking a life. It was a simple transaction. Deliver the herbs, and I would grant you a favor. Gradually, Wuhani's demeanor softened. In that case, I shall not press further. If possible, we might even forge a friendship, and I hope you will not hold any animosity towards me. Chu Mei'er replied coolly, if you bear no hostility towards Shangzai, then I shall reciprocate. Hearing her incessant mention of Shangzai, Wuhani sighed. I only lament that I did not encounter you sooner, rest assured. I shall not lay a finger on Shangzai. What incredible fortune has Shangzai encountered to befriend such a loyal subordinate as Yin? Had he met you first, alas? Chu Mei'er sneered inwardly. If I had met you first, I would have been doomed to a fate far worse. In the simulator, she saw the situation with crystal clarity. Wuhani is undoubtedly the epitome of a royal figure, a staunch egoist willing to sacrifice everything for his own gain. One must remain perpetually vigilant when dealing with such a collaborator, ever wary of betrayal. Even in the absence of Shangzai, cooperation with him would be utterly inconceivable. Remember my words from today. With that, Chu Mei'er gracefully departed. As she turned away, a shadow of darkness flickered in Wuhani's gaze. This woman is truly remarkable. If only he could glimpse her true visage. The banquet within had commenced. Wuhani descended from the rooftop, brushing off the dust from his attire, and entered the room. He grasped a glass of wine and approached Shangzai directly. Young Master Shang, you are indeed a promising figure. I have a business proposition that may pique your interest. Shangzai felt a surge of caution, yet his exterior remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips. I am both honored and surprised. Other merchants, witnessing the second prince's initiative to engage with Shangzai, exchanged glances and joined the conversation. Through the window, Chu Mei'er beheld Shangzai, now surrounded by merchants, her heart swelling with delight. The more he earned, the more elixirs he would bestow upon her. She marveled once again at the efficiency of the system. The banquet unfolded harmoniously, with Shangzai emerging as the principal victor. His business thrived in rare materials and underground auctions. Not only had he garnered the respect of established merchants in the imperial city, but he had also secured several lucrative contracts. On his return journey, he was brimming with excitement, sharing his grand commercial visions with Chu Mei'er. In the future, he vowed, they would indulge in the finest luxuries together. As he spoke, he revealed the gifts bestowed upon him by several merchants at the banquet. In the tray lay 2 stalks of the mysterious spirit grass. No matter how diminutive they were, Chu Mei'er would not disdain them. She graciously took them into her hands and infused them into the system. The carriage continued its journey as usual, but suddenly, Chu Meier's expression shifted, her vigilance heightened. Someone is following us. She sprang to her feet, and before Shangzai could inquire further, she vanished from the carriage. Shangzai lifted the curtain to gaze outside, his face betraying concern. As the carriage arrived at the entrance of the residence, he was met with the sight of Chun Yuya, arms crossed, glaring at him with palpable fury. Get out of the carriage. Shangzai was perplexed. Had he offended her in some way? Miss Chun. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Yuya stormed forward, seizing his collar. The coachman attempted to intervene, but Chun Yuya flicked her sleeve, unleashing a gust of wind that sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise for a while. Shangzai hastily exclaimed, Miss Chun, is there some misunderstanding between us? The street bustled with people coming and going, as Chun Yuya dragged Shangzai through the gate, slamming it shut with a resounding bang before unleashing her fury. She hurled Shangzai to the ground, exclaiming, You actually allowed her to masquerade as a guard by your side? Are you out of your mind? Why must you torment her so? Is it so difficult to grant her a proper identity? It turned out she had come on behalf of Chu Mei'er. Chu Mei'er was wrapped in layers of clothing, adopting the alias Yin, even stripped of the right to her own name. This infuriated Chun Yuya to no end. After all, she was a prodigy of the Golden Core stage. In any sect or power, she would be treated as an esteemed guest, lavishly provided for. Yet, she was relegated to enduring hardships by Shang Zai's side. Chen Yuya could no longer bear to witness this injustice and was determined to seek redress for Chu Mei'er. Shang Zai hurriedly implored, "Allow me to elucidate. It is not as you perceive." Yet, Chen Yuya delivered a forceful blow to his nose, causing him to emit a cry of anguish and collapse to the ground. "Do you still dare to argue?" she retorted, as Shang Zai clutched his bleeding nose. He finally conveyed the crux of the matter. He was being pursued and needed to remain by my side to conceal his identity, ensuring that none could glimpse his face. In the midst of his explanation, he swiftly produced a wanted poster from his spatial device. "Look at this." Chen Yuya took the wanted notice, only to find the depicted individual was none other than Chu Mei'er. The charges levied against her were grave. She had allegedly defected from her sect and had slain several disciples. Lingxiao Pavilion had offered a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones along with precious foundational pills in pursuit of her. This is Shang Zai, bloodied and bruised, his face swollen on one side, continued, "There is something amiss with the Lingxiao Pavilion. The document states that Miss Chu has killed a few individuals: Chang Xian, Chai Lu, Zhou Hu, Wang Yuan, Su Dun. I have encountered these individuals, and they are currently training within our Shang family's secret realm. It is utterly absurd. The notion of Miss Chu's defection from the sect is equally ludicrous. With such valuable assets at stake, it is only natural that many would covet them. Miss Chu devised a clever way to freely come and go in my presence while concealing her identity. You have misunderstood the situation." Upon entering the imperial city, he had taken the initiative to investigate Chu Mei'er's background. After all, he realized he knew too little about her, leaving him without a sense of security. Upon seeing the wanted poster, he did not harbor distrust towards Chu Mei'er, but rather found the situation to be preposterous. A disciple of the inner sect. This matter pertains solely to the affairs of the clan. It is astonishing that a warrant for arrest would even reach the mortal realm. Family scandals should remain concealed. Yet the sect has laid bare its domestic troubles, revealing the extent of their fury over Chu Mei'er's escape. There must undoubtedly be some hidden intricacies at play. Currently, he is not only dealing with his own issues in secrecy, but is also discreetly investigating Chu Mei'er, hoping to extend his assistance to her. I have discovered that several individuals have accepted this task. Although they are not her adversaries, the abundance of killings may attract vengeance, so maintaining a low profile is prudent. The irritable Chun Yujia has finally calmed her emotions, yet her gaze toward Shang Zai has taken on a peculiar intensity. "Your considerations are indeed thorough." Shang Zai, with a bruised visage and his plain garments stained with splattered blood, appears disheveled, yet his elegant demeanor remains intact. "This is merely my duty." Acknowledging her mistake, Chun Yujia steps forward with a handkerchief in hand. Upon noticing, Shang Zai retreats as if facing a formidable foe. Chun Yujia furrows her brow and throws the handkerchief towards him, instructing him to clean the blood. "I acted impulsively this time. I apologize and extend my sincere regrets." With considerable force, the handkerchief strikes him, nearly provoking another bout of blood from Shang Zai. It is of no consequence. Shang Zai manages a strained smile, hoping that Miss Chun will exercise more composure in her future endeavors. Ever since their first encounter, he has been subject to her blows. Shang Zai senses that this woman is his natural nemesis. "Regarding our marriage." Chun Yujia's brows knit tightly, suggesting that a ceremony be held to formally dissolve it. At this juncture, Shang Zai offered a wry smile and shook his head. He needed the elders of his clan to make a decision, but he hoped the young lady would grant him some time. He would resolve the matter. Meanwhile, Chu Mei'er followed the enigmatic figure away from the imperial city and into a secluded forest. She employed her mental acuity to scan her surroundings, only to discover that the individual had vanished without a trace. Curious, she had sensed someone trailing her since her recent breakthrough into the miscondensing realm. Now, that sensation resurfaced. Who precisely was this mysterious person? Furrowing her brows, she surveyed her surroundings and called out, "Come forth. What is your purpose in following me? If you require something, we can negotiate. There is no need to lurk in the shadows." Before long, a man's voice echoed back, "How intriguing." Chu Mei'er watched in astonishment as a figure appeared intermittently among the branches, ultimately revealing a man clad in a black robe. A living person materializing out of thin air. What impossibilities could this world still harbor? Sensing her bewilderment, the man explained, I merely influenced your perception with my mental force. I have been standing right here all along. Such formidable prowess. Is mental force capable of such manipulation? Chu Mei'er composed herself and raised her gaze to the man. What sort of transaction do you seek? I can assist you in killing or saving others. 100 stalks of earth-level spirit herbs per task. Her nonchalant demeanor intrigued the man. What an interesting young lady. No wonder that individual requested him to keep a close watch. Why the increase in price? Wasn't it merely 50 stalks last time? A jolt of apprehension surged through Chu Mei'er. Just how long had this person been following her? She was utterly oblivious, resolute in her refusal to negotiate. The man's smile deepened, and suddenly, his voice turned grave. What if I were to ask you to kill Shangzai? Chu Mei'er blinked, contemplating the worth of 100,000 earth-level spiritual herbs. Shangzai's value extended far beyond that mere sum. In this world, she had few individuals she could trust. Yet from her previous simulations, it was evident that Shangzai possessed commendable character. The man raised an eyebrow. Is he truly worth that much? The future tycoon. What do you think? Very well, he spoke with a dispassionate tone, vanishing once more from her sight. Was her vision still being affected? Chu Mei'er closed her eyes, unleashing her spiritual energy to sense her surroundings. As her energy swept through the area, no signs of life emerged, prompting her to open her eyes once more. Another individual seeking to harm Shangzai? After painstakingly discovering a treasure, how could it so easily attract unwanted attention? Furrowing her brow, Chu Mei'er pondered her departure. Indeed, Shangzai's innate strength was considerably lacking. Although he possessed the physique of a protagonist, he had yet to fully mature, rendering his cultivation woefully inadequate. What if this man were genuinely willing to pay 100,000 for Shangzai's life? The mere thought ignited her fervor. 100,000 herbs. She could simulate countless times, potentially reaching the stages of transformation or integration. Yet, to kill Shangzai so ruthlessly would be a disservice to him. No matter, she could take an advance, simulate the scenario, and then eliminate this man. Chu Mei'er's calculations were meticulous, yet alas, such ambitions were destined to remain unfulfilled. 100,000 stalks of earth-level spiritual grass. Even if one were to harvest every single blade from the entire spirit beast forest, it might still fall short of that quantity. The 2 secret realms of certain merchants would suffice to satiate the system. Chu Mei'er ultimately relinquished the thought of eliminating Shangzai. Upon returning to the courtyard, she fortuitously encountered Shen Yuya, who was just stepping out, followed closely by the battered Shangzai. Shangzai appeared utterly disheveled. His nose askew and one side of his face swollen and crimson, presenting a rather comical sight. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chu Mei'er inquired, Did you two engage in a skirmish? Shen Yuya, feeling a twinge of guilt, covered her mouth with her hand and cleared her throat, linking her arm with Chu Mei'er's as they strolled outward. Come, let us visit the Chen family. I shall treat you. By the way, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Shangzai, clutching his face, wore an expression rife with sorrow. Once they boarded the carriage, Shen Yuya removed the conical hat from Chu Mei'er's head, revealing her breathtakingly exquisite visage. I had assumed that Shangzai found you unpresentable, hence arranged for you to adopt a different identity to avoid exposure. I did not expect to misinterpret the situation. Upon hearing this explanation, a broader smile graced Chu Mei'er's face, filling her heart with warmth. Thank you, Sister Mei'er. I have heard that you are in need of spiritual herbs. Coincidentally, we have just received a new batch at our shop. I shall take you to see them. Shen Yuya's sincerity left Chu Mei'er with no grounds for refusal. Shen Yuya refrained from inquiring about the Lingxiao Pavilion, treating her merely as an ordinary friend. Chapter 105. Unfamiliar origins bring peril. Chu Mei'er's attire was rather conspicuous, prompting Shen Yuya to contemplate whether she should suggest a change of clothing. Chu Mei'er shook her head earnestly, stating, As long as my face is seen by outsiders, a powerful practitioner at the nascent soul stage will come to hunt me down. Currently, I am no match for such a formidable opponent. Hearing her seriousness, Shen Yuya chuckled lightly, reassuring her, Do not worry, your identity will remain a secret from others. With that, she made no efforts to conceal their actions, leading Chu Mei'er into her own shop as their carriage halted in the bustling marketplace. Such overt behavior naturally caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Within half an hour, Wuhani received the news. What? She actually went to the auction house with Chan Yuja? Wuhani pondered a leaf in his hand. his brows furrowing in contemplation. Given her partnership with Shangzhe, her current level of cultivation should have been manageable for him. Thus, her actions were driven by her own volition. She was unwilling to be under his command, yet mingled freely with the Qin family. Was it because the Qin family was wealthy? He mulled over the similarities between the Qin family and Shangzhe, both being affluent. This scene truly had a peculiar disposition, only associating with the affluent. It seemed that to win her allegiance, financial resources were necessary. In the empty room, a delicate voice floated in, "Master, if she cannot be of use, it would be best to eliminate her. She is merely at the second stage of the golden core." Wu Hani smirked, crushing the verdant leaf in his grasp. "Do not forget, she is still a fog condensation stage cultivator." The ethereal voice replied, "Even so, she can only contend with practitioners at the 5th stage of the golden core, whereas I am at the 9th stage. Are you entirely certain?" "Indeed." Wu Hani casually discarded the crushed leaves, followed by a hearty laugh. "Without lifting a finger, I found her quite intriguing, a person driven by desire, who, once her hunger is sated, would comply willingly. She would come to realize that the Qin family and the Shang family were of little consequence. Only I could fulfill her needs." At this moment, Chu Mei'er had followed Qinyuya through a secret passage into another hidden chamber. Before she could lift the curtain, she was greeted by the cacophony of voices outside. Qinyuya took her hand and pulled aside the curtain, revealing a vast underground trading venue. Chu Mei'er was utterly astounded. "Is all this the Qin family's doing?" "Indeed," replied Qinyuya. "Every merchant selling here belongs to our Qin family." It was a revelation that left her speechless, as poverty had constrained her imagination. This expansive space resembled a grand marketplace, bustling with merchants offering a myriad of goods. Qinyuya seemed to possess the entire market. In her previous life, such an enterprise would have marked her as a billionaire magnate. Qinyuya led her to a small vendor. "I hear you have a high-tier earth-grade spirit medicine for sale. What is the price?" The shopkeeper chuckled, turning to retrieve a palm-sized box from his bag, which he presented to Qinyuya. "Miss, knowing your needs, I specifically set this aside for you. I even turned down an offer for a nourishing yuan pill." This tier of spirit medicine could no longer be traded for spirit stones. Barter was the only option. "What do you require?" The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, saying, "Miss, I am on the verge of breaking through to the qi refinement stage. If I could obtain a foundation establishment pill, it would be perfect." "Very well." The shopkeeper immediately raised 2 fingers, stating a fixed price for 2 pieces, mentioning that his wife would also be making a breakthrough in a couple of years. Qinyuya's eyes narrowed slightly, expressing her desire to inspect the quality. The vendor opened the box, and a robust aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth, chilling and imbued with an exceptionally pure spiritual essence, indicating it was of superior quality. The deal was struck. It was the first time Chu Mei'er realized the immense value of foundation-building pills. 2 pills could be exchanged for a high-grade earth-tier spiritual herb. The shopkeeper promptly delivered the goods and quickly tidied up his stall, preparing to depart. Qinyuya took the box and casually handed it to Chu Mei'er, declaring it a gift to welcome her, lamenting that she had not been able to greet her upon her arrival. "This is far too precious," Chu Mei'er protested. "I cannot accept something without earning it." Qinyuya shot her a stern look and insisted, "Consider us friends. It is customary to exchange gifts, is it not?" Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow and shook her head, still refusing to accept it. "Very well." Qinyuya replied with a resigned smile. The merchant they encountered earlier was also a cultivator. He had stumbled upon the high-grade earth-tier spiritual herb and had come to sell it in the black market, fearing it could bring him trouble. Otherwise, 2 foundation-building pills would not suffice to purchase such a valuable item. Chu Mei'er nodded in understanding. Qinyuya then noticed a peculiar rock at a nearby stall, playfully holding it in her palm. "In this place, many intriguing items are first presented to our Qin family, and we offer a fair price to acquire them, ensuring no deception or trickery is involved. This stone should be an excellent material for smelting iron." However, Chu Mei'er paid no heed to her words. She sensed an underlying danger in this place, yet the source of that peril remained elusive. Chu Mei'er possessed nothing of value, merely observing as she traversed the area. After exploring the entire marketplace, Qinyuya acquired 3 high-grade earth-tier spiritual herbs. Before parting ways, Qinyuya waved at her, inviting her to visit the Chun family tomorrow. "All right," Chu Mei'er replied absently, fully aware that someone was tailing her, and it was not that mysterious man. After taking a few steps forward, her unease compelled her to turn back and chase after Qinyuya. Once separated from Chu Mei'er, Chen Yujia propped her chin in her hand, gazing at the 3 high-grade earth-tier spiritual herbs on the small table, her brow furrowed in distress. Zhang had mentioned that on the very night she entered the city, he had given Chu Mei'er 40 to 50 high-grade earth-tier spiritual herbs, all of which she had accepted without hesitation. Yet, Chen Yujia found herself unwilling to accept any in return. It was truly vexing. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt with a clatter, as if it had collided with something. Chen Yujia lurched forward but quickly steadied herself, placing the herbs into her spatial device. Outside, there was no sound, only a profound silence. Frowning, she lifted the curtain, only to find herself surrounded by 3 individuals. Their positions effectively blocked all avenues of escape. Chen Yujia disembarked from the carriage, her vigilance heightened as she surveyed the approaching figures, their intentions clearly unfriendly. "Who are you?" she inquired, as the leader, a short middle-aged man with a hoarse voice, responded, "Miss, those earth-tier spiritual herbs belong to our young master. We kindly request that you return them to their rightful owner. Indeed, that which is of uncertain origin invariably brings peril." Chapter 106. I am her guardian. Chen Yujia emitted a cold smile. "That is something I purchased. If you desire it, procure it yourselves." The 3 exchanged glances, and the diminutive man remarked, "Miss, we are not seeking your permission." As his words faded, the trio advanced a step, their imposing presence intensifying. To her astonishment, they were all cultivators of the golden core stage. She retreated several steps and produced the box. "The spiritual medicine is here. Take it." The short man curled his fingers like claws, drawing the box into his possession. "Is that sufficient? I shall take my leave." Confronting 3 golden core cultivators head-on would yield her no advantage. "Halt." Another rotund figure chuckled. "Now that the item has been recovered, might the perpetrator also be identified? Haha. Someone has committed murder for treasure, slaying our young master, and seizing the spiritual artifact." Chen Yuya's expression darkened. "That item is mine. You are well aware of it. Did they intend to frame her? How could we know? We only witnessed the young master's belongings. Whether you found, purchased, or stole it from him, who can tell? Your suspicion is the greatest now. Leave." The stout man clenched his fist, poised to strike Chen Yuya. Her face turned pale. She was utterly no match for a golden core expert. "There were 3 of them. Do you know who I am? Should you take my life? The Chen family will not let you escape unscathed." "Ha! Merely a merchant from the mortal realm. What significance could he possibly hold? Killing him poses no consequence. Surely, your family's retainers lack any formidable prowess, particularly in the nascent stage of foundation establishment." "Alas, they are not present." Chen Yuya inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. "What is it that you desire? Spare my life, and I shall fulfill your wishes. Spiritual stones, elixirs, rare treasures of heaven and earth. All shall be at your disposal." The diminutive man erupted into laughter. "At our age, do you truly think you possess heavenly techniques? Do you have celestial herbs? How utterly deluded. TSK. This young girl exhibits some talent. At such a tender age, she has already reached the foundation establishment stage. She must be eliminated. We cannot allow her the opportunity to grow stronger." The 3 approached her with mocking laughter. Chen Yujia, trembling with anxiety, pressed herself against the carriage before suddenly turning to flee. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when the slender man raised his hand, effortlessly drawing her back. As a mere fledgling in the foundation establishment stage, she stood no chance of resistance. With a grip tightening around her throat, Chen Yujia gasped for breath. Help me." At that moment, she heard a sharp sound. A blade piercing flesh, and felt the warm droplets of blood on her face. The hand constricting her throat slackened. Chen Yujia collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat and gasping. Almost immediately, the man who had threatened her lay lifeless, a sword protruding from his forehead, having pierced through his skull. The 2 remaining men remained momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events, when the sword seemingly possessed a will of its own, redirecting its aim towards them. It was telekinesis. How could such a master exist in the mortal realm? The 2 individuals swiftly brandished their blades in defense, successfully parrying several assaults. It was only then that Chen Yujia managed to catch her breath, wiping away the blood that clung to her eyes, and beheld the figure of Chu Mei'er, clad in black, approaching with an air of nonchalance. Her movements were so fluid and effortless, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens. The long sword in the air seemed to manifest a martial technique, as if an unseen hand wielded it against them. The 2 cultivators, both at the 8th level of the golden core stage, exchanged glances, their internal energies surging forth to withstand dozens of attacks. Standing back to back, they directed their gaze towards Chu Mei'er. Humph, your current cultivation must be at the mist condensation realm. Yet it is a pity that this realm cannot contend with the prowess of two 8th-level golden core masters. She stepped forward, aiding Chen Yuya to her feet. Chen Yuya's legs felt weak, her neck marred by deep, frightening bruises. Who are you? Chu Mei'er propped Chen Yuya against the carriage and turned to confront the two men. Her protector, she stated succinctly, and a wave of killing intent radiated from her. Thankfully, she had arrived in time. Otherwise, Chen Yuya would have perished here. One man, his expression darkened, drew his long sword and charged at Chu Mei'er. Protector? Then let us die together. Breathing heavily against the carriage, Chen Yuya's eyes widened as she witnessed the man advancing with his blade drawn. Before she could utter a warning, her pupils constricted in horror. The reflection of the long sword momentarily dazzled her eyes, yet Chu Mei'er remained poised and unyielding, as if she had never moved. However, the man before her now bore a new wound at his brow, a trickle of blood sliding down the blade's edge. The man's body fell to the ground with a resounding thud. He, astonishingly, perished just like that. She had been intently observing Chu Mei'er, and in a mere blink, as a flash of light flickered before her eyes, the man was dead. What kind of swordplay is this? So swift. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate invincibility. For the first time, Chen Yuya experienced fear, the fear of Chu Mei'er's formidable strength. She felt a sense of relief, grateful that such a powerful ally stood on her side. Only the stout man remained. Upon witnessing the demise of his companions, he turned on his heel and fled. His speed was astonishing. Despite his corpulent form, he moved with the swiftness of lightning. Chu Mei'er immediately pursued him, chasing for several miles, yet failing to catch up. At that moment, Chen Yuya leaned against the cart, lost in a daze. Chu Mei'er approached her and asked, "Are you all right?" Chen Yuya's complexion remained ashen. The marks on her fair neck were a stark reminder of the ordeal. "It's all right." Chu Mei'er extended her hand. "All the spiritual herbs you purchased, give them to me. I will save your life, and in return, you shall provide me with the herbs. We shall owe each other nothing." Still shaken, Chen Yuya let out a soft laugh at her words. "Who says my life is worth merely this much?" Chu Mei'er accepted the 2 spiritual herbs and then picked up the one left behind by the diminutive man after his demise. With these 3 herbs, upon charging them into the system, she astonishingly acquired 1,000 units of currency. Among these herbs, one was exceedingly rare, of exceptionally high quality. Gazing at the balance in the system, Chu Mei'er's gaze towards Chen Yuya transformed, as if realizing that the quality of the herbs she provided was remarkably high. Although the numerous gifts bestowed upon her by Shangzhe were substantial, a mere 30 plants could only yield over 3,000, while a trifling 3 could generate 1,000. It seems that the quality of the spiritual herbs from the Chen family is remarkably high. Chen Yuya, with a sense of pride, raised her chin and remarked, "Of course. This is the nature of our business." Chapter 107. Alas, yet another trouble arises. What's the matter? Have you been swayed? Do you desire them? I could certainly bestow upon you a few more. Indeed, Chu Mei'er felt a stir of desire. She pondered the identity of that individual from earlier. She would ascertain the truth and eliminate any potential future threats. However, Chen Yuya hesitated to agree immediately, her delicate brows knitting in concern. "This is my affair. I would prefer you not to involve yourself." From the words of these individuals, it was evident that they belonged to a considerable sect. What a predicament! If you feel any remorse, you may offer some spiritual herbs, and I shall assist you in resolving this dilemma. Chu Mei'er found herself grappling with a sense of guilt. In previous simulations, the Chen family had never encountered such troubles. This was due to Chen Yuya never having brought her to this black market before. Now, even the slightest action could set off a chain reaction, altering the course of fate. Chen Yuya was determined to keep her uninvolved in this matter. Despite her helplessness, Chu Mei'er resolved to take charge of the situation. With a sum of 1,400, she could simulate 4 times. Chen Yuya purchased high-grade, earth-level spiritual herbs in the black market, only to attract trouble. 3 individuals sought to kill Chen Yuya and seize the treasures, but you intervened, resulting in the demise of 2, while 1 man managed to escape. 2 days later, a formidable nascent soul expert arrived, accompanied by 2 peak 9th-tier golden core cultivators. Seeking vengeance, the guests of the Chen family were paralyzed with fear by the overwhelming power of their adversaries, and one by one, they fled, leaving only you to stand your ground. With every ounce of your strength, You managed to slay the 2 golden core cultivators. Yet you were ultimately struck down by the nascent soul expert's devastating palm. Chu Mei'er realized she had unwittingly stirred a significant calamity. What manner of grand sect would dispatch such a formidable contingent to confront a mere merchant? Anxiety gripped her heart as she pondered this predicament. Meanwhile, upon learning that his sister had once again embroiled herself in trouble, Chu Mei'er hastily sent someone to investigate. The findings nearly rendered him breathless. The Cultivation sect. This was an exceedingly enigmatic sect, rarely seen by the eyes of the world. It was said that its disciples were each ruthless and merciless. Yet due to the sect's stringent regulations, few ever ventured into the outside world. To think they had crossed paths with such a powerful faction. Observing Chu Mei'er's grave demeanor, Chu Mei'er felt a wave of trepidation and cautiously inquired, "Brother, who exactly are these individuals?" Chu Mei'er forced a grim smile. "Xiaoya, gather your belongings. We must depart tonight to seek refuge with the Main family." The Chun family was indeed a lineage of cultivators, but the Main family naturally resided beyond the mortal realm. Their siblings had merely come here to settle certain matters. Given their offense against the Cultivation sect, their only recourse was to flee post-haste. Those whom the Cultivation sect sheltered were, without exception, notorious figures known throughout the martial world. Their kin has perished, and the disciples of the Cultivation sect will undoubtedly seek the truth. However, what will become of Mei'er if we depart? Chu Mei'er turned to her, contemplating that perhaps this matter could be resolved, since it was Chu Mei'er who committed the act. They could escort her to the Cultivation sect to offer an apology. Perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Chu Mei'er. "Brother, how could you even consider such a course of action? Do not allow me to look down upon you. The items were procured by me, and the individuals were lured by my hand. It is my responsibility to address this. Mei'er has already saved my life, and I cannot bring myself to commit such a vile act." Chu Mei'er sighed. "We shall leave with Chu Mei'er." "Very well." Just as the memory was chosen, Chu Mei'er furrowed her brows tightly. These 3 formidable figures were embodiments of menace, intent on annihilating the entire Qin clan upon their arrival. It seemed as if their sole purpose was to kill, without regard for the circumstances. This sect is known as the Cultivation sect. What is the origin of this organization? Upon hearing these 3 words, Shangzai's expression grew grave. The disciples of this sect are driven to madness, having long since withdrawn from the world. Why would you suddenly bring them up? The disciples who join the Cultivation sect are often those who have committed heinous acts, seeking refuge from their enemies. In the future, one must avoid any encounter with members of this sect. Chu Mei'er. Ah, what a coincidence. I inadvertently killed 2 individuals from the Cultivation sect. What if I were to slay their people? Shangzai's expression froze momentarily. "You truly did kill?" "I meant what if." Shangzai hastily pulled her outside, urging her to gather their belongings. "Come, let us make our way to Qianyang City. We shall stealthily acquire the maps to the 2 secret realms of the Shang family, and then hide away within those realms for decades." Chu Mei'er abruptly wrenched her hand free. "Is there truly no other option?" "None," Shangzai sighed. Despite the trouble Chu Mei'er often stirred, he never complained. Without her, he might have perished long ago. Yet, it was concerning that she was merely a child, frequently embroiling herself in chaos, which was befitting her age. Nonetheless, her antics afforded him a sense of purpose. The disciples of the Cultivation sect were inherently ruthless. Having slain their kin, they would undoubtedly seek to annihilate his entire household to satiate their bloodlust. Chu Mei'er clenched her fists, surprised at the loyalty these ruffians exhibited. Shangzai scoffed. "This is not vengeance. It is merely a pretext to indulge their murderous desires." Taking a deep breath, Chu Mei'er extended her hand. "Do you possess any spiritual herbs? Bring them all forth, quickly. I must attempt to break through once more." Presently, she was at the mist condensation stage, 2nd tier of the golden core stage, and harboring a desire for slaughter. The synergy of these 3 elements would empower her to slay a 9th tier golden core practitioner. However, their adversaries included formidable foes at the nascent soul stage. She could still attempt to break through within the simulator. 3 days. Perhaps it is not too late. Gather as much as you can. I shall strive to break through. Very well. Observing Chu Mei'er's unwavering determination, Shangzai gritted his teeth and decided to trust her one last time. He hurriedly sought out the spiritual herbs. Chu Mei'er activated the system. Simulate. The life simulation system has been activated, requiring an expenditure of 300 currency. You have offended the Cultivation sect, and Shangzai has pulled you away, leading you to encounter the fleeing Chun Yuya and Chun Xian. For the time being, you decide to travel together. You escape via a narrow path, with Chu Mei'er guiding you to the residence of the Qian family. Chapter 108. Let us flee together. A month later, you finally arrive at the Qian family estate, only to discover that the Kuhan sect has already located them, engaging in a fierce battle. The Kuhan sect has dispatched dozens of golden core cultivators and 5 nascent soul experts, while the Qian family has mobilized all available members. After a brutal clash, both sides suffer heavy losses. Although you manage to survive, the Qian family is gravely wounded. On the same day the battle concludes, 2 rival families seize the opportunity to attack the Qian family, resulting in a catastrophic annihilation with countless casualties. The family's businesses in the mortal realm change hands. Chen Xian and Chu Mei'er are hunted down, tragically dying on the road. You and Shangzhe also find yourselves pursued. Shangzhe sustains severe injuries and passes away 3 days later. In your despair, you recklessly invade the Kuhan sect, only to be struck down by a nascent soul powerhouse. Indeed, it seems that fate has closed one door and then another, delivering a resounding slap in the face, just as she believed circumstances were finally turning in her favor, allowing her to peacefully accompany Shangzhe and benefit from spiritual herbs. All hope is dashed. It appears that a direct escape is impossible, as the Kuhan sect has swiftly tracked down the Qian family within the realm of cultivation. This is a significant predicament. There remains one last opportunity. She must devise an alternative approach. If it were within her power, she would obliterate the Kucha order without hesitation. 3 days hence, the disciples of the Kucha order arrived. You declared that you were the perpetrator and invited them to seek vengeance. Thereupon, you turned and fled. The 3 individuals, incensed, pursued you. You sought refuge in the depths of the mountains, where you systematically overcame them, slaying 2 golden core cultivators and grievously wounding the nascent soul powerhouse. From one of the slain golden core cultivators, you obtained a manual of mental incantations. From another, you acquired a whip technique. Furthermore, you plundered the nascent soul powerhouse's spatial artifact, discovering within a boxing art and a variety of elixirs. Once again, you were discovered by the Kucha order's cultivators, and you fled into the mountains, evading and engaging them. At the age of 13, you diligently cultivated your mental strength in the deep mountains, yet made little progress. At the age of 14, you earnestly cultivated spiritual energy, but the 7 sacred spiritual art reached a bottleneck, and you still made no progress. At the age of 15, you began to cultivate the mental incantations, whip technique, and boxing art out of sheer boredom, and after 15 years, you mastered them all. At the age of 31, feeling accomplished, you sought to find the incomplete fragments of the 7 sacred spiritual art in a secret realm. On the journey, you encountered a band of brigands, among whom were powerhouses from the Kucha order who recognized you by the whip technique and boxing art you employed. Half a month later, you were besieged by the powerhouses of the Kucha order, and you perished. I am truly exasperated by this sly individual. 30 years. It appears they've even dispatched individuals disguised as brigands to intercept her. How utterly unoccupied must these people be? So, there's absolutely no recourse to flee, and she must confront them head-on? With a vexed sigh, Chu Mei'er massaged her temples, her mind in disarray. In this simulation, you may retain one of the following. 1. Cultivation level at age 31. 2. Cultivation skills at age 31. 3. Life memories at age 31. Chu Mei'er paced back and forth, her brow furrowed in contemplation. After careful deliberation, she resolved to augment her abilities first. 2. Cultivation skills. Instantly, a deluge of memories flooded her consciousness. Incantations for telekinesis, techniques for wielding the whip, methods of pugilism, and more. These martial arts, as if she had practiced them countless times before, were now entirely comprehensible and seamlessly integrated into her being. Chu Mei'er casually tore down a section of the fabric curtain and began to practice the whip technique. In her grasp, the supple fabric was transformed into a keen-edged blade, emitting a series of whooshing sounds with each movement, its momentum akin to a rainbow. After completing the sequence, Chu Mei'er stretched her limbs and exhaled deeply. Excellent as it may be, it's ultimately rather impractical. She pursed her lips and discarded the fabric curtain. Could she possibly contend with a nascent soul realm expert using these martial arts? Impossible. In this predicament, with no option to escape, must she simply stand and endure a beating? She must elevate her strength with utmost haste. At that moment, Shangzhe, accompanied by Chu Mei'er and Chen Xian, hurried into the room. Zhangze, clutching a spatial artifact in his hand, approached and thrust it into Chu Mei'er's grasp. These are what Chen Xian and I have managed to gather. We hope it proves sufficient. Upon learning that Chu Mei'er cultivated using rare and precious natural treasures, Chen Xian was genuinely astounded. Upon reflection, it is indeed true that Chu Mei'er, with her extraordinary talents, has reached such remarkable heights at such a tender age, indicating that her path to cultivation is far from ordinary. We can no longer afford to linger. We must depart from this place expeditiously. With a sigh, Chu Mei'er remarked, "Where can we possibly go? That is a formidable sect, teeming with experts." Chen Yuya clenched her fists. "My brother and I have resolved to head to the Chun family estate, a lineage steeped in the art of cultivation, where formidable masters abound. The Kuchan sect would think twice before making a move against us. They must weigh their own capabilities carefully. You should accompany us." Within the Kuchan sect, I have heard whispers of beings at the transformation stage. Such entities, how could they ever be our adversaries? Chen Yuya lamented, regret flooding her heart. Had I known this would transpire, I would never have ventured into the black market. Chu Mei'er lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes. Within her spatial device lay over 100 spiritual herbs. Clutching them tightly, she lifted her head and offered a faint smile to the two. "Since I have taken your possessions, it is only right that I assist you in resolving this predicament. Do you trust me? Leave this matter to me, and I assure you of your safety." Tears welled in Chen Yuya's eyes. "Mei'er, this situation is far more complex than you perceive. We should flee without delay." "And then what?" She continued. "When the Kuchan sect's people arrive and find us gone, will they not take their wrath out on everyone in the estate? They may even pursue the core Chen family, unleashing chaos and bloodshed within. You are not mistaken. The Chen family may indeed be their adversary, yet after this great battle, countless lives will be lost, and their foundation will be severely weakened. Moreover, does your family have any sworn enemies? This is the perfect opportunity to strike while you are vulnerable. The Chen family shall cease to exist." A mere few words elicited a sharp intake of breath from the three individuals. Indeed, this is the consequence of their retreat. Such deeds could indeed be executed by the members of the Kuchan sect. They should not harbor any illusions of safety. Chen Yuya, feeling utterly powerless, slumped onto the chair. "It's all my fault. This is not your burden. It is merely our misfortune." Chu Mei'er stepped forward, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. "In truth, possessing these spiritual medicines is sufficient. Within 3 days, I shall endeavor to discover a breakthrough method. My current strength is more than adequate to contend with golden core stage cultivators. My only concern is the possibility of encountering those at the nascent soul stage." Chen Xian's despondent gaze slowly shifted to Chu Mei'er. Chapter 109, Simulation, Unlocking New Gameplay. "Is it enough to rely solely on these spiritual medicines?" "It is sufficient." Zhangze clenched his hand tightly at his side. "I shall seek out additional heavenly materials and earthly treasures, preferably a heavenly-grade spiritual herb." With Chu Mei'er present, they finally had a pillar of support and could place their hopes on her. Chen Xian accompanied Zhangze as they departed. Chen Yuya was filled with remorse, expressing her apologies for having brought trouble upon them. Chu Mei'er smiled gently, urging her not to speak in such a manner. United by a common enemy, the Chen family and Zhangze officially formed an alliance. Zhangze nearly exhausted all his savings to acquire spiritual herbs. Chen Huan observed him as if he were entranced, willing to relinquish all his savings accumulated here, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. "Everything here was left by your father and grandfather, prepared for your resurgence. Yet you choose to sell it all for a woman. Is it truly worth it?" Zhangze paused while perusing the ledger in his hands. "She is my benefactor. If she perishes, my existence is forfeit." After so many years, he had finally found a benefactor capable of aiding him in unraveling the secrets of fate. He must hold on to her tightly and never let go. "Benefactor? Have you yet to decipher that fateful technique you possess?" Upon hearing this, Zhangze's pupils constricted sharply. "How do you know?" Chen Huan calmly sipped his tea. "My father once mentioned that your father sought our family's assistance, but such arcane arts are beyond any comprehension. Given the circumstances, let us join forces once more after all these years." Suddenly, Chen Huan rose, his teacup crashing to the ground in shards. His piercing gaze fixed on Zhangze. "Do you trust Chu Mei'er?" "Trust. Good." Chen Huan gestured for someone to approach. Soon, his subordinate brought forth a collection of spiritual herbs. "These are all for her. Please convey this message. If she can indeed find a solution, that would be splendid." If not, kindly ensure my sister's safety. Just protect her. I will relay your message." That night, Chu Mei'er took the spiritual herbs and directly infused them into the system. Judging by their quality, it is likely that most of them originated from the Qin family. What they engage in are these businesses. The spiritual herbs are abundant as per her desire. Following this incident, she has enveloped the Qin family within her protective sphere. And these spiritual herbs are essentially her protection fees. Chu Mei'er could never have anticipated that in her rebirth, she would take on the role of a bodyguard. For the sake of the spiritual medicine, she is resolutely committed. Whenever the recharge system utilizes silver or spirit stones, she finds ways to earn for herself. Alas, this time, she recharged the system with 4,000 and commenced the simulation. Since it is within the system, then, an idea struck Chu Mei'er. Life simulation system activated. This simulation requires a consumption of 300 units. You flee throughout the night, venturing into the secret realm in search of the 7 sacred spiritual techniques. You circumvent areas populated by formidable spirit beasts, cautiously progressing. And after slaying dozens of spirit beasts, you sustain severe injuries. Amidst an onslaught by a horde of spirit monkeys, you plummet down a cliff. Gravely wounded and engulfed in despair, your mental prowess reaches the pinnacle of fog condensation, and with a single sword strike, you break free. After persevering for half a month, you meet your demise within the secret realm. You flee throughout the night, venturing into the secret realm in search of the 7 sacred spiritual techniques. You choose to head east, slaying a few spirit beasts along the way before finding a place to rest and recuperate. Following your memories, you evade all areas inhabited by the most perilous spirit beasts, yet inadvertently stumble into the territory of a burning passion spirit serpent. You exert every ounce of strength to slay it, but ultimately, you are entwined and meet your end at the hands of the python. You absconded under cover of darkness, venturing into the mystic realm to seek the 7 sacred spiritual arts. You journeyed eastward, circumventing the territory of the incinerating passion serpent and evading the assaults of the spiritual monkeys, successfully entering a valley. Within the valley, before long, the earth trembled, and a 10,000-year-old spiritual ox materialized before you. Your sword was incapable of penetrating its defenses, and you were trampled to death by the ancient bovine. Memories. Select all memories. Chu Mei'er's complexion grew increasingly pallid, yet she resolutely produced paper and pen, scribbling upon them. She had thoroughly grasped the mechanics of the system. Life simulation. As long as she possessed sufficient funds, she could perish countless times. It was akin to playing a game, where repeated failures could be reset to the initial state. Therefore, she could attempt numerous simulations to locate the remnants of the 7 sacred spiritual arts. With 4,000 credits, she could simulate over 10 times, allowing her to decipher the map of this mystic realm and even the geographical distribution of those formidable spiritual beasts. She refused to believe that after so many restarts, she would fail to unearth the 7 sacred spiritual arts. Once more, you relinquished your impetuous notions, venturing forth by day to scout the terrain, swiftly evading any powerful spiritual beasts encountered. For a month, you remained unscathed, but on the subsequent day, while exploring, you inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the purple lotus sacred soul lizard. You became a repast for the purple lotus sacred soul lizard. You were halted by a river, resolving to construct a bamboo raft to cross it, but midway, you were swallowed whole by a colossal fish. You opted to traverse the expanse, only to be seized by the rock, its talons piercing your very heart. At long last, you navigated the river. Yet an inexplicable hunger and thirst assailed you. Succumbing to the illusion, you consumed a bloom, only to meet your demise through its venomous embrace. Alas, the flower was but a cunning guise of the soul-weeping Wyrm. The pangs of hunger and thirst were mere phantasms, figments of a deceitful enchantment. Circumventing the domain of the soul-weeping Wyrm, you pressed onward for 3 days, until, at last, edifices materialized before you. Upon breaching the gates of the stronghold of the Exalted, a gargantuan Piscine crane descended, severing your head from your shoulders, and you perished. Having simulated this ordeal a dozen times, witnessing her demise in a myriad of bizarre fashions, Chu Mei'er intoned a litany of scriptures, resigning herself to the whims of fate. After countless simulations, she had finally glimpsed the gates of the stronghold of the Exalted, a feat of no small measure. She scrutinized the schematics in her possession, and though her artistic talent was wanting, a secure path had crystallized within her mind. In the forthcoming simulation, she would navigate the labyrinth with unhindered ease. In her relentless pursuit of mapping the secret realm, she had devoted scant attention to extraneous matters, resulting in her swift demise. Thus, she remained uncertain whether the disciples of the Zen sect had trailed her into the depths. Regardless, the acquisition of the 7 sacred spiritual arts technique remained paramount. With a surfeit of spiritual herbs at her disposal, Chu Mei'er inhaled deeply and replenished her reserves, restoring her balance to its maximum capacity of 4,000. Surveying the overflowing coffers, Chu Mei'er felt a surge of elation. On her own, she would never have been able to find so many spiritual herbs. Let the trials continue. Chapter 110. The acquisition of techniques after several days of preparation. You successfully entered the grand entrance of the stronghold. As the fish crane attacked you, you deftly evaded its strikes and offered it a bundle of ethereal holy herbs. The fish crane, delighted by the offering, permitted your entry. You traversed a lengthy corridor, withstanding several hidden projectiles, and arrived at a garden where the flora exhibited movement. You contemplated incinerating them, only to find that the flames intensified uncontrollably, causing the plants to grow wildly and ultimately leading to your demise. Silently, you navigated past the tendrils without alarming them. Upon entering a chamber, you discovered 3 doors within the empty space. You pushed open the central door, only to find yourself plummeting into an abyss. Opting for the left door, you were pursued by 2 stone giants. In a frantic escape, you burst through the right door and sought refuge inside. Upon entering, 3 more doors awaited your choice. You selected the rightmost door, only to be struck down by a sword. This was utterly absurd. Was the master of this secret realm mentally unhinged? Such a waste of her resources. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow, pacing restlessly before vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she found herself in Shang Zai's chamber. He was preparing for bed, half-clothed, when Chu Mei'er suddenly appeared before him, startling him. In a flurry, he hastily adjusted his attire, questioning her presence. Observing her pallid complexion and colorless lips, he expressed his concern. "How is it? Have you encountered a bottleneck in your training?" Chu Mei'er inquired. "It is of little consequence. You simply do not know that there are individuals with profound expertise in mechanisms," she continued. Shang Zai adjusted his attire thoughtfully, contemplating the current factions known for their knowledge of mechanisms: Liuguang Sect, Dei Valley, and Tianwu Sect. Chu Mei'er furrowed her brow, pondering which faction would be the easiest to approach. The Liuguang Sect's members can be hired. Who is the foremost expert on mechanisms? Qiu Han, the second young master of the Liuguang Sect, possesses extensive knowledge in the art of mechanism manipulation. Very well, thank you. With a swift motion, Chu Mei'er vanished from sight. Shang Zai stood in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss. What just transpired? The second young master of the Liuguang Sect? Intriguing. The life simulator has been activated. This simulation will require an expenditure of 300 currency units. You absconded with all the assets from the Chun and Shang families and made your way to the Liuguang Sect to seek an audience with Qiu Han, only to be obstructed at the entrance. That night, you stealthily infiltrated to meet Qiu Han, presenting your entire fortune to persuade him to assist you. However, just as you had managed to convince him, Qiu Han suddenly shouted for guards to apprehend you. In a fit of anger, you knocked Qiu Han unconscious and carried him away. You evaded the pursuit of both the Liuguang Sect and the Qian Sect, finally reaching the secret realm 3 days later. You entered the secret realm with the unconscious Qiu Han, navigating through without hindrance until you reached the inner sanctum, where you splashed water on him to awaken him and resolve the situation. Qiu Han became compliant, systematically unraveling the puzzles ahead. You have traversed numerous challenges and finally arrived at the central location, where a multitude of stone houses reside, housing various rare treasures of heaven and earth. Within, you effortlessly discovered the 7 sacred spirits technique. At that moment, Qiu Han fled. You did not pursue him, but instead took the 7 sacred spirits technique and departed. However, it was not long before you were slain by a stone man summoned by Qiu Han. Finally, you have obtained it. Chu Mei'er was exhilarated. The sky outside had already brightened, and she had exhausted nearly all her spiritual herbs, simulating dozens of times until she finally acquired the technique. Here, she silently uttered apologies to Chen Yi and Shang Zai, as the situation was urgent. She did not wish to explain and thus stealthily absconded with the funds. This simulation spanned nearly 30 attempts. Along the way, Shang Zai had someone bring new spiritual herbs, all of which she reinvested. At last, she glimpsed hope. Little did she expect that Qiu Han would indeed harbor a vendetta. having carried her all the way to the secret realm. He likely nurtured resentment and seized the opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, it mattered not. That was merely within the simulator. Now, she understood how to acquire the 7 sacred spirits technique. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly quelled her excitement. Chu Mei'er declared, "System, activate. The life simulator has commenced. This simulation will require a cost of 300 credits. After departing from the merchant, you entered the secret realm, navigating effortlessly to obtain the 7 sacred spirits technique. You filled your spatial device with everything within the secret realm when suddenly, the statue in the center of the room shifted. You remain exceedingly vigilant, only to discover a passage beneath the statue. As you traverse the elongated corridor upon your emergence, you realize that you have departed the secret realm and entered an unfamiliar forest. Awaiting you here is a man clad in black. He extols your extraordinary talent, urging you to diligently cultivate and swiftly attain the Mahayana stage. Additionally, he bestows upon you a scroll, the 3rd volume of the 7 sacred spirits technique. At last, you have acquired it. It is truly unexpected to have obtained the 3rd volume of this technique. Whence this enigmatic man has come remains a mystery, yet you resolve to focus on your cultivation. You retreat into the merchant's secret realm to engage in closed-door training, only to find that the 2nd volume of the 7 sacred spirits technique is perplexing and difficult to comprehend, leading to a painfully slow cultivation pace. A decade later, you break through to the 3rd stage of the Golden Core period. After 30 years, you ascend to the 4th stage of the Golden Core period. A century later, you achieve the 5th stage of the Golden Core period. 3 centuries pass, and you attain the condensation stage. Your cultivation seems to have reached an impasse, prompting you to emerge and seek vengeance for Shangzhe and Qin Yuya. However, you discover that the outside world has been ravaged by demonic cultivators, while the Kuchan sect has grown even more formidable, teeming with powerful adversaries. You vanquish 2 of their nascent soul experts, only to find yourself pursued relentlessly by the entire sect. 2 years later, the Kuchan sect employs dozens of nascent soul cultivators, ultimately resulting in your demise. At long last, you have made a breakthrough in strength. Chu Mei'er wishes to laugh heartily towards the heavens. She is now capable of slaying nascent soul experts. The cultivation of mental prowess has reached an astonishing peak. The simulation has concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The cultivation level of 303 years. 2. The cultivation skills of 303 years. 3. The life memories of 303 years. 1. At last, I can select the first option. Chu Mei'er relaxed her body, feeling the surge of power rising within her. 5th stage of the Golden Core, the mental force of the condensation stage. This strength is sufficient to vanquish those of the nascent soul stage. All of this has been acquired through hundreds of years of training within the simulator, and there is no sense of rejection whatsoever. Bang, bang. She heard the barriers of her cultivation being continuously shattered within her. Power surged throughout her being. Chapter 111. A mere prince dares to threaten. It was dusk. He was also making preparations, gathering information about the Kuchan sect. A subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, we are unable to uncover anything." Shangzhe rubbed his forehead and sighed, waving his hand. "Enough. Everyone may leave. There is no need for further inquiries. What is meant to come will eventually arrive." He had hoped to engage in some discourse with the members of the Kuchan sect, perhaps offering some heavenly materials to send them on their way. However, it now appeared that such a hope was futile. He could only wait passively for them to come to him. Meanwhile, the Qin siblings had arrived outside. Their attire had become notably more subdued, and the family servants had been significantly reduced, clearly indicating that they held no expectations of survival. The 3 sat in the courtyard, drinking. Xin inquired, "Has there been any movement from her side?" Shangzhe recalled the peculiar questions that Chu Mei'er had posed to him the previous night, leaving him feeling perplexed even now. Still in seclusion, he stated, "Dusty Yuya imbibed cup after cup of wine. Dust Su snatched the vessel. Didn't you profess your faith in Chu Mei'er? Why then do you drown your sorrows in drink? This marks the 2nd day. The Kucha sect should soon be upon us. Flight is now beyond our grasp." "I am not drowning my sorrows," she retorted. In merely 2 days, Dusty Yuya had grown gaunt. She felt responsible for this matter and was consumed by self-reproach. "I fear we cannot escape. If possible, let us partake in some delicacies before our demise." She turned to Shangzhe. "This matter is unrelated to you. You could have departed long ago." Shangzhe drained his cup. "Were it not for Chu Mei'er, I would not have survived this long. If she is unwilling to leave, then neither shall I. At that moment, a contingent of men burst in. They felled the servants and guards of the Shang family, barging in with reckless abandon. The trio's countenances shifted. Dusty Yuya had already drawn her sword, prepared to fight to the death. Royals? Dusty Su exclaimed in surprise. Shang Zhe keenly observed. They are well trained. Stained with blood, possessing the air of royal guards. How are the royals connected to the Kucha sect? As this thought swirled, another well-trained group arrived, followed by a man in a fur coat who entered at a leisurely pace. Why such consternation, esteemed guests? Second prince. Wuhani approached and seated himself at the table, taking charge as if he were the host, beckoning the others. Relax, be seated. Shang Zhe and Dusty Su exchanged glances. Dusty Su said icily, I wonder what brings the second prince here today, and with such fanfare. Wuhani curled his lips into a slight smile and, upon hearing that you had offended certain powers, intentionally visited to bring you some assistance. Thank you for your kindness. Your Highness, but we do not require it. Wuhani's fingers lightly tapped the table, and his smile faded entirely. The Kuchan sect, I presume? Are you aware that Lord Mu resides within? Qin Yuya furrowed her brows and inquired, Who is Lord Mu? My imperial uncle. Oh. Qin Yuya scrutinized him from head to toe. Surely, you do not intend to inform us that you possess backing within the Kuchan sect, capable of interceding on our behalf, only to demand that we acquiesce to some unreasonable requests. Wuhani's expression stiffened. If you require assistance, I can indeed advocate for you. Qin Yuya chuckled lightly. A prince. What do you desire? The throne? Are you not a psychic? If you cannot achieve it yourself, must you seek our collaboration? The scathing nature of Qin Yuya's remarks rendered Wuhani's demeanor rather unsightly. Why must you be so confrontational, Miss Chun? Just say what you mean. One cannot deny that Qin Yuya's words were refreshingly forthright. Shang Zhe and Chun Xian exchanged glances, refraining from interjecting. With matters laid bare, Wuhani proceeded to clarify his intentions. I merely wish to collaborate with the two of you. I only require your assistance in providing manpower, and I shall not impose. Chun Xian retorted coldly, providing manpower? For what purpose? To assist you in dealing with your affairs, or to eliminate court officials? What a cunning strategy of using others as a blade. The royal conflicts are far more intricate than they appear on the surface. A few individuals appeared to lack the privilege of choice. With a smile, Wuhani rose to his feet, proclaiming, The crisis you face can only be alleviated by us. I can offer you royal assistance, enabling your entire business chain to flourish across the vast expanse of the land. It is a win-win situation. Why refuse? He was acutely aware that they had no grounds for refusal, which was why he approached them. The Kuzu Zen sect had dispatched personnel, 2 peak 9th-tier golden core cultivators, and a nascent soul expert. I believe that even with Yin by your side, you may not be their match. The expressions of the three grew exceedingly grim. After a prolonged silence, Shang Zhe finally spoke. What is it that you seek from us? Business, he replied. For both of you, I shall take a 20% cut of your profits annually. Naturally, in return, I will extend my assistance to you. This arrangement is not without its benefits for you. A trace of cold laughter flickered in Chen Xian's eyes. Indeed, it was not without its drawbacks. By agreeing to this, they would no longer be mere merchants. The entanglement with the royal family was not the intention of the Qin family. Never. Qin Yuya furiously stepped forward and slammed her palm onto the table. You merely wish to extract money from us, claiming to offer help? Do we truly need assistance from a mere prince? A mere prince. Wuhani felt the veins on his forehead throb visibly. The Qin family were genuine descendants of a cultivation lineage, engaging in these business ventures merely to pass the time amidst their cultivation pursuits. They are utterly indifferent to the state of the business. When faced with challenges, they can simply abandon everything and flee without a trace of psychological burden. Collaborating with Wuhani holds no advantages for them. Instead, it would only serve to restrain them. Thus, do you possess any alternative options? Wuhani appeared to be fully prepared, casting his gaze toward the trio. The Qin family and the Shang family seemed to be on the brink of extinction. You. Qin Yuya trembled with rage. At that moment, a formidable aura surged skyward, leaving the four of them momentarily stunned. The overwhelming energy escalated, giving rise to a vortex of spiritual power. The golden core stage has been transcended? Qin Yuya covered her mouth in sheer astonishment. She had actually broken through. Chu Mei'er, under such immense pressure, had truly achieved a breakthrough. However, they soon realized that the situation was far more profound than anticipated. An even more potent mental force radiated outward, rippling like ocean waves from the center of Chu Mei'er. Those caught in the tide of this mental energy experienced bouts of dizziness. Chapter 112. I will protect them. Do you have an issue? Shangze stumbled forward, barely managing to steady himself as he staggered toward Chu Meier's courtyard. The most astonished of all was Wu Hani. As a telekinetic master, he understood the terrifying implications of such a powerful mental energy fluctuation. Chu Mei'er had actually achieved breakthroughs in both spiritual and mental prowess. Remarkable. Chun Huan laughed heartily, exclaiming, alternative options? We now have them. Xiaoya, let us go and take a look. He grasped Chen Yuya's arm, supporting Shangze with his other hand. As they proceeded towards Chu Meier's courtyard, the closer they approached, the more pronounced the impact on their mental fortitude became. They observed the trees rustling, leaves descending and hovering in the air, rotating in perfect unison. Chen Yuya, struck with astonishment, reached out to touch one of the leaves, only to have her finger lacerated. Is this telekinesis? She exclaimed. Truly formidable. Shangze stumbled along, finally arriving at Chu Meier's doorstep. As his hand rested upon the door latch, the terrifying mental and spiritual energy vanished, as if it had never existed. Were it not for the disarrayed flora that had yet to return to its original state, they might have dismissed the entire experience as a mere figment of their imagination. The door was opened from within. Chu Mei'er gazed upon the group before her. What brings you all here? She inquired. Chen Yuya was overjoyed. Mei'er, you've achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations. It's only the second day, and you've already made such progress. Chu Mei'er cleared her throat. A minor breakthrough, indeed. Not that fast, she mused, considering I spent centuries in the simulator. She lifted her eyes, meeting Wu Hanyi's gaze. What's he doing here? Do you need something? She stepped forward, drawing Chen Yuya behind her, confronting Wu Han-yi with caution. His presence invariably spelled trouble. Oh, is that so? Chu Mei'er turned her attention to Wu Han-yi. Although he had mentally prepared himself for Yin to be a young girl, he had not anticipated her being so youthful. Her exquisitely painted eyebrows and the tender innocence of her barely 10-year-old face were juxtaposed against an aura that spoke of Ian's weathered, a composure of profound serenity and detachment that struck him with immense force. Meeting her gaze was akin to being drawn into an abyss of swirling, inky darkness, as though countless vortices were poised to devour his very essence. That single glance was enough to trigger a searing pain within his skull, compelling him to stagger backward. His attending guards rushed forward to steady him. Her spiritual power has ascended to a new echelon, he realized. So formidable. I am no match for her. Conceal. Gathering his wits, he uttered the command in a low, urgent voice, knitted her delicate brows, belatedly realizing that she had been too hasty in her departure, neglecting to mask her presence. Could I simply dispatch him and silence him permanently? She mused, touching her cheek pensively. No, and responded in unison. Reluctantly released her grip on the sword at her hip. A pity, she murmured. Anxious that might commit an impetuous act, quickly stepped forward. Second prince, this way please. By the time looked up once more, blood was trickling from his orifices. That single, fleeting glance, laden with condensed spiritual power, had inflicted considerable damage upon him. His retinue hastily bore him away. At last, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Her curiosity piqued, linked her arm through, scrutinizing her from head to toe. So, it is indeed true that you have been cultivating with these rare and precious treasures. It is truly remarkable. I harbor no doubts any longer. A single spiritual herb of the earth grade, having flourished for centuries, millennia even, possesses the accumulated essence of heaven and earth, sufficient to rival centuries of cultivation for an ordinary individual. However, among these spiritual herbs, the chaotic spiritual energy poses a significant risk. If employed directly, it could easily incite turmoil within the body, leading not only to failure in cultivation, but potentially to death. It was the first time Chu Mei'er had encountered such a method of cultivation. Nonetheless, the world is replete with extraordinary individuals, and nothing is truly impossible. They had entrusted her with numerous spiritual medicines, and she had managed to make a breakthrough in just a few days. Indeed, it was through the utilization of rare and precious materials that she cultivated her abilities. Chu Mei'er was genuinely surprised by their understanding. Yet, it made sense to some extent. She had integrated the spiritual medicine recharge system and simulated the acquisition of spiritual prowess. Now, her strength had significantly increased, so there was no need for concern regarding the Kutsuan sect. She would handle it. Such confidence? After all, it was the Kutsuan sect, home to numerous Yuanying stage cultivators. What is your current strength? Chu Mei'er replied, sufficient to slay a Yuanying stage practitioner. Heavens! Shang Zhe nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. He was well aware of how short a time it had been since Chu Mei'er ascended to the Jindan stage. And now she claimed the ability to slay Yuanying stage experts. Were it not for his constant presence by her side, he might have suspected that she had adopted some unorthodox method of cultivation, directly siphoning the prowess of others. Chu Meier's breakthrough instilled great confidence in Chun Yue and Chun Xian. At last, they could enjoy a good night's sleep. The next day, Chun Xian and Chun Yue sensed 3 formidable auras enveloping them, abruptly waking them from their slumber. On the rooftop of the Chun residence stood 3 men, each strikingly different in appearance. An elderly hunchback with a stooped back, a balding middle-aged man, and a short yet remarkably corpulent figure stood before her. The formidable presence of these 3 instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within her. As Chun Yue gazed up at them, she nervously swallowed, her heart skipping a beat. What terrified her most was the palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from them. The 3 esteemed figures. Chun Xian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chun Yue, shielding her from their scrutinizing gazes. Yet, before he could utter a word, a sword came hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Chun Xian did not flinch. He merely observed the oncoming blade. With a sharp clang, the sword struck a stone, embedding itself deeply into the ground before Chun Xian. Who dares? The leader of the trio furrowed his brow. Descending from above was Chu Mei'er, clad in black. The trio's attention was instantly captivated by her. She appeared astonishingly youthful, her exquisitely delicate features resembling those of an 11 or 12-year-old child. In any other clan, a child of such age would still be in the chi refinement stage, or perhaps just breaking into the foundation establishment stage. Yet now, she had already reached the 5th tier of the golden core stage. Draped in black, Chu Mei'er boldly stood before the 2 men, declaring, "Your adversary is me." As her words lingered in the air, she flipped her palm and formed a seal, causing the stones and leaves upon the ground to levitate effortlessly into the air.